Chapter 1. Sentinel. Date: December 22nd, 2023, the 10th day of the 11th lunar month, winter solstice, precisely at noon. Weather: overcast, with a north wind of grade 4. Temperature: 7°C. Location: Gate Post Tower Number 2, a naval testing base in Holudio City, Liaoning Province, Huaghua. Zhang Yunlong now felt both famished and frigid. December in the northeast had indeed settled into the depths of winter. 6 hours on watch had left him in a state of utter fatigue. Teetering on the brink of despair, the 2 compressed biscuits he had consumed that morning before the shift had long been digested, and the electric heater in the guard booth had become merely ornamental due to power restrictions. In the pre-war days, each shift lasted 3 to 4 hours, complete with air conditioning and heating, leaving the new recruits to lament their plight in retrospect. It seemed they had been blissfully unaware of their fortunate circumstances as for why the new recruits were not permitted to engage in additional physical training, leaving seasoned sergeants like Zhang Yunlong to bear the burden. There was no choice. Half of the new recruits had perished. The few remaining must be safeguarded, for the base had become a mere shell. Unable to withstand further attrition, Zhang Yunlong still had 2 compressed biscuits in his satchel, yet he dared not touch them. He swallowed hard and took a couple of sips from his water bottle. Soon he would be relieved. A bit of patience would reward him with a warm meal. The remaining biscuits could be saved for dinner. The next shift would commence at midnight, lasting until 6 in the morning, with an additional pack of instant noodles provided. Sufficient indeed. In truth, they could afford to be less frugal despite the current hardships. The mess hall endeavored to ensure everyone was adequately nourished due to the reduced personnel. Aside from the hot meals served at noon, each soldier received a pack of military rations and 2 vitamin tablets in the morning and evening. Do not underestimate these unassuming compressed biscuits. They are not mere supermarket fare, but genuine military rations, rich in nutrients and high in calories, second only to self-heating field rations. Each pack contains 4 biscuits, each weighing 50 grams, providing nearly 2,000 kilocalories per 100 grams. Theoretically, consuming 2 biscuits equates to indulging in a deluxe hamburger, sufficient to fuel the body for rigorous activity. Frankly, such provisions are capable of sustaining combat readiness. However, perhaps due to his cautious nature, Zhang Yunlong had subconsciously begun to ration his supplies since the beginning of the month. He reduced his daily intake of compressed biscuits and vitamin tablets by half, storing the vitamins in a clean bottle. Alongside the saved biscuits in his backpack, also nestled within the satchel, were a set of training attire, 3 bags of self-heating rations, 2 individual first aid kits, and 100 rounds of contraband ammunition. This scant supply of ammunition was a remnant of wartime mismanagement, quietly retained from previously issued stocks. The vitamin tablets were less concerning. 1 tablet per day sufficed, but the compressed biscuits served a crucial role. Beyond merely providing caloric energy, their ability to induce satiety was indispensable, for the stomach is not easily deceived. Moreover, the frigid northeastern weather naturally escalated caloric expenditure to better adapt to unforeseen circumstances. The political commissar had decreed that soldiers on alert could don extra layers beneath their training uniforms, although military overcoats were strictly prohibited to avoid cumbersome movement. Thus, prolonged standing on watch left one feeling hollow and chilled to the bone. In truth, wearing less clothing in a critical situation offered little advantage beyond increased speed. Given the dwindling personnel at the base, it was commonplace for individuals to juggle multiple roles. Single-post sentries had become the norm, even as the number of posts had increased. Due to power shortages and damage, much of the surveillance system had been rendered inoperative. Even with a reduced alert perimeter, some critical units could not afford any lapses, relying solely on human vigilance to fill the gaps. Zhang Yunlong raised his hand for the nth time to check his watch. The relief vehicle was late. He wondered what mishap had befallen old Sue behind the wheel. Lunch was scheduled for 11:20, and if he didn't return soon, his meal would grow cold. The thought of potentially losing the only warm meal of the day made him curse inwardly. Yet, considering those brothers stationed at less favorable posts, he reminded himself that he was fortunate to have a booth with a roof over his head, allowing him to sit when weary. This thought restored a semblance of balance to his mood. During difficult times, everyone faced their own struggles. Reflecting on old Sue, an experienced driver managing 5 warrior vehicles, while also tasked with escorting the shift, Zhang Yunlong concluded that standing a little longer was hardly a burden. He tightened his grip on the Type 81 rifle and resumed scanning the intersection 500 meters ahead. Unbeknownst to him, another half-hour passed, and the relief vehicle still had yet to arrive by 12:30. Zhang Yunlong sensed something amiss given the alert status. The radio typically remained silent. Communication was strictly prohibited unless an emergency arose with limited battery life. The reserve batteries had been in use for an indeterminate length of time, and running out of power could spell trouble. Moreover, Zhang Yunlong's booth was situated at the base's main gate, a mere 500 meters from the national highway leading to the urban area, yet a full 25 kilometers from the personnel concentration zone within the base. The significance of this post far outweighed that of others. The original emergency call button had been malfunctioning and remained unrepaired in the event of an incident. The only means of alerting others was through the radio. The mere thought of the malfunctioning red button irritated Zhang Yunlong. Huazi, the technician, was a novice when the sentry first reported the broken alarm button. He had taken his multimeter and fumbled for an extended period without identifying the fault. After replacing the button, it still failed to function. Unfortunately, such a critical position could not afford to have a faulty alarm system, and thus it remained unresolved. Huazi, a university graduate enlisted as a non-commissioned officer, had initially been responsible for faxes and telegrams. However, due to the urgent situation, some logistics technicians were dispatched to the front lines, and his previously leisurely post was replaced by a new recruit. He was then reassigned to assist in maintaining the fiber optic lines. But as he had not fully mastered the technology, and his mentor along with other comrades had been sent to the front, only he and a fifth-term officer remained to manage the operations. Ideally, a veteran technician should have been paired with a novice to avoid mishaps. Yet fate had conspired against them. The seasoned sergeant had been ambushed and killed during a patrol. That incident had resulted in significant losses. An entire five-man squad and a warrior vehicle had been lost by the time the base dispatched reinforcements to search and assist after missing 2 communication windows. It was already too late. The incident occurred approximately 10 kilometers from the base at a gas station. It seemed they had intended to refuel on their return journey. Of course, this was merely an excuse. The fuel reserves were adequate, and there was no reason for such a desperate measure. The primary motive likely lay in the gas station's convenience store. It was presumed that the patrolling personnel had sought to grab a few snacks, only to encounter disaster. Rescue teams only discovered fragments of their damaged weapons and uniforms scattered throughout the chaotic scene, which was stained with blood and littered with the chaotic footprints of a gruesome feast. The evidence of combat was scant. The patrol team had likely grown complacent, believing they could traverse the open terrain swiftly, and thus failed to assign anyone to watch when the ambush emerged from a nearby depression. They were caught unawares, each soldier firing less than a magazine's worth of rounds before falling heroically, with no time to pull the pins on their grenades. The warrior vehicle had also sustained severe damage, as the driver, in a panic, had veered off the road into a drainage ditch, resulting in the demise of 2 zombies, but yielding no other accomplishments. The driver had been dragged from the cabin and torn apart. In the wake of this incident, the base leadership ultimately decided to consolidate defenses, increasing the number of sentries while establishing both overt and covert posts, thereby reducing the frequency of patrols. Every outing required a pair of fully staffed vehicles, equipped not only with individual radios but also signal flares, reinforcing the need for personnel education to prevent similar occurrences from transpiring again. Originally, that patrol did not necessitate the seasoned sergeant's presence. The patrol team comprised 4 individuals. Yet a faulty node in the fiber optic line had disrupted communications. If the line failed, only satellite communications remained as a backup. This was not the era when communication satellites filled the skies following a barrage from both sides. Only a handful of satellites continued to function. Establishing contact with superiors required a window of opportunity. It was not feasible to maintain constant communication. Thus, the fiber optic line must remain intact. As the sole communications maintenance technician, the sergeant had to venture out. The location of the faulty node was distant from the urban area, and given that no incidents had occurred during previous patrols, he had been allowed to proceed only to never return. The rumbling of his stomach jolted Zhang Yunlong from his reverie, and he felt a sudden jolt of alarm. He quickly glanced at the distant intersection, relieved to find it devoid of activitino signs of life, living or deceased. After lowering his binoculars, he chastised himself for allowing his thoughts to wander. It was inexcusable for a sentinel to lose focus. Unable to resist, he turned back to peer down the road from whence the relief vehicle should arrive. The straight road remained barren of any vehicles. He held on a while longer, but when he could no longer contain himself, he seized the radio and called out, "Gate post 2 calling the hangar position. Please respond." Static filled the air, the radio silent. He called again, "Hangar? Hangar, do you copy?" Static Hanger here, is there a situation? No. I merely wanted to inquire if you had completed your shift change. The hangar was the closest post to the barracks if there was a shift change. They would have gone first. Zhang Yunlong mused that they should have finished by now. Indeed, a prompt reply followed. Hangar has changed shifts. Over. The individual on the other end of the walkie-talkie seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation, fully aware that the signal from the command center would reach them, rendering idle chatter unnecessary. With the change of guard underway, Zhang Yunlong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Choosing to remain silent, he replaced the walkie-talkie's battery with a spare, ensuring that the discharged one would be taken back for recharging after his shift. Having completed the necessary preparations for the end of his watch, he stood in the sentry post, gazing vacantly at the distant intersection while his thoughts drifted to his lunch. By this hour, it was undoubtedly cold, and he muttered to himself, "Old Sue, you scoundrel." Just as he was lost in his grievances, the unmistakable screech of the approaching relief vehicle broke through his thoughts upon spotting the battered Iveco, transformed into a battlefield ambulance. Zhang Yunlong couldn't help but commend Old Zu's speed, muttering that it was truly a case of speaking of the devil. Observing his comrade, who was slowly climbing up to the sentry post with his head bowed, Zhang Yunlong felt a pang of impatience. His hunger was more pressing than any concern for the other man. A fiery sensation in his stomach made him wish to leap down, yet when the relieving soldier finally arrived, Zhang Yunlong was taken aback. "Baozi, what are you doing here? Weren't you on the night shift? Where's Ah Hao? Did that little rascal swap shifts with you? Is he trying to work on his physical fitness this afternoon? Looks like he's finally had a change of heart." Once he spoke, however, he sensed something was amiss. Baozi's eyes were slightly red, and after hearing Zhang Yunlong praise Ah Hao, the expression on his face turned peculiar, causing Zhang Yunlong to immediately feel a sense of foreboding. "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Chapter 2, Memories. Baozi gazed at Zhang Yunlong, who was at a loss for words, seemingly understanding that what his comrade, with whom he had shared a squad since their rookie days, needed most at that moment was a warm meal, rather than the news of a fallen comrade. Thus, he refrained from any explanations, giving Zhang Yunlong a reassuring pat on the shoulder, jokingly saying, "Don't be so curious. Big brother, hurry down from your post and rest. It's the winter solstice today, and the kitchen has finally prepared a proper meal. The cafeteria has plenty of dumplings. You'll have something warm to eat. Get lost. Who the hell are you calling big brother? My cousin is already taken. You wretched toad, dreaming of swan meat. Go back to sleep." Baozi seemed to have a natural inability to express himself, while his attempts at consolation only served to frustrate Zhang Yunlong. Thoughts of his distant family made his hunger feel a little less acute. Replaced instead by an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, his expression darkened further. And upon noticing the unintended effect of his words, Baozi scratched his head, inadvertently scraping his helmet with his fingernails. Yet this distraction allowed Zhang Yunlong to shift his focus, and he ceased his inquiries about how he smoothly transitioned the weapon from his shoulder, executing the handover with precision and efficiency. Baozi mirrored his actions, adeptly receiving and inspecting the weapon before signing off on the logbook, thus completing the transfer of duty. Watching Zhang Yunlong rush eagerly down from the sentry post towards the vehicle, Baozi managed a bittersweet smile, sincerely wishing that his big brother could enjoy a plate of dumplings before making his final visit to their comrade. Once inside the vehicle, Zhang Yunlong was greeted by the sight of his fellow soldiers from his squad. Naturally, as his post was the farthest, it was only fitting that he was the last to be relieved. Most of the occupants were resting with their eyes closed, while Old Sue drove with the luxurious indulgence of a cigarette dangling from his lips, the length indicating that he had just taken a drag. Zhang Yunlong's eyes widened at the sight. In this day and age, possessing a cigarette was considered a grave sin, and he swiftly snatched it from Old Zu's mouth, taking 2 hearty puffs before exhaling the smoke, only to discover it was Fuyin Wang. Casting a glance at Old Zu's impassive expression, he felt justified in taking a few more puffs, thinking to himself that it was only fair to make the most of the situation. To his surprise, Old Sue did not reach for the steering wheel to reclaim his cigarette, merely observing through the rearview mirror as Zhang Yunlong consumed nearly half of it. Eventually, feeling a bit sheepish, Zhang Yunlong prepared to return the cigarette. Old Sue, however, shook his head and said, "No worries, it's a gift for you. Go ahead. Don't feel bad. I truly apologize for being late today." His tone was sincere and his expression serious, as if that very cigarette had been reserved for Zhang Yunlong, lit just before he boarded the vehicle. This gesture deeply touched Zhang Yunlong, who thought to himself that his earlier reprimands hadn't been in vain, as old Su was now showing his gratitude. He held back the impulse to ask why old Su hadn't offered a cigarette to every soldier coming off duty instead. He took the cigarette, closed his eyes, and prepared for the journey back, intending to check on Ahau before indulging in dumplings. He had few soldiers left, and among them, Ahau was his primary concern. It wasn't that the lad possessed exceptional talent, but rather he was quite sensitive and had a low capacity for stress, a typical example of a pampered post-00s youth raised by doting parents born in 2001. He was 11 years younger than Zhang Yunlong, and any notion of a generation gap was illusory. Before the war, he had already been a private, yet had sobbed uncontrollably to his sergeant over a mere administrative issue, desperately wanting to return home. To be honest, Zhang Yunlong had no desire to retain him. Soldiers like Ahau, who were not particularly outstanding, would not typically be held back according to previous customs. With average skills and even poorer psychological resilience, and with no intentions of a long-term military career, the usual practice would be to part amicably. When the time came for discharge, they would hold a farewell gathering, enjoy some dumplings, and send them off on the train, likely never to see each other again. Yet, unfortunately for Ahau, he found himself amidst a tense period, as the entire military was on high alert, with various units encouraging retention rather than release. Higher-ups soon issued directives stating that, barring certain problematic individuals, all privates reaching their term would be retained for conversion to non-commissioned officers, and any issues of staffing would be temporarily managed under wartime expansion plans to ensure combat readiness. Although Ahau's abilities were not exceptional, his overall performance as a conscript had been acceptable. Neither stellar nor abysmal. Aside from his low psychological resilience, he posed no significant issues. Retaining him was certainly preferable to waiting for a new recruit who would require extensive retraining. Thus, with a sense of responsibility towards the unit, Zhang Yunlong applied his 8 years of experience to persuade the young man, ultimately managing to secure his retention. Yet, soon after, Zhang Yunlong found himself regretting that decision. It was precisely because of Ahau that half of Zhang Yunlong's squad, including himself, were unable to join the first wave of supporting troops and instead became part of the reserve force. Due to their status as reserves, Zhang Yunlong was able to lead the remaining soldiers back to the base alongside the remnants of their unit. However, the squad leader who had brought half of the soldiers into the fray was not so fortunate, as he, along with others involved in the first wave of support or rescue, was forever lost in the once glorious, yet now hellish northeastern industrial city. As Zhang Yunlong closed his eyes to rest, he unwittingly recalled his unit, stationed at a testing base by the Bohai Bay, serving as a second-line support unit for the Navy. They were part of the Navy's direct forces, primarily tasked with testing various new weaponry and equipment. In addition to military personnel, staff from various equipment development factories also worked and lived at this base, with their daily responsibilities revolving around supporting the post-testing training of weaponry. They were the quintessential second-line technical troops, lacking the rich historical legacy and training systems of Army field units, the combat readiness of naval infantry, and the resolute spirit and commendable practices of the armed police. In essence, they were like other brother units, burdened with significant responsibilities while engaging in monotonous support work day in and day out, devoid of fervent passion or physical ailments. Apart from the limited personal time spent studying regulations and duties in the evenings, their lives resembled those of office workers in distant locales. This led to many individuals living quite comfortably. Technical soldiers, after all, prioritized expertise over physical prowess, as the nature of their revolutionary work demanded different skill sets. Instances of excessive weight gain, typically only seen in cooking units, were common in Zhang Yunlong's unit, with many transforming from energetic youths into portly figures by the time of their discharge. In the final moments, this seemingly leisurely unit was still fully armed, in order to assist in the rescue of the main forces and the surviving populace trapped within the urban area. Little thought was given to the fact that even frontline combat units were ensnared, and these logistical troops, barely superior to militia reserves, were unlikely to succeed in their mission. From the commander down to the newest recruit, not a single soul hesitated. All resolutely embarked on the treacherous path that led to certain doom. The driving force behind their actions was merely a seemingly illusory, yet profoundly genuine sense of duty and a glimmer of hope. What if the trap forces were merely lacking ammunition? What if they only required vehicles for transport? What if they could be rescued? Even if they suffered additional casualties, it mattered little. The losses sustained by the main forces were far greater in such dire circumstances. Any operational unit still capable of fighting was invaluable. Every soldier saved counted. At that time, the options available to them were limited, and the what-ifs were few and far between. The commander of Zhang Yunlong's unit, a heroic test pilot once awarded the Golden Helmet, found himself not in the cockpit of a familiar fighter jet, but rather behind the wheel of a warrior off-road vehicle, leading nearly 3,000 personnel, over 80% of the unit, into a situation where they had only recently received their weapons and equipment. Lacking even basic combat training, many had not touched a firearm since their enlistment. Thus, this group of technical soldiers, alongside their determined commander, charged into the city teetering on the brink of death. Originally, Zhang Yunlong's squad was responsible for the support of equipment and material warehouses, with a full battalion consisting of fewer than 30 personnel due to the wartime expansion plan. He was reassigned to the Guard Company, which itself was directly expanded into a Guard battalion. The company commander, who originally had over 6 months remaining before promotion, was abruptly elevated to battalion commander. Zhang Yunlong arrived with a squad consisting of 5 members, including Ahao. Upon hearing the news of returning to the Guard Company, Ahao was vehemently opposed, as he had just come from there and had grown weary of standing watch, not to mention the impending battlefield. At that time, Ahao had already been promoted to a non-commissioned officer. Observing this young man in his 20s throwing a tantrum, Zhang Yunlong felt a surge of anger and delivered 2 solid kicks to his backside. "What on earth is wrong with you? The frontline troops are nearly depleted, and you're sulking here?" After the kicks, he issued a stern warning. "I am your squad leader, and you are my soldier. Wherever I go, you shall follow. If I am inspecting the warehouse, you will assist me in moving boxes. If I head to the battlefield, you will charge alongside me. I cannot guarantee anything else, but I assure you, when we reach the front lines, I will shield you with my life." In those urgent times, there was neither the time nor the energy to gently persuade Ahao, as Zhang Yunlong himself was uncertain about their next steps. Having been away from the Guard Company for nearly 8 years, he mused that if he were merely tasked with security duties, it would be manageable, merely a matter of enduring hardship. However, Zhang Yunlong understood all too well that such a scenario was implausible. They were merely a reserve team, liable to be deployed at any moment. Thus, Zhang Yunlong and his 4 soldiers, navigating through obstacles, arrived at the Guard Battalion. Upon reporting in, the first thing that made Zhang Yunlong's heart race was the order to take up arms. Poor Zhang Yunlong had not handled a firearm in nearly 4 years, though he had once been a standout, excelling in a weapons disassembly competition, dismantling an 81 type rifle blindfolded in just 38 seconds, earning 2nd place, with the first going to an armor that was a distant memory. Now, he was uncertain of how much skill remained in his repertoire, and quick disassembly did not equate to accuracy. Good marksmanship required practice with live ammunition. Since enlisting, he had fired fewer than 300 rounds, never scoring within the 45 ring. His physical fitness had also declined. After all, he was now in his 30s, no longer the training exemplar he once was. Having spent so many years idle in the warehouse, his physical condition was far from its former glory. Running 5 kilometers was out of the question. He might not even manage to complete 3 kilometers in under 13 minutes and 30 seconds. His proficiency in individual combat tactics was also lacking, leaving uncertainty about whether he would falter in critical moments. Chapter 3. Pre-war mobilization. Upon arriving at the basketball court to receive their rifles, Zhang Yunlong could not help but smile at the sight of the familiar Type 81, that this was perhaps the only joyful occurrence in the past few days for him. Not for any particular reason other than the fact that he had always felt at ease with the Type 81.IT was the weapon used for marksmanship training in the recruit company. And it was also the rifle carried by the Guard Company while on duty. Now, as they faced the prospect of becoming cannon fodder, it was still the Type 81 that he was to wield, truly a matter of fate. Some may wonder why, in this modern age, they were still using such an antiquated model. What about the Type 95? This brings to light the issue of light weaponry in the military. It is quite normal for frontline units to be equipped with new gear, while logistics units make do with older equipment. Moreover, there were indeed Type 95 rifles available, with the Guard Company originally outfitted with 100 and an additional 20 Type 92 5.8mm pistols for distribution down to the squad leader level. However, due to the current expansion of the ranks, there were more soldiers than rifles. a classic case of personnel awaiting equipment. Thanks to the nation's robust military reserves, the local armed forces rapidly allocated a large number of secondary and tertiary weapons to support the troops. Although these were older stocks, they were genuine military-grade supplies, all newly manufactured, with the thick gun oil just removed and the blue lacquer gleaming under the light that A.S. Zhang Yunlong was a squad leader. He received an extra Type 54, which technically exceeded the standard issue. It was unclear whether the armed forces had taken the stance of preferring to see these reserves utilized rather than gathering dust in storage. The supplied weapons and ammunition were of high quality, and Zhang Yunlong even spotted an old-style 40mm grenade launcher. How many could still use such a relic? He tossed the Type 54 into his backpack without even attaching the holster. Having fired it before, he knew it was not particularly user-friendly. The recoil was substantial, making it hard to aim, and he had only managed to hit the target twice out of 5 shots at 20 meters. Looking at the Type 81 in his hands, a broad grin spread across his face. His old friend had returned, and he would rely on it in critical moments in contrast to his elation. His 4 younger comrades were less than pleased. They cast envious glances at the Type 95 rifles held by the original Guard Company soldiers, their expressions a mix of frustration and resentment as they compared them to their own aging Type 81s. Among them, Ahau appeared particularly distressed. Zhang Yunlong did not blame them. After all, they were all recruits, unfamiliar with the Type 81, and it was only natural for them to prefer the more modern Type 95. Seeing the boot prints still visible on Ahau's rear end, Zhang Yunlong felt a twinge of guilt. The boy was already shy, and he had perhaps been too harsh in his earlier reprimand. He decided to offer some words of comfort. "What's wrong, Wang Wenhao? You're not happy to receive an old rifle? Trust me, it's better than nothing. Besides, those who have used the Type 81 swear by it. The squad leader wouldn't lie to you. Once you fire a couple of rounds, you'll see. It doesn't lag behind the Type 95, and it never jams. If we were to get the Type 95, I might struggle with it." To To his surprise, Ahau shouted back, "Don't talk to me about that broken gun. Even if you gave me a tank, I wouldn't want it. I told you I wanted to get discharged. But you insisted I stay. It's all your fault. Now I'm going to die. Do you think being a little squad leader makes you special? Why do you want to be a martyr and drag me along? Because we have to fight. My girlfriend broke up with me, and my mom calls every day crying, asking if I can come home, even if I have to pay someone to pull strings. I want to go back too. Just let me go." As Ahau continued, his voice cracking with sorrow, he eventually collapsed into tears, clutching his rifle. Zhang Yunlong looked at him, his face darkened with frustration. Just as a commanding voice boomed from behind, "You want to go home? Who doesn't want to? Who doesn't have family? You are a soldier. You must honor this uniform. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. It is precisely because we have loved ones and the people behind us that we cannot falter. What has your squad leader taught you?" Turning around, Zhang Yunlong recognized the political officer, who was visibly enraged upon seeing Zhang Yunlong's subordinate behaving like a crybaby. In these critical times, maintaining troop morale was of utmost importance. It didn't matter if Wang Wenhao cried alone. The concern was that those around him, waiting to receive their equipment, might catch his negative sentiment. Ultimately, they did not punish Ahau further, and he joined the other soldiers in formation to listen to the political officer's pre-war mobilization speech, followed by the distribution of squads. The original Guard Company consisted of fewer than 100 men, but it had now expanded to over 300. Zhang Yunlong remained a squad leader. Given his experience, he could have easily been appointed as an acting platoon leader, but since he had been transferred from another unit, his experience was deemed insufficient. The platoon leaders for the 3 companies were all appointed from the original Guard Company as squad leaders and newly graduated cadets. However, in terms of command capability, those fresh out of military school were hardly any better. It was merely a case of the least unqualified being chosen. Zhang Yunlong's squad was further divided into 5 soldiers. Interestingly, 3 of them were comrades of Ahau, while the other 2 were new recruits, 1 private and 1 corporal. Among the 3 veterans was a fellow named Zhang Wenrui, whose name was quite elegant, yet he stood at an imposing height of 6 feet. Hailing from Hezi in Shandong, making him something of a local compatriot to Zhang Yunlong. Although he had only served 3 years, he had already been promoted to squad leader within the Guard Company due to his outstanding performance. Now, with the expansion, his squad was disbanded and reassigned to Zhang Yunlong's command. The young man did not mind that an outsider had taken over his squad leader position. His mind was solely focused on the prospect of going to the battlefield, which was in stark contrast to Wang Wenhao's attitude. Moreover, having heard of Zhang Yunlong's past exploits, he was aware that his former squad leader had once mentored his previous squad leader, thus addressing Zhang Yunlong as old squad leader with respect. Zhang Yunlong found the straightforward and capable young man quite agreeable, internally lamenting why he had not encountered such a promising individual sooner. Had he been assigned to Zhang Wenrui earlier, he would not have had to endure the likes of how he ensured that Zhang Wenrui was well treated, appointing him as the squad deputy and making it clear that they would discuss matters together in the future. Thus, a somewhat unsteady combat squad began to take shape. The by nightfall, Ahau had finally come to terms with the situation. What choice did he have? Whether he stuck his neck out or not, he would face the same fate. Besides, his comrades were all there, and continuing to make a scene would only lead to embarrassment. However, he was not yet at peace, demanding to swap rifles with a newly arrived soldier, insisting that the Type 81 was worthless and that he must have the other soldier's Type 95. This was not feasible, as the soldier would certainly refuse to trade, yet Zhang Yunlong refrained from reprimanding him further, not out of a lack of desire but out of fear. Having finally managed to keep Ahau in check, there was no way he could risk another outburst. Reluctantly, he had to discuss the matter with Zhang Wenrui, asking him to exchange his Type 95 for Wang Wenhao's. Initially, Zhang Wenrui was not particularly keen on the idea, as anyone would find it irksome. Yet, as the squad deputy, he had to maintain a high profile. Being tall, he figured he could manage with the Type 81 after familiarizing himself with it. And ultimately, he agreed to the swap. Watching Ahau clutch the coveted Type 95, Zhang Yunlong felt a deep admiration for Wang Wenhao's parents. Raising a son with such a mindset was no small feat. Just days later, the situation at the front escalated dramatically, with the epidemic zone continuously expanding. The personnel from the military factory, originally stationed at the base for ongoing experimental tasks, were compelled to relocate. The remaining soldiers halted all work and assembled for a state of emergency preparedness, ready to support the front lines at a moment's notice. Sure enough, that very afternoon, an order was issued for an urgent assembly to receive ammunition. The moment Zhang Yunlong stepped out of the ammunition depot, he understood that the time had finally come for them to step up. The front line was evidently in dire need of reinforcements. They had not been deployed during the multinational conflict, nor during the outbreak of the epidemic, and even after the fall of Shanhaiguan, they had remained on standby. Zhang Yunlong had seen the news and promotional videos depicting the epidemic zone, but he lacked a concrete understanding of its reality. Although they were all soldiers, units like theirs, focused on experimental training, were generally well protected during wartime. Yet today, it was finally their turn to fulfill their most fundamental duty as soldiers, to safeguard the lives of the populace and the fundamental interests of the nation. Even if it meant charging into a veritable hellfire, they would go forth. Their mission was straightforward: to support and rescue a portion of the Army's 112th Division, trapped in the old district of Hidaoshi's thermal power plant, along with the surviving citizens they were protecting. Zhang Yunlong was uncertain if the front lines were indeed a hellish inferno, but he was aware that the Armed Police 120th Division, stationed not far from their base, had already been decimated. This was a rapid response unit on standby 24/7. During peacetime, they had weathered floods and responded to disasters, and at the war's outset, they had even undertaken garrison duties. Though they had never faced direct combat, their weaponry was not merely for show, and their fighting spirit was beyond question. Aside from the absence of main battle tanks, they were well equipped with armored vehicles and mortars. And it was rumored that prior to their deployment, they had been issued a batch of individual cloud explosive grenades to enhance their firepower. An enhanced division of over 6,000 personnel had entered the epidemic zone. But within a day, aside from one platoon escorting a group of virology experts and fewer than 50 surviving civilians, none had returned. Many soldiers were either injured during their retreat or had succumbed to illness, killed in action, or had taken their own lives. Zhang Yunlong pondered over his lack of courage to grant himself a swift end. It was highly likely that he would need to trouble his comrades nearby. He touched the letter from home nestled in his arms, uncertain whether this missive would reach his family should he fall, provided they were still alive. In Chapter 4, a critical moment of failure. After receiving ammunition, the troops did not immediately assemble. Instead, they formed a circle by squad to load bullets into their magazines. Each person received a standard amount of ammunition along with 4.67-style wooden-handled grenades, which left Zhang Yunlong quite astonished. It seemed that this supply truly had not been exhausted. Indeed, it was said that one would not deplete these resources without a third world war, and yet here was the first great pitfall of military industry from the previous century. While Zhang Yunlong was unaware of many things, he certainly knew that those 4 iron lumps were older than he was even uncertain whether the honor rounds would misfire. He decided to set that thought aside and prioritize filling 5 magazines to capacity. Fortunately, the bullets were equipped with clips, allowing for quicker loading. Otherwise, the task of merely loading bullets would take an eternity. Zhang Yunlong stored 50 of the remaining 150 rounds in his satchel for backup, placing the other 100 in his backpack. Initially, he had thought it wise not to place all his eggs in one basket, and thus these 100 rounds had remained in his backpack until now. Once the main force had gathered, the commander personally delivered a pre-battle mobilization speech before taking the lead in the first vehicle, with others boarding in succession. The political officer led a reserve team of fewer than 400 personnel, prepared to receive any surviving civilians, among whom 1/3 were female soldiers. As Zhang Yunlong's squad approached the Dongfeng truck, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his back. Turning around, he saw a Hao, who appeared pale and trembling. With a quiver in his voice, he stammered, "Squad leader, I need to use the restroom." Zhang Yunlong glanced down and immediately felt his face flush crimson. At this juncture, the little rascal had wet his pants. They hadn't even exited the camp, and this lad had already soiled himself? Faced with Wang Wenhao, who resembled a wilted eggplant, Zhang Yunlong found himself devoid of any inclination to scold him. He instructed Zhang Wenrui to take the other squad members aboard first while he dragged a Hao to the nearby grassy area, inquiring whether he had a spare uniform to change into. Thankfully, it was June. Otherwise, if he had soaked his long underwear, there would have been no alternative but to return to the dormitory for a change. As they reached the grass, Zhang Yunlong heard someone calling him from behind. Instinctively sensing trouble, he turned to find the political officer standing nearby, hands behind his back, observing them, with several young female soldiers from the hospital pointing at the two of them. Zhang Yunlong's face turned beet red, while Wang Wenhao appeared even more distressed, nearly wanting to burrow into the ground. Zhang Yunlong glanced at a Hao's trousers, contemplating how to gloss over this predicament, when the political officer approached, spotting Wang Wenhao's damp trousers. There was no need for further explanation. The political officer's eyesight was perfectly intact. Recognizing this unfortunate soldier, who had previously broken down when receiving his weapon, he refrained from saying much. The political officer remarked, "It is normal to feel tense before battle. Some comrades may express it more intensely. Time is of the essence, so do not dwell on it too much. Given his current state, he won't be able to accompany the main force for the time being. We will depart in 5 minutes," he continued. "The reserve and remaining personnel are primarily technical troops, and there are too few versatile veterans like you. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I fear we may not manage adequately. Thus, allow this soldier to return to the dormitory for a cold shower to calm down and change clothes. Then, bring your squad over to join the reserve unit, and you will follow my orders in case of emergencies." Zhang Yunlong had intended to protest. What nonsense was this? They were about to depart, and now he was being told to keep his squad back. This was akin to a single rat spoiling an entire pot of soup. However, there was no alternative. Obedience to orders was paramount. He could only shout in affirmation. Turning towards the truck where his squad was located, a sudden bang resounded as a red signal flare shot into the sky. The troops were on the move. Zhang Yunlong exclaimed in alarm and dashed towards the truck, but by a cruel twist of fate, his squad was positioned at the front of the convoy, due to the presence of safety personnel ensuring everyone boarded securely. The driver would disregard whether everyone was on board once the departure order was given, and would not stop without a command. As Zhang Yunlong reached the side of the truck, it had already begun to accelerate, the speed increasing rapidly. Besides Zhang Yunlong's squad, another squad from the same platoon was on board. The first squad leader, seeing that the second squad leader was still pursuing, yelled in panic, "There are still people not on board." Yet the driver did not stop. The convoy had just set off, and halting would bring the entire line to a standstill. The driver likely assumed that if this fool could not board, he would simply catch a ride on the vehicles that had yet to move. Little did they know that Yunlong intended to have his personnel disembark, observing the vehicle picking up speed. Zhang Yunlong wasted no time, shouting, "Wenrui, jump from the truck. Let our squad jump." Zhang Wenrui was also a bit flustered, uncertain of the situation. Why was the squad leader asking them to jump now that the vehicle was moving? Was he suggesting they become deserters? There was no time to ponder. He first instructed the nearby soldiers to toss their backpacks and jump one by one, that after the third jump, fear overtook them. The vehicle was now quite fast, and jumping could lead to injury if they were unable to escape to the roadside in time. Moreover, the driver of the Dongfeng truck behind them was incessantly honking to alert them, and Zhang Yunlong had already fallen about 20 meters behind, waving frantically as he ran along the roadside. Zhang Wenrui, left with no choice, shouted, "Squad leader, we can't jump anymore. I'll take the remaining brothers and go. We can discuss this later." Zhang Yunlong chased for about 100 meters, realizing it was futile to continue. He had to stop and catch his breath. Turning back, he saw 3 soldiers who had jumped out of the vehicle trailing behind, one of whom was Yang Jiyu, a soldier he had previously mentored, while the other 2 were former guards, named Gao Yankun and Cheng Wensheng, both sergeants. The 4 men exchanged glances, each unsure of the situation, clutching their backpacks and weapons. Looking to their squad leader for direction, Zhang Yunlong sighed and instructed them to return, leading the way back as military vehicles passed by, their occupants glancing at the 4 soldiers trudging in the opposite direction. Puzzled by their retreat, the AS-1 vehicle rolled past. A brash voice shouted, "You're backing out before the fight even starts?" The shout was ill-timed. It ignited Zhang Yunlong's temper, and he turned, cursing, "You son of a b!" gesturing with a raised middle finger towards the vehicle. The 3 soldiers behind him exchanged glances, but said nothing, merely lowering their heads further as they continued to follow their squad leader. Upon returning to the political officer's side, Zhang Yunlong prepared to report the situation. It seemed the political officer had witnessed the entire event unfold and did not require an explanation, that he comforted Zhang Yunlong, saying, "Yunlong, I understand your frustration, but your squad's absence does not imply a lack of excellence, that on the contrary, it is precisely because you are a versatile soldier that I entrusted you with the responsibility. I noticed your squad leader did not manage to disembark in time, so I believe he can handle the remaining soldiers well. Take your squad back to see if that soldier has changed clothes. And if all is well, report to the reserve unit to find Captain Zhang Haoren." In hindsight, Zhang Yunlong came to appreciate the political officer's intentions. After all, this was a logistics unit, and most personnel were technical specialists. There were few capable leaders and soldiers adept at combat. Zhang Yunlong was among the more competent individuals in the unit, possessing both solid technical skills and commendable military acumen. When he was still a sergeant, he had the fortune of being selected for a training program for Marine Corps non-commissioned officers, aimed at enhancing the military proficiency of base personnel, a means to address deficiencies. However, due to experimental support tasks and other objective reasons, he had not participated in the final evaluation. Nevertheless, Zhang Yunlong persevered throughout the entire program, while many comrades dropped out due to the rigorous training regimen. Despite the challenges he endured, even when blisters formed on his feet and his knees were bruised, he never faltered, completing the 5-kilometer armed run at the tail end of the group. He absorbed all the individual tactics taught during the training, and he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the Marine Corps equipment. Except for the 87-style automatic grenade launcher and the 89-style rocket launcher, for which he had only learned operational theory without live fire, and the heavy machine gun, which he had only operated without firing. He had mastered all other equipment. Training costs were a consideration. With so many participants being outsiders, the Marine Corps personnel were already in short supply, leaving little room for extras. Nevertheless, Zhang Yunlong did not cut corners on his learning, especially in military topography. Few could surpass him in navigation. Whenever they ventured out, the other Marines in his squad would follow their dragon brother, ensuring they would not lose their way, thus laying a solid foundation for Zhang Yunlong as personal growth. Seeing that the political officer had spoken, Zhang Yunlong refrained from further comments, affirming loudly, "Yes, sir." Turning swiftly towards the barracks, the other soldiers followed suit. Upon arriving at the dormitory, an overwhelming fury surged within Zhang Yunlong. There, he beheld their comrade, who had not only soiled himself but was also fully equipped on top, while sitting on the bed with his bare backside exposed, head cradled in his hands, staring blankly at the floor. His cherished Type 95 rifle lay discarded on the ground, resting atop his damp and warm training pants. Zhang Yunlong inhaled deeply, unburdening his backpack and handing it to his companion, Yang Jiu, while the 81 rifle hung diagonally on his back. He instructed the soldiers behind him, "You all leave first." The three men exchanged concerned glances at the silent Wang Wenhao, who sat on the bed with his head bowed, before quietly shutting the door. No sooner had the door clicked shut than Zhang Yunlong's roar erupted from behind it. "Wang Wenhao, you little pest, at such a crucial moment, you chose to falter. Do you have any idea the peril you put the entire second squad in? If anything happens to your comrades, you bear the responsibility. Do you understand?" "You." Accompanying his furious outburst were the resounding thuds of his fists striking the metal cabinet. Yang Jiu and the others sighed in unison, finally grasping the reason behind the desperate need to escape. Yang Jiu generously retrieved half a pack of cigarettes, intending to share a smoke with his comrades in the restroom. However, upon realizing that both of his companions did not smoke, he reconsidered and put them away, opting to save them for another time. Enjoying a solitary smoke in the restroom seemed rather unappealing. Thus, he remained outside, listening to the dragon's wrath. Chapter 5, sending off a comrade since that incident. Wang Wenhao had grown increasingly taciturn, especially the following day when the reserve team was dispatched for a rescue. Witnessing that none of his comrades from his squad had survived left him even more reticent. During patrols, Zhang Yunlong ceased calling out to him, and Wang himself did not initiate conversation, merely adhering to his duties as a sentry. He accepted whatever roster was assigned, whether it was a visible post or a covert watch. Never complaining of fatigue, occasionally he would exchange a few words with his peers. Later, when news of his hometown, Shizhuang City, falling into enemy hands reached him, he became utterly mute. Zhang Yunlong had attempted to engage him in conversation, but the discussions yielded little effect. After consulting a hospital psychologist, they concluded that Wang had suffered severe emotional trauma, leaving him with lingering psychological scars. There was no remedy but to wait for him to emerge from the shadows of despair. Furthermore, many soldiers had also lost their hometowns, leaving no one untouched by grief. Thus, no one paid Wang Wenhao any further heed. Emerging from his reflections, Zhang Yunlong gazed upon the young man lying on the bed. He approached and gently lifted the white sheet that covered the young man's head, scrutinizing the serene visage of his fallen comrade. Wang Wenhao's lips curled slightly, as if smiling, his expression tranquil, clad in a pristine sailor's uniform, with the sailor's cap resting upon his chest. Zhang Yunlong suddenly realized they had not worn their regular uniforms in quite some time. It was unexpected to see his soldier in such attire under these tragic circumstances. He fished out a crumpled pack of Hong Jindong cigarettes and a lighter, extracted one, and after a deep inhale, carefully placed the cigarette on Wang Wenhao's bedside. Donning his training cap, he stood at attention, straightened his uniform, and rendered a solemn salute to Wang's body. After completing the gesture, he gently draped the sheet back over Wang Wenhao's face and silently stood by, watching the cigarette burn down to its end before extinguishing the stub and exiting the room without a backward glance. Just before departing, Zhang Yunlong muttered softly, "Coward." Upon stepping out, Zhang Yunlong spotted Yang Jiu and Gao Yankun standing near the staircase. Not far from the room that he approached them, refraining from inquiring about Cheng Wenxing's whereabouts, as he should be on watch at this hour. Even in the face of calamity befalling his comrades, one could not abandon their post. With fewer personnel and more weapons, each soldier had their designated spot. Once assigned, they must hold their ground regardless of circumstances. Indeed, a sentry post was akin to a battlefield, and duty was synonymous with combat. Noticing his squad leader's emergence, Yang Jiu pulled out a cigarette pack, offering one to Zhang Yunlong while refraining from taking one for himself. Zhang Yunlong glanced at Yang Jiu without a word, retrieving his own cigarettes, tearing open the pack to reveal 5 remaining. He handed one each to Yang Jiu and Gao Yankun. Gao Yankun hesitated, but ultimately accepted it. Yang Jiu lit the lighter, igniting cigarettes for both the squad leader and himself before offering the flame to Gao Yankun. Clumsily, Gao Yankun lit his cigarette, taking a puff that provoked a fit of coughing, then inhaled again, stifling the burning sensation in his chest, holding it for a moment before exhaling. Once Gao Yankun had regained his breath, Zhang Yunlong inquired, "When was he discovered?" Yang Jiu replied, "We found out before lunch when how didn't he show up for roll call. Kuan went to the dorm to call for him, but found no one. Later, we all searched together, and it was the instructor who found him in the room, having cut his wrists. When we called out to him, he didn't respond by the time Director Ding from the hospital arrived. It was confirmed he was already gone. He left no suicide note, but in his pocket, we found a scrap of paper that read, "I'm sorry, comrades. I want to go home," with no further words. Gao Yankin added, "It was squad leader Bao Zhongjie who brought me and Jiu to clean up a house body in his uniform. Afterward, squad leader Bao didn't even eat before heading out to take your watch." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlong sighed, handing the cigarette pack to Gao Yankun. "When Bao is off duty, give him these 2 cigarettes and say it's my gratitude. Also, deliver the instant noodles you picked up tonight to him. You 2 stay here for now. I'll go find the political officer." After giving his instructions, Zhang Yunlong returned to the dormitory to grab a stainless steel lunchbox and made his way to the mess hall. Filling it with dumplings while eating and heading towards the office building, that he understood the need to maintain his strength, as he was uncertain of what lay ahead. Upon reaching the political officer's office, Zhang Yunlong placed the empty lunchbox on the windowsill of the corridor, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and raised his hand to knock on the door, calling out, "Report! Come in!" A distinctive middle-aged voice responded from behind the door. Upon entering, Zhang Yunlong wasted no time, standing at attention before the political officer's desk and saluting. "Political officer, I bear primary responsibility for this tragic incident that I failed to prioritize the psychological well-being of my squad members. Fully aware of Wang Wenhao's mental struggles, yet neglecting timely discussions and psychological support, ultimately leading to this tragedy that MY squad, already diminished, has suffered further non-combat losses. I request that the organization discipline my dereliction of duty." The political officer did not immediately respond, taking a sip from his teacup while observing Zhang Yunlong with a furrowed brow, making him feel uneasy. Eventually, the political officer sighed deeply and spoke with a weighty tone. "Do not be hasty in seeking punishment. I am well aware of the specifics. The organization will address this matter with the seriousness it deserves. This afternoon, the leadership will convene to discuss the incident and will communicate the findings to each unit later. As the leader of the 2nd Squad, you cannot evade responsibility for this event. Disciplinary measures are inevitable. Upon your return, reflect on your actions thoughtfully. These are extraordinary times, and our base has suffered significant losses among junior officers and key non-commissioned officers. We are in dire need of personnel. While punishment is unavoidable, do not abandon your responsibilities. You must continue to shoulder your burdens. The next phase will require us to undertake even more critical tasks. Our superior has instructed us to continue reconnaissance and early warning along the perimeter of the epidemic area, and to rescue survivors whenever feasible while safeguarding our base's essential facilities. We must ensure that the runway remains operational, as subsequent supplies will be airlifted in." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlong's heart leapt with joy, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Will there be any reinforcements?" The political officer, not angered by Zhang Yunlong's curiosity, considering it military intelligence, responded, "Regarding personnel, there has been no word. It is likely that there won't be any. Our requests for troop reinforcements have been pending for quite some time, with no clear responses from the capital. They merely instruct us to hold our ground and allow for recruitment among the surviving citizens nearby to bolster our ranks. However, you are aware of our base's situation. Those rescued from the city are utterly terrified. While they may assist us at the base, arming them and expecting them to accompany us into the epidemic zone is sheer folly. Furthermore, the age demographics of the survivors are problematic. They are either young teenagers or women and the elderly, with very few able-bodied young men capable of wielding weapons. The reinforcements from higher-ups are akin to distant waters that cannot quench our immediate thirst. The leadership has deliberated for a long time without arriving at any viable solutions. The previous patrol team reported encountering a suspected criminal gang, but by the time they responded to gunfire, the assailants had fled, leaving only the bodies of the victims behind. Among the corpses of 2 young women, signs of violence were evident. The spent shells found at the scene indicated that the bullets had been fired from military rifles, suggesting that someone had either seized or collected weapons and ammunition left behind by the troops in the city. Upon concluding his remarks, the political commissar let out a deep sigh, opened the drawer, and produced a bullet casing which he tossed onto the table. Zhang Yunlong, with a quick glance, recognized it as a 7.62 39mm rifle casing, copper-coated steel, identical to the ammunition used in his own rifle. This particular type of bullet is classified as a standard service rifle round, with vast reserves and widespread applicability. Prior to the deployment of 5.8mm small-caliber rifles in the military, it was the primary equipment. However, Zhang Yunlong was uncertain whether these bandits were using the Type 81 rifle, as both the Type 56 assault rifle and the older models of light machine guns also fired this type of round. The supporting units dispatched were not limited to this base. They included armed militia reserves and other secondary forces. Most of these units were equipped with combat-ready weapons, and their models were not uniform. Casting a glance at the bullet casing on the table, Zhang Yunlong refrained from voicing his personal opinion. He was there to request a sanction, not to offer suggestions. That he merely inquired if the political commissar would permit him to take the casing. The commissar met his gaze, remained silent for a moment, then nodded in tacit agreement. Before Zhang Yunlong departed, the commissar issued one final directive. Upon returning, he was to inform Company Commander Zhang Haoran to alert the soldiers to remain vigilant, conducting strict daily inspections of firearms and ammunition, and to be prepared for any combat missions. Upon returning to the dormitory building, Zhang Yunlong first proceeded to the company commander's quarters, entering without knocking. Commander Zhang Haoran was not resting. Since the outbreak of hostilities, the soldiers had collectively altered their schedules in the absence of strict orders from superiors. They had transformed their designated midday rest into free time, engaging either in training or cleaning their firearms. When fatigue set in, they would doze off on their beds without changing clothes, always prepared for whatever lay ahead, for what they were preparing for. No one could specify, merely they were always ready. Seeing Zhang Yunlong enter, Zhang Haoran rose from his chair and inquired, "Did you meet with the political commissar?" "Yes," Zhang Yunlong replied. "That he didn't say much. The incident has occurred, and I bear full responsibility. I was foolish enough to believe that everyone was devoid of concern and acted carelessly. If I had paid more attention to Ahao, he might not have met such a fate." Zhang Haoran did not endorse Zhang Yunlong's self-reproach. "Enough of that. Don't shoulder all the blame. That am I not responsible? Is the instructor not responsible? We are all comrades who share the same pot of rice. None of us wish to see him take such a tragic path. However, living requires purpose and hope. Some of us are certain our families are still alive, while others have not abandoned hope. Some live solely for the vengeance of their loved ones. But what of Wang Wenhao? What does he have? Everyone knows this boy lacks courage. He was left behind as a reserve due to wetting his pants. And when he went to assist, he didn't fire a single shot amidst the tide of corpses. His hometown has been under siege for nearly half a year, and he lost contact with his parents before the fall. As the only child, his parents were his only kin. With hope extinguished, who can guarantee he can be persuaded to stay? We are in a time of war, a year of calamity, where the strong survive and the weak perish. It is easy to die in these times, but living is far more challenging. Yet, no matter how difficult, we must endure. We have a mission, a responsibility, and hope. You must also survive, and moreover, find a new way to live. Yunlong, I have known you for many years. You are a good person, but your kindness often leads to hesitation when firmness is required. This will hinder our efforts. Henceforth, be more decisive in your actions. Let me impart one last piece of wisdom. A man of small measure is no gentleman, and a man without resolve is no true man. Reflect on that. Chapter 6. Bandits. After hearing the company commander's words, Zhang Yunlong felt a sense of frustration. Noticing the cigarette box on the table and realizing he was out of rations, he casually picked it up, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Zhang Haoran shot him a disapproving glance. Taking the cigarette offered by Zhang Yunlong and lighting it for himself, Zhang Yunlong naturally tucked the cigarette box into his pocket and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your guidance, Commander." Zhang Haoran rolled his eyes. This kid never addressed him as commander, always referring to him as Brother Ran, both in formal and informal settings. Whenever Zhang Yunlong called him commander, it was usually to take advantage of him. He reached out to reclaim his cigarette, but upon seeing his younger brother was in a sour mood today, he let his hand drop. Zhang Yunlong then added, "The political commissar has issued orders for the entire guard company to prepare for combat readiness. Daily cleaning and inspection of firearms must be strictly enforced to ensure we are always ready to engage." Indeed, the guard battalion had suffered severe casualties and had reverted to a guard company. Zhang Haoran did not seem surprised. He took a puff of his cigarette and asked, "Did the political commissar provide you with the reason?" "Yes," Zhang Yunlong affirmed. "Who led the last external operation?" flipping through the battalion's daily log. Zhang Haoran replied, "It was Meng Weiyuan who led the team, that I didn't catch all the names." "Let me check. That's fine, I know already. Did squad leader Meng relay the specifics to you?" Zhang Haoran closed the logbook, stating, "I am aware of the details of the discovery. The report was submitted to the operations department last night, and I have a backup of the scene's photographs. Would you like to see if anything stands out?" He had intended to speak with Zhang Yunlong after his shift, but given the recent events, he had refrained. Zhang Haoran opened the laptop on the desk, accessing the records of the previous day's operations. Zhang Yunlong scrutinized the photographs of the scene. During the reconnaissance mission led by squad leader Meng, the patrol team had heard sporadic gunfire from the northeast while scouting the northern outskirts of Hudao City. Assuming that there might be surviving troops attempting to break through, they rushed towards the source of the gunfire, hoping to provide assistance. However, after a few shots, silence fell, and they had to split their personnel into two groups. With two vehicles expanding the search radius while avoiding scattered corpses, that be why the time the second vehicle reached the scene, nearly an hour had passed. There were not many useful clues left at the site. Only 4 bodies, 2 males and 2 females. One male was an elderly man, and the other was a boy of around 14, both having sustained fatal headshots. The 2 females, aged between 20 and 30, had suffered humiliation and violent abuse before their deaths. With disheveled clothing and multiple stab wounds, their fatal injuries were from slashed throats. Only 2 rifle casings were found at the scene, situated on a patch of grass by the roadside, while 3 more casings were discovered on the adjacent road. Fearing that the scent of blood might attract the undead and pose a threat to the patrol team, the soldiers did not linger at the site. After recovering the victims' remains, they withdrew upon return. The bodies were sent to the hospital, where military doctors would further examine them. However, lacking the expertise of forensic specialists, the clues they could uncover were quite limited. After analysis, they preliminarily concluded that the 4 victims were surviving citizens attempting to escape the city via a back road. They were discovered and threatened by armed individuals suspected to be bandits, who forcibly brought them to the roadside grass, robbed them of their belongings, and subsequently committed acts of violence before silencing them. Zhang Yunlong gazed at the photographs and analysis report. His brow furrowed. He retrieved the bullet casing he had acquired from the political commissar and examined it closely. Ultimately, he confirmed that the bullet had been fired from either a Type 81 or Type 56 rifle. Zhang Yunlong was no novice. He had considerable knowledge of individual light weapons. Before enlisting, he had been a firearm enthusiast, and after joining the military, he developed an even greater passion for weaponry, which contributed to his distinction as a training model soldier. The structure of the Type 81 automatic rifle is derived from the Type 56, and its unique bolt mechanism often leaves a small dent at the mouth of the casing when extracted from the chamber and ejected through the rifle's ejection port, resulting in a casing that is not perfectly round but features a slightly flattened portion. While this occurrence is not guaranteed, the likelihood is significant, and this particular casing fortuitously bore such marks. Zhang Yunlong slammed the casing onto the table and said, "Hold on." He then pushed the door open and stepped outside. A moment later, he returned, holding a complete 7.62 mm rifle cartridge. He picked up the casing on the table and began to compare the head stamp inscriptions of the 2 cartridges. Zhang Haoran did not ask where Zhang Yunlong had obtained the live round. Both were tacitly aware and offered no explanation. That a brief comparison revealed that both cartridges originated from the same munitions factory and batch. Zhang Yunlong raised his head and inquired, "Brother Ran, what do you think is the probability that different units dispatched to the city for support were issued ammunition from the same batch?" Zhang Haoran pondered seriously before responding. "Such a probability exists, but it is not very high, especially for units approaching the city from different directions. When the local armed forces distributed combat-ready weapons, several arsenals were activated simultaneously. I know of at least 3 that the weapons within those arsenals vary in age, making it unlikely they would all be from the same batch. Moreover, regarding ammunition, there were 3 different batches allocated to our side alone." After considering Brother Rant's explanation, Zhang Yunlong reflected on the route their unit had taken during the retreat and the distance to the incident site, ultimately reaching a conclusion that he said to Zhang Haoran, "Brother Ran, I firmly believe that these armed individuals are indeed bandits, not remnants of a disbanded unit. Firstly, their operation by the roadside clearly indicates they had a vehicle. Otherwise, they would not have been able to retreat so swiftly, eluding the patrol team within less than an hour. That if the individuals in question are soldiers, They would undoubtedly prioritize locating their main forces rather than aimlessly wandering and resorting to acts of murder and robbery. I maintain my confidence in the discipline of our troops. It has been 6 months since the mass retreat, and those who could have extracted themselves have long since done so. The chances of survival for those left behind are exceedingly slim. Given the freedom of movement, they would naturally seek to return to their main forces, and it is implausible that they would still be evading capture at this juncture. Furthermore, bandits operate as a group rather than as solitary individuals, typically comprising at least 3 to 4 members, potentially even more, though certainly not exceeding 10. Given their nature as bandits, they lack discipline, and a larger number would likely impede their mobility, making them vulnerable to detection by the undead. Lastly, the weapons they possess are likely ours, either stolen or scavenged, with a high probability leaning towards the latter, specifically from our original retreat route. The ammunition they hold is likely in short supply as well. The rationale is straightforward. Even if these bandits possess vehicles for swift movement, their operational range is severely constrained. This is not a time of peace where roads are accessible to all. Most primary routes, particularly highways, have suffered significant damage due to the ongoing conflict. Unless one is intimately familiar with their immediate vicinity, they would not dare venture into unfamiliar territory, even with the utmost audacity. Thus, their operational radius does not exceed 10 kilometers. Beyond that, it becomes a question of survival rather than mere transportation. People instinctively seek to avoid danger, and only in dire circumstances do they risk their lives. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the incident, the only places where one might locate abandoned military equipment would be along our original retreat path, and most soldiers had expended nearly all their ammunition during the withdrawal. Therefore, I am certain that these bandits are not far from us, possibly even right under our noses, and they are undoubtedly aware of our presence, deliberately avoiding us. Zhang Yunlong lit a cigarette and continued. They are certainly not committing these crimes for the first time. Judging by the photographs from the scene, their robbery and violence are executed with a practiced efficiency that indicates they are seasoned criminals. They have likely operated before without detection, disposing of the bodies with the assistance of the undead, leaving no trace behind, as our patrols focus on the living or the recently deceased. However, even if they are intentionally evading us, they cannot remain undiscovered indefinitely. Our patrols do not adhere to a fixed schedule, nor do they follow a consistent route, even if they station someone to observe our movements around the clock. They could not predict our actions, as we ourselves are often unaware of when we will be dispatched. This time, they were simply unfortunate enough to have our patrol catch their trail. Zhang Howard studied his comrade for a moment. Previously aware of this individual's keen insight, but he was astonished that such a small amount of information could yield such a comprehensive analysis. The logic was clear and the reasoning meticulous, leaving no room for criticism. It was all remarkably sound. It seemed that Zhang Yunlong's deductions were indeed accurate. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Yunlong interjected, "Where's your compass? May I borrow it?" Zhang Howard turned to his drawer, retrieving a 97-type compass and handing it to Zhang Yunlong. Upon receiving the compass, Zhang Yunlong instructed, "Follow me," and turned to exit the room. Zhang Howard surmised his intention and accompanied Zhang Yunlong to the company meeting room, where he retrieved the key to unlock the door. The meeting room, now in disarray, bore little resemblance to its former orderly state. The previous standards of cleanliness had long been disregarded, and a pile of bottled mineral water lay in one corner, accompanied by several boxes of compressed biscuits and instant noodles. Zhang Yunlong entered the meeting room and walked directly to the conference table, where a military map of Holdeo City and its surrounding areas, rendered at a scale of 1:50,000, lay spread out before him. That a prominent red dashed line traced a route from the northern edge of the old city to the base, a depiction of the evacuation path. In addition to this conspicuous red line, the map was densely annotated with blue and black marks, indicating the laborious efforts of the patrol teams over the past 6 months. These markings provided a rough estimate of the number of undead and their movement patterns. Although they were not absolute, that a larger and more detailed map hung in the operations command room of the headquarters. Chapter 7. The funeral. Zhang Yunlong pinpointed the incident's location with a pencil, then reset the distance measuring wheel on the compass, sliding it along the small path to the national highway on the retreat route. That he raised his hand to check the dial, and finding it aligned with his estimates, he picked up a nearby protractor. Marking the compass radius on the map scale, he drew a circle with the incident site at its center. Zhang Haoran observed the circle on the map. Realizing the bandits were likely situated within that area, their next task was to ascertain the location of the bandits' hideout. The two of them meticulously analyzed the circle, ultimately identifying a small settlement known as Hualan Village. True to its name, the village was modest and comprised aging structures, surrounded by barren land. This desolation was not due to the laziness of the local populace, but rather stemmed from the area once having a small harbor, functioning as a fishing village where generations relied on the sea for sustenance. Subsequently, the local government initiated development, constructing an industrial zone nearby, filled with chemical factories. Though they claimed there was no pollution, the area eventually became a no-fishing zone, leaving the residents in despair, having protested for years without resolution. The young people, bereft of livelihoods, sought work elsewhere, leaving only the elderly and children to endure in that small, desolate village. When the pandemic first erupted, the village was prioritized for evacuation due to its proximity to the urban center and its sparse population. The village now likely lay deserted, devoid of the living, which would naturally not attract the undead. However, there remained a considerable amount of essential supplies, as the villagers could not carry much when fleeing with their families. The remaining provisions, though scant, would still suffice to sustain several individuals for a year or more. The patrol team's reconnaissance indicated that there were no signs of large undead hordes in the vicinity of Hualan Village, making it highly probable that the bandits' hideout was located within that small village. The conclusion brought a sense of excitement to the duo, and to avoid any oversight, they reviewed their findings thoroughly to ensure nothing was amiss. Zhang Haoran promptly decided to report their analysis to the headquarters, but was halted by Zhang Yunlong. "Brother, there's no rush that if we truly wish to eliminate the bandits, it will eventually fall to our security unit that let's wait for the headquarters to reach their own conclusions before we present ours. However, after the base's party committee meeting this afternoon, we can approach the political officer to share our analysis and gather his thoughts." Zhang Haoran considered this and agreed, shifting the conversation. "Once the results regarding the deceased are released this afternoon, we should proceed with a house burial. We will gather the brothers who are off duty to send him off for the last time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlong's mood grew somber once more. He nodded in silence, returning the compass to Zhang Haoran before departing to attend to his own soldiers awaiting him. That afternoon, the results regarding the incident involving the deceased were announced. Security Company Commander Zhang Haoran and Instructor Lu Yufeng were found to have mismanaged the situation and neglected the ideological education of the soldiers, thus bearing leadership responsibility for the incident. They received a severe warning. Zhang Yunlong, as the second squad leader, was deemed to have insufficient understanding of the psychological state of his squad members and displayed inadequate concern, ultimately leading to a soldier's suicide. He received a major demerit as a warning to others. Zhang Yunlong had no objections to the base's decision. In fact, he felt the punishment was lenient. Had this occurred in peacetime, he would have likely faced dismissal from military service by year-end. Perhaps the base's party committee recognized the current difficult circumstances and sought to mitigate the impact of the incident. The suicide of a soldier under pressure set a very unfortunate precedent, especially given the already high levels of negativity across various units. They could not afford to apply further pressure. A swift conclusion was necessary for the company commander and squad leader, aside from verbal reprimands. There were no significant punitive measures, no demotions, no reductions in rank, and no confinement. The deceased had passed, yet life continued. The road ahead was still long, and every soldier remained an indispensable force. The disciplinary announcement was conveyed personally by the political officer to the security company. And after the announcement, there was no dispersal, as the funeral for Wang Wenhao was set to commence shortly in wartime. All proceedings are simplified. There would be no solemn memorial services, only a brief burial ceremony. Beside the access road to the base's airport runway lay a patch of grass, now serving as the burial ground for those who had sacrificed their lives. 5 rectangular graves had already been dug, with the bodies of the deceased respectfully positioned in front of their respective graves. The remains were merely wrapped in white sheets, with no cremation or coffins. Everything so stark and simple in addition to Wang Wenhao. 4 victims brought back by the patrol team awaited burial. The military doctors had performed autopsies overnight, but uncovered little useful information. The higher-ups decided to inter them together that afternoon, allowing them to rest in peace. All soldiers of the security company lined up before the graves, solemnly bowing 3 times to the deceased, followed by a 3-gun salute. as they were laid to rest and a monument erected. The simple wooden markers bore the names of only 3 individuals. The young boy and a young woman had no identification documents, resulting in the necessity of a nameless marker. Standing before the grave of Wang Wenhao, Zhang Yunlong was filled with a sense of melancholy, suddenly recalling a quote from Chairman Mao. "Loyal bones lie buried beneath every green hill. What need is there for a horse's hide to wrap the corpses?" That rascal Wang Wenhao was indeed fortunate. At least he had a complete body and a resting place. Who knows how many comrades returned without even a corpse, torn apart by the masses, becoming lost souls and wandering ghosts. Ah Wang, you have found your peace, leaving your brothers to endure the hardships of this chaotic world. Perhaps it won't be long before we meet again. Take your time, dear brother, and wait for us. Zhang Yunlong stood in silence alongside 3 soldiers from his squad at Wang Wenhao's grave. Yang Jiu, with tears in his eyes, lit a cigarette and placed it at the grave's foot. Zhang Yunlong then produced 2 more cigarettes, handing one to Gao Yankun. After lighting them, they too placed them at the grave, a gesture of incense for their fallen comrade. The 4 men stood at attention, aligning to the right and gazing forward, saluting their companion, before turning away and heading back to the dormitory. Beside Zhang Yunlong, Cheng Wensheng, fully armed and just off his watch, hurried over to the as they walked. He inquired of his squad leader. "Brother Long, what did the decision say?" The company commander and the instructor each gave a serious warning that as for me, it's a major demerit. You needn't worry about it. Cheng Wensheng remained non-committal, tightening his gun strap as he continued. "I heard from Dizhuang, who returned yesterday, that they encountered bandits outside. Those 4 victims died unjustly. The higher-ups won't ignore this. What should we do next?" Zhang Yunlong did not hesitate, stating plainly, "We will go out and eliminate the bandits. I discussed it with Ranja at noon, and we have roughly identified the locations of the bandit hideouts. It will be a matter of days to eradicate them. Let us patiently await orders." That evening, Zhang Haoran convened a pre-battle meeting at the base, joined by Zhang Yunlong and Meng Weiyuan, the squad leader. During the meeting, they listened to the staff's analysis report on the bandits, which aligned closely with their own assessments. Though the bandits' operational range was larger, with 3 suspected hideouts identified, the political commissar, seated at the head of the table, glanced at Zhang Yunlong several times, deepening his understanding of this familiar backbone, but he marveled at how he had not misjudged this individual. With merely a simple shell casing, Zhang Yunlong had provided such a thorough analysis of the situation. Despite the numerous staff members at the headquarters, their conclusions drawn over a day had not surpassed the accuracy of Zhang Yunlong's single assessment. The expanded range, however, was not necessarily a good sign, indicating that the headquarters lacked sufficient confidence and had to broaden their search area to enhance accuracy. That an extended range meant heightened operational risks. After all, their enemies were not merely the few bandits, but the hordes of corpses that posed the primary threat. Yet, the political commissar refrained from stating this openly, lest it dampen the morale of the junior staff. After the report, he picked up a laser pointer and illuminated a desolate village on the map, saying, "Since we suspect there are 3 locations, let us commence the search from the one nearest to us." Moving outward in succession, this mission is fraught with risk and difficulty, especially since we have no prior combat experience with armed elements. The operation tomorrow will be led by Captain Zhang, with Zhang Yunlong's 2nd Squad and Bao Changjie's 3rd Squad participating. Zhang Yunlong will be responsible for the primary combat tasks, with Bao Changjie providing support, ensuring a steady and cautious approach to minimize casualties that in the event of encountering bandits, they may fire first. Aiming to take prisoners while prioritizing the safety of our soldiers. Lethal force may be employed if necessary. Does anyone have any additional comments? Subsequently, the Chief of Staff expressed his views, further emphasizing the need for caution in the operation. Ensuring that the surroundings were clear of corpses before engaging in battle to prevent attracting the undead with gunfire, which could introduce uncertainties to the encounter. Once the operational tasks were confirmed, the meeting concluded briskly, devoid of any superfluous words. The subsequent arrangements involved methodically adjusting the sentry duty roster. The 2nd and 3rd Squads would not be on guard duty for the next 2 days, allowing all personnel to rest adequately and ensure they were well prepared with their equipment and ammunition. Zhang Yunlong and Bao Changjie proceeded to the vehicle yard to inspect the readiness of the vehicles for the next day's mission. Old Sue in the yard was very cooperative, bringing out the 3 best-conditioned vehicles and filling them with fuel ahead of time. After they arrived, and took the vehicles for a test drive. They expressed their satisfaction. Zhang Yunlong offered Old Su a cigarette and promised to bring him something if it was convenient the following day. Currently, Zhang Yunlong's second squad only had 4 members remaining, and finding replacements was a challenge. Although Bao Changjia's third squad was also short-staffed, they had 7 members, all seasoned veterans who had previously participated in support operations and survived. Logically, Zhang Yunlong, leading 3 inexperienced soldiers into action, should have had Bao Changjia in command of the combat. However, Bao seemed aware of his own limitations. While throwing grenades at a horde of corpses was straightforward, leading a charge was another matter entirely. The last support operation had been with the main force, and in a moment of crisis, he had gambled on a risky move to save most of his men. Otherwise, not only would he have failed to bring his brothers back, but he too might have perished. This mission against the bandits differed from the usual combat with the undead. Their opponents were armed as well, and when bullets flew, they did not discriminate. He was willing to take risks for himself. But leading his brothers into danger was an entirely different matter. Furthermore, the higher-ups had clearly instructed a cautious approach, allowing Zhang Yunlong to take command of the combat, which suited him perfectly, and he readily supported this decision. Chapter 8. The operation begins at 6 o'clock the next morning before dawn. The personnel involved in the mission gathered at the vehicle yard, that a total of 12 individuals divided among 3 vehicles. Zhang Yunlong's squad was equipped with the Type 81 rifle, while Bao Changji's squad and Zhang Haoran had the Type 95. Initially, Zhang Haoran had suggested that Zhang Yunlong's squad switch weapons while collecting ammunition the previous night. However, Zhang Yunlong declined, as his squad had always used the Type 81 and was well accustomed to it. With the operation about to commence, suddenly changing equipment could lead to errors. Stability was paramount. Once personnel were assembled and roll call completed, Zhang Haoran delivered a brief pre-mission address before everyone boarded the vehicles. Zhang Yunlong took the lead, sitting in the front passenger seat, while Cheng Wenxing drove. This was not due to Zhang Yunlong's laziness. Cheng Wenxing was the only one in their squad with a driver's license, although Zhang Yunlong had driven off-road vehicles for 4 or 5 years. Lacking a license made him wary of potential issues, so he chose to remain in the passenger seat. Zhang Haoran's vehicle was in the middle, with Bao Changjia bringing up the rear. The 3 warrior vehicles sped towards the gate. As they approached, the sentry in the watchtower solemnly saluted his comrades, and each vehicle honked in return as they passed. It was only when the 3 vehicles slowly maneuvered around the barricades and obstacles on the road and reached the highway that the sentry lowered his hand from the rifle stock. Watching the vehicles gradually disappear into the distance, the young sentry silently wished for the safe return of his comrades. Having just attended a comrade's funeral yesterday, he sincerely hoped not to participate in another. The primary target of this mission was the desolate village, which was not far from the base, only about 5 kilometers away. Thanks to the patrol team's efforts over the past 6 months, the abandoned vehicles and other obstacles along the route had been largely cleared, allowing the convoy to move swiftly and smoothly to a small grove about a kilometer north of the desolate village. Zhang Yunlong, seated in the lead vehicle, signaled for the following vehicles to slow down and stop. The 3 warriors quietly drove into the low-lying area of the grove. This moment, the sky was just beginning to lighten, with the fiery red sunrise and sparse clouds indicating a fine day ahead. Once everyone disembarked, Zhang Haoran pulled out a map, using a compass to determine the direction before spreading the map across the hood of the nearby warrior vehicle. The 2 squad leaders and the deputy of the 3rd squad positioned themselves on either side, while the remaining soldiers dispersed to maintain vigilance. Zhang Haoran scrutinized the map before addressing Zhang Yunlong and Bao Changjia. Yunlong, the position you chose is excellent. There is a small grove separating us from the desolate village, making it difficult for them to spot our vehicles. Currently, we are approximately 1 kilometer from the village center. We will proceed on foot. It is still early, and if those bandits are indeed hiding in the desolate village, they surely haven't risen yet, giving us ample time. In truth, Zhang Haoran had not considered the 2 additional locations that needed scouting. It was not that he was overly optimistic, but rather that he had complete confidence in himself and his brothers, that if he said the bandits were in the desolate village, they must be there. And preparing for battle was undoubtedly the right course of action. After analyzing the current situation, Zhang Haoran commenced assigning tasks. Bao Changjia, take your squad member by Ziki to join Zhang Yunlong's squad to form Team 2. The remaining soldiers will form Team 1 under my command. We will first scout the area within 1 kilometer, surrounding the desolate village, looking for any signs of corpses or scattered zombies. If we encounter zombies, do not disturb them. We lack silencers, and gunfire could alert the bandits hiding in the village that if we come across isolated zombies, we should use bayonets to eliminate them, ensuring safety. If circumstances allow, we will search from both the east and west sides of the desolate village inward, paying close attention to signs of human habitation. Abandoned houses and those currently inhabited are distinctly different. Zhang Yunlong, remember well what I taught you. Take every precaution. Now let's check our communication devices and synchronize our timing, that if there are no issues around the village, we will commence our search within half an hour. Zhang Yunlong, along with Bao Changjie and the vice-captain of the 3rd Squad, began to inspect their walkie-talkies and earpieces. Once they confirmed everything was in order, they checked their watches at 6:55 and commenced their mission. Bao Changjie softly instructed, "Xiaobai, come with me. The rest should follow the squad leader's orders." Zhang Yunlong cast a stern glance at Baozi, but remained silent, leading his squad of 6, which included Baozi and Xiaobai. Swiftly towards the southwest. Zhang Haoran, meanwhile, directed the other soldiers to the southeast, and throughout the operation, silence reigned as they dispersed. Zhang Yunlong directed Cheng Wensheng to accompany Baozi, effectively dividing the 6 into 2 groups of 3 for mutual cover as they advanced in a slow, semicircular formation along the western perimeter of the desolate village. As Zhang Yunlong led the way, he glanced back to instruct Yang Jiu and Gao Yankun to spread out further and reminded them to maintain a low profile. They continued onward as the first light of dawn illuminated the low grass before them, providing ample visibility, yet remaining gentle on the eyes, a deliberate choice by the command to schedule the operation at this hour. A crucial reason for this timing was that the hordes of zombies typically emerged to scavenge during the night, due to the viral infection causing mutations in their physical abilities and structures. The infected not only experienced hair loss, but also significant alterations in their ocular anatomy, enhancing their night vision. However, this also resulted in heightened sensitivity to light, particularly to bright illumination, coupled with their diminished resistance to ultraviolet rays. It led to the phenomenon where zombies largely remained in their lairs during the day, especially on clear days. Nonetheless, it is essential to clarify that while zombies shun light, they do not fear it. Thus, light does not inflict substantial harm upon them, unless, of course, one were to offer them a crucifixion-like exposure to sunlight for an entire day, which might yield lethal results. Therefore, when sufficiently provoked, they would still emerge from their nests to hunt. The sunlight merely offered a slight advantage to the survivors, not serving as a protective shield. However, for those seeking supplies or attempting to escape, the optimal time for departure remained in the morning, as the zombies, after a night of turmoil, would mostly return to their lairs at the break of dawn, either sated or still hungry. Zhang Yunlong focused intently ahead, providing cover for Baozi and his 2 companions as they passed nearby. Suddenly, as Bao Changjie stepped over a shallow irrigation ditch, he abruptly halted and raised his left hand into a fist. The other 2 immediately ceased their movements, adopting a defensive posture. Zhang Yunlong tightened his grip on his rifle, wary of missing any crucial signs. That a brief series of clicks echoed in his earpiece, and he glanced at Baozi, who had just lowered his left hand from the walkie-talkie on his chest. There was a situation, a danger alert. Zhang Yunlong observed as Baozi trained his rifle unwaveringly on the left front, where a pile of cornstalks stood in the northeastern fields. Such stacks were commonplace during autumn, remnants left by farmers awaiting incineration or shredding after harvest. However, this particular cornstalk pile had evidently been there for quite some time, likely erected in the autumn of the previous year. With the stalks now blackened and moldy, it was precisely because of this that, from Zhang Yunlong's vantage point, a pale human foot protruding from the base of the pile became alarmingly conspicuous. An infected, one of the undead. Zhang Yunlong's brow furrowed in concern as he swallowed hard, tasting bitterness in his mouth. That was truly a case of fearing what one encounters, and they had indeed stumbled upon it. Yet, upon closer inspection of the size of the corn stockpile, it seemed likely that only one zombie was concealed within. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. The trio moved quietly and swiftly to a position 10 meters to the left of Baozi's group, forming an encircling angle around the corn stockpile. Baozi glanced over at Zhang Yunlong, their gazes meeting in mutual understanding. Zhang Yunlong recognized that Baozi was inquiring about their next move. That he scrutinized the exposed foot. noting that it had not shifted since their arrival. The occupant within the pile could only be one of two possibilities, either deceased or asleep. That in December, the nighttime temperatures in the northeast plummet to well below freezing, posing a severe threat to those infected who are often scantily clad or even completely naked. Despite being classified as zombies, their bodily functions still operated, particularly their robust cardiovascular system, which allowed them to maintain a higher body temperature than that of an average human. While they could retain some heat during vigorous activity, they were quick to lose it once still, with the frigid night winds whisking away their surface warmth. To stay warm, they needed to return to their lairs or find a sheltered spot. As the Siberian cold front was not to be trifled with, Zhang Yunlong empathized with the plight of this wandering soul, contemplating the discomfort of sprinting barefoot in the desolate night. Whether the figure before him was alive or dead would depend on their luck. If it were a zombie that had feasted the previous night, it would likely possess ample strength and energy, retreating to rest before dawn. Conversely, if this zombie had gone without food or was inherently weak, it might have sought refuge to await its end, starving or freezing to death. Zhang Yunlong observed the foot closely, noting the unkempt toenails that indicated it had been months since the last grooming. He could ascertain it was an adult male, yet whether he was alive or dead remained a mystery. Under ordinary circumstances, he could have taken a distant shot, ensuring a clean kill, but discharging a firearm now was too risky. If other zombies lurked nearby, a gunshot would serve as a dinner bell. Their vehicle was still 500 meters away, and given the zombies' speed, they would be at a disadvantage. Most critically, firing a weapon would reveal their position, alarming any lurking bandits in the village, jeopardizing their mission. That if they could bypass the zombie unnoticed and engage with the bandits in the village, it might divert attention away from them, preventing unnecessary complications. Thus, they needed to eliminate the zombies silently. Chapter 9. Close Encounters. With this thought, Zhang Yunlong found a calm resolve, tightening the grip of his gloves and adjusting the protective gear on his forearms. Each of them was clad in thick fleece clothing, with durable combat uniforms on top, complemented by bulletproof vests and protective gear for arms and legs. Such protection would prove beneficial even in hand-to-hand combat. Though they had to be cautious to avoid splatters of zombie blood reaching their mouths, in the unfortunate event of a scratch leading to infection, they could simply replace one another with a firm resolve. Zhang Yunlong gestured to Bao Changjie to prepare for close-quarters combat. Bao Changjie nodded in understanding. The leader had given the command for a melee engagement. The other four soldiers felt a jolt of tension as they slowly unsheathed their knives, attaching them to their rifles. Zhang Yunlong indicated that he would take the lead, pointing to himself and then to the corn stockpile. Bao Changjie gestured for a flanking maneuver, guiding his group to encircle the pile from the front. Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun instinctively fell back a position behind the squad leader, ready to provide support as necessary. Zhang Yunlong slowly approached the corn stockpile, no longer focusing on the exposed foot, but rather assessing the zombie's position within, strategizing for a swift and lethal strike. Even if the first thrust did not ensure a kill, it had to penetrate the chest area, ideally piercing the lungs to stifle any cries. Zombies typically emit loud roars when they sense prey or perceive threats, which could attract other nearby hordes, acting as a rallying call. Thus, the first thrust had to be both accurate and forceful. To be candid, this was Zhang Yunlong's first experience with such close proximity to an infected being. Previously, he had always engaged from a distance, taking aim and shooting. The closest encounter had occurred during a patrol when 3 zombies had surged from the roadside. At that time, Zhang Yunlong and his comrades had reacted swiftly, firing their weapons, with the closest zombie collapsing just 5 meters away. This time, however, it involved a knife, and the tension was palpable. Zhang Yunlong felt his palms growing clammy within his gloves as he took a deep breath. Gauging the moment, with a firm grip on the rifle stock and his left hand securing the foregrip, he channeled his weight into the thrust. The pristine blade of the 81-style rifle pierced effortlessly through the gaps in the corn stalks. The instant the blade entered, a low, muffled roar emanated from within the pile, and the exposed foot swiftly retreated, confirming that this zombie was indeed alive. Panic surged within Zhang Yunlong as he quickly withdrew the knife and plunged it back in with renewed vigor. At that moment, a bare head emerged from the pile, only to be thrust back in by the force of Zhang Yunlong's second strike. Exhaling sharply, Zhang Yunlong struggled to catch his breath, suddenly feeling an immense pressure transmitted through his rifle. As Zhang Yunlong was on the verge of pulling his 81-style rifle into the fray, he took a deep breath, bracing himself to engage in a struggle against the encroaching zombie at that moment. A stack of corn stalks burst open, and a gaunt yet towering figure erupted forth from within. This zombie was a tall male, his upper body bare, clad only in tattered denim shorts, and his bare feet stood upon the ground. His bald head was dominated by blood-red eyes that appeared devoid of pupils, and at this moment, he fixated his menacing gaze upon Zhang Yunlong. The sharp, blood-stained fangs visible in his gaping mouth were particularly alarming. The blood in the zombie's mouth was its own. Zhang Yunlong's second stab had successfully pierced the right side of its chest, striking a lung. The creature's formidable respiratory system forced blood from the wound to erupt from its mouth as it let out a low growl. But it soon fell silent, choked by its own blood, that in addition to the stab wound in its chest, there was also an infant-sized gash on the zombie's abdomen, oozing blood profusely, thanks to the unique design of the 81-style bayonet, which lacked the multitude of auxiliary features found in the 95-style military knife. Its sole purpose was to pierce. The blade was straight and slender, but it thickened gradually from the tip downwards, featuring 2 blood grooves on each side specifically designed for blood drainage. Once embedded in flesh, the wound would not close even after the blade was withdrawn, rendering it an exceedingly efficient instrument of assassination. Given its lethal efficiency, it proved equally effective against zombies. Zhang Yunlong's second thrust sank deep, likely puncturing the creature's lung. This towering zombie, standing at least 6 feet tall, had a physique that was lean yet muscular, with sinewy muscles clearly visible beneath its pallid skin. Furthermore, due to the unique mutations associated with zombies, they often possess strength that surpassed that of ordinary humans. The zombie gripped the barrel of the 81-style rifle tightly with its right hand, preventing Zhang Yunlong from withdrawing the bayonet, while its left hand lunged toward him. At this moment, the advantages of the 81-style rifle became apparent. With the bayonet attached, it measured 1.1 meters in length, surpassing the 95-style rifle by over 30 centimeters, making it particularly suited for close-quarters combat. As the zombie reached for Zhang Yunlong's face, he instinctively bent to the left. The creature's razor-sharp claws narrowly grazed the edge of his steel helmet. Realizing it had missed its strike, the zombie retracted its arm to attack again. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun, witnessing their squad leader in a standoff with the zombie, swiftly reacted, raising their rifles to thrust. Yang Jiyu's blade pierced the zombie's left forearm, impaling it directly. Gao Yankun was even more audacious, letting out a low growl as he raised his rifle and drove the bayonet into the zombie's right eye socket. The zombie, which had been thrashing violently, came to an abrupt halt, collapsing to the ground, its claws relinquishing their grip on Zhang Yunlong's rifle. Observing that the zombie had been dealt with, Zhang Yunlong smoothly withdrew the bayonet from the creature's chest. Gazing silently at the twitching form of the zombie sprawled on the ground, his first thrust had been slightly off target, landing on the creature's abdomen. Had it not been for the stack of corn, the zombie's initial roar could have drawn wolves to their location. Fortunately, his 2 comrades had acted swiftly, delivering timely assistance. Otherwise, Zhang Yunlong might not have survived this encounter. All 3 men, experiencing their first close-quarters battle with a zombie using bayonets, had managed to overcome their intrinsic fears and coordinate their efforts. A remarkable feat in itself, that it could be said that the trio had all made minor breakthroughs today, representing a form of growth. Zhang Yunlong scrutinized the details of his initial kill with the bayonet. In truth, it was not solely his accomplishment, as it was Gao Yankun's final strike that had sent the zombie to its end. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yunlong raised his gaze to Gao Yankun and remarked, "Akun, you performed admirably today. A swift kill at close range, very brave." He then turned to Yang Jiyu, saying, "You did well too. Your first stab was remarkably precise. Had you not pinned the zombie's arm, I would have been in peril. You saved your squad leader's life." Gao Yankun and Yang Jiyu, initially still shaken by the sight of the zombie's corpse, couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at their leader's commendation. After all, they had drawn blood with their bayonets, and upon returning from this mission, they knew accolades would surely await them. Bao Zhengjia's team, witnessing Zhang Yunlong and his comrades efficiently dispatch the zombie, felt a sense of admiration for the trio. That it was no wonder Zhang Yunlong had insisted on retaining his weapon. There was evidently sound reasoning behind it. Had they been armed with the 95-style rifle, They might have sustained injuries, and in these times, wounds often equated to sacrifice, a grave matter indeed. Nearby, Chen Wenqing observed his squad leader and comrades successfully neutralizing the zombie. Feeling a sense of pride that lifted his spirits, allowing him to walk with a lighter step, the squad did not linger further, quickly regrouping and advancing onward. Fortunately, the subsequent search and reconnaissance proceeded smoothly. With no further encounters with infected individuals at AT-720, they met another team approximately 300 meters south of the desolate village. Zhang Haoran, upon seeing Zhang Yunlong's trio with bloodied bayonets still affixed to their rifles, understood they had encountered a zombie. Concerned, he glanced at the 6 members of the second team, relieved to find they were all unharmed, and then turned to Zhang Yunlong, quietly inquiring, "How many did you encounter?" Zhang Yunlong, not meeting Zhang Haoran's gaze, observed the distant desolate village through Ranji's 62-style binoculars, casually replying, "We only came across one, hiding among a stack of corn stalks that I have no idea where it came from. And we haven't discovered any other signs of a horde nearby. IT seems to have gotten separated from the main group last night and ended up wandering too far, only to cross paths with us today. What a coincidence. We must ensure it receives a proper send-off." Hearing this, Zhang Haoran, noting the young man's humor in the face of danger, realized there was no cause for alarm and refrained from further inquiries. After confirming the reconnaissance results for both teams, they determined the area surrounding the village to be temporarily secure, solidifying their belief that the bandits were indeed hiding within the desolate village. The two teams quickly passed each other, hastening along their respective routes. Given the previously confirmed safety of the area, their pace was brisk at BY-730. They reached their designated positions on either side of the desolate village. However, due to their rapid advance, both teams were left considerably fatigued. Traversing the rugged terrain was no trivial endeavor. Zhang Yunlong contacted Zhang Haoran via the intercom, requesting a momentary halt to rest. Zhang Haoran agreed to a 10-minute break for water and a few bites of compressed biscuits to replenish their energy. Planning to enter the desolate village for a search by 7:40 to Chapter 10, discovering the target in response, both Zhang Yunlong and Baozi raised their hands in agreement. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. A proper rest would ensure they had the energy to deal with those nefarious bandits. Utilizing the break, Zhang Yunlong once more instructed the soldiers to inspect their weaponry and gear. He meticulously cleaned the bayonet used to slay the zombie with alcohol-soaked gauze before sheathing it again. Acknowledging that the likelihood of needing the bayonet in the upcoming combat was low, after inspecting his 81-style rifle, Zhang Yunlong retrieved the 54 pistol from his holster, although both were outdated weaponry. Zhang Yunlong held a deep affinity for the 81-style rifle, while harboring an aversion toward the old 5.4 TOM. The pistol possessed no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Of course, this was merely his personal opinion. Many had excelled with the 54 in the army. Although Zhang Yunlong longed for a 92-style pistol, he found it impossible to procure one, as only a few remained at the base. Those higher-ups had them. But there was no chance of a swap, and he knew better than to expect anything from the political commissar. Captain Zhang Haoran did possess a 92-style pistol, yet Zhang Yunlong felt unable to voice his request. Resigned to continue making do with the 5.4 TO date, he had barely fired it more than a handful of times. Zhang Yunlong nonetheless conducted a thorough inspection of the pistol, recognizing it as his own weapon. A potential lifesaver in critical moments, satisfied that all was in order, he chambered a round, engaged the safety, and returned the pistol to its holster, contemplating that upon their return, he would need to acquire a quicker draw holster. The current leather holster was far too slow for his liking. Glancing at his watch, he noted there was 1 minute remaining that he waved to Baozi, stationed 10 meters away on guard, before standing up and prompting the team to conduct one final check of their weaponry. Preparing to set off, both teams advanced in alternating fashion. Zhang Yunlong utilized his binoculars to survey the designated cottages he had marked at the rendezvous point, systematically ruling them out that he inquired via intercom with the team entering from the west. Yet they reported no significant findings. The deeper he ventured into the village, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that his estimations were incorrect and the bandits were not concealed within, or were they truly being exceedingly cautious? Refraining from cooking or lighting fires so early in the morning, the small village was eerily silent, and after searching for some time, he had found neither smoke rising nor any signs of recent human activity. As he approached the village center, the prospect of finding nothing upon merging with the first team would almost confirm that the bandits were not hiding here. Just as Zhang Yunlong was about to inquire if Zhang Haoran had uncovered anything, he suddenly heard a very clear cry of a woman. Instantly, Zhang Yunlong crouched down to maintain vigilance, and shortly thereafter, he heard Zhang Haoran's voice in his earpiece. Yunlong, did you hear that just now? Over. Zhang Yunlong raised his hand to the intercom, preparing to respond, when an even louder scream resonated. This time with a discernible direction, he quickly called out, "Received, Rango. I heard it too, coming from my 2 o'clock position. Distance is currently uncertain. Over." Zhang Haoran promptly responded, "Received at my 11 o'clock position. It appears we have located the target. Proceed with caution, and be mindful not to make any noise that might alert them. Maintain radio silence unless absolutely necessary. Over." Upon receiving the command, Zhang Yunlong rose, his peripheral vision catching sight of the Bao Changjie team, swiftly converging towards him after hearing the commotion and the intercom orders. The two exchanged a tacit nod and advanced towards the source of the cries. The 2 teams proceeded cautiously along the edges of the road, and after rounding a small intersection, they discovered a narrow alley ahead. The alley was brief, spanning less than 10 meters, and contained a single household. The entrance directly faced the alley, featuring a pair of weathered red iron doors, their paint chipped and faded. However, the dust on the concrete ground bore clear imprints of footsteps, indicating recent activity. The courtyard was only a single story but spacious, and from beyond the surrounding wall, they could discern a blue prefabricated structure resembling a garage or workshop. Across the alley, 3 strands of thin wire were strung horizontally, no higher than a person's knees, adorned with an array of empty beer cans and bells. The cans likely contained pebbles, which produced a faint jingling sound in the breeze, clearly designed as a warning system against zombies. Upon observing these warning devices, Zhang Yunlong understood they had found the right place, yet he did not advance immediately. Instead, he retreated a short distance to reapproach the previous intersection, quietly calling over the intercom. "Rango, I have identified the target structure. Red tiles, white walls, a spacious courtyard, and a visible blue shed above the courtyard wall that we have discovered a rudimentary alarm system in the alley before the courtyard gate. Please proceed with caution. Over." Shortly after, 2 clicks from the intercom acknowledged receipt of the message. It seemed that Rangu and his team were also drawing near to the courtyard. Zhang Yunlong wasted no time, swiftly leading his team towards the courtyard, signaling Bao Changjie to approach the main gate while he flanked from a small courtyard adjacent to the alley. Bao Changjie nodded in understanding, carefully guiding his team over the wires, moving stealthily towards the iron gate. Zhang Yunlong's team initially provided cover for Baozi and his companions as they advanced to lean against the courtyard wall, signaling for silence. Subsequently, they scaled the wall from the side of the alley into the left front courtyard of the target area. Given that this was an occupied courtyard, the adjacent uninhabited courtyard was likely safe, eliminating the possibility of encountering zombies playing hide-and-seek. Zhang Yunlong confidently climbed over, the wall being only slightly over 2 meters high. With his Type 81 rifle slung behind him, he took a brief running start before vaulting over. After ensuring no noise was made upon landing, he jumped down, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon realizing the main gate was ajar. Merely 5 meters from his position, Zhang Yunlong's face flushed crimson, mentally chiding himself for not noticing the gate, which was practically under his nose. Moments later, Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun followed suit, also climbing in, prompting Zhang Yunlong to roll his eyes in exasperation. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that the foolishness of the squad often mirrored that of its leader. Once steady, the trio followed Zhang Yunlong's gaze and noticed the slightly open wooden door, sharing a quiet laugh that seemed to alleviate the tension of the impending confrontation. What harm could come from their momentary folly? After all, no one was aware, and their primary objective remained paramount. Once inside the courtyard, matters would be far more manageable. Rural homes typically feature simple staircases leading directly to the rooftops, especially in northeastern villages where residents often dry corn atop their homes. Zhang Yunlong quickly scanned the courtyard, noting that the doors to the rooms were wide open, revealing a scene of disarray within, clearly ransacked by intruders. Likely the handiwork of those bandits, that he disregarded the state of the interior and led his team up to the rooftop. A decision made to observe the target courtyard, as previously discussed, Upon confirming the target, it was imperative to ascertain whether the occupants were indeed the bandits, thus preventing any potential harm to survivors. Once atop the rooftop platform, Zhang Yunlong found himself concealed behind a red-tiled roof, safeguarding them from view while simultaneously limiting their line of sight towards the target courtyard. Then he instructed Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun to remain vigilant while he gingerly navigated the red bricks. Climbing up towards the beam. After reaching his vantage point, Zhang Yunlong removed his helmet, cautiously peering out to find himself merely 5 or 6 meters from the target courtyard wall, affording him a clear view of the situation below. A single glance confirmed that they had indeed located the right individuals. Zhang Yunlong's observation point was impeccable. From his perspective, aside from the shed, he could see the entirety of the courtyard. Scattered throughout were various items. And several men clad in thick jackets or down coats stood in the yard, laughing and engaging in hushed conversations, gesturing towards a shed. Positioned near the main door of the house was a formidable-looking middle-aged man seated in a grand chair, glaring furiously at the shed below. From beneath the shed, faint cries of women could be discerned, intensifying the gravity of the situation. The middle-aged man, resembling a bandit leader, sported a buzz cut and donned an ostentatious black mink coat, adorned with an exaggerated gold chain that glimmered in the sunlight, as if paying homage to the notorious figures of yore. Zhang Yunlong recognized this man as flamboyant appearance as indicative of a nefarious character. Coupled with the sounds of distress emanating from beneath the shed, it was highly probable that the individuals were captives, likely subjected to their torment for amusement. After comprehending the general layout of the courtyard, Zhang Yunlong refrained from immediately reporting back to Zhang Haoren. Instead, he lingered a moment longer to ascertain the precise number of bandits and the quantity of their weaponry. The bandit leader not only dressed the most extravagantly, but was also armed to the teeth. In addition to the Type 81 rifle leaning against his chair, he bore 2 Type 54 handguns tucked into his waistband, conspicuously displayed for all to see, as if eager to flaunt his arsenal. However, Zhang Yunlong noted the absence of spare magazines for either the handguns or the rifle. It remained unclear whether they were concealed elsewhere or simply not present. Observing the other bandits in the courtyard, there were a total of 8 men engaging freely in conversation and laughter. Among them, 3 were armed with Type 81 rifles, while a scruffy-looking individual beside the bandit leader brandished a Type 54, the grip protruding from his leather jacket pocket. The remaining 4 men were unarmed, their hands in their pockets, yet they mingled seamlessly with the armed bandits, exhibiting no signs of coercion or intimidation. Chapter 11. Breaching the door. Zhang Yunlong continued to observe, hoping to discern the conditions within the rooms and determine if any additional individuals were present. However, disappointment washed over him as he noted that the southern side of the courtyard featured 4 closed doors. Due to his angle, he could not see the specifics of the rooms on either side, only catching sight of one door on the west that was ajar. Since Zhang Yunlong's ascent, no one had emerged from the rooms, leaving him uncertain about the presence of other bandits or the number of captives being held. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the bandit courtyard as the middle-aged bandit at the forefront bellowed, "Bring me a bucket of water. I want this little wretch to remember her place." The previously gathered bandits dispersed, and a young man clad in a down jacket, carrying a Type 81 rifle, eagerly dashed towards the courtyard's corner, where a large water vat awaited. Meanwhile, the sycophant who had been standing beside the bandit leader wore a smug expression, casting glances towards the shed below. The cries of the woman beneath the shed grew more desperate. Filled with dread for the torment that awaited her, sensing a shift in the situation, Zhang Yunlong quickly retracted his head, lowering his voice as he pressed the intercom to urgently contact Zhang Haoren's team. "Rango, what is your current position? Is it convenient to speak? I have a clear understanding of the courtyard situation. Currently, I've identified 9 bandits, 5 of whom are armed, for Type 81 rifles and 3 Type 54 handguns. Aside from the leader's 2 handguns, the others carry a single weapon each, likely without spare magazines. There are survivors under their control, though I cannot ascertain their exact number or whether there are additional bandits in the rooms. Please advise on whether to proceed with an assault." Over. Moments later, Zhang Haoren's voice crackled through the earpiece. Subdued yet resolute, "I have reached the rear wall of the courtyard and am gathering at the entrance to prepare for a strong assault." It was evident that Zhang Haoren was not inclined to delay any further. The situation, as uncovered, was far from optimistic. However, they still held an advantage in numbers and firepower, and the lives of the survivors were at stake, necessitating immediate action. They must capitalize on the bandits' momentary distraction to launch a surprise attack, catching them off guard. Upon receiving the command, Zhang Yunlong cautiously descended to the platform, just as he was about to relay the mission to Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun. A sudden cacophony of splashing water erupted from the bandits' courtyard, followed by a chilling scream. The bandits erupted in raucous laughter, and the courtyard descended into chaos. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yunlong swiftly instructed the two men. "You two remain on standby here. Once we breach the premises, quickly ascend to the rooftop and fire down into the courtyard, targeting those armed with guns. Maintain your fire, and do not be stingy with your ammunition." With that, he hurriedly made his way into the small courtyard, approaching the half-open wooden door, ready to push it open. With a creak, the long unlubricated hinges emitted a harsh screech as Zhang Yunlong pulled the door with force, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow and the hairs on his back to stand on end. He paused to listen intently to the commotion in the neighboring bandit courtyard, where the noise showed no signs of abating. Fortunately, it seemed the bandits' alertness was rather lacking. Perhaps the 3 iron wires in the alley had imbued them with an unwarranted sense of security, rendering them oblivious to the unusual sounds nearby. Thankfully, the courtyard was quite noisy at that moment. Had Zhang Yunlong pushed the door open earlier, he might have startled them. It seems that when necessary, scaling the walls would indeed be the better option. Zhang Yunlong glanced back at Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun, who remained on the platform, their eyes wide with anticipation as they watched their squad leader. He gestured reassuringly to indicate all was well, carefully turning sideways to slip through the door's gap, that he then crossed over the iron wires in the alley, swiftly moving to the iron gate, where Zhang Hauren's team had already circled around from behind. Zhang Yunlong nodded to Ram brother, who did not inquire about Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun's whereabouts, clearly understanding that Zhang Yunlong had other plans. Making a combat-ready gesture, Zhang Yunlong disengaged the safety on his rifle and opened the flaps of the 2 magazine pouches on the left side of his 6-style combat vest, revealing spare magazines inside. Observing Zhang Yunlong's actions, the nearby Baozi followed suit, opening his own magazine pouch, gripping his rifle firmly, his index finger resting on the trigger guard, prepared for battle. Zhang Yunlong signaled to Zhang Hauren to provide cover, then stealthily approached the red iron gate. As he examined the tightly shut gate, he furrowed his brow. It appeared to be locked from the inside. He gently pushed against it, but the gate remained immovable. Peering through the gap between the 2 doors, he noticed a 2-centimeter-thick iron rod wedged behind it, likely a bolt. This was problematic. Due to limited resources and insufficient experience, the squad had not brought any tools for breaching doors. Zhang Yunlong glanced back at Zhang Hauren, who, upon observing Zhang Yunlong's demeanor and reaction, understood the issue at hand and frowned in concern. What could be done? In this tense moment, with their arrow drawn, they were compelled to act, yet the squad found themselves obstructed by a flimsy iron gate. Though the door was not thick, attempting to force it open would require more than a mere shove, and would undoubtedly create a tremendous racket. Unless the bandits inside were deaf, they would surely be alerted. Zhang Yunlong contemplated the iron door for a moment, then gritted his teeth with determination, retrieving a 67-style hand grenade from the side of his combat vest. He turned to Zhang Hauren, who, upon seeing the grenade, widened his eyes in shock. However, upon further reflection, he recognized the practicality of the decision. If the door could not be breached by force, it could certainly be blown open. While the explosion would be deafening, it would swiftly dismantle the iron gate. Furthermore, the blast would not only startle the bandits inside, but also buy them precious time to infiltrate, with no breaching tools available. And the longer they stalled outside, the greater the risk of alerting the bandits within. They resolved to proceed without hesitation. With a firm nod to Zhang Yunlong, they signaled their agreement. Once granted permission, Zhang Yunlong gestured for the others to step back to a safe distance. The soldiers on either side, led by Zhang Hauren and Baozi, slowly retreated along the walls, creating a 5 to 6 meter gap. When they had distanced themselves enough, Zhang Yunlong placed the grenade, iron head down, between the 2 iron doors. Steadying it with one hand, he slowly pulled the pin with the other, aware that this old-fashioned grenade had a detonation time of 3 to 4 seconds. Ample time for him to flee. He was nonetheless apprehensive about whether it could indeed blast open the door, given its limited explosive charge. But with no other options, he inhaled deeply, yanked the fuse, and swiftly released his grip. The grenade stood before the iron door, emitting wisps of smoke. Zhang Yunlong dashed towards Baozi, disregarding whether the noise would alert the bandits, who were still laughing merrily, thinking they would continue their revelry for a while longer. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. Dust billowed into the air before the red iron door was violently hurled into the courtyard. Crashing heavily to the ground, it appeared that, despite its age, the grenade had no trouble obliterating a small iron door. Upon witnessing the successful breach, Zhang Yunlong did not hesitate. He led the charge into the courtyard. Zhang Haoran and the other soldiers followed closely behind, dispersing swiftly and aiming their weapons at the interior. The bandits, who had previously been laughing and enjoying the spectacle, were taken aback by the sudden explosion, their jovial demeanor replaced by panic as they recoiled in shock. They soon beheld the once secure iron door flying into the courtyard, crashing heavily onto the ground, and a group of fully armed soldiers rushing through the now empty doorway. Still reeling from the surprise of the explosion, the bandits had yet to regain their composure before the soldiers had them partially surrounded, weapons drawn and aimed at as Zhang Yunlong burst into the courtyard. He swiftly raised his Type 81 rifle, lining up his sights on the seated bandit leader, intent on neutralizing the threat. Resolute in his decision, he aimed for the leader, determined to fire first if the bandit dared to resist. At that moment, the bandit leader, still shaken by the explosion, dropped his hands from his head only to find soldiers pointing guns at him. Realizing that despite their best efforts, they had been targeted, he instinctively reached for the Type 81 rifle beside him. Zhang Yunlong, noticing the leader's move, shouted, "Don't move! Drop your weapons and surrender." The other soldiers echoed his command, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Faced with the dire situation, the bandits instinctively raised their hands in surrender. The leather-clad henchman beside the leader also withdrew his hand from his weapon, trembling as he lifted his hands above his head. Just as the soldiers began to relax, believing the situation was under control, the previously surrendered bandit leader suddenly glared with malice. His teeth clenched, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. Chapter 12. Close quarters gunfight. Zhang Yunlong sensed that something was amiss upon seeing the leader's expression, and instinctively squeezed the trigger, but it was too late. The leader quickly seized the leather-clad henchman and used him as a shield, while his other hand grabbed the Type 81 rifle, crouching low as he fled. Shouting, "Brothers, fight back!" Zhang Yunlong's gunfire rang out immediately afterward, a series of shots piercing through the henchman's chest, rendering him lifeless. This despicable henchman had unwittingly sacrificed himself for his master. Meanwhile, the leader, bent over and running, escaped the trajectory of the bullets, which instead shattered the window of the room ahead. Hearing their leader's command and the ensuing gunfire, the three armed bandits instinctively reached for their weapons, while those without firearms turned to flee into the building. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Zhang Haoran decisively shouted, "Open fire!" He was the first to take aim at a bandit who had just unslung his rifle. The courtyard erupted into chaos as gunfire filled the air. The distinctive sound of automatic rifles echoed as one by one. The bandits, armed or unarmed, facing the soldiers or fleeing, were struck by bullets, blood bursting forth in a gruesome display. Bandits continued to fall, yet none found the opportunity to raise their weapons against the advancing soldiers. Although Zhang Yunlong and his comrades lacked first-hand experience in engaging armed personnel, they were, after all, seasoned soldiers who had wielded firearms and witnessed the horrors of bloodshed, rendering them infinitely more formidable than this ragtag group of miscreants. Coupled with their advantageous position and superior firepower, at such a close range, precise aiming was hardly necessary. The courtyard, along with the gang leader, housed a mere 9 bandits, while the attacking soldiers numbered 10, allowing each warrior to engage a foe, with one additional soldier free to act as he pleased. It would be astonishing if their assault was anything less than decisive. Just as the soldiers were mercilessly mowing down the enemy, the sole individual to overlook his target was, ironically, Zhang Yunlong. Realizing his shot had missed, and having inadvertently killed the lackey used as a human shield, he resolutely redirected his fire toward the fleeing gang leader. However, the gang leader, in a desperate bid for survival, reacted with remarkable speed, brandishing his Type 81 rifle while sprinting towards the safety of a nearby building, firing indiscriminately over his shoulder without aiming. The bullets flew in a haphazard manner, with the trigger pulled to its limit, while he continued his frantic escape. Although a significant portion of the rounds fired went skyward, A few stray bullets were nonetheless directed towards Zhang Yunlong's vicinity. With little cover in the courtyard, both factions found themselves starkly exposed to one another's gunfire. The principle of who fired first benefiting from the encounter did not negate the potential for retaliation from those who fired later. As Zhang Yunlong was engrossed in his own shooting, he suddenly observed the dim light of gunfire and the accompanying cacophony erupting from the opposite side, with several bullets whistling perilously close overhead. Alarmed, he was forced to cease his firing, quickly dropping to the side while pulling a nearby comrade down with him. Just then, bullets zipped past them, one grazing the back of Zhang Yunlong's hand resting on the other soldier, leaving him acutely aware of the searing heat on his skin. Upon witnessing the counterattack from the bandits, Zhang Haoran shouted, "Take cover!" The other soldiers either crouched down or lay flat, abruptly halting the once-spirited gunfire. The bandit who had been firing successfully retreated into the building after exhausting his rifle's magazine. The courtyard, which had been a scene of chaotic gunfire, fell into an eerie silence, amplifying the woman's piercing screams. Observing the trembling bandits drenched in their own blood, the already high-pitched shrieks of the woman escalated further. The soldiers, either prone or crouched, lacked the energy to attend to the woman beneath the shelter. The wounded bandits lay lifeless on the ground, their breathing shallow, while the fortunate gang leader had vanished into the building without a sound. Zhang Yunlong raised his head from the ground to assess the situation in the courtyard. He quickly realized that, apart from the gang leader, all remaining bandits had succumbed to their injuries and were incapacitated, but he promptly sprang to his feet, adopting a standard half-crouch stance while keeping his weapon at the ready. The soldier whom he had saved remained on the ground, aiming at the opposite structure. Zhang Haoran's command rang out. "Stay vigilant. Maintain a low profile." All soldiers either lay or crouched, weapons drawn and aimed, slowly sweeping the courtyard for any potential counterattack from the enemy. Just as most of their weapons were focused on the room where the gang leader had taken refuge, the door of a building on the north side, located to the left and behind the soldiers, suddenly swung open, and two disheveled bandits burst forth, rifles at the ready, preparing to unleash a barrage upon the unsuspecting warriors. Due to the gang leader's retreat into the eastern room, the soldiers were either intentionally or inadvertently aligned towards the east, leaving them exposed to the advancing bandits. This unfortunate situation revealed the lack of combat experience among Zhang Yunlong and his comrades that in theory, both Zhang Haoran and Zhang Yunlong had undergone rigorous urban combat training. Specializing in close-quarters battles (CQB), Zhang Haoran had focused on Special Operations Command at military school, where the clear delineation of roles during close assaults was paramount. Each soldier was meant to cover different angles of fire. Even if others were unaware, Zhang Haoran, as the commander, and Zhang Yunlong, as a key combatant, should have been vigilant in reminding their comrades to be aware of their surroundings and to diversify their watchful stances. Regrettably, they had faltered, and both had erred in unison, forgetting the crucial tenets drilled into them during training. Too preoccupied with controlling the situation and firing their weapons, they neglected to caution their fellow soldiers about their surroundings, thus placing themselves and their comrades in peril. By the time Zhang Yunlong caught a glimpse of the danger from the corner of his eye, it was too late to redirect his weapon. Zhang Haoran, being closer to the two emerging bandits, reacted slightly quicker than Zhang Yunlong, but only managed to shift his body. The two bandits had already aimed their rifles at the soldiers in the courtyard. Poised to pull the trigger, in that critical moment, a sudden flurry of rifle fire erupted from an angle above the courtyard. A torrent of bullets descended upon the two bandits, the sheer force of the gunfire toppling them over amidst a spray of blood. One bandit had his skull nearly cleaved in half, while the other was struck by a dozen bullets, propelling him against the rear wall, his convulsions inadvertently causing his finger to squeeze the trigger. Though all the rounds found their mark on the ground at that moment, Zhang Yunlong had felt his heart leap into his throat upon seeing the two bandits charge out, lamenting the presence of more adversaries within the building. Yet, as the bandits raised their weapons, Zhang Yunlong, due to his crouched position, found it too late to pivot towards the threat. Most of the soldiers in the courtyard were directly exposed to the bandits' gunfire. Just as it seemed they would be overwhelmed, fate intervened, delivering a hail of bullets that swiftly ended the two bandits. Once the gunfire ceased, Zhang Yunlong realized that his team had been saved by Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun, who he had stationed on the rooftop, still reeling from the brush with death. Zhang Yunlong gave a thumbs up to the two men, who were now reloading their rifles. Turning to Zhang Haoran, he noticed his comrade's face was ashen, both realizing the gravity of their earlier mistake. Fortunately, it was not too late to rectify their error. They quickly directed for soldiers to move left, with Zhang Haoran leading the search room by room to ensure no bandits remained hidden. Zhang Yunlong continued to aim his weapon at the room where the gang leader had taken cover, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoran's team as they began to enter the building. Preparing to flush the gang leader out, that he shouted the classic line, "Listen up, you are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and come out. We, the National Defense Forces, offer humane treatment to prisoners." However, instead of a plea for mercy, he was met with the sight of two Type 54 pistols emerging from beneath the windowsill. The gang leader, concealed behind a broken window, fired blindly, his head down, gripping both pistols and unleashing a barrage of gunfire in the general direction of the soldiers, resulting in another chaotic flurry of bullets. Zhang Yunlong, caught off guard as he had just finished his command and was preparing to observe the enemy's reaction, hastily dropped to the ground, clutching his helmet. Although his posture resembled a chaotic tumble, he managed to evade the onslaught. However, his comrade Bao Zhangjie was not as fortunate. Positioned nearby and hunched over, he was struck directly in the chest by a bullet from a 7.62mm pistol, causing him to collapse onto his back. Seeing his comrade fall, Zhang Yunlong shouted Baozi. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his cover, sprang up, and began firing his rifle, with the other soldiers following suit. 4 assault rifles unleashed a torrent of gunfire, creating a dense wall of bullets that riddled the opposite window and surrounding walls with holes, causing the white plaster to flake away and reveal the red brick and cement beneath. The gang leader, who had been so fervently firing moments before, fell silent. Chapter 13. Completing the mission. Zhang Yunlong, witnessing the hail of fire render the enemy mute, turned swiftly to check on Bao Zhangjie, who lay on the ground clutching his chest and gasping for breath, yet silent. The palm pressed against his chest bore no blood, suggesting that the bullet had not penetrated his bulletproof vest. Zhang Yunlong quickly inquired, "Baozi, are you all right?" Bao Zhangjie nodded, breathless, as if he had just resurfaced from drowning, feeling as though he could not catch his breath. Seeing that Baozi was relatively unharmed, Zhang Yunlong shifted his focus back to reloading his rifle. Seizing the moment while changing magazines, he glanced at the woman beneath the shelter. Before him stood a young woman, her disheveled hair obscuring her features. Clad only in thin autumn attire, she was soaked through. Her hands bound with rope and suspended from the steel beams beneath the shelter, her bare feet barely touching the ground. Overwhelmed by fear and cold, she trembled violently upon witnessing the pitiable state of the woman before him. Zhang Yunlong found any lingering sympathy for the fallen bandits evaporating instantly, a fierce desire to fire another couple of shots surging within him. Yet, with one bandit leader's fate still uncertain, he had no time to rescue the woman and instead aimed his freshly loaded rifle once more at the room across from him. At that moment, Zhang Haoran, having completed his inspections of the other rooms, joined the ranks of those taking aim, approaching the bandit leader's hiding place from the northeast corner of the courtyard, forming an implicit angle with Zhang Yunlong. Realizing that the other rooms had been thoroughly searched and confirming that the remaining bandits lay dead, Zhang Yunlong's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, now felt a measure of relief. However, it was not yet time to relax. The last remaining bandit leader was likely the most formidable foe. The brief span of less than 3 minutes since Zhang Yunlong had charged into the courtyard had revealed that this was a man utterly desperate. Cornered and with nothing left to lose, he could resort to any frenzied act to take others down with him. Coupled with the inexperience of Zhang Yunlong and his comrades, any misstep could lead to unnecessary casualties. As Zhang Yunlong struggled with these thoughts while aiming, he spotted Zhang Haoran stealthily retrieving a grenade near the window of the bandit leader's room. Zhang Yunlong's eyes widened in shock. It seemed that this duo, upon encountering a problem, instinctively reached for grenades. This was certainly effective, leaving no opportunity for a survivor. Just as Zhang Yunlong pondered how he would report this to their superior, he watched as Zhang Haoran, without even pulling the pin, hurled the grenade into the room, shouting, "If you don't surrender, we will blow you to pieces." Zhang Yunlong was momentarily dumbfounded by Zhang Haoran's reckless decision to throw the grenade without caution. But he quickly regained his composure and firmly aimed at the door, realizing what needed to be done next. After the grenade was tossed into the room, accompanied by Zhang Haoran's urgent shout, the bandit leader, understanding the imminent threat from the soldiers outside, realized that remaining inside would only lead to his demise. With a desperate roar, he clumsily vaulted through the shattered window, his firearm slipping from his grasp. The hasty escape, complicated by his long fur coat snagging on the glass shards, caused him to tumble awkwardly to the ground. This left Zhang Yunlong's aim off the mark, and as he adjusted his rifle, the bandit leader was already sprawled on the ground. The other soldiers, hesitant to fire due to Zhang Haoran's close proximity to the window, refrained from shooting. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Haoran shouted, "Capture him alive!" And, along with 4 burly soldiers, they pounced on the bandit leader, pinning him down securely. Despite being overpowered by the 4 robust soldiers, the bandit leader continued to struggle fiercely, but his attempts were futile against such overwhelming force. Clutching his pistol in his right hand, he desperately pulled the trigger, but the weapon failed to fire. Zhang Haoran had anticipated this moment and immediately lunged for the bandit leader's armed hand. Pinning down his thumb to prevent him from firing, he pressed his knee against the bandit's elbow and, with his left hand, withdrew a military dagger, plunging it viciously into the back of the bandit's hand. The bandit let out a blood-curdling scream as the dagger pierced through his skin, rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the firearm, which Zhang Haoran swiftly seized. Observing the bandit leader being subdued, Zhang Yunlong hurried to assist, and together they cuffed the bandit leader, who was now stripped of his former fierceness. The soldiers removed his luxurious coat, leaving him clad only in a thin sweater. Now covered in dirt from being forced to the ground, that in an effort to prevent his escape, they stripped him of his shoes and socks, the latter being stuffed into his mouth to silence him. With his bare ankles cuffed and his hands restrained, he resembled a pig awaiting slaughter, the earlier menace in his eyes replaced by profound fear as he gazed at the soldiers guarding him, shaking his head in desperation. Thus, the mission to eradicate the bandits reached a successful conclusion. While the operation was fraught with unforeseen complications, the soldiers' seamless cooperation, along with the calm leadership of Zhang Haoran and Zhang Yunlong, ensured that they accomplished their objective without any casualties, an undeniable testament to their capabilities. Zhang Yunlong and his comrades were not lacking in bravery, merely in experience. This operation had significantly enriched their practical knowledge, bolstering their confidence in handling sudden crises, allowing these initially inexperienced logistics troops to mature rapidly to this juncture. Zhang Yunlong finally had the time and energy to assign 2 soldiers to untie the woman suspended beneath the shelter. She was a pitiful figure, clad in a thin autumn shirt, her body soaked through. After the recent fierce gunfight, she trembled on the ground, visibly shaken, devoid of any expression of relief or gratitude, her head bowed in silence. Once heaving a sigh of relief, Baozi emerged from the room, draping an old military coat over the woman, who merely clutched it tightly without uttering a word of thanks, continuing her silence, recognizing that her current mental state was not conducive to inquiries. Zhang Yunlong instructed a soldier to assist her out of the courtyard, wary of the scattered corpses of bandits that might further traumatize her. Meanwhile, Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun remained on the roof, and Zhang Yunlong directed them to maintain their vigil. The earlier cacophony of gunfire could very well attract unwelcome visitors. With a soldier stationed at the entrance to monitor for threats, the remaining 7 swiftly began to clear the battlefield. Baozi retrieved a smartphone from his bag, documenting the scene for future reference. Once a luxury, this high-end device now served merely as a makeshift camera. Baozi meticulously captured images of each bandit's corpse, recording the entirety of the courtyard. Afterward, following Zhang Haoran into each room for further searches, Zhang Yunlong led 2 soldiers into the room from which the armed bandits had emerged. The dimly lit space, devoid of electricity, was illuminated only by the scant light filtering through the door, with heavy curtains obscuring the windows. The room was in disarray. To the right upon entry lay an old wooden table cluttered with empty instant noodle bowls and food wrappers. A beer bottle adorned with a half-burnt candle to expedite their search. Zhang Yunlong tore down the curtains, flooding the room with sunlight and revealing the full extent of its contents, among several large, mysterious bags piled in the corner. 2 beds occupied most of the space, separated by less than a meter. Seated between the beds, 2 disheveled women, wrapped in blankets, startled at the sight of the 3 men entering. Initially obscured by the dim lighting in their crouched positions, they had gone unnoticed until now. Upon recognizing them, the soldiers instinctively reached for their weapons, but Zhang Yunlong quickly intervened, urging caution while maintaining vigilance. He addressed the women gently. "Do not be afraid. We are from the National Defense Army. The bandits outside have been neutralized, and you are safe now. Please take your time to stand. We will escort you shortly." Chapter 14. Memories of War. The two women exchanged glances. Nodding at Zhang Yunlong. One of them spoke. "The comrades from the National Defense Army who charged in earlier informed us to remain calm and wait for your return." Upon hearing, Zhang Yunlong immediately discerned that Zhang Haoran had preliminarily confirmed that the two women posed no threat. In fear of misjudgment, he refrained from allowing them to exit. The women's voices were faint, exuding a sense of frailty, likely having suffered greatly at the hands of those brutes. Zhang Yunlong did not advance further. He observed the two women wrapped in blankets, surmising that, like the women in the courtyard earlier, they were scantily clad. Noticing the room lacked weapons and hazardous items, he instructed them to search for clothing while he and two soldiers proceeded to another room to conduct a search. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Yunlong's search was rather cursory. Aside from weapons and ammunition, he paid little heed to other possessions. The longer they lingered, the more the stench of blood from the courtyard would waft away. Although the sun shone brightly, the earlier gunfire and the now pungent scent of blood would inevitably attract zombies, making it merely a matter of time. Within 10 minutes, the search was largely completed, and all seized firearms and ammunition were promptly gathered. As Zhang Yunlong had anticipated, despite the bandits possessing numerous firearms, their ammunition was rather scarce. The total count amounted to fewer than 200 rounds. With 2 magazines for a Type 54 handgun discovered in the pockets of the gang leader, while the other bandits had only a smattering of rifle rounds. Notably, Zhang Haoran uncovered a full box of empty Type 81 magazines in another room the bandits had utilized as a storage area. Presumably left behind after the bandits expended their ammunition, reluctant to discard them without first consolidating their supplies. The soldiers showed no mercy towards the bandits' corpses, simply arranging them side by side in the courtyard. Too indifferent to cover them with a sheet, let alone dig graves, the bandit leader, discarded nearby, gazed upon his former subordinates, each riddled with bullet holes, lying before him, devoid of any strength to resist, their faces ashen against the ground. Having resigned themselves to their fate, Zhang Haoran assessed that the search was nearly complete. He commanded Zhang Yunlong to swiftly return to the parking area with the 2 drivers, instructing him to retrieve the vehicle for their evacuation. Meanwhile, Bao Zhengjie returned to the room under the guise of continuing to gather evidence, likely still mindful of his promise to old Sue at the car lot. Seated in the vehicle, Yuan Yangyang had yet to recover from the morning's trauma. She stared vacantly out the window at the fleeting scenery. The soldiers flanking her remained silent, clutching their rifles, offering no excessive concern or conversation. Yet, even in this silence, Yuan Yangyang felt an immense sense of security envelop her. For she understood that she had finally been rescued, and the den of thieves that had haunted her memories was no more. Except for the detestable bandit leader, Lu Changhai, the others who had sullied and tormented her were now vanquished. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences of the past 6 months, Yuan Yangyang herself could hardly fathom how she had endured. Once, she had been the cherished daughter of her parents, a prodigy destined for greatness. Having studied dance since childhood and smoothly gaining admission to the Jinhai Academy of Arts after graduating high school. However, when war erupted and classes were suspended, she chose to return home at the earliest opportunity. Regardless of the tumultuous changes in the outside world, what mattered most was weathering the storm alongside her parents. Although Hudao City was not large, it was home to many factories, and both her parents were workers at a thermal power plant. Despite their modest means, they provided her with a nurturing environment. Having never faced hardship, Yuan Yangyang was blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking in society, let alone the catastrophic upheaval that the nation would bring upon an ordinary civilian family. She only knew that being with her parents brought her safety. Even amidst resource restrictions, her mother would still prepare delectable meals. When danger approached, her father would stand in front of her, shielding her, allowing her to remain the joyful schoolgirl she had always been. Unbeknownst to her, however, the ominous clouds of disaster were gradually enveloping her country, her city, and countless families like hers. The onset of war was abrupt and rapidly escalated, engulfing the entire world in flames. Modern warfare is brutal, and the weaponry employed is devastating. When that irresponsible and wildly reckless nation across the ocean declared war on the world, the entire globe inevitably plunged into the abyss of conflict. Each nation was compelled, whether willingly or not, to align with a camp, brandishing weapons against adversaries they deemed comparable or roughly equivalent. Some unscrupulous individuals even raised their swords against the innocent civilians of enemy nations. News of massacres flooded in, with the internet rife with heated debates that, of course, such matters were of little concern to Yuan Yangyang. She merely believed in the immense strength of her motherland, confident that it could vanquish any aggressor. Indeed, this belief was not unfounded. At the war's inception, the major powers exhibited a degree of restraint, keeping the scale of conflict within acceptable bounds, with political squabbles dominating discussions at the United Nations. However, as the intensity of the war escalated, nations' contributions to the conflict increased correspondingly. When the frenzied United States resorted to nuclear weapons to secure victory, the fervor of global warfare reached a fever pitch. Though countries had prepared for the worst, neither side was naive. The initial wave of attacks targeted the opposing side's anti-ballistic satellites. Our anti-satellite technology was highly developed, even excelling in certain aspects, yet the adversary was not to be underestimated. Through a series of maneuvers from both warring sides, satellites across the globe suffered catastrophic destruction. Although ground-based radar and missile defense systems remained, the absence of satellite early warning and precision targeting significantly hindered interception efficiency. The reckless actions of the United States stirred a hornet's nest worldwide. Nations abandoned their final hopes for peace and resolutely launched powerful counterattacks. Many missile launch bases, long hidden in the heartland, revealed their menacing fangs. The United States, having lost its vital forward bases in the Pacific and a substantial portion of its combat forces, also cast aside its final pretenses, declaring war on all nuclear or suspected nuclear nations. At that moment, human history plunged into a dark era. The few nations wielding the sword of Damocles began to retaliate fiercely. Once glorious cities became prime targets for attack, while critical military objectives and urban centers faced saturation bombardment. It is crucial to note that not all nuclear-armed nations possessed advanced missile defense systems. Those relying on imported defense weapons to scrape by ultimately faced dire consequences under such intense nuclear strikes. In this apocalyptic conflict, only those nations with robust defensive mechanisms stood a chance at survival, and our country was, indeed, among the foremost. Despite losing a significant number of anti-satellite systems, our missile defense system, CNMD, and short-range theater missile defense system, CTMD, still played a crucial role, intercepting nearly 90 of incoming missiles. However, even the mightiest tiger could not withstand the multitude of wolves. The remaining nuclear missiles that eluded interception inflicted immeasurable losses upon the nation. Chapter 15. The End Times Virus, due to the leadership's evacuation to underground command centers prior to the attacks. The National Command System did not suffer fundamental damage. Coupled with the pre-war National Mobilization Order, the military and militia reserves were able to initiate rescue operations at an accelerated pace following the nuclear strikes. Ironically, the very nation that instigated this apocalyptic war, the United States, ultimately could not endure the aftermath. Washington was obliterated from the map, and various major cities faced devastating assaults, with the powerful counterattacks from other nuclear nations. Former allies turned against their once great leader after enduring nuclear strikes. After over a century without the ravages of war, the American homeland transformed into a hell on earth, with all prominent cities reduced to ruins. Following the brief yet intense conflict, the surviving state governments rallied under the banner of independence from the Washington government, igniting further chaos across the already ravaged American continent, as countless local militias representing various ethnic groups and interest factions emerged. In the wake of nuclear devastation, the control of the central U.S. government over the states existed only in name. The once free America had become a relic of the past, and the Statue of Liberty lay in ruins. In a flash, various independent governments emerged, some clinging to Republican ideals, others raising the hammer and sickle in pursuit of communism, and a few reverting to monarchies. Some southern states even regressed to a state of slavery. Amidst the devastation, the nations of Maple Leaf and Mexico, having endured similar bombardments yet retaining a semblance of strength, embarked on a grand endeavor to resist the United States. The entire North American continent became a cauldron of turmoil. With a cacophony of voices rising, ironically providing a dark humor to the war-torn populace of the world. Of course, this had little bearing on Yuan Yangyang. She was acutely aware only of the American defeat. However, one could scarcely declare victory for her own nation, for in the realm of nuclear warfare, no nation emerges as a true victor. The collective consciousness shifted away from the losses inflicted upon countries, ethnicities, and individuals, as all energies were directed towards the arduous tasks of post-war reconstruction, relief efforts, and the restoration of production. After all, there exists a hierarchy of suffering, and the once mighty United States had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. While nations unleashed nuclear strikes upon American soil, they did not overlook the military bases of the U.S. stationed in Japan and other locations across the Asia-Pacific region. The actions of Russia were particularly ruthless, as they indiscriminately targeted the islands of Japan with nuclear assaults. Astonishingly, the Japanese possessed nuclear missiles of their own. Although their numbers were limited, they initiated a counterattack, albeit regrettably, all were intercepted. Since the cessation of hostilities, Yuan Yangyang's life underwent a profound transformation in the national context of focusing on post-war recovery and production restoration. All industries fell under the aegis of state planning, with various resources being centrally coordinated and allocated. At this juncture, no one dared voice dissent, nor did anyone concern themselves with the implications of transitioning from a market economy to a planned economy on decades of economic development. For any potential loss was merely a string of numbers, far overshadowed by the stark reality of cities reduced to ruins and the countless corpses of citizens in response to the national call. Yuan Yangyang set aside her pride as a university student of the arts and became an ordinary worker at a local pharmaceutical factory. Lacking a diploma due to her unfinished studies and with her field of expertise being irrelevant, she could only commence her career on the assembly line. The pharmaceutical factory where she worked had previously been a prominent enterprise, known for producing various anti-inflammatory and infection-fighting medications, and was a significant taxpayer. The owner of the factory, displaying remarkable foresight, had proactively transitioned to producing military-grade anti-inflammatory drugs and other medical supplies at the onset of the war, eventually introducing equipment to manufacture military medical kits in the aftermath. According to national directives, the factory began producing military-grade protective gear, while medical kits were repurposed into radiation treatment packs. Following this series of adaptations, although the factory still bore the title of a pharmaceutical company, it had essentially devolved to a single assembly line for anti-inflammatory medications, with the remaining facilities dedicated to the production of various components for radiation suits, all of which would ultimately be assembled in Yuan Yangyang's workshop. Under normal circumstances, Yuan Yangyang would have continued this busy yet fulfilling work life, much like her colleagues, contributing her efforts during the nation's time of crisis, working diligently in obscurity, and perhaps one day finding a suitable partner to marry and bear children, thereby aiding in the continuation of her people. Such a life, especially amid the global chaos, seemed rather appealing. However, just when everyone believed that no unexpected events would occur, calamity crept in silently. It was unclear when precisely it began, but a malignant infectious disease emerged in the scorched earth of Europe. Following a major disaster, the necessity of preventing widespread epidemics is well understood. However, the countries of Europe, having been ravaged by war, found their strength severely diminished. Many nations remained in a state of disarray, devoid of governance, and the United Nations had long since become a mere semblance of its former self. Each country was preoccupied with its own affairs, leaving no room to attend to the plight of others. In the absence of external assistance, the prospect of Europe undertaking a comprehensive reconstruction in the short term was nearly impossible. The outbreak first manifested in Austria, with rumors suggesting it had originated from Eastern Europe. The specifics had become impossible to verify. Nonetheless, the contagion spread rapidly throughout the chaotic continent. The pathogen bore the unmistakable hallmarks of a man-made circular virus. The initial symptoms in infected individuals closely mirrored those of a prior viral outbreak, characterized by coughing, fever, and respiratory distress. Yet the true peril lay not in the initial symptoms or the virus's virulence, but in its ability to rapidly replicate its genetic material and inject it into the nuclei of the host cells, altering their characteristics. Within 8 hours post-infection, the virus disseminated throughout the body, including the brain cells, completing its cellular transformation within 12 hours. The resultant mutations manifested in terrifying symptoms throughout the infected individual. The first sign was hair loss, followed by a smoothening of the skin, while the originally congested and diseased lungs began to expand, with alveoli becoming engorged and oxygen exchange efficiency soaring to unprecedented levels. As the transformation of the brain cells reached completion, the previously feeble infected individual morphed into a formidable, bloodthirsty creature. These mutated hosts transcended human categorization, exhibiting rapid speed and extreme aggression, their sole desire being an insatiable thirst for blood. Any living organism became a target for their attacks, and in their hunger, they would even turn on their own kind. Each infected individual became a beast in human form, their only vulnerability being their aversion to light. Their pallid skin offered little resistance to ultraviolet rays, while their enlarged pupils granted them exceptional night vision. However, they could not adapt to bright lights or sudden changes in illumination, which became the sole advantage for the survivors in the post-apocalyptic landscape. Despite the survivors in Austria organizing the remnants of their military to combat the infected, they were swiftly overwhelmed by swarms of the mutated beings, lacking external support, ammunition, and basic medical supplies. Thus, the apocalyptic virus inexorably spread. Chapter 16. The fall of Hideyoshi City. Upon learning from the central news broadcast that a severe viral outbreak had transpired in distant Europe, Yuan Yangyang did not pay it much heed, as it seemed too far removed from her reality. The suffering endured by the peoples of other nations elicited little sympathy from her, for the post-war world was already in disarray. Each day bore witness to countless misfortunes. And for an ordinary person like her, the only recourse was to strive for a better life amidst the chaos. The plights of others were neither her concern nor within her capacity to address. What Yuan Yangyang remained unaware of was that by the time she viewed the news reports regarding the viral outbreak, 3 months had already elapsed since its inception in Europe. The contagion had long since spread to Russia, and shortly thereafter it reached her own country. The outbreak swiftly extended to Shanghai City, and thereafter, Hideyoshi City became the first major urban center to be affected, although the entire nation had entered a state of emergency. And Hideyoshi City had implemented timely countermeasures. The lethal potency of the apocalyptic virus was still underestimated. All major thoroughfares leading in and out of Hideyoshi City were sealed, yet the influx of survivors fleeing from Shanhaiguan continued unabated. Ultimately, after deliberation among the higher authorities, a decision was made that rather than block, it was better to accommodate. Thus, a quarantine zone was hastily established on the outskirts of Hideyoshi City to receive these displaced individuals. At that juncture, the construction of the quarantine barriers was in its infancy, far from achieving the capability to deter the undead. The majority of the city's periphery relied on barbed wire and personnel deployment for isolation. However, those who escaped the epidemic zone, having witnessed the horror of the undead, were gripped by terror. They were unwilling to remain in the insecure quarantine zone for even a moment longer, despite the government announcements blaring through loudspeakers. The quarantined populace remained unconvinced, yearning instead to enter the city they deemed safe. Ultimately, this tumult led to the substantial mobilization of military forces that as the chaos escalated, several newly transformed zombies burst forth from the disordered tent city. When the rioting crowd caught sight of the approaching zombies, the situation spiraled entirely out of control. Driven by fear, the panicked throng surged forward, breaching the barricades and trampling numerous riot control personnel. Although the armed police standing by possessed firearms, the frontline commanders hesitated to issue the order to fire amidst the chaos, for not everyone harbored the courage to bear the grave responsibility of slaughtering civilians. In the end, a multitude of infected individuals, mingled with a small number of zombies, surged into the urban area of Hideyoshi City. The subsequent developments spiraled irreversibly out of control, leading to the swift fall of the old town of Hideyoshi City. Yuan Yangyang and her parents resided in a dormitory area of their former workplace, situated at the junction of the old and new districts. Before the pandemic spiraled out of control, their dormitory was promptly sealed off, allowing the family of 3 to evade the initial chaos. They soon found themselves evacuated to the new district by the armed police's 120th Division, which was engaged in rescue operations within the city. Due to the heavy firepower employed by the Army's 112th Division stationed at the old district's thermal power plant against the onslaught of the undead, the power transmission lines were severed, plunging the entire city into darkness. Nighttime illumination relied solely on a few generators and flares, and the night, in particular, became the domain of the undead. The anti-epidemic forces, lacking sufficient night vision equipment, suffered heavy losses during a night of intense combat, forcing them to begin organizing the evacuation of surviving citizens. However, the main thoroughfares of the city were congested with abandoned vehicles, severely impeding the pace of evacuation. Ultimately, the temporary defenses established by the Armed Police's 120th Division to cover the retreat were breached by the horde of zombies. A massive swarm of over 100,000 undead soon caught up with the fleeing populace. The rescue operation in Hudao City has ultimately met with complete failure, resulting in the tragic loss of the majority of its citizens. The entire 120th Division of the Armed Police has perished, and the 112th Division of the Army has suffered severe casualties. Other subsequent support units, including reserve and second-line troops, have also faced significant losses. After the reinforcement troops managed to escort a few survivors and remnants of the main force out of the urban area, they barely managed to block the majority of the corpses within the city limits. What followed was a barrage of saturation bombing by the Air Force, where a multitude of napalm bombs and rockets not only annihilated the corpses, but also utterly devastated the entire urban landscape. In the midst of the chaotic evacuation, Yuan Yangyang became separated from her parents. Swept away by the surging crowd that in her frantic search for them, she began to run aimlessly, unknowingly distancing herself from the escorting troops until she found herself at the edge of the throng. The situation escalated into further chaos as a dozen or so zombies breached the firepower net and charged towards the crowd, leading to an even more tumultuous scene filled with the sounds of gunfire and the desperate cries of the populace. In a state of panic, Yuan Yangyang dashed into a nearby auto repair shop. Witnessing a pale-skinned zombie tackle the person behind her to the ground, she could no longer afford to consider anything else and locked herself inside a small storage room. After enduring a day and night of isolation, the outside chaos finally subsided, leaving behind silence devoid of gunfire and the growls of the undead. Starving and cautious, Yuan Yangyang opened the door, only to find the exterior littered with abandoned luggage and bloodstains. With no sign of another soul, she had become separated from the main group. Surviving on food and water scavenged from the discarded belongings, Yuan Yangyang persevered alone in the repair shop for over half a month. The exact duration lost to her memory. Fortunately, she had not encountered any roaming zombies during this time. However, misfortune struck when Liu Changhai, accompanied by his men searching for repair tools and supplies, discovered her. Thus began Yuan Yangyang's nightmare, as Liu Changhai subsequently captured 6 more young and beautiful girls. These unfortunate girls endured relentless torment from the bandits while also being tasked with the daily upkeep of these scoundrels. Some attempted to flee or resist, but they were swiftly recaptured by Liu Changhai and his cohorts. Those who dared to resist met a grim fate, tortured by the bandits before being ruthlessly slain in front of the other girls. To prevent further escape attempts, a lackey of Liu Changhai devised a cruel tactic. He forced these unfortunate girls to wear only their underwear during the frigid winter, providing them no clothing other than blankets to cover themselves. They were permitted to don a thin autumn shirt and a cotton coat only when required to assist with cooking or boiling water, all under the watchful eye of an armed bandit. That morning, it was Yuan Yangyang's turn to prepare breakfast. Unable to endure the torment any longer, she planned to escape while the bandit keeping watch stepped away to use the restroom. She would rather face death at the hands of zombies than continue living in such a hellish existence. However, as she opened the iron door, she was inadvertently confronted by the lackey emerging from the room. Running barefoot, she could not escape far before the bandits, alerted, recaptured her. This led to the agonizing screams heard by Zhang Yunlong and others, as well as the horrific scene that followed. Zhang Yunlong's speed in retrieving the vehicle was impressive. Within 15 minutes, he had 3 warrior vehicles brought to the courtyard, accompanied by 2 drivers. Along with the captured bandit leader, 3 rescued girls were also present. Ultimately, Zhang Hauran decided that the 3 girls would each take a separate vehicle to ensure their utmost protection. The tightly bound bandit leader was unceremoniously tossed into the trunk of Zhang Yunlong's vehicle, while the confiscated weapons and ammunition were loaded onto Zhang Hauran's vehicle. Meanwhile, Baigangji's vehicle was packed with the spoils hastily collected by the soldiers during their brief respite: cigarettes, alcohol, candy, and tea, all discovered within the bandits' hideout, suggesting that these ruffians had indulged themselves thoroughly before the crackdown. Due to the early commencement of the anti-bandit operation and the discovery of the bandit den at the first target point, The mission concluded swiftly as the convoy emerged from the desolate village before 9 a.m. The base commanders were initially incredulous upon seeing the triumphant return of the anti-bandit team. They questioned how they could return so soon, suspecting that the team must have encountered unforeseen circumstances that forced them to abort the mission. However, upon witnessing the bound bandit leader being thrown from the vehicle and confirming the scene through photographs and videos, the commanders had to concede that the team, under the leadership of Zhang Haoran and Zhang Yunlong, had executed the anti-bandit mission with remarkable success, achieving their objectives without incurring any casualties. Next came the task of treating and accommodating the rescued individuals. The weapons and ammunition seized by the team were promptly accounted for. After a preliminary briefing from Zhang Haoran and Zhang Yunlong, the political commissar disregarded the valuable loot piled in the vehicle. Clutching a soft cigarette gifted by Zhang Yunlong as he turned to arrange the interrogation of the bandit leader, in Chapter 17. From Civilian to Bandit. Lu Changhai, the bandit leader who had relinquished all hope of survival, completely broke down and confessed every crime they had committed. He understood that, even in chaotic times, given the atrocities he had committed, death was the only outcome he could expect, and he merely sought a swift end from the government. Following a brief interrogation, the base security department had thoroughly grasped the criminal activities of Lu Changhai and his gang. To label them as mere bandits would be a gross understatement. Their heinousness surpassed even that of the infamous Weihu Mountain Bandits. Unlike the bandits of yore, who at least adhered to some semblance of chivalry, this group epitomized the utter depravity of humanity, unrestrained by government or legal oversight. Even the security officers involved in the interrogation were left astounded by Lu Changhai's confessions and the account of his descent into a life of crime. Lu Changhai had once been a simple, honest auto mechanic before the war, laboring diligently in a small repair shop for over a decade. His skills had earned him respect, with new apprentices addressing him as master. He could have continued to live a humble but stable life, guiding apprentices and avoiding strenuous tasks. Although his monthly salary was modest, it sufficed in a third- or fourth-tier city like Hudao. However, his misfortune lay in his excessive honesty. His wife, renowned in their village for her beauty, had only married him due to the substantial dowry his family provided, alongside her lack of education and unsuccessful attempts to make a name for herself in Guangzhou. The urgency to marry led her to host a banquet shortly after receiving the dowry, and within 8 months of marriage, their son was born. Lu Changhai, overjoyed by the arrival of his son, became increasingly compliant to his wife's wishes, dutifully handing over his salary each month. Initially, his wife remained a devoted homemaker, raising their child. However, as time passed, she grew discontent with her honest husband, finding fault with him and seeking reasons to argue. Once their son began kindergarten, she entirely abandoned her responsibilities. Rather than seeking employment, she spent her days playing mahjong with friends of dubious origins. Meanwhile, Lu Changhai dedicated himself to earning school fees for their child, spending all his time at the repair shop. Unbeknownst to him, his attractive wife had become entangled with a small business owner she met while playing mahjong. Such affairs cannot remain hidden for long. And despite Lu Changhai's innocence, he began to sense something amiss through whispers among neighbors. That by the time he resolved to confront the issue, it was too late. The domestic and international climate was fraught with tension. Rumors of impending conflict abounded, and the economy remained unstable. The small business owner, having faced financial ruin, convinced Lu Changhai's wife to sell their home, taking the proceeds and all their savings to embark on a new life together. Since the house, purchased after their marriage, was registered in her name, Lu Changhai only discovered the betrayal when the landlord came to reclaim the property. He sat on the roadside, holding his son and wishing to weep. He found himself increasingly resentful of the child. Upon reflecting on the timeline of his son's birth, he resolutely took the child for a paternity test, only to discover that he was not the biological father. Stripped of both wealth and familial bonds, Lu Changhai abandoned all hope for a better life. He relinquished the child he had raised for 5 years to an orphanage, while the ungrateful woman settled nearby, spending her days alone in a rented apartment drinking heavily. This state of life continued until after the war, with the external world's chaos having no bearing on Lu Changhai. Even the urgent announcements of the nation's nuclear attacks failed to deter him from his alcoholic haze. After the war, the nation embarked on a phase of recovery and reconstruction, necessitating the maintenance of various engineering vehicles. Surprisingly, the profitability of small repair shops not only remained steady, but actually increased. Owing to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Lu Chonghai's family, the proprietor took special care of him. As the business flourished, Master Lu's wages also saw a corresponding rise. This fortunate turn of events positioned Lu Chonghai among the rare high-income earners in the otherwise dismal post-war economy. At merely 35 or 36 years of age, he was also surrounded by many eager to introduce potential partners to him, while his elderly parents hoped that he would swiftly emerge from the shadow of his failed marriage. However, Lu Chonghai held a different perspective. Ever since being deceived by that malicious woman, he had come to believe that in this world, the good are easily exploited and the Na'vi are often taken advantage of. He reflected on his past foolishness and recognized that times had changed. Henceforth, he resolved to live differently. Rather than seeking another woman of unknown background to marry, he preferred to enjoy his life with the funds he had set aside for a bride. Before the war, Hudao City was renowned as a tourist destination, and post-war, there were always those reluctant to engage in honest labor. Consequently, the business of bathhouses thrived, and Lu Chonghai naturally became a frequent patron. On the night the epidemic erupted in the city, he went to the bathhouse as usual. It was only upon hearing gunfire and witnessing the urgent government announcements on the television in the relaxation area that he realized the gravity of the situation. The deadly virus had spread to Hudao. In such a moment, a typical person's instinct would be to return home immediately or seek refuge with their family at the nearest government shelter. Yet, Lu Chonghai perceived this turmoil as an opportunity for wealth. He first rushed back to the auto repair shop, only to find the gates firmly shut. The owner had already heeded the government's directives and taken his family to a temporary refuge. This discovery pleased Lu Chonghai immensely, for he was one of only two individuals with keys to the shop, himself and the owner. At that time, the city still had power, and after locking the gates behind him, he began utilizing the shop's equipment and materials to craft tools for his newfound ambitions. That he meticulously examined a Ford F-150 pickup truck that was awaiting maintenance. The vehicle was in excellent condition and required only the replacement of the fuel and oil filters to be roadworthy. This imported American four-wheel drive pickup was highly favored by small business owners and newly affluent individuals alike, praised for its power and off-road capabilities, albeit with the drawback of high fuel consumption. After selecting the vehicle, Lu Chonghai commenced modifications, reinforcing all the windows with crash bars and replacing the flimsy front bumper with the sturdiest rescue vehicle impact beam he could find in the shop. Still unsatisfied with its robustness, he further welded thick steel plates onto it. Subsequently, he fashioned a heavy machete from steel plates and springs, not with the intent of battling the monstrous entities outside, but rather to use it as a weapon against humans. Once these preparations were complete, he threw a large toolbox into the truck bed. The toolbox was equipped with essential vehicle repair tools, including a crowbar, hydraulic pliers, and a compact cutting machine. After filling the tank with fuel, Lu Chonghai set off in his striking Ford pickup, leaving the repair shop's gates wide open. It was at that moment that the once honest and mundane Lu Chonghai vanished, replaced by a ruthless figure who regarded human life as inconsequential. Driving the pickup through the city, Lu Chonghai maneuvered aggressively, avoiding the main thoroughfares teeming with civilians and military personnel, instead opting for the quieter side streets. With the truck's sturdy impact beam and powerful engine, he barreled forward, accelerating past obstacles. Soon he arrived at the Hudao City department store, where the entrance was understandably barred. However, upon disembarking, he noticed that the previously locked rolling gate had been pried open, indicating that he was not the only one with intentions of taking advantage of the chaos. Without further thought, he tossed the crowbar into his backpack, brandished the machete, and ducked through the damaged entrance, making a beeline for the jewelry counter. Inside the pitch-black store, the only illumination came from the faint green glow of emergency exit signs. Lu Chonghai soon realized he had forgotten to bring a flashlight. Nevertheless, not having one did not imply that others were similarly unprepared. Spotting the beam of a flashlight nearby, he proceeded toward that moment. Lu Chonghai had fully embraced the role of a robber, willing to threaten violence for a mere flashlight. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a young man frantically attempting to pry open the jewelry store's safe, oblivious to Lu Chonghai's presence as he drilled into the cabinet door, producing a cacophony of noise. Initially intending to scare the young man away and seize his flashlight, Lu Chonghai found himself inexplicably compelled to test the might of the crowbar he had pulled from his bag. With a powerful swing, he struck the young man on the back of the head. The unfortunate thief fell silent, collapsing without uttering a sound. Seizing the moment, Lu Changhai continued to rain blows upon the unconscious young man's head with the crowbar. Soon staining the floor with blood, in the darkness, the splatters of crimson did not instill fear in Lu Changhai. Rather, the pungent scent of blood exhilarated him. The pent-up frustrations and grievances of his past seemed to find release in that moment. When Lu Changhai finally paused, panting heavily, the unfortunate thief lay lifeless on the ground, his skull crushed. Taking a few deep breaths of the iron-scented air to steady his racing heart, he recognized that there was no turning back. The initial thrill had dissipated, replaced by uncertainty regarding his next move. What had begun as a fleeting opportunity to profit amid the chaos had escalated to the point where his hands were stained with blood. Reflecting on the tumultuous scenes he had witnessed, he wondered whether the sudden outbreak would be contained and whether the government would seek retribution against those like him who had taken advantage of the disorder. Regardless of how events unfolded, the stability of his former life was irrevocably lost. With no retreat available, Lu Changhai cast aside any remaining reservations, returning to the pickup to retrieve the cutting machine. He swiftly opened the jewelry store safe and filled his backpack with gold, silver, and jewels, scarcely glancing at the corpse on the floor as he headed to the next jewelry store, in no time. The jewelry counter on the ground floor had been completely ransacked by Lu Changhai. Ultimately, his backpack, overflowing with precious metals, became too heavy to carry, forcing him to drag it along as he moved forward. By the time he emerged from the store, dawn was nearing. Chapter 18. Lawless and unrestrained, burdened with his ill-gotten gains, Lu Changhai soon found himself in a quandary, uncertain of where to go next. A person soaked in blood, with a large bag of jewelry in his vehicle, could hardly evade suspicion that he knew he could not seek refuge at the temporary shelter established by the government. And he had no intention of encountering military personnel. The dilapidated house he had rented was out of the question. After much contemplation, Lu Changhai decided to return to his hometown to avoid the scrutiny. His hometown was a small village on the outskirts of Hudao City, not far from the urban center, but it required traversing the old city, as taking an alternate route would be significantly longer. At that moment, Lu Changhai was unaware that after a night of intense conflict, the old city had fallen, and the streets were now rife with ravenous, monstrous beings as he drove toward the old city. He encountered a procession of military vehicles retreating, filled with terrified citizens fleeing the chaos. Lu Changhai's pickup, moving against the tide, quickly attracted the attention of the retreating soldiers as the soldiers waved him down. Lu Changhai, oblivious to the situation, assumed they wanted him to stop for an inspection, an unacceptable proposition. In a decisive move, he accelerated and forced his way through, nearly colliding with a soldier attempting to avoid being struck, who then erupted into a tirade of curses. Their intention had been to stop the peculiar pickup, to warn the driver of the imminent danger ahead, and to prevent him from entering a deadly situation. Yet, had the soldier not reacted swiftly, he might have fallen victim to the reckless driver. With so many civilians unable to escape, the soldiers decided to abandon the madman in the pickup, who was hell-bent on entering the perilous zone. Having successfully navigated past the auxiliary route, Lu Changhai had little time to celebrate. Within minutes, he found himself face-to-face with a horde of zombies viciously attacking 3 armored vehicles. Lu Changhai was perplexed as to why the armored vehicles, with their formidable cannons, did not fire, even as they were swarmed by those terrifying creatures. Instead of fleeing, he merely careened back and forth, oblivious to the dangers surrounding him. After colliding with several zombies, he veered into a nearby alley. Unbeknownst to Lu Changhai, those 3 armored personnel carriers had been left behind as a rear guard. Their ammunition had long been depleted after a night of fierce battle. The crew members had no intention of escaping the city alive. They were desperately maneuvering the vehicles to crush the advancing horde of zombies, doing their utmost to provide a glimmer of hope for their comrades tasked with evacuating the civilians. In that fleeting moment, Lu Changhai brushed past those valiant soldiers, the very individuals who most deserved to survive, only to see them ultimately consumed by the undead, while this wretched scoundrel managed to escape. Having fled the old city in a sturdy pickup truck, Lu Changhai no longer cared about the fate of his parents back home. The horrifying creatures had instilled a profound terror in him. Glancing at the bloodstains on the window, he drove over the barbed wire that had been toppled by the horde, guiding his truck onto the dirt roads of the suburbs, with the zombies drawn into the city. The outskirts had become eerily quiet. After driving for a considerable time, without encountering a single soul, he hesitated to exit the vehicle, aimlessly wandering the suburban roads, only to unexpectedly come across two living individuals. However, these two were no saints. They were mere delinquents, evading conscription due to their criminal past before the war. And now, reluctant to work in factories, they idled their days away, with a multitude of survivors fleeing the city before the outbreak. The two had decided to infiltrate the crowd stranded outside the city to make a quick profit, as those fleeing carried valuables such as gold and silver. They indeed managed to steal quite a haul. However, chaos ensued, and in a moment of audacity, they dragged a 17 or 18-year-old girl into a nearby cornfield. After their vile act, fearing retribution, one of them callously strangled the girl with a belt, leaving her fate uncertain as they fled in panic, guilt-ridden and fearful. The two did not join the troops evacuating the area, but instead hid away until hunger drove them to seek food, leading them to encounter Lu Chonghai. After listening to their account, Lu Chonghai decisively took them under his wing, assuring them that they would not suffer under his guidance, promising them a future filled with power and prestige. Without waiting for their consent, he loaded them into the vehicle and continued onward. The two delinquents, upon seeing the impressive pickup truck and the bloodstains adorning its body, recognized Lu Chonghai as a formidable figure, believing only half of what he said. Thus, Lu Chonghai unwittingly assembled a motley crew, gradually finding 3 more individuals who had become separated from the main force. They salvaged 2 abandoned cars from the roadside, which Lu Chonghai skillfully repaired, allowing them to press on. As the sounds of gunfire and explosions intensified from the city, aircraft began to soar overhead, dropping incendiary bombs. Lu Chonghai realized that the city of Hudao could not be saved, which paradoxically alleviated the tension in his heart. With such widespread devastation and countless lives lost, who would still care about his transgressions? Once the main force had evacuated the citizens from the city, as long as he avoided the monsters, the entire city would be his for the taking. Perhaps, when he rallied the larger group, he could even become a local sovereign, just as Lu Chonghai had envisioned. After a relentless bombardment that lasted half a day, the aircraft ceased their return. The once thunderous sounds of gunfire from within the city faded into silence. Lu Chonghai, along with his newly acquired 5 subordinates, remained in a quaint farmhouse on the outskirts for several days, only emerging once the fires had extinguished and the smoke had cleared, having previously watched the government's pandemic propaganda on television. Lu Chonghai was aware that the creatures known as zombies detested sunlight. Thus, he chose a bright sunny day for their reconnaissance, bringing all his subordinates along in 3 vehicles for courage. Their first destination was the highway entrance to the north of Hudao City. Lu Chonghai recalled that the explosions in the north had been the last to cease, suggesting it might have been the final evacuation point for the main force. He hoped to discover valuable loot there, particularly firearms and ammunition. Indeed, not far into their journey northward, they stumbled upon a harrowing battlefield. The road was strewn with charred corpses and the wreckage of vehicles, obscuring whether they belonged to humans or zombies. In the few areas untouched by incendiary bombs, dried blood and the remnants of devoured corpses littered the ground. 2 of his subordinates vomited on the spot, refusing to leave the vehicle, summoning his courage. Lu Chonghai, alongside 3 equally pale-faced subordinates, cautiously advanced, suppressing their nausea. While the battle had been fierce, resulting in numerous casualties, the final bombardment had incinerated much of the weaponry left behind on the battlefield. The guns salvaged from the charred corpses were warped and unusable. Thus, the group could do little but drive slowly forward, navigating around various debris and scorched earth, only disembarking when encountering areas that had not been burned or spotting overturned military vehicles in the ditches. Much to Lu Chonghai's fortune, they discovered a dozen Type 81 rifles and Type 54 handguns. Though ammunition was scarce, many soldiers had been torn apart by the horde, leaving their equipment scattered and unaccounted for. Occasionally, they might find 1 or 2 empty magazines on the ground. Eventually, Lu Chonghai ceased to concern himself with the discarded firearms, instead dismantling magazines from the guns to collect a meager cache of under 1,000 rifle rounds and 100 or so handgun bullets. After traversing the entire battlefield, the group had amassed a considerable haul. However, no one wished to retrace their steps back, with nothing left for them in the farmhouse, and following a suggestion from one of his subordinates. Lu Chonghai ultimately decided to settle in an abandoned village, With the entire population having evacuated in advance, it became their stronghold. In the days that followed, Liu Changhai and his men grew increasingly reckless. In an environment devoid of law and societal constraints, their moral compass gradually eroded, leading them to abandon the principles of humanity they once upheld. Evil, too, is infectious, from initially threatening and robbing nearby survivors at gunpoint. They escalated to murder, theft, and even rape. Driven by their basest desires, Liu Changhai and his gang swiftly descended into the depths of brutality. Their daily routine consisted of driving around in search of survivors during the sun's peak, returning to their hideout before dusk. Upon encountering fleeing survivors, they would pursue and rob them, shooting down anyone who resisted. Young women were captured and taken to their lair for their own vile pleasures. Those who dared to disobey were subjected to gruesome fates, executed in front of other women as a grim warning to ensure compliance. Occasionally, they would encounter rival groups, and leveraging their firearms, they either engaged in black-on-black violence or subdued their opponents to absorb them into their ranks, gradually swelling their numbers to over a dozen. With the village's food supplies plundered, their needs were met, and they even had access to a well. The well-fed bandits, each time they ventured out, sought only the thrill of the hunt, channeling their excess energy into their misdeeds. However, their ammunition dwindled rapidly. None of the bullets Liu Changhai had scavenged from the battlefield had ever struck a zombie. Instead, they had all been wasted on intimidation during robberies or fired into the bodies of innocent survivors. From the very beginning, the bandits led by Liu Changhai had never considered confronting the zombies directly. All their ferocity was directed towards the survivors. They were aware of a military base not far from their hideout, but believed that their cautious approach would keep them safe from the soldiers who seldom ventured out. Gradually, they let their guard down, becoming bolder in their actions, until they were ultimately eradicated by a forced dispatch from the base. Chapter 19. Public Trial and Execution the morning following the conclusion of the anti-bandit operation. All soldiers not on duty and civilians residing within the base were gathered in the central square. The sole purpose of this assembly was to conduct a public trial of the bandit leader. Liu Changhai, having endured a night of interrogation by the security forces, Liu Changhai appeared disheveled and worn, still clad in the same filthy clothes, his hands and feet shackled. He was brought before the makeshift courtroom. Flanked by 2 guards, the ad hoc trial court and the hastily assembled jury had been awaiting this moment. That it was not a matter of prolonging the proceedings, but rather an acknowledgement that today's trial was merely a formality. Liu Changhai was destined to meet his end, a mere peanut to be disposed of. The elaborate process was primarily for the sake of the survivors within the base, a demonstration that even in chaotic times, the rule of law persisted, and those who committed crimes would face justice. In adherence to the principle of humanity, the kitchen staff was instructed to prepare a relatively sumptuous meal for Liu Changhai in the morning. The time that was previously delayed was dedicated to ensure that he was well fed before embarking on his journey. Following a formal judicial process, the political commissar, acting as the judge, loudly proclaimed the verdict before all the military personnel and civilians at the base. The criminal suspect Liu Changhai, male, age 37, a former resident of Hudao City, blatantly violated wartime public security regulations during the Hudao defense battle. He committed robbery and murder, subsequently assembling a group of accomplices to form a vicious criminal gang, rampaging through the surrounding areas of Hudao City, committing robbery, murder, and the heinous crime of rape. Following a public trial, the first instance verdict sentences the criminal suspect Liu Changhai to death, depriving him of political rights for life, to be executed immediately. As the gavel fell, Liu Changhai, with a face ashen as death, was restrained by the guards behind him, his legs weak and almost dragging him forward. The survivors standing beyond the cordon pointed and jeered. Some hurled insults, while many wore expressions of deep-seated rage, yet none felt pity for him. With the sharp crack of gunfire resonating from the nearby beach, the criminal leader Liu Changhai met a definitive end to his brief and nefarious existence. After the public trial concluded and with ample time remaining, all members involved in the mission were summoned to the base's office building to receive commendations. However, Zhang Yunlong and Zhang Haoren, who had excelled in the anti-bandit operation, were not awarded accolades due to previous disciplinary actions stemming from a prior incident. Although they had achieved merit this time, the base's party committee, in the interest of fairness and justice, decided to offset their achievements against their penalties. merely revoking their disciplinary actions. The two brothers bore no grievances. Rather, they were elated for the lifting of their penalties. Conversely, Bao Changjia and other soldiers who participated in the operation were duly honored, with Bao even receiving a third-class merit award. Watching Bao flaunt his military honor, Zhang Yunlong grew increasingly irritated, suddenly recalling the spoils of war they had brought back, which remained unallocated in the conference room. He seized the opportunity to request a distribution from their company commander, Zhang Haoren. Given their contributions to the operation, higher-ups held a tacit approval of soldiers seeking benefits, neither opposing nor encouraging it. After all, during these difficult times, the soldiers' nerves had been taut, and due to the scarcity of supplies, aside from ensuring basic sustenance, little could be provided for their leisure and relaxation. Now that they had finally procured some cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks, demanding them to be surrendered seemed unreasonable. Thus, a trunk full of luxury items was promptly transported to the conference room of the guard company, that a throng of individuals surged into the room. With Zhang Haoren leading the charge, that he first emphasized military discipline, informing the soldiers that these rewards were granted by higher-ups in recognition of their arduous efforts, but that did not imply they were entitled to them. Henceforth, they were to adhere to the established regulations and not become solely fixated on personal gain while executing their missions. Furthermore, he strictly forbade any tampering with the alcoholic beverages, asserting that this was a non-negotiable boundary. Lastly, he reminded everyone to remember their comrades after reaping benefits. While the items might not be abundant, they should understand the importance of sharing. Once Zhang Haoren concluded his admonitions, Zhang Yunlong took the lead in unpacking boxes. Packages of sunflower seeds, candies, and instant noodles were distributed among the soldiers. Each soldier received a pack of cigarettes, even those who did not smoke, allowing them to share with their comrades or swap for their desired snacks. The soldiers, being simple-hearted, beamed with joy as they clutched their newfound treats, seemingly feeling that their previous hardships had been worthwhile. Not all items were distributed. Aside from the alcohol, Zhang Haoren reserved a portion of candies, beef jerky, and chocolates, high-calorie, easily storable foods that he intended to keep these for future provisions for the duty soldiers, a decision that met with unanimous approval. Bao, still contemplating his promise to old Sue from the parking lot, stuffed a torn plastic bag with a pack of Licoon cigarettes, several bags of spicy strips, and 2 buckets of instant noodles before heading to the parking area, clearly intending to brighten Sue's evening. That afternoon, Zhang Haoren was once again summoned to the office building for a meeting. This time, it was not about another mission, but rather the long-awaited air supply had finally been confirmed. An aircraft, the Y-20, loaded with supplies from Liangshan Airport in the capital, was scheduled to arrive at the Hudao Naval Testing Base around 8:30 a.m. the following day, since the supplies were set to arrive imminently. The base commander also announced the list of materials included in this supply, aiming to uplift the morale of various grassroots units, in addition to a substantial quantity of field rations and medical supplies. This time, the higher-ups primarily aimed to replenish the severely lacking advanced weaponry for the combat personnel stationed at the naval testing base. Among the supplies were not only the 89-type rocket launchers equipped with specially designed high-explosive warheads for combating zombie hordes, but also 20 new 171 Type 12.7mm heavy machine guns. Most exciting of all, aside from heavy weaponry, this batch of individual weapons was particularly noteworthy, featuring the latest models of the 191 series automatic rifles and 161 light machine guns. Moreover, the 191 automatic rifles came in various configurations, including the 192 assault variant and the 191 designated marksman model, along with various types of scopes and underbarrel grenade launchers. In total, there were a staggering 1,000 rifles and light machine guns, complemented by over 1 million rounds of ammunition, 5,000 DSS-161 grenades, and 1,000 sets of the latest individual equipment, including helmets, personal radios, and night vision goggles. Upon receiving this batch of weaponry, the base would undergo a transformative upgrade, no longer relying on outdated equipment from the last century and counting bullets to survive. After a brief period of adaptation training to the new gear, the combat effectiveness of the naval testing base would double based on the existing personnel. Furthermore, this was merely the first batch of supplies. A second wave was slated to arrive in 3 days, featuring the armored personnel carriers and Hummer assault vehicles that Zhang Yunlong and his comrades had long desired. Rumor had it there would be more than a dozen vehicles, though the base commander did not disclose specific details, merely hinting that units should prepare personnel for assembly at 8:00 the next day along the access road beside the external runway to facilitate unloading. That higher-ups seemed aware of the base's dire circumstances and the ongoing personnel shortages, thus generously deciding to bolster equipment levels. If personnel were lacking, they would compensate with gear, significantly enhancing the base's armament capabilities. Additionally, the forthcoming third batch of supplies would deliver a large quantity of newly designed modular metal isolation walls, greatly enhancing the base's defensive capabilities. After the meeting on receiving the supply equipment, Zhang Haoren nearly dashed back to the guard company, where the soldiers erupted in jubilation upon hearing the good news. At long last, they awaited the arrival of the long-anticipated new equipment. There were enough new weapons and gear to equip everyone at the base, with surplus remaining. Once reinforcements arrived, the base could enter a positive cycle, rendering them unafraid of any challenges ahead. The next morning, the soldiers of the guard company, having been exhilarated throughout the night, were nearly all mobilized, save for those on sentry duty. Even those who had just completed night shifts rushed to the control tower to stand by. Other units also sent personnel to assist, as there were limited usable trucks available. The base originally planned to rely on a substantial workforce to unload the Y-20's cargo. The equipment was to be stacked near the runway before being gradually transported to the storage facility, allowing the aircraft to return promptly. Consequently, nearly all grassroots units were mobilized, and the once quiet access road was now filled with a rare bustle. Originally, a team of 200 was planned for the unloading. Yet over 300 personnel showed up. All the soldiers awaiting the aircraft's landing stood in their respective lines, animatedly discussing, disregarding the usual order of formation. Observing the chaotic assembly, the commanding officers of each unit did not reprimand their troops. It was a rare occasion for joy, and they saw no reason to dampen spirits. Ironically, the most excited were not the guard company, but the hospital within the base. Currently, the most critical deficiency at the base was not in weaponry or ammunition, but in medical supplies. The hospital had not received any pharmaceutical replenishment for over a year, and previous rescue operations had depleted their medical resources, leaving their stock almost exhausted. The hospital director even joked during routine base meetings that his pockets were cleaner than his face. This air supply was truly a timely blessing for the hospital. Without replenishment, they would soon be unable to treat even common ailments like colds and fevers. Everyone was eager, just waiting for the plane to land and seize their share of happiness. However, as the crowd awaited the Y-20, the anticipated arrival was delayed. Although the notification stated 8:30, it was now 9:30, and still no sign of the aircraft appeared in the sky. The originally excited throng grew disheartened, all sitting on the ground with their heads tilted skyward, anxiously awaiting. Zhang Yunlong, who was also gazing at the heavens, began to feel uneasy. After such a long wait, why hadn't the plane arrived? Surely the flight plan from the capital hadn't been canceled. Even if it had, there should have been a notification. Was it truly acceptable to leave them hanging like this? Could it be that the aircraft had encountered problems mid-flight? Chapter 20. Flight mission canceled? As the crowd awaited nearly 10 o'clock, the expressionless political commissar swiftly emerged from the control tower, flanked by two equally grim-faced advisors, upon casting a glance at the assembled gathering outside. The commissar strode purposefully towards the commanders of the various companies who were clustered together, awaiting orders. The commanders, initially engaged in casual conversation and smoking, hastily discarded their cigarette butts and stood at attention as the commissar approached. Noticing the commissar's stern demeanor, the more perceptive among them visibly paled. Upon reaching the commanders, the commissar quietly briefed them on several matters. The faces of the commanders turned ashen upon receiving the orders, prompting them to dash back to their respective companies. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoren, who had also received the orders, stood before the guard company's formation, visibly conflicted. Gazing at the soldiers arranged in formation, he, usually decisive and commanding, found himself at a loss for words. As the soldiers looked at him with eager anticipation, Zhang Haoren took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Due to adverse weather conditions, the air supply mission is hereby canceled. The guard company is to return to the barracks immediately and remain on standby. The duty officer will lead the way." Zhang Yunlong, standing in formation, observed the expressions of the political commissar and the commanders, then glanced up at the clear sky, inwardly lamenting, "Indeed, something has gone awry." Upon returning to the dormitory building, Zhang Yunlong did not enter his own quarters, but instructed Gao Yankun to take the others back to rest while he awaited Ranji's return in the company commander's dormitory. Zhang Yunlong's instincts told him that today's events were far from ordinary, that if the flight plan had indeed been cancelled due to weather, it must have been due to conditions in the capital. However, all airports verify the next day's weather before devising flight plans. Zhang Yunlong was skeptical that the meteorological service in the capital was so inept. Even if there had been sudden severe weather, they should have been informed promptly rather than made to wait so long, only to be sent back disappointed. The aircraft had certainly taken off as scheduled and was en route to them, only to encounter trouble en route. The control tower, too, must have received news shortly after the incident occurred, and the delay was likely due to the verification of the information's accuracy. Once inside the company commander's dormitory, Zhang Yunlong opened the desk drawer and retrieved an entire pack of Yushi cigarettes. Having finally found some financial ease, he did not spare Rangu, tearing open the box and lighting one cigarette after another. His instincts were usually spot on. Within half an hour, Zhang Haoran returned. Observing the smoke-filled dormitory and the half-empty pack of Yushi on the table, Zhang Haoran's already dark complexion deepened further, that he approached and delivered a sharp kick, sending Zhang Yunlong, who was seated, tumbling. Grabbing the cigarette box and lighter from the table, he stuffed them into his own pocket. Unyielding, Zhang Yunlong protested loudly. "That's my lighter. Give it back." Zhang Haoran ignored him, pulling out the lighter and cigarette box, lighting one for himself before returning them to their place. Just as Zhang Yunlong attempted to reclaim his sole lighter, Rangu spoke up. "Have you already deduced what is going on?" Realizing that Rangu was about to discuss serious matters, Zhang Yunlong straightened and nodded. "If it doesn't breach any protocol, I would like to hear the political commissar's notification first, to see if my assumptions are correct." Although the base commander had emphasized the need for confidentiality due to the gravity of the situation, fearing that news would adversely affect morale among the lower units, Zhang Haoran clearly did not consider Zhang Yunlong as just another soldier. Succinctly outlining the events, the Y-20 had indeed taken off from Liangshan Airport as planned and was en route to the base. However, due to extensive radiation zones in northeastern Hebei province, the flight path had been altered to first enter Inner Mongolia from the northwest of Hebei and then proceed eastward into Liaoning province, before heading south to reach the base, thus circumventing the large radiation areas. Yet as the Y-20 approached Chifeng in Inner Mongolia, it was forced to land at Chifeng Airport due to interference from radiation clouds. The capital ultimately received word that the pilots reported being locked onto by ground-based air defense radar, after which all communication was lost. That IT has since been confirmed that the aircraft has landed. Upon hearing that the aircraft had been intercepted, Zhang Yunlong was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had assumed the aircraft experienced a malfunction and had made an emergency landing or turned back, but he never imagined that the aircraft was compelled to land due to a threat from their own ground-based air defense radar. As Zhang Yunlong furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, Zhang Haoran solemnly informed him, "Since you are already aware, I want to elaborate on the specifics, as I am not entirely clear myself. However, do refrain from speaking indiscreetly about this matter. The base commander has issued a gag order to the company commanders, and the confidentiality is crucial for maintaining morale. But I can tell you this. Do not expect any supplies in the near future. Until the issue is resolved, no transport aircraft will be dispatched to the northeastern provinces from the capital." Disheartened, Zhang Yunlong exited the company commander's dormitory, intending to return to his own quarters, when a thought struck him. He turned back and pushed the door open again. Zhang Haoran, seeing Zhang Yunlong re-enter, was about to inquire what additional matter he had when Zhang Yunlong, with a grave expression, stated, "Commander, there will surely be a meeting tonight at the base to discuss this incident. Regardless of the meeting's content, please take me with you." Zhang Yunlong's request was unreasonable and excessive. Yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to trust in his comrade, Zhang Haoran did not object. He merely nodded silently and replied, "Meet me at the lobby on the first floor at 7 o'clock. Instructor Liu Yufeng will be organizing a political lesson for everyone tonight. You will accompany me to the base meeting room." Note: to view the original version, please join the reader group at 2544134444, where the chapter can be found in the shared files. Chapter 21. The pot is about to boil over WY evening. The two arrived punctually at the meeting room on the third floor of the base office building. As they entered, the political commissar and other base commanders were already waiting. though the commanders from other grassroots units had yet to arrive. Unlike in the past, when each unit had vehicles and personnel would arrive early to the meeting room. The current situation was dire. The entire base could muster no more than 5 complete vehicles, aside from a few used for urgent tasks. Unless absolutely necessary, the base commanders would not summon the grassroots commanders to convene. Moreover, meetings commenced promptly once all were present, with no time wasted. As Zhang Yunlong entered alongside Zhang Haoran. The room was not yet full. Those who had arrived were seated, quietly exchanging opinions, paying little heed to the two newcomers. Only the political commissar instinctively looked up to see who had just entered, immediately recognizing Zhang Yunlong, the second squad leader of the guard company, following closely behind his commander, and beckoned for them to come over. Seeing the political commissar's expression, Zhang Haoran knew he was displeased and, before reaching the front, hastily distanced himself from Zhang Yunlong. "Commissar, it's not my doing. He figured it out on his own that I was concerned he might jump to conclusions and cause trouble. So I brought him along so you could have a word with him." The political commissar, discerning Zhang Haoran's demeanor, understood the situation and said nothing further, only casting a deep glance at Zhang Yunlong. If the matter truly unfolded as Zhang Haoran described, that Zhang Yunlong had deduced it independently, the political commissar was left speechless that if he could guess this, what other matters might this young man not dare to ponder? And what actions would he hesitate to take? Ultimately, the political commissar did not expel Zhang Yunlong, but rather found a chair for him to sit at the back and observe. However, he particularly cautioned him that the content of the meeting tonight was highly sensitive. He could listen, but he should refrain from indiscriminately expressing personal opinions. Should he have any thoughts, he could discuss them privately later. Zhang Yunlong had no objections to this. As a mere squad leader, being allowed to sit and listen at the base meeting was already a courtesy extended to him by the political commissar. Had it been someone else, it was likely they would have been relegated to standing guard at the entrance. Soon, the various grassroots leaders attending the meeting had all arrived, and the political commissar promptly commenced the proceedings. The agenda was straightforward. The forthcoming arrangements for base operations, with no discussions or analyses regarding the recent incident. Engaging in such discussions would be futile, as the event had already transpired, and how the higher-ups classified and dealt with it bore no relation to the base's next steps. The urgent priority was to devise a strategy for maintaining base operations amidst the scarcity of equipment and supplies. The leaders of each unit began by reporting on the current morale of personnel and the status of their material stockpiles, with weaponry and equipment being of paramount importance. Subsequently, the logistics team and the hospital provided an account of the consumption of food and medicines, calculating how long they could sustain their operations at the current consumption rate. The hospital situation was particularly dire. Director Ding had not relaxed his furrowed brow since sitting down, his face perpetually drawn. Everyone understood that given the current stockpiles of medical supplies, sustaining even basic daily consumption would be a challenge, let alone engaging in a prolonged conflict. The food supply was also bleak, while the base still had a considerable stock of military rations and compressed biscuits. Regular rice and flour were nearly exhausted, and fresh fruits and vegetables had been depleted for half a year. The soldiers' daily intake of vitamins relied entirely on canned fruits and vitamin tablets. This led back to an old issue. The hospital supply of vitamin tablets was also dwindling. The chief of staff was the first to propose an idea. The next step would involve increasing the patrol frequency of the security company, with resource searches as the primary objective, while avoiding the main urban area and focusing initially on surrounding villages and towns. However, the transport division immediately voiced their objections, citing a straightforward reason. The number of operational vehicles was exceedingly limited. Determining how many vehicles could be deployed was a significant concern. With too few vehicles, their transport capacity would be insufficient, and if they stumbled upon a large cache of resources but could not transport it back promptly, it would increase the number of trips required, heightening the risk. Moreover, Zhang Haoran also raised objections, questioning the feasibility of the patrol task that he emphasized how perilous each outing was, with vehicles pushed to their limits for speed. And spotting a horde of zombies from a distance, that in the event of being surrounded by wandering corpses, it would not matter if they had a few vehicles. Even a convoy would struggle to escape. This was not a matter of Zhang Haoran being cowardly. The entire security company had barely 100 personnel left, and the total base population was under 1,500, including over 700 unarmed civilians. Discounting these non-combatants, the number of soldiers with genuine combat capability was alarmingly low. Should anything happen at the base, The security company would be the first line of defense. Conducting resource searches would necessitate prolonged stops and entering buildings, where the likelihood of encountering zombies was exceedingly high, making casualties unavoidable. Each soldier lost was a significant blow. There would be no reinforcements in the short term that if the security company suffered catastrophic losses while searching for supplies. Who would bear the responsibility? Although the chief of staff's suggestion was swiftly opposed by the two main units involved in patrols, there was no table thumping in protest. Everyone present was astute enough to recognize the crux of the matter. If it were possible to conduct large-scale resource searches, the base would have done so long ago. Unfortunately, they lacked both personnel and equipment, and expecting a logistics team to perform the duties of special operations was tantamount to disregarding human life. The base could no longer withstand any personnel losses. However, the circumstances were no longer as they once were. There was no longer a path to take. They could either venture out and gamble on fortune or collectively await starvation. Zhang Yunlong sighed quietly in the corner, aware that regardless of the difficulties in making choices, the next step of sending the security company out to search for resources had become inevitable. The base leadership had undoubtedly reached a decision. It was merely articulated through the chief of staff. The political commissar called the unit leaders together, likely to seek their personnel contributions. That it was unrealistic to expect the security company and the transport division to shoulder such a dangerous task alone. Indeed, after the deputy commander emphasized the base's dwindling food reserves, the political commissar ultimately set the tone. While various stockpiles were on the verge of depletion, ammunition reserves remained adequate, making external searches for resources imperative. Each unit was instructed to draft a list by that evening, prioritizing party members and reserve party members, with 20 of personnel to report to the security company by the following morning. The selected personnel would first undergo individual tactical training and live-fire shooting exercises before being integrated into the external search teams. The security company would allocate half of its personnel to form search teams, tentatively organizing 5 groups of 10 individuals each. Additionally, each group would comprise 10 personnel drawn from various units, reaching full capacity of 20 per group. The transport division was responsible for providing vehicles and drivers, ensuring that all vehicles were in optimal condition. The meeting commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly, with the unit leaders exiting with solemn expressions. Yet, no one complained or placed blame on the security company. After all, the security battalion had endured the most significant losses in the initial rescue operations, with a battalion's worth of troops reduced to a single company. Now, they were to send half of their remaining personnel to face danger. Their contribution of just 2/5 was already a considerable sacrifice. Zhang Yunlong followed Zhang Haoren, heads down as they made their way out. Just as they reached the doorway, the political commissar called them back. The two exchanged knowing glances, waiting for everyone to leave before hearing the political commissar's remarks. Once the room was empty, the political commissar greeted the departing deputy commander, and the two leaders exited the meeting room in succession. Zhang Yunlong and Zhang Haoren remained silent, trailing behind them. The two leaders engaged in hushed conversation, prompting the duo to instinctively hang back a bit. The unspoken rule was to avoid hearing what they should not and remembering what they should not. This was a basic tenet of military conduct. After concluding their discussion, the political commissar and deputy commander each returned to their offices. Noticing that the political commissar had left his door ajar, Zhang Yunlong understood the implication and called out, reporting. As they entered, Zhang Yunlong closing the door behind them, that in recent days, the political commissar's office had become a familiar setting, and Zhang Yunlong felt less constrained. Upon receiving permission, he pulled up a chair and sat down while Zhang Haoren, the company commander, found himself somewhat at a loss. Seeing the chair beneath Zhang Yunlong, he too wished to sit, but there was only one chair in front of the political commissar's desk. Caught in a moment of indecision, he felt an urge to shove Zhang Yunlong aside. However, with the political commissar watching, he refrained from expressing his frustration, remaining there in a state of perplexity. The political commissar, uninterested in quibbling with the two, gestured toward the nearby sofa and coffee table, leading the way over. The two settled on the adjacent sofa, positioned on either side of the political commissar, who sat silently in the center. With the leader remaining silent, the two were uncertain how to begin. The political commissar then produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing it on the coffee table. Zhang Haoren swiftly extracted a cigarette and lit it for the political commissar, not bothering with formalities. Before taking 2 for himself and Zhang Yunlong, in that moment, The distance between the leader and his subordinates seemed to diminish. Zhang Yunlong quietly moved the teacup from the political commissar's desk, and the latter naturally accepted it, taking a sip before stating, "I know what you two scamps are eager to ask. You still need to arrange personnel tonight, so I won't take up too much of your time. Just half an hour. Ask your questions, and then be on your way." Zhang Yunlong and Zhang Haoran exchanged glances, and Zhang Haoran quickly dove into the topic. "Political Commissar, we are aware of the events that transpired and understand their severity. However, how has the higher-ups specifically classified the situation? Is there any word on when supplies will arrive? Even an approximate timeline would suffice. It's not feasible for us to keep sending people out to search indefinitely. It may work for a time, but eventually, something will go awry. Moreover, why hasn't there been any air support for such a critical transport mission?" Chapter 22. Mutiny. Listening to Zhang Haoran's barrage of questions, the political commissar remained unperturbed. The reason for summoning the two to his office was deliberate. One was a leader, and the other a key member, both possessing real combat experience. They had witnessed bloodshed and were unafraid of death. Most importantly, their psychological resilience was commendable, allowing them to remain composed in the face of emergencies. The next phase of external searches would undoubtedly require leadership, with both of them taking charge of separate teams. In such circumstances, distinctions based on rank and appointment were irrelevant. Capability was paramount. Without a leader with practical experience, even a battalion commander would be of little use. The political commissar had meticulously analyzed the report on the last anti-bandit operation. Recognizing Zhang Haoran's decisiveness and adaptability as valuable traits for leading troops in battle, as for Zhang Yunlong, he was a rare find, brave and willing to confront threats head-on, even ready to engage zombies in close combat when necessary. When under enemy fire, the individual not only prioritizes the protection of comrades, but also demonstrates an exceptionally strong psychological fortitude. Even with bullets whizzing perilously close, they manage to maintain calm judgment. Understanding when to advance and when to retreat, and knowing how to strategically prepare for contingencies. Such warriors, adept at seizing opportunities, ensure that even in the absence of supplies, they can maximize the likelihood of a safe withdrawal. Currently, the only deficiency the two face is their lack of experience in handling complex situations. However, such experience is something that can only be accrued through the crucible of real combat. Given the present circumstances, it is not just the political commissar who specializes in ideological work that lacks the ability to instruct them. The entire base finds itself without guidance. They must rely on their own gradual accumulation of knowledge. And with their commendable psychological resilience, it is merely a matter of time. After listening to Zhang Haoran's inquiry, the political commissar selectively addressed one aspect. The reason for not deploying fighter jets for escort was that this transport mission was within domestic airspace, and all units along the flight route had been duly notified in advance that in the event of an emergency, they could provide immediate support or seek out nearby airports for landing. Additionally, the situation regarding domestic epidemic zones remained ambiguous, with Air Force units on standby, ready to assist. Moreover, many military airfields have suffered varying degrees of damage during the war, resulting in significant losses of aircraft. While runways can be repaired post-conflict, the production of new aircraft is a much more arduous task. Thus, with fighter jets stretched thin across the country's epidemic zones, it is customary not to assign escort fighters for domestic transport missions, unless the flight pertains to international routes, such as those to Europe or Russia, in which case escort fighters are allocated based on the value of the cargo and the specifics of the flight route. The political commissar's explanation was thorough, yet it was not the answer Zhang Haoran sought. Undeterred, he pressed on with a question that weighed heavily on his mind. "Commissar, please be straightforward with us. Will the supplies still be delivered?" The political commissar cast a deep glance at Zhang Haoran, but remained silent. Observing the commissar's silence, both Zhang Haoran and Zhang Yunlong grasped the unspoken implication. It seemed that the supplies would not be forthcoming. The pressing question of their next steps loomed ominously over all personnel at the base. A matter of life and death. The political commissar understood that he could offer no guarantees or hope to the warriors preparing to risk their lives. The profound sense of powerlessness and frustration weighed heavily on this seasoned soldier. Faced with the despondent expression of the commissar, Zhang Yunlong refrained from further inquiries. Although he had many questions, he realized that asking would yield no fruitful answers. The situation was already dire. even if the commissar elucidated his queries. It would not alleviate their current predicament. Thus, he resolved to remain silent, contemplating the prospect of indulging in another cigarette before departing, deeming the evening not a complete waste. That it was the political commissar, who had already consumed half a cigarette, that broke the silence. Today, SY-20 transport aircraft was intercepted by the 26th Air Brigade of the Air Force stationed in Chifeng, Inner Mongolia. Although there were no surveillance satellites monitoring that airspace at the time, the capital promptly contacted Chifeng Airport. Through the political commissar's narrative, Zhang Haoren and Zhang Yunlong swiftly learned the intricate details of the incident. The flight path of the Y-20 had been meticulously planned, and under normal circumstances, it would not be altered without urgent necessity. Prior to the incident, the pilot had just concluded discussions with the air traffic control personnel of the 26th Brigade, who had repeatedly requested verification of the Y-20's flight identification code and aircraft number, citing an airspace exercise as justification for an immediate landing. The pilot promptly reported to superiors, but before any feedback could be received, he was compelled to land due to continued warnings from the other party. The capital quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and established an accident investigation team. Upon verification, it became apparent that the 26th Brigade indeed had an air defense missile battalion. The airfield where the brigade was stationed served dual purposes, being a military-civilian airport of modest size and limited facilities. However, it had been taken over by the state during wartime as a military transit station due to the presence of a civil air transport logistics center. Subsequently, following the outbreak of nuclear conflict, the airport was directly hit by a missile carrying a conventional warhead, resulting in the complete destruction of ground infrastructure and significant losses for the 26th Brigade. In addition to numerous casualties, most of the weaponry, including 20 J-10B fighters parked alongside the runway, was obliterated. Fortunately, the Air Defense Missile Battalion, concealed in nearby ravines, escaped unscathed. This battalion was not originally part of the 26th Brigade. But in the aftermath of the war, as various units suffered tremendous losses and were disbanded and restructured, the decision was made to retain the 26th Brigade's formation, incorporating the missile battalion due to the preservation of over 10 intact J-7 bombers stored in the Chifeng standby depot. However, subsequent personnel and equipment reinforcements have remained inadequate, and currently, the 26th Brigade comprises fewer than 1,000 soldiers, equipped solely with those 10 or so J-7s that their primary daily mission involves ground support. Drop incendiary bombs into epidemic zones or areas densely populated with corpses. The current commander of the brigade is a former chief of staff, as the previous brigade commander perished in the missile attack. The political commissar was reassigned following the unit's reorganization. This new brigade commander exercises autocratic control over unit development, often imposing his will and maintaining tight control over command authority that he harbors significant dissatisfaction regarding the issue of equipment reinforcements. Having repeatedly requested new supplies in the absence of a definitive response, he has refused to deploy aircraft to provide fire support for ground troops, and in this instance, he audaciously orchestrated an interception to force the transport aircraft to land for a batch of weaponry. Although the situation is astonishing, the facts leave Zhang Yunlong no room for disbelief. He could not recall the name of the brigade commander, whether it was Su or Yu. The political commissar mentioned it in passing, and he had no inclination to remember. Regardless of the animosity that may have arisen, they had no means to seek redress, especially since the capital would not let the responsible parties off the hook. The only pressing concern was whether the 26th Air Brigade could still function under the command of superiors. Taking advantage of the political commissar's moment of contemplation, Zhang Yunlong lit another cigarette and remarked, "Commissar, I find this situation rather peculiar. I suspect that the 26th Brigade's response to the capital was merely to ensure the safety of airspace during exercises. It cannot genuinely be a rebellion. Moreover, they would have promptly reported to the capital, and the crew of the Y-20 would likely be well taken care of. Even the landed aircraft would be maintained properly. The armaments and supplies that were rightfully ours will undoubtedly not be returned. Currently, the vast majority of personnel in the 26th Brigade are likely still in the dark. The true instigators are surely a minority, but they certainly include the commander of the Air Defense Missile Battalion. These individuals have calculated the current chaotic domestic situation, realizing that the Central Military Commission can no longer decide the fate of a unit commander with a single decree as in the past. Furthermore, given the geographical distance, even if blame is assigned from above, at most, It would lead to the dispatch of an investigative team, as long as they maintain that it was an exercise, and with no direct evidence. The higher-ups will find it challenging to hold them accountable in the short term. They have seized the materials, and there is no way to compel them to return them. Having listened to Zhang Yunlong's analysis, the political commissar concurred. The current situation indeed resembled Zhang Yunlong's assessment. The investigative team from the capital had yet to depart due to concerns that the other party might retaliate with an airspace blockade. For safety reasons, they would only dispatch the investigation team's aircraft once it was confirmed that the air defense missiles and other aerial facilities of the 26th Brigade were unequivocally secure. However, prior to that, there would be no shortage of bureaucratic wrangling. By the time the investigative team finally arrived, it was certain that the equipment and supplies would have long been consumed. In any case, the 26th Brigade's maneuvering was exceptionally astute, managing to acquire a substantial batch of superior equipment without incurring any losses. The unfortunate experimental base has become a victim, leaving no hope in its wake. Chapter 23. Personnel Arrangements. Even if the aircraft interception incident is ultimately resolved satisfactorily, it remains uncertain whether the capital can timely allocate additional transport planes and an equivalent quantity of supplies. Moreover, the units across the nation awaiting support from above have already formed long queues, making it questionable when they might next receive assistance. In any case, it is impossible to expect any reinforcements from higher-ups in the short term. This truly aligns with the old adage, a towering building begins from the ground. One must rely on oneself for survival. The two individuals emerged silently from the political commissar's office, making their way toward the dormitory building of the company. Both were burdened with heavy hearts. The evening had yielded no good news or useful information from the political commissar. Aside from enjoying 2 fine cigarettes, they walked away empty-handed. Even an exhaustive analysis of the events leading up to the incident could not alter the current situation. Nor did it provide any assistance for the next steps. Throughout their journey, neither brother spoke. Although both were tangled in thoughts regarding the selection of the first search team, it was not the appropriate time for discussion. They needed to return for a military assembly of the company, where everyone would collectively deliberate and decide. However, the options available to the soldiers of the guard company were quite limited. While most of the soldiers had some experience patrolling outside, very few had engaged in actual combat with zombies. Patrols were conducted during the day, primarily focused on monitoring and observing the movements of the undead hordes. The soldiers either followed from a distance in vehicles or examined the traces left by the hordes the previous night to infer their movements and size. This led to a situation where the soldiers, from squad leaders to regular soldiers, possessed far more experience in fleeing from large hordes than in fighting them. Yet, searching for supplies was not a race to see who could run faster. The scant experience they had gained previously would be of little help in facing the imminent risks. Even Zhang Yunlong and Zhang Haoren, though somewhat more capable than others, would still be fearful if tasked with leading a team to search for supplies. Indeed, upon Zhang Haoren's return to convey the decisions made in the higher-ups meeting, the entire guard company was engulfed in despair. A few pessimists began writing farewell letters with grim faces, yet no one outright refused to fight. After all, so much time had elapsed since the war began, and the surviving soldiers, to varying degrees, were filled with fighting spirit. They all understood that if it were not for dire circumstances, the higher-ups would not issue such desperate orders. While everyone was initially astonished at the announcement of the orders, they quickly grasped the reality. The base was on the verge of running out of supplies, and they had endured in silence for so long that they would either erupt in rebellion or perish quietly. Rather than starve to death, the soldiers would prefer to die fighting against the zombies. At least that would provide a sense of closure. Instructor Liu Yufeng, observing the soldiers' reactions, deemed it unnecessary to conduct further ideological mobilization and promptly initiated the next procedure. Each squad was to discuss and draft a list of personnel for the first external search. Once the preliminary lists were compiled, they would be consolidated and finalized by the company headquarters. The guard company was effectively fighting with their backs against the wall, with a total of 50 personnel designated for the first search group. In the best-case scenario, each squad would send half of their members. Some squads with fewer personnel would send all their members. For instance, Zhang Yunlong's second squad, comprising only 4 individuals, bypassed even the drawing of lots. Unexpectedly, the usually self-serving third squad, under the leadership of Bao Zhangjie, also decided to participate fully in the search team. Originally, their squad was only required to send 5 members, but following the previous anti-bandit mission, it seemed there had been a profound change in the ideological consciousness of the 3rd Squad, that IT was unclear whether this newfound spirit of selfless dedication arose from a collective understanding of the risks inherent in the pursuit of wealth or from an innate desire to contribute. In any case, after disbanding, the squads began drafting their lists, with the 3rd Squad being the second to submit theirs. Zhang Yunlong's 2nd Squad was the first, simply due to the absence of options. Other squads had volunteers, designated individuals, or drew lots, yet none had full participation. Bao Zhangji followed closely behind Zhang Yunlong into the company commander's quarters. Afterward, Zhang Yunlong speculated that Bao's position behind him was likely due to the time taken to write down 7 names compared to the 4 from his squad. The two entered the company commander's quarters in succession, where instructor Lu Yufeng was also present. Seeing that the 2nd and 3rd squads had swiftly reached a decision, he expressed surprise and inquired, "How did you conclude so quickly? This task is no trivial matter. Aside from party members and reserve members, other soldiers must adhere to the principle of voluntariness that as squad leaders, you must guide them reasonably. You cannot arbitrarily designate individuals. You must respect the personal opinions of the soldiers in your squads. Let me see the list. If it is unreasonable, you will need to revise it. We must not only be responsible for the mission, but also for the lives of the soldiers in our squads." Upon hearing the instructor's words, Zhang Yunlong felt a twinge of emotion. Yet aside from that, he remained unresponsive. For him, the instructor's remarks lacked substance. That IT was not that he, as the squad leader, disrespected the instructor. Rather, Lu Yufeng lacked the extensive grassroots experience that Zhang Haoran possessed as a company commander, having always led patrols and operations, earning him high regard within the company. That in stark contrast, Lu Yufeng was merely a young officer who had recently graduated from military academy. Lacking experience, ability, and practical knowledge, that he had only just been assigned to the base, having served as a squad leader in the 4th Station for a year. Following the outbreak of war and a series of changes, the Guard Battalion suffered heavy casualties during support operations, prompting his temporary reassignment as an instructor. Lu Yufeng was a graduate of Nanjing Political Academy, and truth be told, his professional qualifications were commendable, making him quite adept at political work. However, he was painfully aware that he was utterly clueless when it came to leading troops in battle. Thus, he typically listened rather than participated in discussions regarding patrol plans. His primary responsibilities revolved around organizing political education for the soldiers and conducting ideological work. This was his first instance of opposing the squad leader's arrangements as an instructor. Zhang Yunlong could sense the instructor's concern for the soldiers and the urgency of the task from his tone. Yet that was the extent of it. Zhang Yunlong understood that this search mission had instilled an unprecedented sense of despair and pressure in their instructor, who harbored pessimistic thoughts regarding the next course of action. As an instructor, Lu Yufeng had never participated in an external patrol mission. He had not even been part of the base during the aftermath of the war. He was not included among the 2nd batch of personnel sent for rescue. This resulted in some squad leaders and even squad leaders within the guard company developing a certain disdain for this instructor, who only seemed adept at wielding a pen. Zhang Yunlong, however, harbored no such thoughts. Recognizing that revolutionary work necessitated diverse roles, there were those like him who charged to the front lines with weapons in hand, as well as those who engaged in political and ideological work from the rear. Typically, their interactions involved little interference in one another's duties. Yet, perhaps frightened by the task at hand, instructor Lu Yufeng crossed the line of tacitly accepted responsibilities for the first time, voicing objections to the personnel arrangements made by the squad leaders. However, he failed to grasp that if one genuinely wished to be responsible for the lives of all the soldiers in the guard company, the most prudent course of action would be to send no one out at all and simply wait to starve within the base. They were in the midst of a war. How could there be any battles without casualties? Especially in a life-and-death struggle for national survival. All soldiers must prepare themselves for the possibility of death at any moment. However, it was evident that our instructor had yet to realize this and was far from prepared for such a mindset. Upon hearing the instructor's remarks, Bao Zhangjie rolled his eyes in exasperation, unwilling to engage in a rebuttal, and handed the paper listing the personnel from the 3rd Squad to Company Commander Zhang Haoran. In an unusual turn of events, Zhang Haoran did not defend the instructor. Instead, he silently accepted the paper and began to review it. During previous company meetings, whenever a squad leader or key member displayed indifference or disapproval toward the instructor, Company Commander Zhang Haoren would typically be the first to step in and defend him. However, this time, he merely furrowed his brow and glanced at the instructor without uttering a word. This moment, Lu Yufeng remained oblivious to the fundamental error he had committed, seeing that Bao Zhangji had ignored him and was instead handing the list to the company commander. He became flustered, raising his voice significantly. Third squad leader, what do you mean by this? Do you believe your arrangements are infallible? If your decisions are unreasonable and your squad members falter at a critical moment, it could cost lives. Originally, Bao Zhangjie had intended to spare the instructor's feelings and refrain from direct confrontation. Moreover, their squad was fully participating, even if he heeded the instructor's advice and removed 2 individuals. The willingness of those removed would still be uncertain. Furthermore, despite the third squad's incomplete roster, their combat effectiveness and experience ranked among the best in the guard company. Upon hearing the instructor question their squad's quality, Bao Zhangjie instantly became incensed, opening his mouth to retort. Chapter 24. Forming the search team upon observing Baozi's agitation, Zhang Yunlong promptly intervened to ease the tension, grasping Baozi to prevent him from speaking recklessly. He then addressed Lu Yufeng, saying, "Instructor, you seem to have misunderstood. Please take a look at our class roster. You are well aware of our situation. Including myself, there are only 4 of us remaining. Both Gao Yankun and I are party members. Yang Jiyu is a probationary member, and Cheng Wensheng has long submitted his application for party membership. Even if our class had more than 4 members, we would be unable to evade participation." He continued, "The circumstances in Class 2 and Class 3 are quite similar to ours, as we all joined the party under duress. Moreover, both classes are among the few in the company with comprehensive combat experience. It is only reasonable, both in sentiment and logic, that we partake in this initial mission. At this moment, Instructor Lu Yufeng seemed to finally grasp the situation, realizing that the leaders of the 2nd and 3rd classes might possess greater authority in determining the personnel for the search operation. The previous anti-bandit mission had not been long past, and their combat effectiveness had already been recognized by higher-ups, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Haoren, seemingly uninterested in prolonging this debate, remarked, "The instructor is merely overwhelmed by concern that let's finalize the personnel arrangements once the reports from other classes come in." The other class leaders did not keep the group waiting for long, promptly submitting their lists. Since each class was responsible for selecting their own personnel, some classes reported more members than others. The battalion did not wish to overly interfere, understanding that this directly pertained to the life and death of each soldier, granting them the autonomy to decide on their involvement in the first search team. When Zhang Haoren and Lu Yufeng compiled the personnel lists, they were astonished to find that 68 individuals had volunteered. With the entire guard company comprising around 100 personnel, it was unexpected that over half had willingly signed up. This indicated that our instructor was not entirely ineffectual, at the very least. He had excelled in his ideological work, as the majority of the soldiers displayed commendable awareness in this critical moment. However, among these 68 volunteers, it remained uncertain how many were merely naive youths, emboldened by a few patrols, believing themselves to be invincible. Zhang Yunlong discreetly inquired with several enthusiastic volunteers. There were indeed many who harbored an excessive confidence in their abilities. Some, even more simplistically, had signed up simply to escape guard duty and relish the opportunity to stretch their legs. This predicament caused Zhang Yunlong considerable distress, as the leaders of the 5 search teams had already been determined prior to finalizing the personnel list. The vice captains were selected from various units, while all team leaders were, without exception, composed of the backbone officers from the guard company, including Zhang Yunlong himself. Zhang Yunlong was not particularly surprised by his own appointment as team leader. After all, such perilous assignments were hardly appealing. Coupled with his longer tenure in the field compared to others, it was only reasonable for him to lead the team. Nevertheless, he found himself perplexed about how to manage this group of overconfident soldiers from the guard company. Along with the technical personnel transferred from other units, the IT was not a matter of arrogance. In his eyes, there were indeed very few who could truly hold their ground, in light of the impending search operation. Zhang Yunlong instinctively lowered his expectations for the mission, that he did not seek to recover a substantial haul. Rather, his primary objective was to ascertain the locations of supplies and the conditions surrounding the corpses. and to return as many personnel as possible, deeming that a success. This was due to his understanding of a simple, yet often overlooked truth. No amount of sweat shed on the training ground or rounds fired on the shooting range could compare to the experience of stepping onto a real battlefield. Thus, he held little hope for the upcoming adaptation training, aiming merely for his small team to ensure that their bullets did not strike their own comrades, which he would consider achieving the training goal. That evening, following discussions within the company, the list for the first search team of 50 individuals was finalized. The majority were party members or probationary members, while others possessed considerable experience in patrols. The 18 soldiers who were filtered out were placed into a reserve team, participating in subsequent training. The next morning, personnel selected overnight from various units reported to the guard company for the search mission. The commanding officers paid significant attention to this operation, ensuring that they did not cut corners in personnel selection, striving to send over those with superior military qualities from their respective units. After all, conducting a search operation was no trivial matter. Soldiers were expected to put their lives on the line, that if unreliable personnel were dispatched, resulting in unnecessary sacrifices due to their negligence, the repercussions would be substantial. Although the selected personnel were considered the elite of their units, individual qualities varied greatly. After all, they were all technical soldiers. In terms of military prowess, they were merely the tallest among the short. Only a few had participated in prior rescue missions and could be regarded as elite. The guard company placed great importance on the carefully selected search team members from Allied units. They promptly arranged accommodations and summoned 5 vice captains to the company meeting room to plan the next steps in training, in addition to the 5 vice captains. The meeting included the 5 team leaders from the guard company and various squad leaders, with Company Commander Zhang Haoren presiding over the meeting and Instructor Liu Yufeng taking minutes. Among the 5 search team leaders, only Zhang Yunlong held the rank of 4th-class sergeant, while 3 of the other leaders were squad leaders from the guard company. The elite assault team, designated as the first squad, was to be personally commanded by Company Commander Zhang Haoren. The 3 squad leaders were responsible for leading patrols, and there were no objections to this arrangement. However, Zhang Haoren's decision to lead the first squad directly into action as the spearhead was met with opposition from the majority, including Zhang Yunlong. They believed that as the company commander, Zhang Haoren should remain in a secondary command position or lead the reserve team, ready to provide support, rather than directly engage in the first search team as the vanguard. Yet, Zhang Haoren remained resolute in his decision to lead the charge, explaining that this operation was a unified directive from the base's party committee, directly overseen by the base's chief of staff, with the staff responsible for coordination and intelligence support. This policy would apply not only to this action, but to all future search missions. Thus, he asserted that as a company commander, he was not fundamentally different from an ordinary soldier. With a superior directing operations from the rear, it would be more advantageous for him to leverage his strengths and actively participate in frontline actions, thereby maximizing the utility of the entire guard company. After hearing the company commander's rationale, the others had no choice but to acquiesce. However, they all understood that should anything happen to the commander during the mission, the losses for the guard company would be considerable. After all, there would be no second commander in the entire base who possessed both exceptional personal qualities and reputation. Consequently, Zhang Yunlong, in a rare display of frustration, had a heated argument with Zhang Haoren, hoping to dissuade him from his course of action. This was not the time for heroics. The guard company could manage without Zhang Yunlong as a small team leader, but they could not afford to lose Zhang Haoren as their commander, for no other reason than that Zhang Haoren's role in the guard company was irreplaceable. The inherent dangers of the outside world were well known to all. Life and death often hinged upon a mere moment. Should Zhang Haoren tragically perish in action, it would not be impossible to select a new leader from the current squad leaders. However, the issue remained that all the experienced and capable squad leaders were already leading the first search team. Zhang Haoren, however, proved to be just as stubborn as Zhang Yunlong, refusing to be swayed. Ultimately, Zhang Yunlong resorted to his last resort, seeking counsel from the political commissar. Yet, even the political commissar did not lend him support, seemingly endorsing Zhang Haoren's direct involvement as a commander in the action. Nonetheless, the political commissar did highlight the irrationality and dangers of Zhang Haoren serving as the team leader for the assault squad, suggesting instead that he assume command of the second squad and provide support to the first squad's assault operations. Consequently, the honor of leading the first assault team naturally fell to Zhang Yunlong. Surprisingly, Zhang Yunlong wholeheartedly supported this decision. As long as it meant that Zhang Haoren would not lead the charge, he was amenable to anything. After all, leading an assault team was not new to him. He could focus solely on confronting the undead while leaving logistical concerns to the rear teams. This arrangement aligned perfectly with Zhang Yunlong's preferred approach, and of course, all of this transpired after the conclusion of the training meeting. During the meeting, in addition to confirming training content and personnel arrangements, it was collectively decided that after the meeting, each squad would return to select an experienced corps member from the participating soldiers of the guard company to assume the role of reserve team leader. This so-called reserve team leader would not participate in the squad's command, but could offer suggestions and opinions. Their primary function would be to immediately assume command should the team leader fall in action, making decisions based on the prevailing circumstances regarding whether to continue fighting or retreat. The 5 deputy leaders attending the meeting expressed no objections, for they were acutely aware that compared to the seasoned veterans of the guard company, their own combat experience was indeed rather limited. While they could coordinate personnel, directly commanding a squad in action posed a risk. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for the entire unit. In Chapter 25, Reunion of Old Comrades, this meeting brought a moderately surprising revelation for Zhang Yunlong. Among the 12 troops dispatched from the communications battalion, the leader was none other than Huazi. Originally named Wang Weihua, he had served alongside Zhang Yunlong in their earlier days, forging a strong bond between them. Zhang Yunlong valued Huazi's military acumen far more than his somewhat unreliable technical skills. Wang Weihua, a university graduate commissioned directly as a sergeant, had entered the military after completing his studies in computer science at Jilin University. Aside from his impressive programming skills, he was an avid enthusiast of mixed martial arts. Having participated in intensive training with the Marine Corps, which honed his fighting abilities to a remarkable degree, Zhang Yunlong had sparred with him numerous times but had never emerged victorious. Notably, even the seasoned soldiers from the Marine Corps had struggled to gain the upper hand against Huazi. Underscoring the solidity of Wang Weihua's combat skills, in summary, Huazi's fighting style was fierce and pragmatic, devoid of any superfluous moves. Mirroring his straightforward personality, he rarely evaded attacks, instead opting to absorb them, relying on his formidable physical prowess and aggressive strikes to overwhelm opponents, often securing victory within mere rounds. Even under regulated conditions with protective gear, Wang Weihua seldom employed high kicks, preferring to execute sweeping low kicks that disrupted his adversary's balance, quickly following up with a barrage of punches. Zhang Yunlong mused that, should he face Wang Weihua in a real combat scenario, surviving even 5 rounds would be a formidable challenge. Such a candid and formidable character had been assigned to the communications battalion's fax room. And after the outbreak of hostilities, he was not immediately dispatched to the front lines for support, but remained to ensure communication for the wire company. Following the unexpected sacrifice of the former squad leader, he was relegated to maintaining telephone lines. It seemed the leadership of the communications battalion had finally recognized Huazi's lackluster technical skills, rather than allowing him to languish in a position ill-suited to his talents. They decided to assign him to a more appropriate combat role. Previously, Wang Weihua had made several requests to be transferred from his current position, expressing a desire to fight alongside his old comrades in the guard company, even stating that he would relinquish his role as squad leader if necessary. This time, his wish was granted, albeit with a promotion, as he was appointed to lead a team in action. The sight of his old comrade joining the search mission filled Zhang Yunlong with immense joy. Wang Weihua, however, was quite headstrong. Despite initially agreeing to team up with Zhang Yunlong, upon learning that the political commissar had appointed Zhang as the assault team leader, he insisted on joining the assault team, disregarding the squad members he had brought with him. Zhang Haoren opposed this decision, yet the political commissar concluded that Wang Weihua's temperament was ill-suited for the role of deputy leader, coupled with his undeniable competence. Thus, a new deputy leader was appointed from within the communications battalion, and Huazi was placed into the first team. The first team of the newly formed assault unit originally comprised solely veterans from the guard company, primarily assembled from Zhang Yunlong's 2nd Squad and Bao Changjie's 3rd Squad, with squad leader Meng Weiyuan serving as deputy leader and Bao Changjie as the reserve leader to AS and assault team. Its composition included 5 additional members compared to other squads. Apart from Wang Weihua, the communication soldier, the other 4 were all machine gunners, a significant asset for a base that lacked heavy firepower. Though all were equipped with the Type 81 squad machine gun, Other squads had only 2, while the assault team boasted 6. They also formed a fire support group, led by the guard company's finest machine gunner, Shi Zhuang. Shi Zhuang, a comrade from the same cohort as Zhang Yunlong, hailed from Suizhong City, Liaoning Province. True to his name, he possessed a robust physique, exceptional stamina, and a rather audacious disposition, known for his combative nature. During basic training, he had bested the squad leaders repeatedly. His record of disciplinary actions outweighed his commendations, and the only times he garnered favor from superiors were during the lead-up to competitions. Following his placement in the guard company, he served as a firefighter in the logistics battalion, participating in the first wave of rescue operations that the deputy squad leader and machine gunner. He led the surviving soldiers through a blood-soaked path to reunite with the main force. Earning recognition as the top machine gunner in the guard company, Shi Zhuang wielded the Type 81 with extraordinary finesse, achieving the precision of short bursts during sustained fire. His formidable physique allowed him to treat the machine gun as if it were a rifle, charging forward while firing, a feat unmatched by anyone else in the base. Upon the formation of the assault team, the political commissar specifically appointed Shi Zhuang as the leader of the fire support group, to which he expressed no objections. However, he retained his boisterous demeanor. During the first assembly of the assault team, he boldly declared his desire to be the deputy leader, completely disregarding Meng Weiyuan, who stood nearby. Despite being a squad leader himself, Shi Zhuang seemed to dismiss his authority. Meng Weiyuan, well aware of Shi Zhuang's nature, retorted with irritation, questioning whether he intended to assume both the deputy leader and fire support leader roles. Given Meng Weiyuan's familiarity with Shi Zhuang, he knew that the latter typically disregarded anyone he deemed weaker, as long as they weren't high-ranking officials. Sensing Shi Zhuang's challenge, Meng Weiyuan opted to involve Zhang Yunlong in addressing the situation. Zhang Yunlong, however, did not assert his authority as team leader, instead humorously acknowledging Shi Zhuang's newfound confidence. "Big Zhuang, it seems you've gained quite the swagger in my absence. If you truly wish to be the deputy leader, that is fine by me. As long as you can effectively lead the team, you're welcome to take the captaincy. I'll gladly support you." As old comrades, they shared a deep understanding of one another. Zhang Yunlong was more than aware of Shi Zhuang's temperament, having served together in the same unit and participated in Marine Corps training. The newly formed assault team was not only composed of seasoned veterans, but also reunited a handful of old comrades, a rarity that allowed them to fight side by side, once more in the face of the impending perilous mission. Nothing was more precious than the reliability of trusted old friends. After hearing Zhang Yunlong's words, Shi Zhuang surprisingly took a moment to reflect, and for the first time, conceded that on second thought, being the fire support leader suits me just fine. I have no interest in your captaincy, let alone Meng's deputy role. I refuse to engage in anything that offers little reward for significant effort. Though Shi Zhuang was boisterous, he was not foolish. He recognized his own strengths and limitations. During their time together in Marine Corps training, he had once looked down on Zhang Yunlong's stamina, having even dragged him along during a 5-kilometer armed run. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he could not rival Zhang Yunlong in other aspects that if not for Zhang Yunlong's guidance during a critical moment of navigation, Shi Zhuang would have likely lost his way in the jungle. When it came to leading troops in battle, Zhang Yunlong far surpassed him, and the only time Shi Zhuang had shown as a leader was during the breakout. Relying solely on his brute strength and the ferocious firepower of the Type 81 to carve a path through danger. The other soldiers merely rode on his coattails, their success not a reflection of his leadership capability. Shi Zhuang understood the wisdom of leveraging strengths while mitigating weaknesses. For the sake of fleeting vanity, even if he were to seize the captaincy, leading over 20 brothers in a battle would likely result in disaster. After careful consideration, he concluded that it was most prudent to serve as his machine gunner, for the other members of the fire support team. He would simply direct them to follow his lead when the time came. He remained utterly oblivious to concepts such as fire networks, shooting ranges, and angle distribution in any case. Shi Zhuang had made up his mind. Following Zhang Yunlong's arrangements during the operation would undoubtedly be more reliable than improvising on his own. As long as his machine gun maintained its firepower, any ensuing complications would not fall on his shoulders. Zhang Yunlong, well acquainted with this old comrade from the mountain artillery, could predict his reactions with remarkable accuracy. He could tell what Shi Zhuang would do just by observing his posture. Therefore, Zhang Yunlong was not at all surprised by Shi Zhuang's response, and promptly began organizing the personnel for Team 1. The Zhang Yunlong divided the assault team into 3 smaller groups, with Shi Zhuang in charge of the fire support group, tasked with providing fire support from a secure position in the rear. The remaining members were split into 2 groups. One group of 10, led by Zhang Yunlong, included the only communication soldier, Hua Zi, along with 2 warriors from the original 2nd Squad and 5 seasoned veterans from the security company. The second group, led by Meng Weiyuan, comprised all members of the 3rd Squad, including Bao Changjia, plus 1 veteran from the security company. This structure allowed the second group to rapidly become combat-ready without extensive acclimatization training. Although the first group had a somewhat chaotic composition, Zhang Yunlong felt confident in leading this contingent, as all but one, Wang Weihua, were veterans from the security company. However, he was uncertain whether the 3 groups could effectively coordinate during their inaugural mission. This would serve as a test for Zhang Yunlong, as he had never before commanded such a large number of personnel on a mission. Chapter 26. The first search mission. Despite numerous minor interruptions, the first batch of search teams was finally assembled. Since the formation of Team 1 had utilized a significant number of soldiers from the security company, the other search teams were not composed in a 1:1 ratio of security company soldiers to those from other units. Instead, they were predominantly comprised of personnel from other units, leaving a remaining 40 individuals. Consequently, these 40 were combined with the 18 soldiers from the security company to form a reserve team. This arrangement subtly indicated that the base leadership did not harbor high hopes for the inaugural search operation and was prepared for substantial casualties. Otherwise, they would not have allowed such a significant number of personnel to be drawn from other units to form a reserve team. Zhang Yunlong was unconcerned with the upper command's plans. His sole focus was on one matter: how to effectively lead his team. The first step was to commence tactical training, with a primary focus on close quarters battle, CQB, as they were an assault team. And indoor combat was an essential skill. The assault team members needed to swiftly learn how to fight in confined spaces, familiarize themselves with their designated areas of responsibility, and coordinate with their comrades to eliminate any shooting blind spots. Additionally, they had to ensure that the soldiers behind them would not mistakenly injure their comrades in front, understanding their roles within the team. This undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for the ordinary soldiers of the security company and the technical personnel. Zhang Yunlong did not participate in the training. He entrusted Meng Weiyuan with leading the drills, as he had other, more pressing matters to attend to. From the moment he learned he would be leading the assault team on a critical mission, Zhang Yunlong pondered how to minimize operational risks to the greatest extent possible. After considerable contemplation, he devised a feasible strategy, though its efficacy would ultimately be tested in the field. Nevertheless, it was worth trying. After seeking permission from the political commissar, he began preparations that he first retrieved 2 brass gongs from the company's supply room, which were traditionally used to welcome new recruits during ceremonies, that he then organized a blood donation drive at the field hospital, collecting blood from civilians and filling empty glass bottles, sealing each one with half a bottle of blood. Once everything was prepared, he placed the gongs and glass bottles in a cardboard box for safekeeping, which he then stowed in the vehicles participating in the operation. After 2 days of training, the 100 search team members had fundamentally mastered the essential techniques and precautions for combat in confined spaces. Particularly, members of Team 1, through repeated drills, were at least able to ensure that during indoor assaults, they would each fulfill their respective roles and cooperate effectively, avoiding any instances where nervous soldiers might misidentify shooting zones and inadvertently injure their comrades. The fact that the assault team could achieve this level of coordination largely met Zhang Yunlong's expectations. However, how much combat effectiveness they could ultimately demonstrate remained uncertain. Yet, after 2 days of cooperative training, the assault team members at least understood their limitations and would no longer harbor blind confidence. Nonetheless, whether in indoor training or target practice, the soldiers had only shot at stationary targets. That remained an open question whether they could maintain their accuracy when faced with the swift movements of zombies during the mission. The upper command was acutely aware of this, which is why, when the entire search team gathered for a mobilization briefing, the political commissar refrained from delivering any grandiose speeches. Instead, he repeatedly admonished all soldiers to remain humble and cautious, emphasizing that no matter how many supplies they might find or how many zombies they might eliminate, the loss of even a single soldier would be a grievous blow. Following a brief mobilization ceremony, all 100 search team members boarded 5 Dongfeng trucks and 3 warrior vehicles, setting forth from the base with great determination. Seated in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, Zhang Yunlong observed in the rearview mirror as the political commissar and numerous base leaders watched the convoy depart, their saluting hands lingering until the vehicles disappeared from view. Zhang Yunlong understood that this might be the last time many of the search team members would see the base gates, while the unfamiliar world beyond awaited them, fraught with unknown dangers. Although Zhang Yunlong was the nominal leader of the entire search team, with the highest rank, even the second team leader, Zhang Haoran, could not directly command him. However, there was a chief of staff at the base who directed operations from afar, meaning that all search teams could not act recklessly. Any actions required prior reporting to the chief of staff for approval. Moreover, the 5 team leaders needed to coordinate with one another to avoid unnecessary risks arising from poor inter-team cooperation. However, once they exited the base gates, Zhang Yunlong's lead vehicle did not head directly toward the location of the designated immigrant village provided by the command. Instead, it turned northeastward, proceeding straight ahead without consulting anyone. Zhang Haoran quickly noticed the deviation and immediately berated over the intercom. "Zhang Yunlong, are you lost or something? Can't you tell you veered off course?" Zhang Yunlong responded to Haoran's inquiry with remarkable composure, simply pressing the intercom and stating 5 words. "First, we go to Huiland village." Without requiring further explanation, Zhang Haoran understood Zhang Yunlong's intentions and succinctly replied, "Got it." In truth, Zhang Yunlong's reasoning was straightforward. Since they were venturing out to gather supplies, their primary objective should be to head to the area with the highest safety factor. Even in a computer game, players know to progress from lower-level areas to higher-level ones gradually, that a novice who rushes into a high-level map to face a boss is courting disaster. This basic principle applied equally to the search team. While the command had provided a good location for the immigrant village, which was not far from the base and had shown no signs of large zombie hordes during initial reconnaissance, it was still likely that a few zombies were lurking in the residential buildings and other structures. Moreover, after the chaos of the outbreak and emergency evacuation, the availability of useful supplies in that area was uncertain. Clearly, this location did not align with Zhang Yunlong's expectations for the first operation's objectives. In contrast, Huiland village represented a different story. In Zhang Yunlong's eyes, that quaint village epitomized a classic novice area. First and foremost, the objectives were clear. The sudden onset and rapid conclusion of the previous anti-bandit operation had allowed those bandits to hoard a considerable amount of valuable goods. However, due to the circumstances at the time, Zhang Yunlong's team had not been tasked with searching for spoils, but rather with swiftly capturing the bandit leader, confiscating weapons and ammunition, and rescuing survivors to return to the base. Consequently, the few supplies and luxuries they brought back were merely taken in a spirit of opportunism. The warehouse in that courtyard still contained a substantial stockpile of rice, flour, cooking oil, instant noodles, and bottled water, essential provisions. The bandits had likely scoured all possible supply sources in the vicinity of Huiland village, as they had never shown concern for food shortages. Otherwise, they would not have tormented the few surviving women for amusement. This circumstance was fortuitous for the search team. Furthermore, if Zhang Yunlong recalled correctly, he had also spotted several boxes of assorted medications stored in that warehouse, which could not be overlooked. In addition to the supplies, another significant reason Zhang Yunlong could not forget that courtyard was the vehicles parked behind it that belonged to the bandits. Although Zhang Yunlong had not ventured to the rear of the courtyard, based on Zhang Haoran's description, there were not only a few motorcycles, but also a modified pickup truck and a small cargo van, which were urgently needed by the search team. Despite the transport division having exhausted its resources for the search mission, deploying all operational vehicles, the capacity for transporting supplies remained somewhat constrained, with 100 search team members occupying half of the vehicle space. Any additional use for transporting goods would lead to cramped conditions, further hampering the movement of personnel. Thus, Zhang Yunlong welcomed any operational vehicle that came his way. The sole issue confronting the search team was the passage of time since the last anti-bandit operation. It remained uncertain whether any zombies had wandered into the village during this interval. At that time, the anti-bandit squad had left behind a dozen corpses of bandits in the courtyard, hastily retreating out of fear that the scent of blood would attract zombies. While Zhang Yunlong and his team had conducted reconnaissance around the village and found no signs of a zombie horde, the strong, bloody odor emanating from the numerous bloody corpses left him entirely certain that it would not escape the keen sense of smell possessed by the zombies. He recalled that prior to deploying to the epidemic zone, the base had organized theoretical training on combating zombies, which highlighted that their sense of smell was extraordinarily acute, surpassing that of normal humans, and even more pronounced than that of canines. Most zombies could accurately detect the scent of blood from a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers, in a straight line. This heightened olfactory ability was akin to a bug in any environment or terrain. Consequently, the nation's research departments had specifically designed a smoke bomb capable of effectively masking various odors that it was said that the special chemical agents stored within these smoke bombs, when released into the air in a mist form, could confuse or obscure the vast majority of smells that if a smoke bomb were thrown into a horde of zombies, the chemical components would adhere to their nasal cavities and respiratory tracts for an extended period, severely impairing their olfactory functions and causing intense irritation, thus resulting in a repelling effect. However, this smoke would not be particularly harmless to ordinary individuals either. Zhang Yunlong was not privy to the precise composition of these smoke bombs, but it was rumored that they were an improvement on tear gas, and their effectiveness on the front lines had proven quite favorable. Unfortunately, second-line troops like Zhang Yunlong's unit were not equipped with such formidable gear. Chapter 27. Fierce combat. Though the equipment of the search team was somewhat lacking, the objective risks necessitated that Zhang Yunlong and the other captains convene to discuss strategies that, as the old saying goes, as long as the mind does not falter, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. Moreover, zombies are mobile creatures. Even if the corpses of those bandits could provide a small horde with a feast, it did not imply that they would remain in the same location for an extended period after satiating their hunger. For zombies, this was akin to a meal where they had consumed the last course without the prospect of a next. Currently, there was no research to substantiate the existence of territorial instincts among zombies. Although most hordes do have a fixed lair, they do not linger in one place for too long while foraging at night. They behave much like wolf packs, going wherever prey is available. After capturing their quarry, they typically dine on the spot without any habit of food storage. Therefore, the captains of the search team unanimously concluded that even if there were zombies in the village, their numbers would not be significant. Besides the corpses of the bandits, there was little else to satiate the zombies' hunger, as grains and instant noodles were not part of their diet. Thus, the desolate village became the sharpening stone for the search team, with Zhang Yunlong planning for the assault team to take the lead, while the other 4 teams would be responsible for flanking the lead team on both sides. The entire search team advanced towards the desolate village in a fan-shaped formation, aiming to thoroughly search the entire village, striving to allow the soldiers to see blood while ensuring their safety to the greatest extent possible. After reporting the action plan to the Chief of Staff via radio and receiving approval, Zhang Yunlong led the first team towards the desolate village, with the vehicles stationed outside the village and even the drivers joining the search team. However, the drivers from the transport division were all equipped with 54-type pistols, positioned at the safest rear of the convoy. Their inclusion aimed primarily at safeguarding their safety while enabling them to quickly adapt to the combat environment. The search team's overt approach to this first operation was motivated by 3 primary factors. The first was the element of time. The search team exited the base at precisely 8 a.m. by the time the convoy arrived outside the desolate village, and the captains had concluded their discussions and prepared for action. It was already past 9 a.m. The clear weather provided ample sunlight for the search team, a favorable aspect of timing. The second factor was the terrain. The topography surrounding the desolate village had already been thoroughly mapped out by Zhang Yunlong and his team during the previous operation, confirming that there were no concealed locations for a horde of zombies. The only daytime hiding spots for zombies were the houses within the village. The old tile-roofed houses in the northeast had a simple structure, allowing visibility into the rooms through the windows. Furthermore, the village itself was relatively small, with uncomplicated terrain, enabling rapid mutual support among the various squads, which was advantageous in terms of geography. The third factor related to personnel and equipment. This search operation not only mobilized the elite forces of the entire base, but also consumed a substantial amount of material reserves, particularly in terms of weapons and ammunition. Although the weapons in the soldiers' hands were not cutting-edge, they were well stocked with ammunition. Besides the ammunition boxes stored in each vehicle, the soldiers carried enough ammunition to constitute 2 basic loads. Each soldier, in addition to the 4 magazine pouches on their chest, had 2 magazines and 4 grenades in their backpacks, resulting in each soldier carrying 7 magazines in total, with the remaining backup ammunition housed in the 6-style backpack, coupled with the 4 grenades in their underarm grenade pouches. This comprised the majority of the soldiers' burdens. Aside from ammunition, there were very few other supplies, just 1 water bottle, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and 1 individual first aid kit. The base had never contemplated allowing the search team to spend the night outside, as it was common knowledge that nightfall belonged to the zombies. For soldiers without any night vision gear to engage in combat against zombies after dark would be tantamount to a death sentence. Regardless of the outcome of this operation, they had to return to base before dusk. The ample ammunition supplied the soldiers with a considerable degree of confidence, embodying the notion of unity among men. The so-called favorable timing, geography, and personnel all favored the search team, a conclusion reached by the captains after discussion. At the very least, when encountering zombies, the soldiers would not hesitate due to concerns over ammunition, as the search team was well-resourced and prepared for action. Regardless of the type of zombie, they must adhere to the laws of physics. A barrage of bullets would render them no longer fearsome. Leading the charge at the front, Zhang Yunlong felt relatively unfazed, merely concentrating on holding his Type 81 rifle and conducting a meticulous search that he had previously engaged in close combat with zombies during the anti-bandit operation. And with so many personnel this time, there was little concern about attracting zombies with gunfire, which naturally instilled a greater sense of assurance. Furthermore, the soldiers hoped that the gunfire would draw out any zombies hiding within the houses, thereby alleviating the need for a painstaking search of each domicile. For the inexperienced soldiers, distance was the ultimate safeguard for ensuring safety. As the search operation progressed, the soldiers gradually discovered some small tricks. Typically, they would create some noise in the courtyard before entering a room. Some soldiers even picked up half bricks from the roadside to shatter the windows of the rooms. The sound of breaking glass was sufficient to rouse the zombies inside. However, as they approached the bandit-esque courtyard, no combat had yet occurred, which began to cause Zhang Yunlong's heart to race with concern. This was not a favorable sign in his plan. The absence of combat indicated 2 possibilities. Either the desolate village truly had no lingering zombies, or the zombies were concentrated within a relatively small area and had yet to encounter the search team. Zhang Yunlong fervently hoped for the former scenario, should they indeed encounter a horde of zombies. Disturbing them would undoubtedly trigger an intense battle in a matter of moments. However, the elongated formation of the search team risked allowing zombies to gain a numerical advantage within a confined space, which could prove fatal for the inexperienced soldiers. Yet, the reality compelled Zhang Yunlong to press on, steeling himself to continue the search. As time progressed, an inexplicable sense of urgency became increasingly palpable, a harbinger of ill omens. Zhang Yunlong was acutely aware of his own streak of misfortune. Whenever uncertainty arose, it seemed that good fortune eluded him while misfortune loomed. This incessant worry gnawed at him. Would this meticulously planned search operation end in failure? Despite his careful deliberation during the planning phase, it appeared he might have overstepped. He could only wonder whether the foremost team would be the first to engage. While Zhang Yunlong was lost in thought, simultaneously searching and contemplating, a sudden burst of intense and brief gunfire erupted from their left rear. The sound of concentrated gunfire suggested at least 5 or 6 weapons were firing simultaneously, accompanied by the distinctive, dull roar of the Type 81 squad automatic weapon. Zhang Yunlong's heart sank. The left flank had encountered the enemy first. Following the brief gunfire, Zhang Yunlong swiftly grasped his radio to inquire about the situation. "What is the status of the firing squad? Please respond." After calling out twice in succession, before Zhang Yunlong could hear a response from the flank, a hoarse wail suddenly echoed from their right front. Zhang Yunlong quickly looked up and realized that they had unknowingly searched through a substantial portion of the village. The familiar alleyway lay less than 20 meters ahead. They were now perilously close to the bandits' hideout, and the wailing emanated from within the alley. Immediately, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, prompting Zhang Yunlong to release the call button on the walkie-talkie with his left hand, raising his Type 81 rifle to take aim at the alley entrance with unwavering focus. The worst possible outcome had materialized. The rest of the team likewise trained their weapons on the alley, while the fire team, led by Shi Zhuang, swiftly dropped to the ground, positioning the light machine gun, bracing it firmly against their shoulders, and locking their sights on the alley entrance. The assault team did not have to wait long. The zombies sprinted forth with alarming speed, and in the blink of an eye, the short alley was upon them. Almost simultaneously with the assault team's aim, hordes of zombies surged from the alley. Upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be dozens of them. The moment the first zombie burst forth, the soldiers' guns erupted into action that a chorus of automatic rifles and machine guns sounded off simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the advancing horde. Caught off guard, every soldier, including Zhang Yunlong, squeezed their triggers to the maximum. The thunderous gunfire filled the air, and the first few zombies that emerged from the alley were immediately obliterated. The bullets that pierced through the front line of zombies continued to find their mark, drilling into the bodies of those that followed. The narrow confines of the alley effectively restricted the zombies' movements, allowing the assault team's fire to inflict significant casualties, with only a few stray bullets ricocheting off the adjacent courtyard walls. The alley's entrance turned into a scene of carnage, with zombies being transformed into mere sieves by the relentless barrage. However, this moment of triumph was fleeting. Apart from the 4 machine gunners lying prone, the other soldiers had exhausted their ammunition within mere seconds. In a flurry of activity, they scrambled to reload their magazines, resulting in a sudden drop in fire density. Although the firepower from the 4 machine guns was still sufficient to block the alley, the zombies appeared to have an instinct for survival, as several of them managed to vault over the courtyard walls and lunge towards the soldiers from the side, closing the distance in an instant. At this critical juncture, Zhang Yunlong, who had just managed to lift his rifle, was closely followed by Wang Weihua, while the other soldiers were still fumbling with their new magazines. Just as the situation reached a boiling point, fierce gunfire erupted from the left flank. Chapter 28. A close call. Bullets fired from the left swiftly dispatched the zombies charging toward the assault team. One unfortunate zombie, having just reached the top of the wall but not yet had the chance to leap down, was met with a hail of bullets and sent crashing into the courtyard below. It turned out that the second team, not far from Zhang Yunlong's group, along with 2 machine gunners, had rushed over under the command of Meng Weiyuan at the first sound of gunfire, effectively sealing the fire gap. The other soldiers seized the opportunity to reload their magazines in succession. With this reinforcement, the entire assault team unleashed their combined firepower. By the time the soldiers completed their second round of shooting, there was not a single standing zombie remaining at the alley's entrance. Under Zhang Yunlong's command, the assault team gradually ceased fire, and the once chaotic battlefield fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the groans of the severely wounded zombies, which continued to gnaw at the soldiers' nerves. Just as Zhang Yunlong finished issuing the ceasefire command, he heard Zhang Howren's anxious voice in his earpiece. Was it the first team that opened fire? Why so intense? The second team is moving in your direction. The recent gunfire had left Zhang Yunlong's ears ringing, and the voice on the walkie-talkie sounded somewhat garbled, though he managed to discern that the second team was coming to provide support. Zhang Yunlong offered no further elaboration, simply responding, "The battle is over, and there are no casualties." He then raised his gaze to survey the alley entrance, now resembling a slaughterhouse, noting that a few zombies still lay among the corpses, moaning pitifully as they struggled to cling to life. That he promptly ordered, "Machine gunners, reload. First team, maintain vigilance, and second team, continue firing. Clear those magazines." The brief yet intense gunfire erupted once more as the second team, led by Meng Weiyuan, discharged their remaining rounds into the pile of corpses. Following this, the second team reloaded while the first team continued to shoot. As they were merely cleaning up, the zombies were all sprawled on the ground. Zhang Yunlong led the way, firing as they advanced, converting long bursts into short ones. Upon drawing near, he simply switched the Type 81 to single-shot mode and began to deliver a final bullet to the heads of the fallen zombies, regardless of whether they were dead or merely incapacitated, ensuring each received a finishing shot. The other soldiers followed suit, suppressing their discomfort at the gruesome scene as they dispatched further rounds into the heads of the zombies. After completing this grim task, Zhang Yunlong did not forget about the zombie that had toppled into the adjacent courtyard. He strode to the courtyard entrance and kicked the door open, charging inside. It was the same dilapidated door, accompanied by the same grating sound of the hinges. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang Yunlong immediately spotted the unfortunate creature lying against the courtyard wall. This particular zombie was not yet fully dead, having sustained 3 or 4 gunshot wounds to the chest, gasping for air and coughing up blood. After confirming that there were no other stragglers in the courtyard, Zhang Yunlong switched the Type 81 back to automatic mode and emptied the remaining bullets from the magazine into the zombie's head, shattering it like a rotten watermelon. This practice of delivering follow-up shots, or indulging in such morbid amusement, would later become a habit of Zhang Yunlong, persisting throughout his lengthy combat career. Exiting the small courtyard, Zhang Yunlong's first sight was of the pallid-faced Zhang Haoren, accompanied by a second team, standing a short distance away by the roadside. Several other soldiers from the second team were bent over, retching loudly. The assault team's soldiers stood not far from the alley entrance, their faces equally paled at this moment. Zhang Yunlong realized that during the earlier battle, he had been too tense to register the gruesome reality. Now, with the battle concluded, the sight of the heap of zombie bodies at the alley's mouth was enough to evoke nausea. The continuous fire from automatic rifles and light machine guns had proven devastating from a distance of less than 20 meters, with 7.62 or 5.8 millimeter rounds wreaking havoc. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the ground at the alley's entrance, and combined with the subsequent follow-up shots, the once modest alley had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. There was not a single intact corpse, let alone a complete head. This was Zhang Yunlong's first encounter with such an overwhelming number of zombie corpses, gazing at the blood-soaked ground, where crimson rivulets flowed like streams. He felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Yet he did not succumb to this natural physiological reaction. Instead, he inhaled deeply the air laced with a pungent scent of blood, forcefully suppressing the urge to vomit. He compelled himself to adapt swiftly to this gruesome environment, for in comparison to the battles that lay ahead, this was merely an appetizer, a minor skirmish. The other assault team members likely shared similar sentiments. Despite their increasingly pallid complexions, they steeled themselves against the discomfort in their stomachs, refusing to distance themselves from the bloody scene, remaining vigilant with their weapons at the ready. Zhang Yunlong intended to lead the assault team further into the alley to search for any lurking zombies. But the sight of the scattered limbs and severed arms made it impossible to proceed. Noticing that other search teams were arriving, he summoned several team leaders to discuss the next course of action. The first search team that had engaged in combat was the third team, which had been operating near the edge of the village. 3 soldiers had attempted to search a residential building, only to be startled by 2 zombies that charged out from an adjacent courtyard before they could even enter the door. This unexpected turn of events caught them off guard, and without time to aim, they raised their rifles and opened fire. Fortunately, one of the 3 was a machine gunner, while the other 2 soldiers had wasted most of their bullets shooting into the air thanks to his somewhat rudimentary marksmanship and the sustained fire of the Type 81. They managed to reduce the 2 zombies to mere pulp, thus avoiding any casualties. The intense gunfire also attracted the attention of the zombie horde hidden in their lair, leading to a fierce encounter with Zhang Yunlong's assault team. After a discussion among the team leaders, it was concluded that the recent barrage of gunfire had likely drawn out all the zombies from the village, and the likelihood of any remaining zombies hiding in unexplored areas was minimal. However, following the fierce battle, both Zhang Yunlong and the other team leaders exhibited a noticeable lack of confidence in their judgment and perception. The fear of encountering any solitary zombies hiding in obscure corners, which could launch a surprise attack on the search team, loomed large. Such negligence could result in significant losses. After the most intense battle had concluded, it would be a tremendous misfortune to suffer casualties due to carelessness. Ultimately, it was decided that Zhang Yunlong would lead the assault team to circumvent the alley and approach the bandit's courtyard from behind, simultaneously conducting a thorough search of the surrounding area. The 5th team would return to fetch the vehicles, while the remaining teams would continue their search until they had thoroughly scoured the entire desolate village to ensure absolute safety. That Zhang Yunlong led the assault team through a nearby alley. Rounding the back of the bandit's courtyard, the first thing that caught his eye was the striking Ford pickup truck that in truth, Zhang Yunlong was uncertain of the exact brand of the post-apocalyptic, heavily modified truck. All he could perceive was its wild and brutish nature. It must be said that the reincarnated bandit leader, Lu Changhai, despite his notorious reputation, had indeed demonstrated exceptional skills in vehicle modification. The entire pickup truck underwent extensive modifications, with robust steel plates and protective mesh adorning its entirety. The front of the vehicle bears a substantial bumper that exudes a sense of weightiness. Still stained with brownish blood, the truck emanates a rugged yet harmonious fluidity, suggesting that Lu Changhai must have invested considerable effort into his beloved vehicle. Zhang Yunlong blatantly disregarded the small box truck, which similarly sported welded steel plates and protective mesh at its front, that he circled the pickup several times, growing increasingly fond of its appearance, and attempted to tug on the door handle, only to find it securely locked. Zhang Yunlong had no intention of forcibly damaging the vehicle. Recalling that he had not discovered any keys on the bandit leader or the other marauders, he surmised that the keys were likely concealed somewhere within the small courtyard. Compared to this sturdy apocalyptic war machine, the warrior vehicle and Dongfeng truck they had arrived in seemed utterly flimsy. Initially, the base had not been equipped with armored or Hummer vehicles, as those were typically reserved for frontline combat units. To enhance the safety of personnel on patrol, the base's repair shop had modified the few remaining vehicles. However, the craftsmanship of Old Sue and the other mechanics left much to be desired. They had merely added a layer of steel wire mesh to the windows, neglecting to install any steel plates or bumpers. That it wasn't that they couldn't do it, but after attempting to add steel plates to a warrior vehicle, they discovered during a test drive that the vehicle became exceedingly unwieldy and difficult to control, clearly due to improper weight distribution, resulting in a front-heavy, rear-light configuration. They subsequently removed the front plates and replaced them with rear ones, only to find the front wheels again became unstable, ultimately leading to the complete removal of all steel plates. The entire warrior vehicle was rendered unrecognizable by their botched modifications. Had they continued down this path of trial and error, it was likely that all the vehicles at the base would suffer a similar fate. Now, gazing at the modified pickup, Zhang Yunlong felt a surge of frustration at Ranji's lack of foresight. Had he been permitted to examine this vehicle back then, it surely would not have remained until now. It should have been driven back at that time. Even if it did not end up in Zhang Yunlong's possession, it would have been a valuable asset for the base. As far as whether it was a military vehicle, such concerns seemed trivial. At the very least, it was far more reliable than the current dilapidated warrior. Eager to locate the keys, Zhang Yunlong wasted no time, leading the assault team to circle around to the main entrance of the courtyard that in his subconscious. This flashy pickup had already become a Zhang family heirloom. Chapter 29. The lair of the courtyard's gate remained as empty as it had been when the anti-bandit team departed, the battered iron door long since blasted into the yard by a grenade. Before even entering, Zhang Yunlong and his team caught a whiff of a foul stench. Shi Zhuang, wielding a machine gun at the front, exclaimed, "Is this a pigsty? It reeks of shit." Zhang Yunlong remained silent, frowning as he exchanged glances with Meng Weiyuan, instructing Shi Zhuang and another gunner to cover the entrance while he and Meng cautiously entered the courtyard. Upon witnessing the actual condition of the courtyard, Zhang Yunlong's frown deepened. Old Meng had not participated in the previous anti-bandit operation, making this his first visit to what used to be the bandits' lair, and he was unaware of its former appearance. The reason it was referred to as a former bandit lair was that the current state of the courtyard resembled more a den of wild beasts than a habitable space. Clearly, the small horde they had slaughtered had claimed this courtyard as their nest. Zhang Yunlong surveyed the unrecognizable courtyard, struggling to connect it with its previous incarnation as a bandit's hideout. Scattered remnants of human bones and debris littered the ground, and in the center stood a mound constructed from several human skulls, each cemented together with mud, resembling a miniature jingguan. The nauseating stench emanated from beneath a makeshift shelter made of prefab boards. Following the odor, Zhang Yunlong discovered that the ground beneath the shelter was saturated with pools of dark brown zombie excrement. He pondered how these zombies could so comfortably coexist with their own filth. This was Zhang Yunlong's first close encounter with a zombie nest, and the sensory overload was quite significant. That as other team members gradually entered the courtyard, the space felt somewhat cramped. It was evident that the gunfire had drawn all the zombies lurking in the lair out into the open. It seemed that ample sunlight could not entirely thwart the zombies' movement. Given enough provocation, these nocturnal beasts hidden deep within their lair would still emerge. Zhang Yunlong directed Old Meng and Shi Zhuang to lead searches of the various rooms while he and Bao Changjia headed toward the northeastern room designated as a storage area. There, he found the wooden door firmly shut, with a shiny pair of handcuffs locking the door handles. Bao Changjia, grinning mischievously, pulled a key from his pocket, the very key to the handcuffs securing the door. Zhang Yunlong couldn't help but admire Bao's cunning. During the scavenging of spoils, Bao had been particularly enthusiastic, and he was the last to exit this storage room that seemed he had predicted they would return. as he had used his personal handcuffs to secure the door. Zhang Yunlong later learned that when he inquired why Bao was so certain they would come back, Bao replied, "We barely took any of the food and good stuff. I even took pictures while grabbing things that I bet the higher-ups won't just leave these supplies unattended. As long as they remember this little storage with the key in my possession, my involvement is guaranteed. And the benefits will certainly be ours." Fortunately, the door was locked, and the zombies showed no interest in the contents within, refraining from forcing their way inside. Otherwise, that thin wooden door would have crumbled under the zombies' assault. After opening the door, Bao confidently stepped inside, while Zhang Yunlong noticed Bao's steps were somewhat unsteady, realizing that this fellow was about to take advantage of the situation again. However, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. After ensuring the storage room was safe, he cautioned Bao to watch out for any rats before heading out to gather personnel for transporting supplies. The assault team confirmed the safety of the other rooms. Zhang Yunlong used the intercom to call the other squads, detailing the situation and urging them to regroup promptly. Before long, the honking of a Dongfeng truck echoed as he stepped outside to the alley entrance. A Dongfeng truck was reversing into the alley, evidently avoiding any encounters with the corpses at the entrance. The solution was simple and blunt. They would simply drive the truck over. The heavy vehicle left deep brown tracks on the ground after rolling over the pile of corpses. Zhang Yunlong noted a chunk of rotten flesh clinging to the rear tire, almost too gruesome to behold. It seemed that after witnessing such a bloody scene, the soldier's psychological resilience had strengthened. This was a silver lining. Once the truck came to a halt at the courtyard entrance, the soldiers who jumped down were immediately overwhelmed by the acrid scent in the yard. After allowing them a moment to acclimate, Zhang Yunlong instructed the now-numbed assault team members to begin transporting supplies while specifically cautioning them to avoid damaging anything in the courtyard, particularly the peculiar Jingwan. This was the first nest the base had secured, and while small, its various details held vital intelligence. During earlier patrols, no movements of zombie hordes had been detected in the vicinity. Zhang Yunlong estimated that the number of zombies they had dispatched was around 30 to 40, clearly a small horde. Perhaps due to the abundance of food found in this courtyard, or perhaps because there were no other competitors nearby, this small horde had abandoned its original hiding place and claimed this courtyard as their new lair. Considering the volume of waste beneath the shelter, it seemed these zombies had resided here for some time, that it was likely that shortly after the anti-bandit team departed, the scent of blood had led them here, and they had not left since. Zhang Yunlong intended to further explore this lair, seeking any other discoveries he could find. He believed that useful intelligence was far more precious than mere supplies. In pursuit of gathering intelligence, he certainly needed the expertise of Bao, the assault team's designated photographer. Seeing that Bao had yet to emerge from the storage room after such a long time, Zhang Yunlong couldn't help but shout, "Bao, stop rummaging through things and get over here. What is the rush? I'm coming." Can a person catch their breath first? Even hanging oneself needs a moment to breathe. Only Bagsy reluctantly sauntered out of the warehouse, his bulging backpack filled with unknown items. Upon learning that Zhang Yunlong wanted him to accompany him to observe the nest, he immediately rolled his eyes. Bagsy was aware that he also had the duty of filming, and although he was quite unwilling, he had yet to sift through all the treasures in the warehouse. However, Zhang Yunlong was the captain, and regardless of their cordial relationship, they were currently on a mission. The orders from his brother-in-law had to be obeyed. Helplessly, he rummaged through his satchel to retrieve his Huawei phone and followed Zhang Yunlong, beginning to take photographs and record videos. Zhang Yunlong first instructed Bagsy to document the situation in the yard, including the foul-smelling shed, with particular emphasis on that peculiar small Jingwan. Zhang Yunlong was uncertain whether this was a piece of art crafted by a clever zombie or a collective behavior characteristic of the entire horde. If it were the latter, the situation would become quite complicated, indicating that zombies were capable of engaging in unnecessary behaviors beyond mere foraging. Zhang Yunlong was puzzled by the profound implications behind such actions. But he understood that the rise in zombie intelligence was not a good omen. After documenting the yard, Zhang Yunlong began searching through each room with Bagsy in tow, but he had not forgotten about his car keys. Firstly, Zhang Yunlong identified the largest room in the western part of the property as the main hideout for the small horde during the day, the very room where the two girls were discovered. The entire space reeked with bedding and mattresses strewn across the floor, the once white comforters now unrecognizably filthy. The woven bags that had previously been piled in the corner were torn apart, and several articles of clothing lay scattered on the ground. Zhang Yunlong recalled the appearance of the zombies they had dispatched, noting that many wore military coats or down jackets haphazardly. However, the outbreak had occurred in autumn, making it improbable for people to be dressed in winter clothing at that time. Thus, the garments on the zombies must have been donned later. This revelation was astonishing. Zombies had learned to dress themselves. Those zombies running around naked in the wilderness might have been forced to do so due to an inability to find warm clothing, rather than being ignorant of the need for warmth. The more Zhang Yunlong pondered, the more alarmed he became that if the intelligence of zombies continued to rise, allowing them to actively seek appropriate clothing while hunting, rather than merely stumbling upon it by chance, then the frigid weather of northeast China would no longer be a limiting factor for their mobility, that in terms of cold resistance, zombies and humans would find themselves starting from the same line. Upon realizing this, Zhang Yunlong glanced again at the bedding and mattresses strewn across the floor and suddenly understood the reason. He could even envision the horde resting within the room, all the zombies huddled together on the bedding, the thick comforters insulating them from the cold floor, while those clad in heavy clothing crouched on the outer edges, shielding their companions from the chill seeping in through the door, preserving as much warmth as possible for the entire horde. Chapter 30. An unexpected discovery. With this thought, Zhang Yunlong could no longer maintain his composure. Bagzi, who had been photographing and recording, seemed to notice the oddity as well. He looked at Zhang Yunlong in silence, his expression unusually grave. Zhang Yunlong had resolved that after this search mission, he must immediately report his findings. The supplies they had gathered during the task no longer seemed as significant. After collecting his thoughts, Zhang Yunlong refrained from saying much, merely advising Bagzi to meticulously document the circumstances here. They continued searching room by room. The other rooms also bore signs of having been rummaged by zombies, with chaotic footprints on the floor and disorderly interiors. Yet it seemed the zombies' curiosity was quite limited, as the cabinets and drawers had remained unopened. That it appeared the zombies had yet to discover that behind those tightly shut cabinet doors and drawers lay additional small spaces. At most, they had merely overturned tables and chairs or ripped down the calendars hanging on the walls. Having found nothing useful, Zhang Yunlong began to inspect the cabinets and drawers one by one, but only discovered miscellaneous items, with nothing of value. It was not until he reached the bandit leader's room that he finally found what he had been searching for. Upon entering that room, Zhang Yunlong immediately recognized it as the former residence of the bandit leader. Although the room was in disarray, the overturned furniture was all solid wood, clearly indicating a higher quality than that found in the other rooms. Therefore, it was evident that these furnishings had been collected by the bandit leader's subordinates rather than belonging to the original owner of the house. After a meticulous search, Zhang Yunlong discovered 3 locked drawers beneath a sturdy wooden desk. This was likely the only locked place in the entire courtyard, but Zhang Yunlong was undeterred. Drawing out his 81 military dagger, he began to force the lock open. The solid wood of the furniture proved stubborn. After much effort, he finally pried the 3 drawers open, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The middle drawer was the largest. Inside, in addition to a half-pack of Jiwu cigarettes and 2 exquisite lighters, lay a brand-new 92G pistol. At first glance, Zhang Yunlong thought he was hallucinating, but once he grasped the gun in his hand, its weight confirmed its authenticity. That he removed the fully loaded magazine and checked the chamber. The 92G pistol appeared nearly new, showing little sign of US. It was evident that the previous owner had taken great care of it, maintaining it meticulously. Even the bullets in the magazine gleamed, clearly having been wiped with an oiled cloth. The other 2 fully loaded spare magazines were tucked into a dedicated pouch beside the pistol. However, Zhang Yunlong searched the drawers in vain for additional spare bullets. Leaving him feeling both fortunate and somewhat puzzled, he was aware that the firearms and ammunition used by the bandits they had eradicated had been scavenged from their retreat route. The soldiers stationed at the base had never been equipped with this model of pistol. Although some of the higher-ups used the 92 pistol, it was the military version chambered in 5.8 mm, vastly different from the 92G. Where had the bandit leader obtained this pistol? Ashamedly, this was Zhang Yunlong's first encounter with a genuine 92G. Previously, he had only seen images in magazines and online. Nonetheless, he was well acquainted with its performance, knowing that the 92G was an improved version of the original 92 9mm pistol, redesigned with a new magazine structure that enhanced feeding reliability. It featured an accessory rail and fiber optic sights, improving its production quality. The 919mm cartridges had a capacity of 15 rounds and were known for their high reliability. After contemplating for some time, Zhang Yunlong could not deduce a reasonable explanation. It was likely that the bandit leader, Liu Changhai, had stumbled upon it from a fallen special police officer or armed soldier. Perhaps it was a hard-won treasure. And given the 92G's striking appearance and limited ammunition, Liu Changhai had treated it as a prized collectible, keeping it locked away in a drawer rather than carrying it as a sidearm for self-defense. Ultimately, it had fallen into Zhang Yunlong's hands. Since it was his find, Zhang Yunlong had no intention of turning it in. The notion of turning in all confiscated items had long since faded from his mind. He directly tossed the pistol, magazine pouch, half-pack of Jiwu cigarettes, and lighter into his backpack in front of Bagzi. Naturally, Bag Changjia would not betray his brother-in-law. He merely seized the opportunity to claim his share when he spotted the fine cigarettes, requesting 2 packs and a particularly beautiful lighter. With unexpected gains in hand, Zhang Yunlong continued rummaging through the other 2 drawers. Ultimately, in the right drawer, he found the car keys he had been searching for. A substantial bunch that in addition to the pickup truck and small box truck, the keys to several motorcycles were also stored in the drawer that in the left drawer. Zhang Yunlong stumbled upon a small wooden box filled with jewelry. These pieces were clearly carefully chosen, whether rings or necklaces, all sharing one characteristic. They were large. Regardless of whether they were adorned with diamonds or gemstones, their size was impressive in short. These were high-end items that Zhang Yunlong could not have afforded even with a year's salary in the past. Although these jewelry pieces might be worth less than a compressed biscuit now, Zhang Yunlong still packed the exquisite rosewood jewelry box into his backpack. His reasoning was simple. In prosperous times, antiques are treasures, and in chaotic times, gold holds value. Who knows, perhaps one day these once luxurious items would regain their worth. Upon discovering what he desired, Zhang Yunlong did not let his guard down. He continued to meticulously search the remaining room with Baozi, ensuring that every corner of the zombie den had been thoroughly examined without any oversight. After confirming their findings, he briefed Meng Weiyuan, instructing him to lead the team in continuing to gather supplies. Although the small storage shed contained a considerable amount of items, it could only fill 1 vehicle at most, which would not take much time. All search team members hastened their pace in moving the supplies, eager to distance themselves from the eerie and filthy courtyard. Once Zhang Yunlong had assigned the subsequent tasks, he, along with Bao Changjia and Wang Weihua, exited the courtyard and circled around to the back, preparing to attempt to drive away with the vehicle. The cars had been parked in the backyard for some time, and no one knew whether the batteries still held any charge. However, there was a power cable attached to the Warrior vehicle parked outside the alley. If necessary, they could use it to charge the car. This was Wang Weihua's first time going out on a mission, and he remained in a constant state of exhilaration that it was unclear what fueled his enthusiasm. But he was particularly fervent when battling zombies, wielding an AK-47 while firing wildly and shouting, showing no signs of discomfort at the gruesome scenes around him. Zhang Yunlong began to suspect that this fellow, Huazi, might possess a touch of psychological abnormality, as his reactions during his first combat experience were distinctly different from those of others. The trio arrived at the striking pickup truck, and Zhang Yunlong took a deep breath before pressing the remote unlock button. The side marker lights of the truck illuminated instantly, accompanied by a crisp click. The vehicle was unlocked. Zhang Yunlong's spirits soared, and beside him, Huazi exclaimed, "This truck is absolutely awesome." Without hesitation, Baozi opened the driver's side door and took a seat. Attempting to start the engine, the truck roared to life effortlessly. Upon seeing the vehicle running, Baozi pressed the accelerator, and a deep rumble from the engine echoed, revealing the truck's impressive power even before it had begun to move. Despite the truck's flashy appearance, Zhang Yunlong had prepared for the worst prior to starting it, considering the length of time it had been parked without any maintenance. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the excellent condition of the pickup. At that moment, Zhang Yunlong felt a rush of excitement, joy, and happiness. Although the preceding battle had been fierce, the operation had proceeded smoothly, yielding significant rewards. This marked an exceptional beginning for the soldiers participating in their first search mission. After confirming that the vital pickup truck was in good condition, they attempted to start the other vehicles as well. The modified small cargo truck also started without issue, and the condition of the motorcycles appeared satisfactory. None of the three had much knowledge about motorcycles, but only Baozi had ridden his father's Xinjiang 125 before enlisting and knew how to start one. Zhang Yunlong took a cursory glance at the motorcycles, noting the stylish chopper and the sporty racing models. Though he was unaware of their specific models, .6 motorcycles were in rideable condition, and Zhang Yunlong was determined not to overlook a single one. He pressed the intercom to call the captains of each team, asking them to check if any team members could ride motorcycles and to gather them in the back courtyard. Within a short time, 8 soldiers capable of riding motorcycles arrived. Zhang Yunlong instructed each of them to try out the bikes, ultimately selecting 6 who rode them most adeptly. That he assigned them to ride the motorcycles to rendezvous with the vehicle convoy, tasking them with those 6 bikes until the mission concluded. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunlong joyfully drove the pickup truck, accompanied by Baozi and Huazi, back onto the main road. The small cargo truck was handed over to Range, instructing him to have a capable driver take it back. Chapter 31. Flying kites. The supplies in the small storage shed were quickly loaded, proving Zhang Yunlong's estimation correct. They had not even filled one Dongfeng truck. The soldiers responsible for loading the vehicles approached from a nearby path to regroup with the main team, marking a successful completion of the search team's first real combat operation. Zhang Yunlong glanced at his watch, noting that it was still not yet 11 a.m. when he conferred with several captains. They agreed that, despite the successful operation, returning so early felt somewhat unsatisfactory. After all, there were still 4 empty Dongfeng trucks available. And with the captured cargo truck included, the captains decided to continue the search mission. They resolved to fill at least 2 Dongfeng trucks and the cargo truck before returning, with the remaining 2 trucks sufficient for transporting personnel. Once the next steps were confirmed, Zhang Haoran promptly contacted the base via radio, reporting the recent achievements and findings. That he detailed the captain's plans to the chief of staff, and upon receiving approval, the search team swiftly commenced their operation. Although the previous skirmishes had depleted a considerable amount of ammunition, it was still negligible compared to the overall supply carried by the search team. The soldiers promptly replenished their ammunition after the combat concluded. Zhang Yunlong led the modified pickup truck out of the village first, followed by the other vehicles. Zhang Haoran's vehicle brought up the rear, and the convoy swiftly headed toward their second target, the resettlement village initially designated by the command. The soldiers inside the vehicles utilized this precious time to rest and address their lunch needs, subsisting on simple compressed biscuits and the water from their flasks. While out in the field, simplicity was key. Filling their stomachs and restoring their energy was of utmost importance. The convoy traveled rapidly, reaching their destination in less than half an hour. They parked beside the national highway adjacent to the resettlement village. Zhang Yunlong disembarked, retrieved his binoculars, and began surveying the nearby residential area. This was a small resettlement village established to accommodate relocated fishermen, when the city of Hudao was vigorously developing a new industrial area. A substantial amount of land was requisitioned from the fishing communities. Those displaced households were uniformly relocated to this resettlement village. The 6-lane highway, which Zhang Yunlong now stood on, was the closest national road to the resettlement village. The surrounding view was exceptionally clear, with the village lying less than 100 meters away, connected by a road wide enough for 2 vehicles. Following prior reconnaissance, signs of zombie movements had been detected in the vicinity of the resettlement village. However, the command speculated that the number of zombies within the village should not be substantial, as residents had been evacuated promptly when the epidemic spread through the city. After Hudao fell, no significant hordes had passed through, or else they would have long been targeted for airstrikes. Nonetheless, Zhang Yunlong was acutely aware that even a small horde still constituted a horde. During the outbreak, a swarm of over 10,000 zombies would have immediately prompted calls for air support. Following the elimination of a large number of zombies, those exceeding 5,000 would become the second batch of targets for strikes, with subsequent reductions until the surrounding zombie counts dwindled to merely hundreds. Yet, even a group of hundreds posed a challenge that the search team could not dismiss lightly. In the face of the swift and formidable zombies, the search team soldiers, relying on the firepower of their weapons, held a limited advantage. Thus, how to leverage their strengths while simultaneously neutralizing the enemy and preserving their own lives became an urgent consideration for Zhang Yunlong, that he understood that regardless of how savage the zombies were, as long as they could not reach them, they were safe. Hence, distance remained the most formidable barrier when battling zombies. The question then arose: how could they attract a large horde while maintaining sufficient distance? allowing the soldiers to exploit their firepower advantage. Zhang Yunlong had conceived a bold idea before the mission began: flying kites. The concept was simple. The enemy served as the kite, while the soldiers acted as the kite flyers, with the line in their hands representing the bait to lure the enemy. This tactic had been employed throughout history. The Mongolian cavalry had often exploited their horses' speed and exceptional archery skills to outmaneuver powerful foes. Moreover, our esteemed great leader, Chairman Mao, was a master of the kite-flying strategy, leading 30,000 Red Army soldiers across the Qishui River, successfully exhausting the pursuing hundreds of thousands of nationalist troops. It is indeed the pinnacle of kite flying. Zhang Yunlong does not possess the lofty standards of a leader. His strategy is quite straightforward, having previously conferred with Ran Ge. The two agreed that this plan was feasible and certainly worth a trial, and the other captains concurred as well. Initially, they would utilize the blood vials that Zhang Yunlong had prepared in advance, casting them outside the discovered zombie den, followed by firing shots into the air. The potent scent of blood, combined with the sound of gunfire, would serve to attract the zombies to the utmost extent. Once the animosity was sufficiently drawn, they would lure the zombies onto the national highway. 4 Dongfeng trucks would line up to control the speed, leading the horde, while the soldiers at the rear would provide suppressive fire. The only constraint that had previously hindered this tactic was the inflexibility of the warrior vehicles, which posed a risk of being overtaken by the horde in narrow streets. However, with the addition of 6 motorcycles, this issue was elegantly resolved. At present, Zhang Yunlong was meticulously observing the situation in the immigrant village and the surrounding terrain. Although the immigrant village was not vast, it surpassed the desolate village by several folds, and the topography was notably flat. The national highway ran north to south, with a chaotic rocky shoal to the east, rendering it impossible for zombies to conceal themselves during broad daylight. To the west lay the immigrant village, which, despite its designation as a village, boasted no thatched houses, but rather several 5- to 6-story residential buildings and a few 2- to 3-story villas with courtyards. It appeared that the initial government had treated the displaced residents quite favorably. The immigrant village was equipped with all essential infrastructure, and the residential complexes were gated, apart from being somewhat remote from the city center. There were hardly any deficiencies. Due to its distance from the urban area, it had initially been designated as a gathering point for the epidemic response team. Subsequently, when the city fell, the military and civilians here were among the first to evacuate. The suddenness of the retreat left behind a substantial amount of supplies, coupled with the household essentials from the residents' homes. The command center estimated that the available resources in the immigrant village were quite abundant, and the relatively sparse zombie presence made it an ideal target for the search team. Yet, Zhang Yunlong faced a formidable dilemma. While the immigrant village appeared desolate and devoid of life, the scattered human remains on the streets and the wide-open doors of the residential buildings suggested that a considerable number of zombies lurked within. The search team was simply too small and lacking in combat experience. An encounter with a horde would inevitably result in casualties. The frontline units that had entered the city to combat the epidemic had faced similar hardships, with casualties remaining high despite the soldiers being well-trained, unafraid of sacrifice, and well-equipped. Compared to the advantages of frontline combat units, the search team at the base held none, not to mention the disparities in training and weaponry. They could ill afford the losses that would come with engaging zombies. Despite the current search team members varying in combat quality, they represented the finest the base could muster, with the reserve troops being even less capable. It could be said that every soldier lost was a significant blow to the search team, which could not sustain heavy casualties. Thus, Zhang Yunlong resolved against a positional battle that if zombies were swift, then let them test whether their 2 legs could outrun 4 wheels. Zhang Yunlong scrutinized the immigrant village through his binoculars. It was midday, the sun shining at its zenith. At this hour, zombies typically remained hidden in their lairs, only emerging in response to strong stimuli. However, another concern arose for Zhang Yunlong. The vast area of the immigrant village, that he had already identified several potential zombie nests from his observations, that he could not guarantee that the sound of gunfire would not incite a mass exodus of zombies. If the numbers proved overwhelming, the operation would become perilous. Yet methodically clearing each building would prolong the mission and introduce uncertainty. Pondering this dilemma, he decided to gather several captains for a discussion. Zhang Howard asserted that indecision would inevitably lead to complications, suggesting that rather than dither over the quantity of zombies, they should boldly engage in real combat. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. No battle is devoid of danger. The NO commander can anticipate every contingency and eliminate all risks, especially when implementing a new tactic for the first time. Other captains voiced their opinions, with some proposing a dual-line strategy, wherein the 4 trucks would split into 2 groups. They could also incorporate a few warrior vehicles to lure the zombie horde in 2 separate directions, ensuring they fired only after establishing a safe distance to avoid friendly fire. Others suggested foregoing gunfire altogether and instead tossing grenades into the buildings, akin to throwing firecrackers into a beehive. Various desperate measures were proposed. Ultimately, Zhang Yunlong adopted several reasonable suggestions to refine the operational plan. However, the notion of dividing the zombie horde was dismissed due to the challenges of distance control, compounded by the soldiers' limited shooting skills, making accurate fire from moving trucks difficult. Moreover, Zhang Yunlong decided against using the 2 gongs he had prepared, realizing they were redundant. The sound of gunfire was far more effective than any clang. Chapter 32. Seeking wealth and danger. For this initial endeavor of attracting zombies, Zhang Yunlong took it upon himself, having Bao Bao ride the motorcycle with him. After all, he was to serve as bait, a concept he had conceived, and he felt it imperative to experience the task firsthand to impart knowledge to the other soldiers. Zhang Yunlong did not wish for his brothers to be the first to step into danger. As for Bao Bao, he was a different case. Given his motorcycle prowess and his agile adaptability, that in the spirit of shared fortune and adversity, such an opportunity could not be passed without including him. Soon, the search team adjusted their parking positions. Aside from 1 truck laden with supplies and a warrior vehicle stationed at a distance, even the pickups and vans were employed. Zhang Yunlong evenly distributed all the machine gunners across the 6 vehicles, serving as the primary source of firepower. The remaining soldiers would engage in shooting as necessary, with machine gunners stationed at the outer edges, mounting their guns on the protective barriers. Other soldiers would stand in the truck beds, with 1 person at the rear to prevent accidents. Should the zombies pursue too closely, they could toss grenades, but it was crucial to control the vehicle's speed, ensuring the distance between the horde and the trucks did not exceed 50 meters to maintain shooting accuracy. Once all arrangements were in place, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, Bao Bao, with a grim expression, started the motorcycle, gradually driving towards the immigrant village. To ensure sustained firepower, Zhang Yunlong had specifically requested a 75-round drum for the Type 81 squad machine gun from Shizhuang. As he did not wish to change magazines while speeding on the motorcycle, To effectively fulfill his role as bait, Zhang Yunlong secured himself to Bao Bao with a backpack strap, sitting backwards on the motorcycle to prevent being thrown off. He made it abundantly clear to Bao Bao, if he mishandled the motorcycle, they would share the same fate. Bao Bao maintained a slow speed as they cautiously entered the villa district. Zhang Yunlong did not intend to venture too deeply into the residential area. Although several military tents abandoned by the troops during their withdrawal were present, which surely contained valuable items, the abundance of buildings indicated a significant zombie presence. Even during his observations, he had identified multiple potential nests. Furthermore, being a semi-enclosed community with surrounding fences, there were limited escape routes available to him. However, the villa district before him was distinct. Although termed a villa area, it comprised individual houses with private courtyards. Some front doors were tightly shut, indicating a lack of zombies within, while others were ajar, but he surmised that the number of zombies inside should be minimal. Zhang Yunlong was determined not to retrace his steps. Once the lure was initiated, he planned to have Bao Bao circle the outskirts of the villa area, drawing out as many zombies as possible before returning to the national highway to rendezvous with the convoy. As the motorcycle gradually entered the villa district, Zhang Yunlong's heart raced. This was a perilous undertaking. He could even feel Bao Bao's body trembling against his back. Nevertheless, Bao Bao suppressed his own fear, maintaining a steady speed. Zhang Yunlong's first target was a 3-story building near the roadside. Having observed from the national highway that the terrain was elevated, he could see an abundance of traces left by zombies in the open courtyard. A central mound of bones unmistakably marked the territory. This not only confirmed his suspicion of it being a nest, but further validated his theory. The mound served as a symbol of the zombies asserting their dominion over their lair. As the motorcycle drew ever closer to the small courtyard, a distinct and repugnant stench, characteristic of a zombie nest, assailed the senses. Zhang Yunlong urged Baozi to accelerate, then retrieved a prepared blood vial from his satchel. The vial, crafted from a glucose bottle left over from Hospital 4 drips, contained half a bottle of fresh blood, securely sealed with a rubber stopper to prevent the emanation of a sanguine odor. However, it was exceedingly fragile. Should it shatter upon striking the hard pavement, a copious amount of blood would spill forth, akin to a dinner bell for the undead, as the motorcycle passed in front of the courtyard gate. Zhang Yunlong forcefully hurled the blood vial onto the concrete ground, simultaneously raising his Type 81 rifle, ready to fire. The shattered glass propelled the blood within in a radial pattern across the surface. Almost instantaneously with the vial's breakage, a low growl emanated from within the courtyard, and a towering zombie clad in tattered military garb surged forth. The creature first surveyed the bloodstains on the ground before hearing the roar of the motorcycle's engine. Upon lifting its gaze, it locked eyes with Zhang Yunlong, immediately unleashing a ferocious roar. After alerting its companions, the military-clad zombie charged toward the motorcycle, while behind it, zombies began to pour forth from the courtyard, clamoring to break through the doorway. Realizing he had stirred a hornet's nest, Zhang Yunlong had no time to fire his weapon, that he turned and shouted at Baozi, "Accelerate." Responding to the command, Bao Changjia swiftly revved the throttle, expertly engaging the clutch to shift gears. The American cruiser motorcycle beneath them surged forth like a wild stallion, swiftly distancing itself from the lead military zombie. It was only then that Zhang Yunlong realized he needed to fire. He aimed the Type 81 rifle at the military zombie and fired a series of controlled bursts that, as the gunfire echoed, the entire villa district was soon filled with the low growls of zombies. Even the nearby residential area resonated with their howls. That a few zombies had already breached the unit buildings adjacent to the villa district, hastily crossing the iron fence in pursuit of the motorcycle. At this moment, nearly 100 zombies had amassed behind them, a veritable horde. Zhang Yunlong continued firing his Type 81, quickly depleting a significant portion of the ammunition in the magazine, although many zombies fell. This also successfully drew their attention. While firing, Zhang Yunlong reminded Baozi not to ride too quickly, noting that even the fastest zombies could not match the speed of a trained sprinter, the maximum speed of an athlete. When fully exerting themselves, barely reached 30 miles per hour, a speed easily surpassed by the motorcycle with a slight increase in acceleration. Perhaps due to initial nerves, Bao Changjia had shifted the motorcycle into third gear and twisted the throttle completely, almost instantaneously creating a significant gap between them and the horde. Realizing he had to control the speed, he attempted to slow down. However, just as they began to decelerate, two ragged zombies burst forth from the courtyard to their left. One of them was less than 5 meters away from the motorcycle, allowing Zhang Yunlong to see its sharp fangs. Without the luxury of conserving ammunition, Zhang Yunlong swung his rifle and fired without aiming. Pulling the trigger to the max, a hail of bullets struck the two zombies, causing them to collapse in a spray of blood as the motorcycle roared past them, glancing back at the relentless horde behind them. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yunlong's brow, prompting him to shout at Baozi not to slow down, that at their current speed, the pursuing horde could still keep pace for a while. Should any zombies suddenly emerge from the sides, a decrease in speed could easily result in them being overwhelmed, leading both him and Baozi to a grim fate. Fearing the horde might scatter as they ran, Zhang Yunlong reached for another blood vial and hurled it onto the road, that he then fired off a lengthy burst, emptying the magazine, before producing a Type 67 grenade, pulling the pin, and tossing it towards the horde. In the midst of the chaotic throw, compounded by the motorcycles jostling, the grenade tumbled onto the sidewalk. It detonated before the horde reached that location, scattering debris, but only managing to fell a few zombies. Nonetheless, the deafening explosion and shockwave successfully redirected the attention of the entire horde back towards the motorcycle. Seeing that the grenade had effectively drawn their ire, Zhang Yunlong threw 2 more grenades. This time, one detonated directly within the mass of zombies, causing a significant number to collapse. After discarding the spent grenades, Zhang Yunlong hurriedly reloaded his Type 81, no longer concerned with preserving his weaponry. He tossed the empty magazine aside and fitted a new one, raising his rifle to continue firing at the horde behind them. However, the sustained firepower was insufficient, after only a few more bursts. The Type 81 was empty again. The initial plan of using a single magazine to resolve the situation was evidently unfeasible, necessitating further reloads. Utilizing a rapid reloading technique, Zhang Yunlong detached the empty magazine. letting it fall to the ground, and swiftly attached a new one, pulling the bolt back with his left hand to resume firing. Thus, he directed Bowsy to ride the motorcycle in a large circle around the Villa district. With an ever-growing horde trailing behind them, more zombies emerged from various corners. The horde swelled to nearly 200, racing behind the motorcycle under the glaring sun. Sensing that he had successfully lured out the zombies from the Villa district, Zhang Yunlong shouted to Bowsy to head towards the national highway. WY now, Bowsy had acclimated to the situation, no longer as tense as at the outset, and even inquired loudly if Zhang Yunlong wished to slow down to prevent losing the amassed horde. Cruising at a speed of 30 miles per hour, they reached the national highway, where Zhang Yunlong, observing the horde still in pursuit, tossed his last grenade. He then emptied his magazine, switched to a new one, and began to fire short bursts. Thus, the two brothers successfully drew the zombies hidden within the Villa district onto the national highway, merging with the convoy. The first phase of their baiting mission was completed. Fraught with peril, yet ultimately successful. Chapter 33. Tactical success. The soldiers within the convoy were already poised and alert, their eyes straining as they beheld the ominous mass of zombies trailing behind the motorcycle. They had not anticipated such a multitude lurking within the seemingly quiet Villa district. It was evident that Captain Zhang's plan was astute, his foresight keen. He had accurately predicted that the number of zombies concealed within the Villa district far exceeded what the search team could handle. Had they adhered to the operational plan devised by the command, clearing each house one by one, it remained uncertain whether they could contend with the zombies of a single nest. The moment a shot was fired, the zombies hidden in other houses would converge en masse towards the site of the conflict. In such a scenario, not only would the eradication efforts fail, but the soldiers' very survival would be in jeopardy. As the horde, now trailing closely behind the motorcycle, surged toward the convoy, the soldiers readied their weapons, ensuring their sights were firmly trained on the advancing mass, prepared to open fire at this critical juncture. The team leaders and their deputies aboard each vehicle recalled the pre-mission details, loudly reminding their comrades to maintain composure. Should any soldier, in a fit of nerves, prematurely pull the trigger, it could lead to a chain reaction of gunfire, endangering Zhang Yunlong and Bowsy, who had yet to join the convoy. Before the incoming hail of bullets could reach the zombies, Zhang Haoran, observing the motorcycle still 100 meters away from the convoy, ordered the team to commence their advance. 6 vehicles lined up, gradually accelerating while keeping their speed below 30 miles per hour. Zhang Yunlong emptied another magazine. Bao Changjie successfully reunited with the convoy, maneuvering between the gaps of the third and fourth vehicles, thereby clearing a line of fire between the convoy and the horde. This time, the horde was less than 100 meters from the convoy. Although the sun was high in the sky, thanks to Zhang Yunlong's earlier barrage, the zombies were now in a frenzied state. Spotting the rapidly moving motorcycle, which occasionally released the scent of food, they pressed on towards the larger targets with fervor, braving the harsh glare of sunlight. As the motorcycle passed through the convoy, Zhang Haoran wasted no time and decisively commanded, "Open fire!" Instantly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted behind the convoy, the barrage merging into a relentless symphony as the distance of less than 100 meters closed in an instant. Almost simultaneously with the onset of gunfire, the front line of zombies in the horde was mercilessly shredded by the concentrated fire. In an instant, the entire horde of zombies collided with an invisible wall, their frantic pace abruptly decelerating. The foremost zombie, its flesh and blood scattering, tumbled onto the roadway, propelled forward slightly by inertia. The fallen creature became an obstacle for those behind, causing them to trip and lose their balance, only to be met with a relentless hail of gunfire that sent them crashing to the ground in a bloody mess. Chaos ensued as the horde became disordered, the unscathed zombies at the rear desperately pushing forward, while those on the ground, riddled with bullet wounds, were trampled underfoot by their successors. The bullets from the machine guns proved to possess formidable penetrating power, with a single round often capable of piercing through 2 or 3 zombies. The search team had 14 Type 81 light machine guns, all strategically allocated by Zhang Yunlong to the front line of the convoy's firepower. Each Dongfeng truck was equipped with 3, while the pickups and small cargo vehicles each bore 1, supplemented by riflemen firing from the gaps. The volume of ammunition unleashed by the convoy was staggering, and the dense clustering of zombies exacerbated the situation, leading Zhang Yunlong to underestimate the devastating impact of their concentrated fire. Consequently, A rather awkward scene unfolded. As the convoy surged forward, the rear zombies, hindered by the barrage, struggled to keep pace, resulting in a nearly 100-meter gap between them. Thus, the distance between the soldiers tasked with firing and their targets rapidly approached 200 meters, significantly diminishing their shooting accuracy. The horde, having trampled over their fallen comrades, continued to advance, while the riflemen, having exhausted their magazines, began to reload. Only the machine gunners persisted in their relentless barrage, yet the decline in accuracy rendered their lethality far inferior to that of moments before. Zhang Haoren, responsible for directing the convoy's advance, maintained a vigilant watch over the situation behind. Upon recognizing the unexpected developments, he reacted decisively, ordering an immediate halt to the convoy's progress, allowing the horde to catch up. Witnessing the first wave of gunfire decimate nearly half of the zombies, he resolved against further advancing the convoy. He decided to let the horde draw nearer, maximizing their firepower advantage to eliminate the remaining zombies in one fell swoop. As the convoy came to a stop, he commanded all soldiers to cease firing, instructing the machine gunners to replace their spent belts regardless of whether they were empty. Once reloaded, the soldiers observed the previously sparse formation of zombies beginning to regroup, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Just as the horde approached within approximately 50 meters of the convoy, Zhang Haoren raised his radio and bellowed fire. The deafening gunfire erupted once more, this time with soldiers firing from a stationary position. Ensuring their accuracy was significantly enhanced due to the proximity. Every available soldier within the vehicles joined the fray, unleashing an even denser barrage than before, all aimed at the upper bodies of the zombies. The horde shrank at a visible pace, a thick mist of blood erupting from the gory remains in that moment. No one cared whether the cacophony of gunfire might deafen them, nor did they ponder the remaining number of zombies. Their sole focus was the target their sights were trained upon. It was only when Bao Changjie, having sprinted a considerable distance, heard Zhang Yunlong's urgent shout to halt that he realized the convoy had indeed come to a standstill. Almost immediately after, the abruptly silenced gunfire resumed, even more intense than before, leaving them bewildered about the situation. Zhang Yunlong had a vague inkling of the underlying reason for the convoy's cessation, even if an emergency arose. The search team could retreat unscathed due to the speed of their vehicles. Thus, he did not rush to act, instead asking Baozi to help untie the backpack straps binding them, while he calmly reloaded his magazine. It was only after the gunfire ceased that he returned to his motorcycle, instructing Baozi to ride back. Navigating through the convoy, the motorcycle rejoined the rear, where the battle had already concluded. The soldiers remained inside the vehicles, surrounded by hot shell casings, awaiting further orders. Upon dismounting, Zhang Yunlong's gaze immediately fell upon the heap of corpses not far behind the convoy, a testament to the search team's efforts. The last zombie, felled approximately 20 meters from the convoy, had perhaps endured until the final moments, receiving concentrated fire from the soldiers who had lost their primary target, reduced to a mere puddle of mangled flesh, nearly unrecognizable save for a few fist-sized remnants. Had Zhang Yunlong not spotted two mangled lower legs protruding from the bullet-riddled pavement, he would have found it hard to believe that the grotesque mass had once been a complete zombie. The gruesome scene, coupled with the acrid scent of blood, would have likely induced vomiting in half the search team had they not previously endured the harrowing experience at the desolate village. Yet even those who managed to suppress their nausea exhibited expressions of vivid distress. The kite-flying tactic had proven remarkably effective. The search team had suffered no casualties while expending merely a third of their ammunition to successfully clear half of the immigrant village's structures. Furthermore, the horde that had been flown did not pursue very far, having only advanced less than 150 meters from the onset of gunfire to its conclusion. The densest accumulation of zombie bodies lay at both ends, with a sparse scattering of around 70 to 80 corpses evenly distributed along the path the horde had traversed. Zhang Yunlong observed a few severely injured zombies still struggling on the road. Perceiving this as a rare opportunity for training, that he conferred with the other team leaders, deciding to allow those who had not participated in the previous shooting task to disembark, particularly those from other units who had performed poorly in the prior operation, assigning them the task of delivering the final blows to the zombies. Even the drivers, who had solely focused on driving, were handed Type 81 rifles to join in. These soldiers, who had yet to face the reality of bloodshed, needed to mature swiftly, Should they fail to overcome their fear of confronting zombies, it was uncertain what complications might arise in more perilous search missions ahead, that is for those soldiers who could not even bring themselves to shoot at incapacitated zombies. Zhang Yunlong contemplated their removal from future operations. Such were the grim realities of life-and-death warfare. He would rather expel those who could not conquer their fears than allow them to remain and hinder the team. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunlong busied himself with his 54 pistol, which had never seen battle, trailing behind the soldiers reloading their weapons. His 92G pistol remained tucked away in his backpack, a secret he wished to keep from prying eyes. Chapter 34. The Deceptive Mind. As the soldiers responsible for delivering the final shots began to fire, Zhang Yunlong discovered that some were indeed unable to pull the trigger, besides a few from external units. Even seasoned veterans from the guard companies stood by, trembling as they aimed at the struggling zombies, unable to squeeze the trigger. Zhang Yunlong could hardly muster the energy to address them further. In his mind, he had already relegated these soldiers to the ranks of the expendable, ensuring they would not accompany future search missions, that he ordered these reluctant shooters to return to the vehicles and await transport back to the base, exempting them from subsequent operations in the Villa district. Upon their return to the base, they would be reassigned to where they had come from, with personnel gaps filled directly from the reserves. Once the reloaders had thoroughly scoured the battlefield, every last zombie was eliminated. However, as Zhang Yunlong surveyed the field strewn with corpses, he was struck by a dilemma. The search team could not simply abandon the bodies of the zombies, as they were indiscriminate feeders, consuming both human and their own kind. Should the numerous zombie corpses be left unattended, it would not take long before this hard-won territory was once again inundated by a new horde. Moreover, Zhang Yunlong was acutely aware that many predatory eyes lurked within the unscoured residential buildings, waiting for nightfall to emerge and feast upon the remains of their fallen brethren. Realizing the necessity of addressing this potential threat, he understood that only by thoroughly neutralizing the danger posed by the zombie corpses could the search team safely scavenge for supplies. However, the question remained: how to proceed? After much contemplation yielded no viable solutions, he convened a discussion with the other team leaders and the deputy commander. Following deliberation, they devised a rather cunning plan to set deceptive mines. Since the zombie corpses could not be dealt with immediately, they would simply leave them be. Both burying them on-site and incinerating them en masse would squander precious time and energy that the search team could ill afford. With the clock ticking past 1 in the afternoon and less than 4 hours remaining before the mandated return to base by 5, the search team was racing against time, and any action that wasted it was impermissible. Thus, they resolved to use the zombie corpses as bait, placing a Type 67 hand grenade beneath each one, primed to detonate should any zombie attempt to disturb the remains. Zhang Yunlong estimates that over 200 zombies have been dispatched by them. The search team comprises 100 valiant warriors, each equipped with 8 grenades. Since the commencement of the operation, only a few grenades have been utilized. It is solely Zhang Yunlong, acting as bait, who has thrown 4, while 4 remain securely stowed in his backpack. This calculation suggests that nearly 800 grenades are at their disposal, sufficient to serve as a feast for the horde of the undead. Consequently, the entire search team has been divided into 3 factions. The assault team, led by Zhang Yunlong, undertakes the perilous task of maintaining vigilance, as this phase of the plan is deemed the most hazardous. The assault team must ensure that the area between the residential and villa districts is rendered utterly secure, preventing any zombies from breaching the residential area and encroaching upon the warriors searching for supplies in the villa district. The second faction, under the command of Zhang Haoran, comprises the second team tasked with scouring the villa district for resources. The remaining 3 squads are entirely devoted to the laborious task of transporting the corpses of the zombies. The warriors engaged in this grim endeavor don the rubber gloves distributed before their departure, working in pairs to systematically relocate the undead bodies to a vacant plot adjacent to the national highway. Not even the zombies felled by Zhang Yunlong while luring the horde have been overlooked. They also seek to recover any ammunition drums or magazines that Captain Zhang may have discarded in these times. Even landlords find their larders bare, and every little saving counts. Once the bodies are adequately arranged, they commence the setup of deceptive grenades. The 67-type grenades employ an antiquated pull-fuse ignition system, necessitating the extraction of the igniting core to activate it, unlike the 82 type or other modern grenades. which merely require the removal of a safety pin while pressing the lever against an object. Thus, crafting deceptive grenades with the 67 type is somewhat more intricate. Initially, the soldiers utilized various thin cords or cotton threads discovered within the villa district to connect the grenade's igniting cord to the string. They then positioned the grenade beneath the corpse of a zombie, securing the other end of the string to a limb of the body, ensuring the cord is taut. The feeding process of zombies is notably savage. Any tug on the corpse will inevitably trigger the grenade. Furthermore, the dismembered limbs are not neglected. A grenade is directly affixed to them, as the zombies are oblivious to its nature that a small stick is then tied to the opposite end of the string and inserted into the ground, leaving the severed limbs discarded nearby. Whoever dares to collect them shall be met with misfortune. Each corpse lay approximately 3 meters apart, ensuring that no chain reactions would occur, striving to make the most of each cunningly placed explosive. This was a meticulous task that allowed for no room for error. Thus, most soldiers, after positioning the zombie bodies, departed to the villa area to transport supplies, leaving only a dozen of the more daring and meticulous veterans from the guard unit to carry on with the work. Although progress was slow, at least safety was assured in this manner. Over 200 zombie corpses were arranged across a vast area, with at least one grenade placed beneath each body. Some of the remains were gathered and piled together, concealing a cluster grenade underneath. That be why the time the main force filled the small trucks and 2 Dongfeng vehicles with the supplies they had scavenged, the task of setting traps was still incomplete. Occasionally, zombies unable to resist temptation would burst forth from residential buildings, either heading towards the highway or dashing towards the villa area. However, their numbers remained manageable, allowing the assault team to handle them with ease. The bodies of the slain zombies were not wasted, being dragged to the designated area for setting traps, thus utilized effectively. In addition to placing grenades beneath the zombie corpses, the soldiers pooled their ideas, securing a grenade at the entrance of every room they had searched, using fine rope to affix it to both sides of the doorframe, creating tripwires. Particularly, the nests that had been specially attended to by the search team were laden with grenades wherever possible. Although the previous occupants had been dispatched, there was no guarantee that new residents would not take their place. Bao Changjia also had a sudden inspiration, leading several soldiers to hide numerous tripwires at the entrance of the residential complex and along the zombies' inevitable path to the highway. In summary, any location that might be traversed by zombies was not overlooked by the search team. Although many grenades remained unused and less than a third of the villa area had been searched, Zhang Yunlong glanced at his watch, knowing that they had to withdraw. Even though the convoy still had time, there was not much room left for transportation. The supplies extracted from the villa area had filled the trucks to capacity. Zhang Yunlong was acutely aware of the adage that one cannot bite off more than one can chew. The remaining 2 empty vehicles designated for transporting the search team were already quite cramped. With just over an hour until 5 p.m., any further delay would risk being too late, but he immediately instructed his team members to mark the yards they had finished searching and to abandon the search in areas they had not yet explored. Wang Weihua's personal radio crackled with a command from the chief of staff for the search team to return. Zhang Yunlong understood that the search team had to leave. He never expected to complete the search of such a vast area in one go. He promptly called for the other team leaders to assemble the squad for the return journey, leaving the unsearched areas for another outing. Whether the next search team would enjoy the same success as this mission would depend on the effectiveness of the gifts left for the zombies. Soon, all the sub-teams of the search team gathered on the highway. In addition to the trucks laden with supplies, each soldier's backpack bulged with the spoils of their expedition. The earlier combat and trap setting had largely emptied their packs of spare ammunition and grenades. Now, each individual carried only the treasures amassed during this operation. All the team leaders turned a blind eye to the soldiers' side endeavors to earn a little extra on the side, as long as it wasn't too excessive. The notion of seeking fortune in peril was not lost on the soldiers, who risked their lives to scavenge supplies, bringing back items for themselves and their comrades. Such behavior was only natural and didn't warrant undue scrutiny. Thus, the search team's inaugural mission was completed successfully, with the convoy returning laden with bounty and the soldiers rich in rewards, embarking on the journey back to base. Unlike the oppressive atmosphere that had permeated the morning as they departed the base, the search team was now filled with laughter and cheer. The fierce battles and bloody scenes of the day were momentarily cast aside by the soldiers. Everyone animatedly discussed their findings and their standout performances during combat. Zhang Yunlong, driving the modified pickup truck at the rear of the convoy, felt a lift in his spirits as he gazed out at the desolate landscape through the car window. The frown that had furrowed his brow all day began to ease. It was not merely the abundance of supplies that relieved him, but rather the fact that he had not let down his superiors or the trust of his comrades, successfully bringing every soldier back unharmed. Chapter 35. A bountiful harvest. The journey back for the search team was smooth. When the convoy was less than 2 kilometers from the base gate, Zhang Yunlong slowed the vehicle, allowing Shi Zhuang and another machine gunner in the truck bed to pour the prepared hydrogen peroxide and bleach onto the roadway. This was a standard procedure upon returning to base after completing a mission, aimed at masking the scent of vehicles and personnel to prevent the zombie hordes from tracking them back by the residual odors during the night. Previously, with fewer vehicles and personnel, they would merely stop the trucks at the roadside, spraying hydrogen peroxide on the vehicles and scattering bleach or lime powder on the ground. However, this time, the number of vehicles and personnel was the highest it had ever been for a mission, prompting Zhang Yunlong to exercise additional caution. Prior to the mission, he had requested ample hydrogen peroxide and bleach from Huazi at the logistics warehouse's chemical room, filling 2 large boxes. Sitting in the back of the pickup, Shi Zhuang deftly unscrewed the bottle caps and began pouring the solution onto the road, while the other machine gunner continuously scattered lime powder. Neither was unfamiliar with this task. Their movements were efficient, quickly covering dozens of meters of the roadway. Afterward, Zhang Yunlong accelerated, and Shi Zhuang periodically poured a bottle of hydrogen peroxide behind them until all the scent-masking agents were exhausted. Estimating that the convoy's scent had been sufficiently obscured, Zhang Yunlong swiftly drove the pickup forward, but as Zhang Yunlong entered the base gate, the western sky was painted a vibrant red by the setting sun, creating a stunning vista. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, industrial activities worldwide had nearly ground to a halt, and the pollution of the environment by human civilization had ironically ceased. However, the global nuclear war had wreaked havoc on the climate. More than 2 years had passed since the war ended, yet the atmosphere was still plagued by vast clouds of radiation. Enormous amounts of radioactive dust swept across the globe with the monsoon winds, plunging the entire North American continent into a nuclear winter, rendering large swathes of land uninhabitable. The domestic climate was not much better. For most of the year, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze, making clear days like today a rare occurrence. Zhang Yunlong had no time to appreciate the fleeting beauty, driving the pickup truck swiftly towards the base's parking area. The other vehicles of the search team had already entered the base, and the base commander, along with personnel ready to receive and account for the supplies, had been waiting for some time that he needed to return promptly to report the intelligence gathered during this operation. As the pickup truck rolled into the parking lot, Zhang Yunlong noticed the political commissar and chief of staff standing beside the convoy, engaged in conversation with the other team leaders who had already disembarked. The expressions of the commanders were filled with excitement. They had not anticipated that the inaugural search operation would proceed so smoothly. Not only had they secured a substantial amount of urgently needed supplies for the base, but there had also been no casualties among the personnel, marking it as an extraordinary success. However, Zhang Yunlong held a different perspective that he believed that the success of this search operation was not merely attributable to the intelligence collected beforehand by the base or the operational plans devised by the command staff, but rather it was founded upon the adaptability and ingenuity of the search team's leaders and the brave combat of the soldiers. This exposed the base's current deficiencies in reconnaissance of surrounding areas and an unclear understanding of zombie movements. One could argue that luck played a significant role in the success of this operation. The base's command staff still lacked sufficient experience in combating zombies and had little knowledge of their behaviors. Coupled with the soldiers' rudimentary equipment, an incidental success could not alter the reality of the inherent risks involved in search operations. Zhang Haoran shared Zhang Yunlong's sentiments, both agreeing that this operation had too many uncontrollable factors. They could not continue to rely on improvisation or luck to navigate future challenges. Thus, the greatest gain from this search operation was not merely the trucks filled with supplies, but rather the extensive combat footage and detailed intelligence acquired from the meticulous observations of the zombie nests. When Zhang Yunlong exited the vehicle to join the other team leaders, Zhang Haoran had already briefed the political commissar on the general proceedings of the operation. The base commanders were also keenly interested in the experiences gained by the search team during combat. Upon seeing Zhang Yunlong return, the political commissar directly issued orders to all team leaders. The soldiers of each squad need not participate in the subsequent unloading of supplies. Instead, the leaders should first lead their respective members to account for weapons and ammunition, after which they would proceed to the rear tents for disinfection and quarantine. The base had already prepared isolation dormitories, with 2 individuals per room. They were to rest adequately and report any issues promptly. After the 24-hour quarantine period concluded, each squad leader was to submit a report on the operation at the earliest opportunity. Zhang Yunlong had no objections to the political commissar's arrangements, but once the team disbanded, he quietly approached the commissar from behind, wishing to discuss something. Noticing that other members of the search team were busy counting and returning ammunition to the armorer not far away, he took the opportunity to gently tap the commissar on the shoulder and, in a tone laced with flattery, whispered, "Commissar, do you have a moment? I have something I would like to discuss with you." At that moment, the political commissar had just concluded a preliminary discussion with the chief of staff regarding the next phase of operations. He stood beside the truck, observing the soldiers unloading supplies, likely eager to ascertain the tangible results of this mission for his own mental tally. Just as he was engrossed in the scene, he was suddenly startled by a hand clapping on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found it was Zhang Yunlong, this rascal, which ignited his ire. With a fierce glare, he began to berate him. "You little rascal. Are you sneaking around here like a thief? You're as silent as a ghost. Why aren't you busy with your own tasks instead of lurking behind me? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Seeing that the conversation had barely begun and the political commissar was already flaring up, Zhang Yunlong realized he needed to act quickly. That he hastily clarified, "Sir, I didn't mean to startle you. I wouldn't dare to frighten you. I was merely trying not to interrupt your inspection. Look, this is the precious 95 Supreme I managed to secure during this outing. I originally had 2 boxes. But that quick-witted scoundrel Bao Zhangji snatched one, leaving me with just this one that I saved it for you, a small token of my esteem." As he spoke, he pressed a box of 95 cigarettes into the political commissar's hand. Contrary to his usual fondness for good cigarettes, the commissar unexpectedly kicked Zhang Yunlong aside and continued to scold, "Get lost. No good deed goes unpunished. You must be up to no good. I can't afford such fine cigarettes." Realizing his charm offensive was ineffective, Zhang Yunlong decided to cut straight to the chase. He pointed to a modified pickup truck not far away and said, "It's nothing major, just a small request." This modified pickup was seized by the assault team from the back of that former bandit hideout during our search operation that I drove it back, and it's in excellent condition, sturdy as a rock. The bandits had some skilled vehicle modifiers among them, and the level of enhancement on this truck is impressive. Alongside it, we also captured a small cargo truck and several motorcycles, as you've likely seen. The political commissar, upon hearing Zhang Yunlong's appraisal of the pickup, nodded in agreement, observing, "Indeed, it is a fine vehicle, remarkably sturdy. It holds great reference value for the repair shop. Perhaps we should." Zhang Yunlong sensed the potential for disaster in the commissar's words and quickly interrupted. Raising his voice, "Sir, don't be hasty in distributing the vehicle. Hear me out. This truck's off-road capabilities rival that of the Warrior, and its carrying and protective capacity surpass it. That it would be a waste to treat it merely as a reference model. Our base is currently short on vehicles that I plan to have a few soldiers trained in automotive repair accompany the search team on the next outing. While we look for supplies, we should also seek suitable vehicles to supplement our transportation equipment. Right now, we have too many personnel and too few transport vehicles. Every single one is invaluable. Could you consider allocating this pickup to the assault team for the next mission? It offers superior safety compared to the current Warrior vehicles." The political commissar gazed at the eye-catching pickup, remaining silent, as if weighing the pros and cons. Zhang Yunlong was focused on appropriating the vehicle for personal use, while the commissar hoped to send it to the repair shop as a prototype for future modifications. However, he ultimately decided to heed Zhang Yunlong's suggestion, recognizing that the assault team needed the sturdy pickup more than the repair shop did. Yet he stipulated the assault team can use it, but it must first be taken to the repair shop for a technical inspection. You can't just take your word for its condition. Upon hearing the commissar's agreement, Zhang Yunlong was overjoyed, but he maintained a serious facade, responding, "Understood." He turned to dash toward the truck, but after a few steps, the political commissar called him back. Realizing his oversight, Zhang Yunlong sheepishly handed over the box of 95 cigarettes to the commissar. Satisfied, the commissar tucked the cigarettes into his pocket and patted Zhang Yunlong on the shoulder, saying, "Next time, stir up a bit more trouble for me, will you?" Zhang Yunlong laughed heartily, replying, "I wouldn't dare. Rest assured, the assault team will follow orders and obey commands." With that, he dashed off to the truck, speeding away toward the vehicle depot. Chapter 36. Misunderstanding. Although Zhang Yunlong had indeed accomplished a significant feat this time, serving as bait during the operation and thereby earning greater merit than during the previous bandit suppression mission, the base commanders merely offered verbal commendations without any tangible rewards. The entire search team didn't even receive a third-class merit. Initially, Zhang Yunlong vented his frustrations, but during the isolation period, he came to understand that such search operations would only increase in frequency. Unless higher-level support arrived, the base would have to rely on its own resources. For the search team, the most perilous mission was always the next one, that if every soldier returning from a mission were to receive a third-class merit, it would not only violate regulations, but the supply unit also could not possibly provide that many medals. Perhaps only those who sacrificed their lives during missions were truly deserving of such honors. Furthermore, the military's customary approach to awards emphasized spiritual recognition over material rewards, especially during these trying times. Rather than empty accolades, the soldiers needed tangible benefits, such as a backpack filled with valuable items. The higher-ups understood the importance of morale. Regardless of what the search team found during their missions, as long as it wasn't contraband, it would be considered personal property, and the base would not require them to hand it over. The search team haul was only calculated based on the supplies loaded in the truck, perhaps serving as a form of reward for the soldiers who risked their lives in these times of scarcity. Even humble items like sunflower seeds, instant noodles, and sausages were luxuries. Only the search team's soldiers could indulge in these precious resources, and the sole means of acquiring them was through executing missions. Want to enjoy the same benefits as the members of the search team? It was simple. Join the search team. Perhaps due to the smoothness of their first mission, which not only yielded a bountiful return, but also incurred no casualties. Those unfamiliar with the operation's details optimistically overestimated the safety of future search missions. The day after the search team returned, those who had previously shied away from participating suddenly began to eagerly sign up for the next operation. Particularly, the news that participating soldiers could privately collect valuable items without needing to surrender them led to an even greater influx of applicants. These matters were left for the higher-ups to ponder, as Zhang Yunlong had no interest in them. His focus remained solely on drafting the operation report, especially the analysis of the hideout and the summary of zombie behaviors, which he detailed thoroughly. He meticulously documented every observation and insight in the report, providing recommendations for the higher-ups to consider. Additionally, he recorded all useful experiences gained from the operation in a notebook he always kept on hand. This ever-evolving notebook would eventually become a precious resource for humanity's struggle against zombies in the post-apocalyptic world. Due to the restrictions on movement during the isolation period, Zhang Yunlong shared a room with Wang Weihua. While Zhang Yunlong immersed himself in writing the operation report, Huazi felt hesitant to disturb him. Not being a smoker himself, he lay in bed with a book on unrestricted warfare, listlessly flipping through its pages without truly understanding it. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, he inquired about the pickup truck. Zhang Yunlong, being quite fond of the eye-catching vehicle, shared the details. The truck belongs to the assault team, but when not on a mission, it'll be parked at the repair shop for the mechanics to use as a reference. Huazi, intrigued by the specific modifications of the pickup truck, recalled how it had accelerated impressively on the way back, seemingly defying the limitations one would expect from a vehicle clad in armor. Moreover, the pickup ran on diesel. Though Huazi wasn't an automobile expert, he understood that such imported trucks typically wouldn't be equipped with diesel engines due to displacement regulations. Thus, the modified pickup was likely more complex than it appeared. After listening to Huazi's analysis, Zhang Yunlong realized that the truck was not only visually impressive, but potentially held even greater surprises within. He immediately resolved to thoroughly examine the vehicle together once the isolation period concluded. The base granted the search team members a 2-day leave, during which they were neither required to stand guard nor undergo training. As long as they remained within the camp, they were free to roam at will. The various posts had already been assigned to the reserve team and other guards, and it was anticipated that the search team soldiers would no longer need to take turns on watch. Given the fruitful outcomes of their recent endeavors, most chose to spend their time chatting, playing cards, and snacking in their dormitory, while a few ventured to visit old comrades and other units. Only Zhang Yunlong could not bear to part with his pickup truck. So he enlisted Wang Weihua to accompany him to the garage. Upon arrival, however, they found neither his pickup truck nor the old Su and his men. Only a middle-aged gatekeeper, an elderly gentleman in his 60s, was present. After inquiring, they learned that since the search team's return, old Su and his repair crew had merely come to retrieve some tools and had not returned since. Zhang Yunlong's heart sank at this revelation. He regretted following the political commissar's advice to take his vehicle to the repair shop, but he had originally thought it would simply be a matter of showing it to the mechanics for a standard assessment. Little did he know that nearly 2 days had passed without his truck being returned to the garage. In that span of time, those inept mechanics could have dismantled the vehicle twice over. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yunlong took off running. Although the garage was in close proximity to the dormitory, the repair shop was over a kilometer away. While this distance posed little challenge to the two seasoned soldiers. At that moment, Zhang Yunlong wished he could fly to reclaim his beloved truck. Wang Weihua, trailing behind, marveled at how swiftly Zhang Yunlong was sprinting, noting that even he, a capable long-distance runner, struggled to keep up. By the time Zhang Yunlong reached the repair shed behind the shop, he was breathless. Anyone who exerted themselves like running 100 meters for an entire kilometer would be gasping for air. Wang Weihua, too, was panting heavily. After catching his breath, Zhang Yunlong staggered toward the shed, recalling that he had driven his truck there just 2 days prior for the handover. As he had suspected, the pickup truck had been completely disassembled, its body hoisted by a small crane and set beside the chassis. Old Su, clad in filthy overalls, was busy hammering away with several mechanics underneath the vehicle. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yunlong let out a howl that surpassed even the most mournful of wails. The noise startled old Su so much that he nearly dropped the wrench he was holding. Turning around, he saw Zhang Yunlong's face contorted in anguish, which left him utterly perplexed. "Your old man is still alive." "So what's with the wailing?" he exclaimed. "You waltz back in here, enjoying your isolation, while I've been bending over backwards for your broken truck these past 2 days. And you show up empty-handed just to gawk at your old man?" Zhang Yunlong's anger flared further at these words. "You've turned my truck into this mess, and I owe you something now," he retorted, erupting in a torrent of curses. "Old Su, you bastard. The political commissar asked you to take a look. Not to disassemble my truck. How am I supposed to drive it in this state? Dismantling it is one thing, but can you reassemble it as it was? If you can't, one of us is going down today." After venting, he turned to search for a handy tool. Seeing Zhang Yunlong's fierce demeanor, old Su felt a surge of urgency as he scrambled out of the repair pit, wrench in hand. Ready to confront Zhang Yunlong, they exchanged heated words. Zhang Yunlong grabbed a half-brick from the grass, intending to send old Su off in style to accompany his truck to the afterlife. Wang Weihua, witnessing the two hotheads ready to clash, quickly wrapped his arms around Zhang Yunlong's waist to pull him back, while old Su was similarly restrained by his own soldiers. Wang Weihua, with his considerable strength, lifted Zhang Yunlong off the ground, but even so, Zhang Yunlong was undeterred, flailing with the half-brick in hand. Although old Su was not lifted, he was at least held back, resulting in a chaotic scene. Once both sides calmed down, Zhang Yunlong sat on the ground, clutching the half-brick, cursing and inquiring. Old Su stood at the front of the repair shed, hands on hips, cursing back, with the wrench tucked into his chest pocket. Through their exchange, the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. In truth, the matter was rather simple. Zhang Yunlong had mistakenly believed that modifying a vehicle was an exceedingly complex task, largely due to his lack of understanding of vehicle mechanics. His previous experience with the first modified warrior vehicle, which had been a dismal failure, only reinforced his misconception that he thought that if old Su and his crew could manage to repair the truck, it would be a remarkable feat, and to expect them to successfully modify a vehicle was a fool's errand. Thus, seeing his perfectly good pickup truck in pieces led him to believe that old Su had inexplicably resorted to violent disassembly in a desperate attempt to understand its intricacies. With no intention of reassembling it afterwards. Chapter 37. The remarkable battle vehicle in this instance. Zhang Yunlong had indeed misjudged old Su. Firstly, his understanding was flawed. Modifying a vehicle is not inherently a task of high technical complexity. Of course, specialized automotive repair skills are indispensable, making it difficult for an average person to achieve. Zhang Yunlong's error lay in measuring professionals against the standards of an ordinary individual. Secondly, Old Su and his repair crew were not inept. On the contrary, their automotive repair skills were quite proficient. Zhang Yunlong had won awards during competitions, and Old Su had ranked highly in automotive repair contests, marking him as a genuine repair expert and skilled technician. The previous failure of the Warrior vehicle modification stemmed primarily from Old Su's lack of experience in modifications, coupled with material shortages at the base, which made it impossible to procure appropriate steel plates. The added materials were too thick and heavy, shifting the vehicle's center of gravity forward. Efforts to correct this led to excessive removal of steel plates, resulting in an unattractive appearance. The base's leadership, noting the dwindling number of military vehicles, deemed it unacceptable to waste resources and halted the modification work. Not one to seek unnecessary challenges, Old Su was content with the newfound leisure. However, as the saying goes, there is always someone better. Despite Old Su's exceptional repair skills, he remained an ordinary technician, primarily familiar with a few types of military vehicles at the unit. When compared to the wealth of experience possessed by the seasoned mechanic Liu Changhai, who had over a decade of experience, Old Su was still lacking. The types of vehicles and modification experiences Liu had dealt with were far beyond Old Su's reach. Had it not been for his personal setbacks, he might have been considered a true talent. Thus, after Old Su meticulously inspected the Ford pickup, he was profoundly impressed by the quality of its modifications that he immediately resolved to conduct a thorough disassembly of the vehicle. The repair shop had previously focused on maintaining various types of experimental fighter jets, and fearing a lack of proper tools, he even returned to the garage to fetch a professional automotive repair toolkit. As the adage goes, amateurs enjoy the spectacle, while professionals discern the details. Zhang Yunlong was merely an observer, whereas Old Su could perceive the intricacies, although he could not devise a professional, detailed modification plan without guidance. It did not imply he could not comprehend the vehicle's structure and principles. Once he thoroughly understood the pickup, he might not exceed expectations, but he could certainly replicate its modifications that helped Zhang Yunlong. The outsider truly grasped the value of the pickup truck. Old Su pulled him over to the disassembled vehicle's body and explained in detail. This pickup truck is based on the American Ford F-150, which is not particularly rare domestically. However, what is exceptional is the highly professional nature of its modifications, which perfectly suit the current vehicular environment. Firstly, the body panels are crafted from materials and welding techniques that are exceptionally professional. I've discovered traces of secondary welding on the body, indicating that the previous owner did not complete the modifications in one go, but rather improved the armored body incrementally, ultimately achieving this robust and flawless state. And do you know what material this armor is made of? Noting Zhang Yunlong's blank expression, Old Su wasted no time in revealing the answer. It is titanium alloy, not the ordinary aluminum alloy or stainless steel, but the kind used to fabricate fighter jet exhaust nozzles. Who knows where these bandits source such advanced metal materials? What? You ask how I know? Initially, I simply wanted to ascertain the vehicle's weight. So I ran it through the weighbridge, only to find that, given the area covered by armor, its weight calculations were utterly inconsistent. It was far too light. You see, the original weight of this pickup truck is roughly comparable to that of an ordinary Warrior vehicle. When I modified that Warrior, I also had it weighed, and merely adding steel plates to the four doors in the front increased its weight beyond that of this pickup truck, which is illogical. Bear in mind that the heavier the added armor, the more it negatively impacts the vehicle's acceleration capabilities. After conducting a hardness test, I confirmed it was not aluminum alloy. Ultimately, it took the expertise of the repair shop's mechanics and a specialized material analyzer to determine that it was indeed titanium alloy. Initially, let alone myself, even the mechanics responsible for testing were incredulous, assuming the equipment was malfunctioning. Who would be extravagant enough to use titanium alloy for modified vehicle armor? Eventually, I returned to the garage to test the armor material added to the small cargo truck's cabin and discovered it was also titanium alloy. Only then did I confirm that these bandits truly indulged in extravagance. Upon hearing Old Su's explanation, Zhang Yunlong was taken aback, inquiring, "Does the base have this material?" "To the best of my knowledge, it seems there are none, and it appears that cutting and welding such materials requires specialized tools and welding wires. Does it not?" Lao Su nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Our base currently lacks them. Otherwise, I would not be tirelessly searching for steel plates. This is also a task you need to complete during your next materials search. However, I am uncertain about the specifics of how to find them, but I have reported the requirements to the command department, and I believe arrangements will be made soon. Let us take a look at the car windows. It seems this F-150 has had its glass replaced, as it is certainly not original, but if I am not mistaken. It should be the type of tempered glass with an interlayer, and it has been fitted with a one-way light-transmitting film, which provides excellent protection. Later, a titanium alloy window frame was specially added to the outer edge of the window. Inside the frame, 2 layers of protective devices were designed. The first layer is a wire mesh, which is very convenient to replace once damaged, and the second layer consists of titanium alloy protective plates designed in a folding window structure. When in an open state, it does not obstruct the view outside, but in case of danger, the occupants can pull a switch inside the vehicle to close the folding panel. The entire protective plate is crafted with meticulous precision. And notably, the front windshield is also of this structure. Without the need for bulletproof glass, this vehicle has achieved an exemplary level of defense. Moreover, the vehicle's rear-view mirrors, as well as the front and rear positions, are equipped with cameras, some original and some added later. In summary, once the entire vehicle is in a sealed state, the occupants can continue to drive using these cameras. Through Lao Tzu's detailed introduction, Zhang Yunlong gained a newfound appreciation for his pickup truck. With Lao Tzu's thorough explanations from the outside in, Zhang Yunlong came to deeply understand the vehicle's irreplaceable value, in addition to its robust defenses. The original 3.5L gasoline engine has been replaced with a German-imported 6.2L 8-cylinder turbocharged diesel engine. The original engine was already quite powerful, and now with the more potent diesel engine, the pickup truck's power is truly remarkable. To accommodate this formidable engine, the entire vehicle's transmission system underwent extensive modifications. This was the most challenging and technically demanding part of the overall vehicle transformation, a task Lao Tzu humbly admitted he could not complete. From the drive shaft to the transmission and suspension, not a single component remained unchanged, yet the final result is nothing short of perfection. The pickup truck has not only enhanced its off-road capabilities, but also maintained excellent acceleration. The only downside of the pickup is its fuel consumption. Even though the diesel engine is more fuel efficient than the gasoline engine, the original fuel tank cannot satisfy the modified vehicle's fuel demands. To enhance the vehicle's range, 2 additional tanks of approximately 40L each were installed alongside the original 136.3L fuel tank. Simultaneously, a massive 300L fuel tank, more aptly described as a fuel barrel, was added to the truck bed. The entire fuel barrel is safeguarded with titanium alloy steel plates, occupying about 1/3 of the rear compartment space. Calculating it all, if the vehicle's fuel tanks are filled to the brim, that amounts to a full half cubic meter of diesel. No wonder when Zhang Yunlong drove the vehicle back, the fuel gauge did not drop at all. He initially thought the gauge was malfunctioning. Furthermore, the previously complex onboard computer system has been entirely dismantled, and the vehicle's central control and electrical systems have been simplified to the utmost. Aside from the necessary onboard monitoring equipment, electronic components have been minimized. Even the speedometer, tachometer, and fuel gauge have all been replaced with classic mechanical instruments. The once complicated dashboard now contains merely a radio and a standalone music player. Of course, the radio position has been replaced by a military-grade vehicle-mounted radio, capable of encrypted communication while receiving broadcasts simultaneously. The vehicle's lighting system has also been reinforced. In addition to the front and rear lights being replaced with high-intensity xenon lamps, ultraviolet lights have been installed in rows at the front of the roof, above the rear window, and along the sides of the vehicle. According to Lao Tzu, he specifically turned on all the lights last night to see the effect, and it was like the brightest star in the night. Not even a zombie could look directly at it. Even an ordinary person would find it blinding. Coupled with the ultraviolet lights, although normal individuals might not feel a significant difference, the intensity of UV radiation is several times higher than that of normal sunlight, likely causing a horde of zombies to take a detour. The entire pickup's defenses can be said to be flawless. Even the undercarriage has been reinforced with steel plates, and with the addition of heavy-duty explosion-proof tires. There is no need to worry about scraping the undercarriage, regardless of how rugged the terrain may be. When Zhang Yunlong arrived, he witnessed Lao Tzu and his team reinstalling the steel plates underneath the vehicle. According to Lao Tzu's feedback, the pickup truck is currently in excellent condition. While studying the structure of various components, a meticulous inspection was also conducted. Now, as long as the vehicle's exterior shell is reattached, the pickup truck will be brought back to life. Chapter 38. All set to depart again, knowing that his pickup truck is in good condition, and that Lao Su has made some modifications to better suit practical needs. Zhang Yunlong felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had misjudged Lao Su. However, it was out of the question for him to apologize. At most, he could question Lao Su's character in the future, while firmly defending his skills. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude, saying, "Su Go, you've worked hard." Without further ado, he turned and left, preparing to return to the dormitory to share half of the spoils from his last mission with Lao Su. While also asking Huazi to assist him as he quickly went and returned, he intended to restore the pickup truck to its full glory today in preparation for the next mission. When Zhang Yunlong returned to the repair shop, carrying a plastic bag of snacks and drinks along with a whole pack of Yushi cigarettes, Lao Su warmly welcomed his valiant comrade and readily helped Zhang Yunlong carry his items. Considering how heavy the plastic bag was after such a long walk, Zhang Yunlong wasted no time with pleasantries and directly asked, "Will the vehicle be restored today? I have a use for it in a couple of days. And I also have a modification suggestion for the truck that I wonder if it's feasible." As Lao Su opened the cigarette box, he replied, "Just tell me what you need, Dragon Ge." Zhang Yunlong pondered seriously before saying, "I have always had a bold idea. Previously, our warrior vehicle and truck could not mount a machine gun on the roof due to structural issues, especially the warrior vehicle, which is only a thin iron shell for a roof and is removable to it is impossible to set up a rooftop machine gun, like the Hummer military vehicle, which severely limits our operational capabilities in the future. Now, take a look at this pickup. Not only is its structure robust enough, but it has also been reinforced based on the original chassis, giving the roof a strong load-bearing capacity. Lao Su, with your skills, could you open a hatch on the roof and create a machine gun mount on top? Ideally one that can rotate 360 degrees. Upon hearing Zhang Yunlong's request, Lao Su rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do I look like a wishing well? What? No, I don't. Knowing I don't, why would you make such an unreasonable request? Firstly, the roof of this vehicle has also been reinforced. Titanium alloy steel plates are not easy to cut. Even if the repair shop could find cutting tools now, a rotating machine gun mount that can turn 360 degrees is simply not feasible. Not because I can't do it, but because I lack the materials. To fulfill your request, I need a crucial component, a turntable bearing, and it must have a diameter of over 500 mm. Otherwise, even a person couldn't squeeze through. Ideally, it would be one with an 800 millimeters diameter." "What? Where can I find that?" "That is your concern now, that as far as I know, it's not easy to come by. Regular auto repair shops don't have them. Typically, such large turntable bearings are found in excavators, tower cranes, or machinery that requires flexible rotation. You might want to try your luck during your next mission to see if you can find one. Without a suitable turntable bearing, at most, I can make you a simple gun mount on the roof. But the shooting range will be limited, and it won't be able to shoot backward." Zhang Yunlong immediately dismissed Lao Su's plan. If the machine gun could only fire forward, it would be as good as useless. His vision was for the pickup truck to act as a kite for the zombie horde, with the machine gun firing backward to gradually deplete the living forces of the undead. Of course, if a hatch were opened, allowing the gunner to extend half their body out to shoot, that would work too. However, without a stable machine gun mount, accuracy would be compromised. After much contemplation, Zhang Yunlong ultimately decided to search for the turntable bearing Lao Su mentioned. If it proved impossible to find, he would have to set up gun mounts at both the front and rear positions of the roof, attaching the machine gun to whichever mount was needed for firing. However, with such an excellent vehicle, Zhang Yunlong was reluctant to compromise. To enhance the vehicle's combat capabilities, a rotating gun turret would be the ideal solution to achieve his goal. After assisting Lao Su in completing the assembly of the pickup truck, Zhang Yunlong drove his apocalyptic pickup directly to the base security department that he wanted to review the interrogation records of the former bandit leader. Initially, the junior staff member at the security department was reluctant to comply. But after reporting to the department head, the latter agreed, considering that Lu Chonghai had already been executed. Moreover, Zhang Yunlong's reasoning was sound. He needed to clarify the pickup truck's origins, who had modified it, and where the materials were sourced from. Moreover, it is crucial to ascertain whether any materials remain, and it would be preferable to uncover information regarding the turntable bearings. The head of the security department did not refuse Zhang Yunlong. Rather, he presented dozens of pages of interrogation transcripts for Zhang Yunlong's perusal, albeit with the stipulation that they could not be taken away and must be reviewed in his office, as there was no rush. Zhang Yunlong spent nearly 2 hours meticulously examining all the transcripts, gaining insight into the circumstances that led Lu Changhai to devolve into a bandit leader. However, he refrained from excessive lamentation, believing that one who commits such sins deserves an early demise and rebirth. Simultaneously, he learned that this vehicle was designed and modified by Lu Changhai himself, which compelled him to admire Lu's craftsmanship. The transcripts contained scant details regarding the pickup truck, as the focus was primarily on the criminal acts. Yet they did mention the automotive repair shop where Lu Changhai had previously worked, apparently located on the opposite side of Hudao City, necessitating a considerable detour. Zhang Yunlong was uncertain whether Lu Changhai had modified the pickup truck at that particular repair shop. But the extent of the vehicle's modifications indicated that the bandit leader clearly regarded it as a vital means of survival, that it was with this very truck that he had fled the city, expending significant effort and precious materials to reinforce his cherished vehicle. Had Zhang Yunlong been tasked with this endeavor, he likely would have chosen to make modifications in the location he was most familiar with, thereby minimizing the likelihood of errors. Silently noting the specific address of the repair shop, Zhang Yunlong returned the transcripts to the head of the security department that he intended to promptly relay his suggestions regarding the next search mission to the command department, which must duly consider his input. Following the initial search mission, the base commander had also recognized the command department's lack of practical experience in zombie combat, and it was indeed absurd to have a group of laymen directing seasoned veterans on how to engage with zombies. Consequently, every team leader was mandated to draft an operational report to provide the command department with reference materials. Furthermore, once a team leader proposed suggestions, those must be adopted initially and then validated during combat. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Yunlong could seamlessly execute his plans. The search team rested for a full 5 days at the base, during which the members did not partake in routine training. In the last 2 days, they dedicated half a day to live-fire drills, focusing on moving targets. Following the previous live engagement, it became apparent that the soldiers' marksmanship was a critical factor limiting the search team's combat effectiveness. While the kite-flying tactic proved to be an exceptionally effective combat strategy, the BY leveraging the speed of vehicles and the firepower of the soldiers, all advantages could be maximized. This not only ensured the safety of the search team, but also inflicted substantial casualties on the hordes of zombies. The only uncertainty lay with the motorcycle squad serving as bait. Initially, Zhang Yunlong had confiscated 6 motorcycles, all of which were in remarkably stable condition after inspection, that he selected 12 daring and meticulous veterans from his assault team to form the motorcycle squad. This squad served both as bait to attract the horde and as scouts for the search team. The inherent danger was palpable, however, perhaps due to the influence of Zhang Yunlong and Bao Changjie. Even among those who volunteered, a significant number of assault team soldiers expressed a desire to participate. The remainder were not lacking in courage but simply could not master motorcycle riding, even if they could awkwardly manage the clutch and shifting. Their riding skills were subpar. The primary requirements for the 12 members of the motorcycle squad were not marksmanship, but psychological resilience and motorcycle handling skills. They had to ensure they could maneuver with agility at relatively low speeds while being pursued by zombies. Each pair of squad members was responsible for 1 motorcycle, all of which had been modified. Specially designed ramming horns and bumpers were installed at the front to guarantee the rider's basic safety, while 2 side bags were affixed to the rear seat for grenades, blood packs, and spare magazines, allowing the rear gunner easy access. Zhang Yunlong not only continued to command the motorcycle squad, but also reassigned 12 veterans from the guard company to fully reinforce the assault team. The squad leader was appointed as Baozi, who volunteered for the role since all 7 members of his class had joined the squad, and his reasoning was sound. He had experience riding the motorcycle as the initial bait and was proficient at throwing grenades, a fact beyond dispute. Logically, Zhang Yunlong should not have placed Baozi, a reserve leader, in such a perilous position within the motorcycle squad. However, due to Baozi's proactive attitude and Zhang's lack of confidence in anyone else, this decision was ultimately made. The political commissar even designated a name for the motorcycle squad, calling it the Scout Team. The 6 motorcycles were numbered from Scout 1 to Scout 6, with any future additions to follow in sequence. Chapter 39. The Crow. After 5 days of rest and preparation, the search team set out once more. Unlike the first mission, this time there were more personnel and vehicles. Zhang Yunlong led the way in his eye-catching pickup truck, with Zhang Haoran maintaining the rear as usual. The convoy included some new faces while some familiar ones were absent. Those soldiers who had demonstrated inadequate psychological resilience in the previous mission were notified upon their return that they were to exit the search team. They were well aware of the reasons and did not complain. Once the quarantine ended, they reported to the guard company, and no one mocked them, as executing missions was no easy feat, and returning intact was a significant achievement. Now that they had been eliminated, they would dutifully stand guard. The newly added search team members had all entered a training regimen, with their posts being manned by the eliminated soldiers. Henceforth, any soldiers unable to pass practical assessments would follow this protocol. As Zhang Yunlong drove the pickup, he contemplated the next phase of the operational plan. With only 4 individuals in the vehicle, it did not feel cramped. Huazi had his steel helmet resting on his lap, sporting a rather flashy pair of sunglasses, and rolled down the window to enjoy the fresh air while admiring the scenery beyond the wire mesh and protective panels. Gao Yankun and Yang Jiyu, seated in the back, were smoking and joking, displaying no signs of tension. Ever since Zhang Yunlong had inadvertently taught Gao Yankun to smoke, his habit had grown more pronounced than even his squad leaderess, consuming a pack daily without any thought of moderation. Yet he felt no need to conserve. As long as he remained in the search team, these luxuries were merely rewards for the mission, not extravagances. Cheng Wensheng, due to his steady demeanor and marksmanship, was sent by Zhang Yunlong to the scout team, pairing with Bao Changjie, which served as a form of protection for Baozi. After all, having a reliable teammate during a mission holds significant value, and Zhang Yunlong believed Cheng Wensheng would excel. Unbeknownst to them, after a few missions, the once logistics and technical personnel had all evolved into competent soldiers. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunlong now faced a dilemma, as inquiries with the soldiers stationed at Gate 2 that night revealed that the distant sounds of explosions had persisted from that evening until the early hours. Although the explosions were muffled due to the distance, Zhang Yunlong was certain that most of the traps they had set for the zombies had been triggered. He just did not know how many zombies had been killed in the process. The best outcome would be having all the zombies that had emerged from the residential area congregate in that grassy field. Simultaneously, Zhang Yunlong recognized that the most significant uncertainty facing their mission remained the hordes of zombies. Not those originally residing in the residential area, but rather new hordes drawn in by the sounds of explosions and the scent of blood. That it was nearly impossible to expect that hundreds of grenades could contain all the zombies that came seeking food. This time, the search team's mission entailed 2 primary objectives. First, to continue clearing the immigrant village from the last operation, which was expected to be the main target area for the search team in the foreseeable future. Second, to investigate the automotive repair shop revealed in the interrogation transcripts, as he believed it was the very place where the bandit leader modified his vehicles that it housed the urgently needed armored materials for the search team. And they might also locate the turntable bearings. However, to reach that repair shop, they would have to take a lengthy detour to the opposite side of Hudao City. Previously, the journey through the city would take less than half an hour. But now the search team would require at least 2 hours to arrive, assuming no unforeseen events occurred along the way. Presently, however, Hudao City resembled a ghost town, filled only with crumbling ruins and the zombies lurking within, barely clinging to life. Once the search team ventured inside, there would be no possibility of escape. Thus, safety can only be exchanged for time and distance, aside from the time spent on the round trip and the buffer reserved for unforeseen circumstances. There is little time left for the search team to conduct their search. Therefore, for Zhang Yunlong, the most scarce resource for this mission is time. The convoy made its way to the immigrant village with great familiarity. The journey was, at most, 20 kilometers, less than half an hour's drive for the fleet. In a bid to save time, Zhang Yunlong notified the leaders of each squad, instructing the convoy to proceed at full speed while the reconnaissance team advanced 1 kilometer ahead to scout the road conditions. Given that most of the route closely followed the coastal highway near shallow waters, which was sparsely populated prior to the war, it was no wonder that their experimental base had been established there. Consequently, post-war, the roads near the coastline were generally devoid of zombies. However, an unusual situation arose this time. Zhang Yunlong's vehicle-mounted radio soon crackled to life with Cheng Wensheng's call. Recon 1 calling the convoy. Be advised that there are solitary zombies ahead, approximately 5 or 6 in number, that we have neutralized 2. and the remaining zombies have distanced themselves from us. The rear convoy should take care to avoid them. Over. As the radio sounded, Zhang Yunlong also heard the urgent gunfire from the front. The radios in the vehicles all operated on the same channel, and the vehicles behind had already received the reconnaissance team's warning. Zhang Yunlong was not inclined to engage in further discussion. The convoy was currently traveling at 60 to 70 miles per hour, and the 1-kilometer distance would be covered in an instant. Moreover, Zhang Yunlong had no intention of evading. Those few solitary zombies did not warrant his concern. He pressed the accelerator to the floor and began to accelerate, simultaneously instructing Huazi to inform the following vehicles to maintain their speed. He intended to physically eliminate those insignificant creatures using the speed of the vehicle and the robust collision beam. As the speed increased, Zhang Yunlong soon spotted 5 zombies sprinting frantically on the road ahead. He wondered from where they had emerged in broad daylight, with no obvious buildings in sight, that in any case. As the pickup truck approached, they were desperately chasing after the reconnaissance team ahead, perhaps seizing a rare opportunity for practical experience. Baozi ordered 6 motorcycles to trail the zombies at a relatively low speed. The zombies varied in speed, with the last one being a cripple, limping and struggling to keep up with its companions. As the distance widened, Zhang Yunlong's pickup truck came roaring from behind. It first struck the limping zombie, the tremendous impact sending it spiraling into the air. Before it could hit the ground, it was struck by the speeding warrior vehicle. Sending it careening off to the roadside, it slid along the ground for some distance before finally coming to a halt, likely with all its bones shattered, after knocking the first zombie aside. Zhang Yunlong maintained his speed, plowing through the remaining zombies one by one, except for the first zombie that was directly struck. He adjusted the steering wheel slightly to ensure the front side of the pickup collided with the others. This angle of impact from the bumper effectively sent the zombies flying to the side, that he feared that a zombie being struck might crash onto the windshield of the vehicles behind. If that thin layer of protection failed to withstand the impact, it could harm those inside the vehicle. This minor incident did not delay the convoy's progress. They had departed the base at 7 o'clock and reached the vicinity of the immigrant village before 7:30. Zhang Yunlong did not dare let the convoy get too close. He even refrained from allowing the reconnaissance team, which had minimal protective capability, to scout ahead, opting instead to drive his pickup truck forward slowly. With the foldable windshield guard open, all other window shields were closed. Huazi's hand rested on the switch for the ultraviolet light, ready to activate it at any moment. The northeastern winter dawns late, and with the weather being rather dreary, the sky was overcast with little sunshine. Zhang Yunlong was almost certain that a horde of zombies lurked nearby. Before approaching, he had ordered the entire convoy to turn around, prepared to flee at a moment's notice in case of an emergency. It was not that Zhang Yunlong was timid. Rather, their equipment was woefully inadequate. The warrior vehicles lacked the defensive capabilities required to charge recklessly through a horde of zombies. And many of the soldiers were still aboard the defenseless Dongfeng trucks. If the convoy were surrounded by a horde, the soldiers' firepower advantage would be rendered useless, leading to total annihilation. Despite the impressive success of the previous kite tactic, it was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, with the possibility of a disastrous failure ever present. As they neared the designated minefield, Zhang Yunlong discerned the situation of the corpse field, his brows furrowing deeply. The first thing he noticed was not the bodies of zombies, but rather a dense congregation of crows. Interspersed among them were numerous seabirds. Zhang Yunlong was perplexed as to where so many crows could have come from in a coastal city. All the birds were gathered in clusters, frantically pecking at the corpses strewn across the grass, with very few taking to the sky. Due to the low terrain, he had not noticed the few crows flying above until the vehicle approached closely. Revealing this spectacular scene, to be honest, after the previous series of battles, Zhang Yunlong had developed a certain immunity to gruesome sights. However, witnessing this scene still sent shivers down his spine. He felt goosebumps rising on his back. Observing the pallor of those in the vehicle, it was clear they were equally shaken by the hellish spectacle before them. Everyone fell silent, awaiting Zhang Yunlong's decision to at that moment. Zhang Yunlong felt quite conflicted. The immigrant village was within sight, but was it not somewhat reckless to disregard the presence of these crows and seabirds? If the convoy startled a flock while passing, would they attack? Should they proceed into the immigrant village or not? After much contemplation, Zhang Yunlong still could not reach a conclusion, that he raised the binoculars and peered at the flocks of birds through the vehicle window, that it was evident that a large number of zombies had gathered here previously, and the deployed mines had inflicted significant casualties on the horde. Even after 5 days, Zhang Yunlong could deduce from the gathered birds that the number of zombie corpses far exceeded the count that had been left behind. Judging by the size of the flocks, Zhang Yunlong speculated that the nearby horde of zombies had likely been inexplicably decimated by the explosions, causing them to treat this area as a no-go zone. Otherwise, the corpses of the exploded zombies would not have ended up in the beaks of those birds. The horde would have consumed them internally. That if this conjecture were true, it would be both good and bad news for Zhang Yunlong. The good news was that the zombies lingering in the immigrant village were surely few in number. The bad news was that the zombies had learned to avoid danger. The method of deploying mines could only be utilized once on a given area of zombies. After much deliberation, Zhang Yunlong ultimately decided to drive through, at the very least to disperse the flock of birds below, as for whether there were any unexploded grenades left. He could not afford to ponder too deeply. The time from when a grenade was pulled to when it detonated was at least 3 seconds, ample time for the pickup truck to distance itself. Zhang Yunlong had faith in the defensive capabilities of his beloved vehicle. He informed the convoy via radio to prepare for action. Zhang Yunlong switched on the headlights, honked the horn, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The pickup truck emitted a piercing honk as it charged down the national highway. The startled flock of birds took to the air, swirling like a vast cloud. The sight of the birds soaring into the sky was quite a spectacle from a distance. The radio crackled with Zhang Howren's voice inquiring, "Yunlong, how's it going over there? Do you need support?" Zhang Yunlong did not have time to reply. He simply shook his head at Huazi. Huazi understood immediately, raising the microphone to respond. Received, no support needed for now. Over. Thanks to the excellent off-road capabilities of the pickup truck, Zhang Yunlong quickly surged past the area densely populated with corpses. The anticipated residual explosions did not occur. It seemed the mines had detonated thoroughly. The startled birds did not attack the pickup truck. They merely circled overhead, showing no intention of departing. It appeared the virus posed no infectious threat to avian species. That it made sense. If the virus were to infect birds, the loss of feathers alone would be unbearable, rendering them unable to survive, let alone spread the virus. Having successfully traversed the concentrated corpse area, the pickup truck did not halt but drove directly into the immigrant village. Zhang Yunlong planned to bulldoze through the residential area with his sturdy vehicle. If his assumptions were correct, there would be few zombies in the immigrant village now, even if the number of zombies exceeded his predictions. He could simply activate the ultraviolet lights and retreat, trusting that the horde would not pursue too closely. Indeed, as Zhang Yunlong had surmised, when the pickup truck burst into the residential area, the loud honking of the horn incited the zombies hiding within the buildings. This was entirely expected. Zombies could be irritable too. After a long night of prowling, they returned to their nests only to be disturbed by a ruckus outside. Anyone would be irked in such a situation. As zombies surged from all corners, Zhang Yunlong's heart raced, feeling more anxious than when he had previously acted as bait. This time, he had no planned route. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had charged in. Witnessing the zombies rushing from every direction, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he felt regret creeping in that if he failed, it would be one thing for him to suffer the consequences alone. But it was entirely another if his brothers in the vehicle were to share in his misfortune. Yet, at this moment, all he could do was trust in the pickup truck's defensive capabilities. Zhang Yunlong focused intently on driving when suddenly, a zombie collided violently with the side of the pickup. The resilient titanium alloy steel plate emitted a resounding impact, startling Zhang Yunlong. The surrounding glass was obscured by the armored panels, rendering his view nearly non-existent. Unaccustomed to assessing his surroundings via the display screen, he inadvertently found himself nearly encircled by a horde of zombies. That a glance at the monitor revealed that the vehicle was besieged by rapidly approaching undead. Aware that the moment for action was imminent, he swiftly turned the steering wheel, preparing to bolt through an alternate exit of the neighborhood. Zombies lunged at the pickup truck, but all were unceremoniously flung aside. Those few who managed to grasp the protective netting were dispatched by Zhang Yunlong's series of sharp turns. Once he burst out of the residential area, he did not hasten onto the national highway, but instead circled around the villa district. Luring out all the zombies within, he then ambled onto the national road at a leisurely pace of under 20 miles per hour. that it was not due to a reluctance to accelerate. Rather, the horde he had painstakingly drawn out had become sluggish from the earlier pursuit and confinement. Even the faster zombies could not breach the pickup truck's defenses, instilling in Zhang Yunlong a sense of security as he gradually led the horde toward the convoy. He took the opportunity to notify the convoy to prepare for departure, while emphasizing the importance of restraint in opening fire. Then he instructed the reconnaissance team to continue tossing blood bottles along the route to attract the zombies. Forbidding any gunfire, Zhang Yunlong was determined to eliminate all the zombies from the immigrant village in one fell swoop, ensuring that no remnants would pose a future threat, that he could not afford a repeat of the previous operation, where inexperience had left numerous corpses nearby, creating significant hazards. His plan was to direct the convoy toward a beach along their route, a quaint scenic spot that had previously been directly connected to the national highway for the convenience of tourists, allowing vehicles to drive right onto the sandy shores. The only structures in the vicinity consisted of a small wooden shop and a restroom. Zhang Yunlong intended to eradicate all zombies there, exploiting the soft sand to effectively slow their movements, thereby concentrating the horde and enhancing their lethality. Thus, with the reconnaissance team trailing the zombies, the main convoy revved their engines to reach the beach and establish a perimeter. Although there were not many zombies in the immigrant village, Zhang Yunlong's maneuvers had successfully drawn out all those capable of moving freely, totaling over 200 that perhaps due to the commotion they had caused along the way. Combined with the reconnaissance team's incessant blood bottle tosses, scattered zombies hidden in roadside buildings were also lured out. The sudden appearance of zombies rushing from the roadside posed several near collisions for the reconnaissance team. Yet they managed to guide the horde to the beach with relative success. When the lead vehicle reached the beach, the pursuing horde had swelled to over 300 zombies, each straining and panting, having traversed more than 3 kilometers from the immigrant village. Fortunately, the weather was overcast, unlike the previous operation when they had faced a sweltering midday sun. Otherwise, the horde would likely have turned back halfway. Due to the receding tide, the distance from the national road to the shoreline was over 200 meters. With firepower already arranged, Zhang Yunlong had no intention of allowing the horde to roam far onto the beach. As the last reconnaissance member hurled a blood bottle against the rocks at the beach's edge, the mass of zombies surged forth. The tightly packed horde charged toward the convoy, which was lined up less than 50 meters from the beach entrance. Upon reaching the beach, the reconnaissance team immediately accelerated and dispersed, causing the following horde to similarly scatter. Once the motorcycles exited the convoy's firing line, the amassed zombies presented themselves in an irregular fan shape before the convoy. With a decisive squeeze of the trigger from Zhang Yunlong, the cacophony of gunfire erupted as a signal to commence firing. The metallic storm, unleashed by hundreds of rifles and light machine guns, was a terrifying spectacle, halting the advancing horde as if they had crashed against a dam. The frontmost zombies fell in droves, their bodies pierced by bullets that continued on to inflict further damage on those behind. To maximize their firepower, some seasoned veterans, having participated in the previous operation, dismounted to fire from the beach, forsaking the safety of their trucks. The audacious Shi Zhuang led his fire team forward, firing while advancing. With the proximity so close, some machine gunners didn't even bother to aim, simply resting their weapons at their hips and unleashing a hail of bullets, confident that the projectiles would find their mark. Following intensive shooting drills, the soldiers' accuracy had markedly improved. With the zombies moving slowly across the beach, they became easier targets, resulting in a scene of chaos, blood, and severed limbs as the horde was decimated. The search team shattered their previous record for zombie eradication, achieving total annihilation of the horde with just one volley of fire. The furthest any of the zombies managed to run was a mere 40 meters onto the beach before being obliterated by concentrated fire. This appeared to become a ritualistic reward for the soldiers, akin to a final triumph over the most resilient of the undead. Chapter 41. Unexpected gains. Seeing no zombies left standing, Zhang Yunlong exhaled a sigh of relief. At least the most arduous task was completed. The remaining work would be comparatively easier, provided they remained cautious to avoid any missteps that in the previous operation. All riflemen reloaded their magazines, while machine gunners continued their barrage on the still-breathing zombies. Subsequently, all newly joined soldiers, including the drivers, were guided by their commander to deliver close-range shots to the zombies' heads. Only then did Zhang Yunlong retrieve his Type 54 pistol, systematically dispatching the still-breathing zombies on the ground. After meticulously scrutinizing the bodies sprawled on the beach, Zhang Yunlong ordered the assault team to be on guard. The remaining soldiers paired up, donning rubber gloves to gather all the zombie corpses and drag them to the center of the beach for consolidation. Although it was a cumbersome task to collect over 300 zombie bodies, Zhang Yunlong deemed it an essential step, since they did not plan to utilize the corpses for traps this time. It was imperative to completely dispose of them. This measure not only aligned with epidemic prevention protocols, but also prevented the bodies from becoming a resource for other zombie hordes. The soldiers first dug a sizable pit in the center of the beach. Not particularly deep, less than 2 meters, but sufficiently spacious to accommodate all the corpses. They then proceeded to pour aviation fuel into the pit. Drawing from the experiences of the previous operation, the search team had prepared ample aviation fuel, now repurposed for incinerating the remains. The high flash point and prolonged burn time made it the ideal fuel for disposing of zombie bodies that as the flames roared to life. A pungent odor of charred flesh permeated the air, with thick black smoke billowing skyward. Zhang Yunlong led the search team back toward the immigrant village, not looking back at the burning pyre, confident that there were no flammable materials in the vicinity that could ignite a fire hazard. They would return later to bury the pit once the search team had completed their task. By the time the convoy returned to the immigrant village, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Although the extermination of the horde had been swift, the subsequent disposal of the zombie bodies had consumed considerable time. Nonetheless, every moment spent was worth it, for the entire immigrant village was now devoid of life. From this point on, it would be a safe haven for the search team. The horde would not be drawn to areas devoid of prey, and given the now forbidden sight of the corpse pit, it was unlikely that the surrounding zombie hordes would migrate toward this location again. Zhang Yunlong conferred with the team leaders, resolving to lead their respective squads to act independently. Each squad would be responsible for a truck, gathering supplies until the vehicles were filled to capacity. Any remaining resources could be consolidated for future retrieval. That as the previous villa area had not been fully scavenged, 3 additional squads were assigned to that sector. Even if they could not collect everything, they would prioritize urgently needed medical supplies and food. The remaining resources could be stored in a few yards, locked up, making it indistinguishable from being secured at their base. With the reconnaissance team maintaining vigilance around the perimeter, the rest of the search team activated a 3-light mode. No building was left unsearched, and Zhang Yunlong alongside Zhang Haoran led their teams into the residential area. Seemingly intent on instructing his troops in urban search and combat tactics, Zhang Haoran commenced their operation in the outermost residential building. Every security door was forcefully breached, causing the entire structure to reverberate as if an army had invaded. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunlong directed his assault team toward the military tents in the central area of the residential district. Having previously driven his pickup truck past the tent area, he had briefly observed the contents within. Noting the presence of storage boxes and abandoned computers and equipment, it appeared that the troops responsible for guarding the area had made a hasty retreat. After such a lengthy duration, the computers and equipment likely had become inoperable. However, the military supplies within were invaluable, potentially containing weapons and ammunition that had not been evacuated in time. Zhang Yunlong did not rush to move the supplies. Instead, he meticulously adhered to his established operational directives, instructing the assault team members to disperse and conduct a thorough search of each tent. Only after confirming that no threats existed would 6 soldiers be designated to maintain vigilance, allowing the remaining personnel to commence a detailed examination of the tents. The entire tent area comprised over a dozen tents of various sizes, each serving a distinct purpose. Some functioned as field hospitals, others as command posts, with additional tents designated for housing the injured. However, the majority were utilized for the storage of supplies. As the search progressed, the discovered materials continually surpassed Zhang Yunlong's expectations, ranging from robust battlefield laptops to command center processors and communication equipment at the division level, along with a complete set of field hospital facilities and a small container filled with pharmaceuticals. Notably, the container housing the medications was specially designed, featuring compartments akin to a refrigerator capable of storing temperature-sensitive drugs, and connected to a small generator. Unfortunately, the generator had long ceased functioning, leaving the efficacy of the medications uncertain. Zhang Yunlong stood within the large tent serving as the command center, deep in thought as he observed the rows of bullet holes on the communication devices and processors, clearly rendered inoperable. It was evident that this was a secondary unit, as frontline troops were typically equipped with battlefield command vehicles, not this antiquated command system from over 2 decades prior that as he surveyed the scattered shell casings. Zhang Yunlong gradually reconstructed the scenario of the unit's hasty withdrawal. The station's soldiers and their commander had received an urgent evacuation order from higher authority, prompting everyone to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. However, the large number of civilians awaiting transfer occupied nearly all of the unit's transportation capacity, rendering many supplies stored here impossible to transport. Given the urgency of the situation and the impracticality of waiting for supporting forces to arrive, the commander ultimately issued a retreat order to the dispersed subordinate units that in a painful decision. They abandoned the supplies and equipment that could not be moved in time, and the most critical command system was destroyed. Zhang Yunlong surmised that the commander must have had a backup command system. Otherwise, such valuable equipment would not have been so readily destroyed. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. The now-defunct equipment was relegated to the lowest tier of value on the transport list. However, the field hospital tent became Zhang Yunlong's primary target for this operation, and he instructed their assigned Dongfeng truck to drive directly into the compound, parking outside the tent to await loading. While the specialized pharmaceutical container was undoubtedly impossible to relocate, Zhang Yunlong was determined not to overlook a single box of medications. Regardless of their potential expiration, it was his duty to transport them back. As for assessing their usability, that responsibility lay with the hospital staff. Suddenly, he heard Wang Weihua's exclamation from another tent. He hurried over to investigate and found Huazi standing before a pile of wooden crates, his face a mask of shock. Upon Zhang Yunlong's arrival, he realized that the crates before them were all ammunition boxes. Most bore lead seals and were tightly sealed, with a row of rolling plastic gun cases standing out prominently among the wooden boxes. Zhang Yunlong approached to closely examine the metal tag. QBZ 95-1 automatic rifles. 10 in total that he counted the stacked rolling plastic cases, totaling over a dozen. Huazi had opened a box containing 81 type automatic rifles, of which more than half had been removed, leaving 3 quietly resting within the box, accompanied by a fuel canister, bayonets, spare magazines, and packaged ammunition. Moreover, the ammunition inside the box appeared virtually untouched. This was not surprising, as such weapon boxes were typically for strategic storage, with the limited quantity of ammunition corresponding to a baseline for each rifle. Soldiers had likely drawn their ammunition from a centralized supply. Zhang Yunlong estimated that there were approximately 40 to 50 boxes within the tent. Shortly thereafter, another soldier discovered a considerable number of ammunition boxes in an adjacent tent, including 82 type all-plastic grenades. Upon witnessing this cache of weaponry, Zhang Yunlong understood that an additional task had emerged for this operation: to find a vehicle. The medical supplies already being loaded could not be abandoned. Yet these weapons and ammunition could not be left behind either. Although the ammunition reserves at the base were still adequate, each fired round diminished their supply, and there was no easy way to replenish them. Since they had discovered this cache, there was absolutely no justification for abandoning it. Furthermore, Zhang Yunlong could not defer the transport of these weapons and ammunition to a future operation. Each team had its own vehicle, each with its specific objectives, and there was no reason to impose on others for assistance. Having already discussed the vehicle situation with the political commissar, Zhang Yunlong decided that there was no time like the present to resolve this issue during the current mission. Once the medical tent was emptied, and seeing that less than a third of the truck's capacity remained, Zhang Yunlong pressed the intercom, calling out to Zhang Haoran. "Brother Ran, please respond." Zhang Haoran's reply came swiftly. "Received. Please proceed. What have you found?" Zhang Yunlong's response was succinct. "Weapons, ammunition, medical equipment." There was a lengthy silence on the intercom before Zhang Haoran replied. The other teams should continue searching their assigned areas. Zhang Yunlong, please hold your position. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 42. Finding a vehicle before long, Zhang Haoran arrived alone from the residential building, and at that moment, the second team had also made discoveries. Their truck was parked in front of the unit door, with soldiers busily loading various items into it. Zhang Haoran first examined the discovered weapon and ammunition boxes, after confirming the authenticity of several boxes. He looked at the nearly full truck of medical supplies and equipment, furrowing his brow in contemplation before preparing to speak. Zhang Yunlong preempted him, saying, "Brother Ran, I know what you're about to say. Your second team should continue searching the residential building. There's no need to clear the truck for us. Besides these weapons and ammunition, there are also numerous boxes of field rations, all conveniently packed and covered with waterproof tarps. It seems the troops here evacuated in a hurry, leaving behind so much material that even an additional truck would be insufficient to transport it all, that I think it would be best for you to help me keep an eye on this while I take a few people out to find a vehicle. Didn't Old Sue assign his 2 soldiers as drivers? I believe those 2 young men have decent repair skills, so I'll take them along, as long as the vehicles aren't too severely damaged. They should be able to bring them back. Zhang Haoran did not oppose Zhang Yunlong's suggestion, recognizing that relying solely on the few vehicles available to the search team would be inadequate to transport all the materials. Unexpectedly, the constraint on the search team's efficiency was not the anticipated weaponry, but rather the comparatively limited transport capacity. After some thought, he added, Yunlong, while it's fine for you to search for vehicles, 1 vehicle searching alone is not efficient. Let us assign 10 members from our team to relieve the scout team, and you can disperse the scout team to search together. Once suitable vehicles are found, we can consolidate our information. Moreover, I noticed the leftover materials and weaponry here. It seems the unit stationed here unloaded their vehicles and immediately evacuated the civilians, without any intention of transporting these supplies. Remember the supply point the higher-ups provided us during the support operation to Hudao City? I know that by the time our second batch arrived, there was nothing left, but such supply points surely exist around Hudao City. I suspect this is another one. However, since this location is quite distant from our original operational route, the higher-ups likely did not inform us about this supply point, that IT was prepared for other withdrawing units. But due to various reasons, the units initially planned to retreat from this direction altered their routes or failed to evacuate from the city altogether. After listening to Ranji's analysis, Zhang Yunlong fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, he had been thinking too simplistically. Upon reflection, even if the troops were to evacuate in haste, it was inconceivable that they would abandon their weapons and ammunition, coupled with the substantial medical supplies and field rations. These provisions were undoubtedly intended to replenish the forces retreating from the urban area. While there may not have been an abundance of heavy firepower, these resources were invaluable for a surviving unit emerging from an epidemic zone. Regrettably, the equipment and supplies left behind did not await their rightful owners. Zhang Yunlong recalled that the Armed Police 120th Division had seemingly entered the city from this direction, which could explain why these materials were overlooked. A squad of armed police soldiers, tasked with protecting a team of virology experts, had likely been swiftly evacuated by a Haiyangji 18 helicopter that came to their aid. Subsequently, the corpses that surged out of the epidemic area were obliterated by napalm bombs dropped by J-16 jets. The scattered remains of the dead gradually spread to the immigrant village, becoming a forbidden zone for survivors, ultimately scavenged by search teams. With the whole situation now clear, Zhang Yunlong swiftly began to act. He used his radio to call Baozi, instructing him to assemble his reconnaissance team at the eastern exit of the residential area, that he invited Huazi and the 2 drivers to accompany him in a pickup truck as they headed towards the rendezvous. The reconnaissance team was remarkably swift, and Zhang Yunlong provided a brief overview of the mission. Given that they were tasked with locating transport vehicles, there were numerous uncertainties that required the team to be adaptable. There was little more to convey. The sole stipulation was that they could not operate independently. They were permitted to seek out vehicles, but upon discovering a suitable one, they must not take any action without notifying the main force. Should a few zombies emerge from some hidden corner, a lone scout would undoubtedly find themselves in peril without backup. Fortunately, this area had experienced a timely evacuation, preventing extensive vehicular congestion, and there were no abandoned transport vehicles along the roadside. Virtually every vehicle capable of carrying goods had been requisitioned, which ironically left Zhang Yunlong at a loss for the desired automobile. Of course, there were certainly numerous vehicles within the urban area of Hudao. Yet he dared not venture inside. Despite the city having been bombarded repeatedly, it had once been a coastal city, and amidst the ruins lay countless famished zombies. To drive a small pickup truck into such a place would be tantamount to courting death. After much deliberation, Zhang Yunlong turned to the 2 drivers. Both were soldiers from Old Sue's maintenance squad, assigned to him by Old Sue for training purposes. One was named Guidongliang, while he could not recall the other's surname, Kai. Both young men were in their early 20s. Zhang Yunlong looked at them and directly inquired, Xiao Gua, Xiao Kai, before we left, your squad leader praised you both, claiming your vehicle repair skills were second only to his. Now, I must ask you to be forthright. Do you possess the confidence to repair vehicles that have been out of commission for an extended period? This is crucial to the success of our mission. So please speak honestly. The two exchanged glances before resolutely nodding. Guidong Liang assured Zhang Yunlong, Captain Zhang, rest assured, we understand the gravity of the situation. To speak candidly, as long as the engine of a vehicle is intact, we have at least a 70% chance of getting it started, regardless of how long it has been dormant, than if it's merely a case of a drained battery or a flat tire. We can resolve that without issue. We have already packed our repair tools in the pickup truck's trunk. Even if we cannot find the keys, we will find a way to start the vehicle, albeit it may take some time. Having heard their assurances, Zhang Yunlong felt more confident. He glanced at his watch. It was just past 11 in the morning, and there was ample time, but he resolved that since he could not find a viable location in the immediate vicinity, they might as well take a longer route to their secondary objective, the auto repair shop. However, straying too far from the main force posed significant risks. Yet, danger often coexists with opportunity, and Zhang Yunlong considered himself neither cowardly nor overly cautious. The only remaining question was whether to take the reconnaissance team along. Should they choose not to, the four of them could hardly manage if trouble arose, that if they brought the team, they would need to prepare for potential casualties. As motorcycles offered agility but lacked defensive capabilities, should they encounter a horde of zombies and become surrounded, it would spell disaster, unlike Zhang Yunlong's pickup, which still had a fighting chance to break free. After contemplating, he radioed Baozi to share his thoughts. To his surprise, Baozi's response was remarkably candid. "What is up, big brother? Do you think that by not bringing us along, your safety is somehow guaranteed? Two people in one vehicle, running around like headless chickens, is far more dangerous. It would be better for us all to stick together for mutual support." Zhang Yunlong recognized the wisdom in Baozi's words. He promptly called the reconnaissance team, which had just set off, to regroup and follow the pickup truck toward the auto repair shop. Although Zhang Yunlong had never been to this particular repair shop, he recalled it being located on the opposite side of Hudao City, near a freight distribution center for long-haul trucks, that he had passed through that area during a business trip prior to the war. That repair shop had originally catered primarily to long-haul trucks, and Zhang Yunlong was confident that at least one operational truck could be found there. The only concern was the distance. They would need to navigate through national roads or rural paths, and he was uncertain how long it would take to expedite their progress. Zhang Yunlong instructed the reconnaissance team to maintain a distance of about 500 meters behind the pickup truck. This was not out of a desire to lead from the front, but rather a necessity. Should they encounter a horde of zombies, the pickup truck would have the opportunity to turn around and escape. The motorcycles, lacking the support of the main force, would find it exceedingly difficult to shake off the zombies. Fortunately, the journey along the national road was relatively smooth, and the convoy quickly covered nearly half the distance. However, upon reaching a section of scorched roadway, the team members were struck by the horrific sight before them. Stretching for several kilometers, the pavement and surrounding areas had been subjected to incendiary bombardment. Charred corpses and wrecked vehicles littered the entire expanse. Gazing upon this apocalyptic scene, Zhang Yunlong halted the vehicle, waiting for the reconnaissance team to catch up before stopping by the roadside. This was a zone of death. Zhang Yunlong understood that the distorted remains scattered about were predominantly those of zombies. Yet, as he surveyed the multitude of vehicle wrecks, he could only fathom how many comrades and civilians had been compelled to meet their fiery end alongside the undead. He could envision the scene of the withdrawing forces and surviving civilians being ensnared by the advancing horde, and he could empathize with the despair in their eyes as they beheld the incendiary bombs raining down from the aircraft. Yet, this was a fate that could not be altered. For the sake of those who had already retreated, it was necessary to forsake those who had become entangled with the zombies. Allowing the horde to spread unchecked would only lead to greater loss of life. This was not a matter of humanity or human rights. It was merely a simple arithmetic problem, sacrificing a small number of lives for the safety of the greater majority. Chapter 43. The dump truck. Zhang Yunlong and the team members exited the vehicle, and Bao Changji along with the other reconnaissance team members dismounted their motorcycles. They stood before the charred earth, all enveloped in silence, as if paying homage to the departed. Zhang Yunlong pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and casually passed the pack behind him. Huazi took it, lit one for himself, and passed it down the line. The soldiers stood there, smoking in the face of the harrowing wasteland, none willing to speak, instead fixated on the scene, as though they sought to engrave the image into their memories. Upon finishing a cigarette, Zhang Yunlong tossed the butt to the ground. Extinguishing it beneath his boot, he turned and climbed back into the vehicle. Softly uttering, "Let us take a detour." The crowd expressed no dissent as the pickup truck led the way onto the desolate land by the roadside. Beyond this barren expanse lay a concrete road, laid adjacent to the village. From this moment forth, one must exercise utmost caution, for the lurking presence of famished zombies could emerge from any shadowed corner, eager to sink their teeth into flesh. Perhaps it was divine providence, perhaps the absence of prey, or perhaps the lack of any significant commotion. In any case, this modest convoy reached its destination with remarkable ease, taking less than an hour and a half on the journey. Zhang Yunlong did not hasten to the nearby auto repair shop, but instead navigated towards the freight distribution center, guided by a hazy recollection. Soon, he spotted a dilapidated signpost by the roadside, leading him to a vacant lot not far from the highway exit, where he discovered the rudimentary distribution center. Aside from a makeshift shed for temporary storage and a small two-story office building, the entire area appeared rather desolate. The parking lot was sparsely populated, dominated by construction vehicles, excavators, bulldozers, and rollers, while only 2 aging freight trucks stood among them. None were heavy-duty, all were 6.2-meter medium trucks. Zhang Yunlong surmised that prior to the pandemic's outbreak, most transportation vehicles had been centrally allocated due to the planned economy, repurposed for either cargo transport or personnel movement. Now, only construction vehicles remained, and the 2 medium trucks likely lay abandoned due to the absence of drivers, making it impossible to simply take the keys and drive away. However, Zhang Yunlong remained undeterred, feeling a sense of elation that they had at least located some vehicles. Whether they could be driven away would depend on their fortune. Moreover, the openness of the distribution center minimized the likelihood of hidden zombies. Beneath the shed lay various goods covered with plastic sheeting, the contents unknown, a potential blind box to explore later. The small, decrepit building hardly piqued Zhang Yunlong's interest. Even if it harbored zombies, how many could it conceal? Accompanied by elite members of the assault team, he felt confident that even a small horde would pose little threat, that he promptly dispatched Baozi to send Scout Team 2 to investigate the area. The Scout Team members were equipped with 95 assault rifles, which afforded greater maneuverability for shooting in the confined back seat compared to the 81 model. From the back seat of Scout Team 2, Xiao Bai held his rifle steady in his right hand and tossed a blood vial at the entrance of the small building with his left. The team member on the motorcycle did not accelerate, but rather meandered in an S-curve at the entrance, waiting for any zombies to emerge. Yet after a lengthy wait, none appeared. Zhang Yunlong recognized this as a stroke of luck. The small building was uninhabited. He immediately drove towards the distribution center, parking in front of the building. Baozi divided the scout team into 2 groups, one to examine the covered goods for anything useful, and the other to accompany the 2 drivers in inspecting the 2 trucks. Baozi led the way to the shed while Zhang Yunlong and Huazi entered the small building, primarily in search of valuable information. Inside, the building was in disarray, clearly having been rummaged through by others, most likely survivors. There was little of use, but in a small office, they found a vehicle dispatch log detailing the records of each truck and construction vehicle's assignments, including times and destinations, though lacking any information regarding the cargo transported. Disappointed by the lack of useful data, Zhang Yunlong and Huazi ascended to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor, more simplistic, housed employee dormitories and a small storeroom. They discovered some clothing and bedding that showed no signs of mold or damage, as well as toiletries, a modest find. The storeroom door was secured with a padlock, which Huazi broke open with the butt of his rifle. Overjoyed, Zhang Yunlong opened the door only to find it largely empty, save for a battered metal cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet, he discovered it contained a small gun cabinet, complete with a firearms registration log and a set of maintenance tools. Yet devoid of any actual firearms, that IT appeared the staff at the distribution center had been swiftly notified to evacuate, taking all essential items with them. Finding little of value, Zhang Yunlong closed the cabinet with a sigh and turned back, dismissing the meager findings from the employee dormitory. Exiting the small building, he cast his gaze towards the shed, contemplating the likelihood of uncovering something worthwhile. Indeed, Baozi called him over via the radio, and upon inspection, Zhang Yunlong discovered that the covered goods were entirely composed of fire extinguishers. Among them were carbon dioxide extinguishers, but the majority were dry powder types. though one might argue they were not entirely useful. Their quantity, dozens of boxes, each over half a meter long containing 6 extinguishers wrapped in cardboard, rendered them valuable. Zhang Yunlong resolved that if they could successfully start the 2 trucks, they would load these extinguishers as well. After all, an extinguished grenade could serve as a large smoke bomb with shrapnel. Even if not used against zombies, spraying it on the road could effectively mask scents, making it worthwhile to transport. Having found nothing further of interest, Zhang Yunlong approached the 2 trucks. Xiao Guo and Xiao Kai were busy working on one of the vehicles, and Zhang Yunlong refrained from hurrying them. Starting a truck that had been idle for so long without keys was a technical challenge. They could always search again later. Lighting a cigarette, he idly observed the construction vehicles parked nearby when an idea struck him. He turned and knocked on the truck door, calling out, "Xiao Guo, stop fiddling around and come down. Let us see if that dump truck over there can be started." Confused, Guodong and his companion dismounted, quickly realizing the captain's intentions upon glancing at the large dump truck he had indicated. This behemoth, a front 4-rear 8 configuration, was designed specifically for hauling earth or debris. Its load capacity and durability were unquestionable, with a high chassis providing excellent visibility and powerful performance. Essentially, a civilian armored vehicle. The only concern was that the truck bed sat rather high off the ground. But that was a minor issue. The soldiers had the strength to hoist themselves up. The 2 men eagerly climbed aboard. And to their delight, the driver's door was unlocked. They rummaged around inside and soon, Xiao Kai emerged with the truck keys in hand, exclaiming, "Captain, the keys were right here in the truck." This discovery simplified matters considerably. Zhang Yunlong was not surprised. These construction vehicles had likely been nationalized and reallocated post-war, with drivers paid to operate them. Would take home the keys to a public vehicle after a shift. Theft was hardly a concern in these times. Zhang Yunlong had initially contemplated searching the second-floor building for keys, as starting such large construction vehicles without them was challenging. The 2 drivers carefully assessed the dump truck's condition, noting that the fuel level and tire pressure were adequate, though the battery was dead. Zhang Yunlong drove the pickup closer, connecting the battery cables to jumpstart the engine. That he revved the throttle, initiating a charge for the dump truck's battery. After over 10 minutes of attempts, Xiao Kai successfully started the truck. Watching the thick black smoke billowing from the exhaust, Zhang Yunlong initially feared the diesel in the tank had gone bad. But he soon relaxed as the smoke gradually dissipated. Xiao Kai drove the dump truck around the spacious parking area, testing its performance and discovering that, aside from the complex gear system, which took considerable time to master, everything else functioned smoothly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunlong was not idle. He returned with Xiao Guo to the freight trucks to attempt starting 1.1 truck, in particularly poor condition with all but 1 tire flat. Was abandoned. They could repair it later when they returned with the main group and appropriate tools. Zhang Yunlong instructed Xiao Guo to focus on the other truck, but regrettably, after more than an hour of effort, even with Xiao Kai, who had just mastered the dump truck, assisting, they could not get the long-idle freight truck to start. Preliminary assessments indicated an issue with the ignition circuit, but without proper equipment, repairs would be time-consuming with just the 2 of them and basic tools. Zhang Yunlong decided against waiting any longer. His objectives had been met. 1 large dump truck was sufficient to transport all the weapons and ammunition back in one go. The remaining freight trucks were merely supplementary. If they could be started, that would be a bonus, but if not, it was of little consequence. Additionally, their next step was to search the auto repair shop, which would require ample time, as well as he gazed at the nearby small excavator. Zhang Yunlong contemplated the feasibility of returning with Lao Su and sufficient equipment, not forgetting his quest for the turntable bearings. Gazing upon the immense excavator, one could surmise that the size of its turntable bearing could nearly be accommodated within a pickup truck. However, to dismantle such a contraption, it would require not only the expertise of professionals, but also the assistance of a crane to hoist the cab aside. Zhang Yunlong recalled that the base indeed possessed a crane, a specialized vehicle that combined a small crane with a truck. Uncertain of its specific nomenclature, he recognized its convenience in lifting operations, although the truck bed was somewhat diminutive to allow space for the crane, resulting in a lower carrying capacity than a typical Dongfeng truck. Consequently, it had not been allocated to the search team, though he contemplated applying for it during their next mission. Furthermore, he was reluctant to forego the other engineering vehicles present. If they could be driven back, with minimal modifications they could be transformed into formidable armored vehicles, that it was worth organizing a separate operation for these vehicles. with a plan forming in his mind. Zhang Yunlong wasted no time, directing his team to load fire extinguishers into the dumper truck's bed and instructing Xiao Kai to maneuver the dumper onto the national highway, parking it by the roadside. Concerned that the noise of the vehicle might disrupt their next actions, he decided to lead with the pickup truck, with the scout team following behind, as they commenced their search for the automotive repair shop. The team did not take long to locate the repair shop, which appeared quite sizable from a distance, its entrance facing the national highway. The rusting metal sign above the gate bore the name Xingjuan Auto Repair Factory. Exuding an air of nostalgia, observing the repair workshop behind the iron gate, it seemed that the factory had undergone expansion during the post-war period. This confirmed the details recorded in the inquiries. The repair shop had indeed profited handsomely since the war. Surrounding the factory were several rows of low buildings, and Zhang Yunlong refrained from disembarking immediately. He instructed Baozi to lead the scout team in a circuitous route around the area. Even firing a few shots into the air and tossing a blood vial that as expected, 7 or 8 zombies surged forth from the nearby low buildings. The scout team swiftly dispatched them, and Zhang Yunlong, along with Wang Weihua, circled the vicinity once more to ensure no further zombies were present. After confirming the area was clear, he utilized a dry chemical fire extinguisher to cover the pool of blood left by the shattered vial, as he did not wish to attract more zombies before thoroughly scavenging the repair shop. Returning to the front of the repair shop, Zhang Yunlong examined the iron chain and padlock securing the gate, deducing that it was likely locked by bandits. This further solidified his belief that valuable items lay within, for the bandits would not have gone to the trouble of securing the entrance without reason. He instructed those behind him to step back, raised his Type 81 rifle, and fired a shot. To his astonishment, the padlock remained intact. The lock was merely damaged on one side, revealing its impressive quality. The 3-ring padlock was indeed deserving of its reputation. Zhang Yunlong fired 3 more shots, completely shattering the lock, and pushed the gate open to enter. Huazi backed the pickup truck into the courtyard of the repair shop, preparing for loading. Once the team dispersed to search through the factory buildings, warehouses, and workshops, they discovered that their expedition was not in vain. They first stumbled upon a plethora of automotive parts in the warehouse, all components for engineering vehicles or large trucks. Many of these parts were compatible with the military vehicles at the base, a fact that both Xiao Guo and Xiao Kai were certain of. Additionally, they found the titanium alloy steel plates that Old Su had longed for. To their surprise, the repair shop contained precisely what they sought. Neatly stacked along the wall of the workshop were 3 large piles of sheets, one of which had been partially used. The outer packaging confirmed it as titanium alloy steel plates, with the manufacturer listed as Baoji Kazit Metal Materials Company, Limited, observing the sizable plates, approximately 1 square meter and 1 centimeter thick. The team was elated. Regardless of the original purpose of these titanium alloy sheets, they now belonged to the search team. Zhang Yunlong, with his background in warehouse management, understood that these plates were packaged in units of 50. And while the weight was uncertain, it likely surpassed a ton. The pallets were designed for forklift use, facilitating loading and unloading. Noticing the forklift, which was rusted and dilapidated in the corner of the courtyard, Zhang Yunlong decided to forego its use. Although they had pinpointed the location of the materials, the personnel and equipment were insufficient for transport, and they would need to devise another plan. However, it was inconceivable to leave empty-handed after their efforts. So the team hastily sought useful items to load onto the pickup. Being an automotive repair shop, the majority of their findings consisted of vehicle parts and various tools. Baozi even discovered a diesel generator and 2 barrels of diesel fuel in a small boardroom at the rear of the workshop. Zhang Yunlong instructed that they remain untouched, as the generator would be useful during the next major operation. Ultimately, they only loaded a selection of truck parts in a cutting machine, based on Zhang Yunlong's observations. That cutting machine appeared to be designed for slicing titanium alloy sheets, and he felt certain it would be a valuable acquisition. As the team prepared to depart, Zhang Yunlong's gaze fell upon a yellow school bus parked in the largest repair workshop, sparking contemplation that it was a medium-sized bus commonly seen on television, used for transporting students, once prevalent abroad but relatively rare domestically. Following several severe school bus accidents attributed to unprofessional vehicles that resulted in numerous casualties, the government enacted policies to allocate special funds for local governments and educational institutions to procure standardized school buses. Zhang Yunlong was aware that this seemingly unremarkable medium-sized bus was dubbed the fighter jet of automobiles. International reports had depicted incidents where civilian Hummer vehicles collided with school buses, with the Hummer's front end crumpling upon impact while the bus sustained only minor damage to its bumper. Zhang Yunlong pondered whether the school bus lived up to its formidable reputation. Yet he understood that domestic manufacturing standards for school buses aligned with international criteria, ensuring they were not lacking in quality. However, the bus in the workshop was in poor condition, with both front wheels removed and one of the dual rear wheels dismantled. Were not school buses supposed to be equipped with explosion-proof tires? The reason for its disrepair remained a mystery. The bus's hood lay open, revealing an engine and other components covered in dust. Zhang Yunlong, lacking mechanical expertise, surmised that the bus's issues were likely minor. With ample time and professional assistance, it could potentially be restored. After stepping down from the bus, he carefully inspected the open hood, finding no missing parts. Yet, when he inadvertently noted the hood's thickness of approximately 10 millimeters and the substantial steel plating at the front, he was taken aback that a thorough examination revealed that aside from the headlights, which were plastic, the bus was encased in 10mm steel throughout, that he was aware of the bus's sturdiness, but had not anticipated such meticulous materials. Turning to behold the imposing engine, Zhang Yunlong estimated that the bus's weight was considerable. This was no ordinary school bus. It resembled an armored vehicle. Even without modifications, it could likely withstand rifle fire. It would be an utter travesty not to retrieve it. Zhang Yunlong promptly resolved to report this discovery to his superiors upon returning, asserting that during the next operation, they must repair and retrieve the school bus. Its significance only second to that of the titanium alloy steel plates. Aware that haste would not yield fruitful results, he acknowledged that the primary objective of this outing had been to locate vehicles. With this goal achieved, lingering any longer would be a waste of time, prompting him to begin the journey back. Before departing, Baozi re-wrapped the iron chain around the gate, and despite the absence of a padlock, he whimsically produced a pair of handcuffs, an accessory that seemed to have become his standard gear for every mission, leaving Zhang Yunlong bemused that as they passed a nearby intersection, Xiao Kai and Xiaogua initiated the dumper truck, which was the primary prize of their expedition. Zhang Yunlong cast a glance at a nearby convenience store, too lazy to disembark. The store's door stood ajar, appearing entirely empty from the outside. It was inconceivable that the previous bandits would have overlooked such a street-side establishment. Consequently, the team wasted no time and began their return journey. The return trip proceeded remarkably smoothly, with Zhang Yunlong leading in the dumper truck that in the event that the roaring engine attracted zombies. The truck's imposing size would allow them to plow through without impeding the convoy's pace. By the time the team returned to the migrant new village, it was nearing 4 p.m. Given the overcast weather, Zhang Yunlong felt a deep sense of unease at this juncture. The other teams had already completed their searches and even packed supplies intended for their next operation, eagerly awaiting the return of Zhang Yunlong's squad. Chapter 45, Swiftly Returning. Having received Zhang Yunlong's radio notification in advance, the soldiers of the search team were not overly surprised upon spotting the towering dumper truck, merely expressing admiration for Captain Zhang's decisiveness. However, a pressing issue loomed over the search team. Time was running short. No one could have anticipated that, despite the seemingly smooth circumstances, Zhang Yunlong's team would still spend an excessive amount of time on the road. Now, two choices lay before them. The first option was to abandon the discovered weapons, ammunition, and supplies, and for the search team to return immediately. That in hours' time was ample for the search team to make a leisurely return, allowing them to also bury the pile of corpses they had burned earlier that morning. The second option, however, was fraught with danger. Everyone would have to hasten to load the supplies onto the dump truck, striving to finish loading this batch of weapons and ammunition in the shortest possible time. Yet, the height of the dump truck necessitated that the soldiers stand on boxes to load the cargo. And even with utmost speed, they could not guarantee completion before nightfall. Should they prioritize safety and head back immediately, or take the risk to seek fortune amidst peril? Zhang Yunlong found himself in a dilemma. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was less than 10 minutes until 4 o'clock, with still over an hour remaining before the base's stipulated return time, that if the convoy traveled at approximately 80 miles per hour, they could reach the base in under half an hour. Observing the dump truck, which had only been loaded with a mere 10 boxes of fire extinguishers, and the munitions crates that had already been transported to the roadside by the search team, Zhang Yunlong decisively commanded, "All assault team members prepare to load the truck." Move as swiftly as possible, disregarding the arrangement of the boxes. The space is ample. As long as it fits, that's sufficient. Act quickly. Despite some team leaders expressing dissent and concerns regarding Zhang Yunlong's decision, it seemed that after 2 search operations, the leaders of each squad had tacitly acknowledged that Zhang Yunlong wielded considerable authority within the search team. Even Zhang Haoren had mostly cooperated with Zhang Yunlong's arrangements, unless there was a genuine disagreement. This time, Zhang Haoren unconditionally supported Zhang Yunlong's decision, promptly turning to instruct his second team to assist. Before long, the back of the dump truck was crowded with soldiers loading supplies. Due to the truck's considerable height and the weight of the weapon crates, each team could only make 3 trips before stepping aside to allow others to continue, ensuring that everyone conserved their strength and maintained a swift pace. The sturdy weapon and ammunition crates were haphazardly piled, and the old wooden crates varied in length due to the different weapons they contained. Although initially, the search team members could uniformly stack the crates by type along the roadside, the urgency of loading meant that such details were overlooked, resulting in a somewhat chaotic appearance in the back of the truck. The crates for the Type 82 grenades, Type 95-1 rifles, and squad machine guns were given special consideration and had already been packed into the Dongfeng truck, which still had some space available. The remainder consisted solely of older weapon crates and ammunition boxes, most containing Type 81 rifles and squad machine guns, along with a few boxes of 40mm shells and several old general-purpose machine guns. Zhang Yunlong even spotted a Type 85 sniper rifle. Given the pressing timeline and demanding task, there was no time to conduct a thorough inventory. However, Zhang Yunlong estimated that this assortment of light and heavy firepower could already form a reinforced company. This did not even include the new Type 95-1 automatic rifles that were already loaded, along with over 10 boxes of matching new individual carrying gear, further cementing Zhang Yunlong's belief that this area had served as a supply point for the 120th Division during the previous large-scale retreat. This thought inevitably led him back to the charred battlefield. Perhaps many armed police soldiers had rushed out of the city, but in their effort to cover the retreat of the slower-moving, surviving civilians, they had ultimately been overtaken by the tide of corpses, losing all hope of survival, and perishing in flames alongside those monstrous, flesh-eating creatures. Contemplating these events weighed heavily on Zhang Yunlong's heart. He raised his hand to check his watch. 15 minutes had already passed, and a substantial portion of the weapons and ammunition stacked by the roadside had been loaded. However, the search team soldiers, while waiting for Zhang Yunlong to retrieve the vehicle, had preemptively moved all the supplies from the entire tent area to the roadside for easier transport. Besides weapons and ammunition, there were also individual carrying gear and a considerable amount of field rations. The ample space in the dump truck meant that all these supplies could fit, but to transport everything, at least 20 more minutes would be required. Watching the soldiers laboriously lifting boxes into the truck bed, which was close to a height of a person, Zhang Yunlong felt an acute sense of urgency, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he refrained from issuing any urging words, fully aware that his comrades were already exerting themselves to the utmost, that if there had been a sufficiently high unloading platform, perhaps the efficiency would have been greater, but regrettably, none was available. The only thing Zhang Yunlong could do was monitor the loading progress while checking the time, for the sake of these invaluable supplies. Zhang Yunlong had resolved to abandon the plan to bury the cremation pit on the beach and dedicate all available time to loading the truck. Although this decision entailed certain risks, it was deemed worthwhile in comparison to the rare and precious equipment and supplies at stake. Nevertheless, time remained exceedingly tight. Glancing at his watch, he noted that the hands had already passed 4:30, and the sky had grown ominously dim. The sun, obscured by heavy cloud cover to the west, emitted only a deep crimson hue, failing to illuminate the land further. Gazing at the murky heavens, Zhang Yunlong realized that if they did not depart soon, they would truly be too late. Given the current level of light, he believed that the ravenous corpses would soon begin to emerge. However, this immigrant village had been disregarded by the nearby corpses as a region devoid of hunting value, though that did not imply the same for other areas. Reflecting on that beach, the pungent scent of charred flesh might have transformed into an enticing aroma of barbecue in the nostrils of the undead. If the returning convoy encountered the horde of corpses drawn to the barbecue, it would spell trouble. At that moment, the radio crackled with the Chief of Staff's third order for the search team to return. Observing that a small portion of the supplies remained to be loaded, and glancing at the anxious face of Rand brothers standing beside him, Zhang Yunlong again issued a resolute command. All personnel, cease loading, abandon the remaining supplies. Dezhuang, take your team to close the truck bed immediately. Everyone, get on the vehicles and prepare to depart. With that, he was the first to board the pickup truck, flooring the accelerator to maneuver the vehicle to the roadside, clearing the path for the other vehicles. Grabbing the radio, he shouted, "Xiao Guo, your dump truck is the lead vehicle. Drive as fast as you can." Baozi organized the scout team to follow closely behind the dump truck, maintaining a distance of no more than 30 meters, that if we encounter any corpses, the dump truck is to run them over directly. The remaining vehicles followed suit, ensuring their doors were securely closed. As the Dongfeng truck lowered and secured the canvas covering the rear bed, instructing those inside to keep their heads down, that MY vehicle will bring up the rear. Full speed ahead. Over and out. Upon receiving the order, each squad swiftly boarded their vehicles, abandoning the supplies that had yet to be loaded along the roadside. As the convoy set off, the dump truck leading the way, they quickly merged onto the national highway, forming a long line as they sped toward the base. Zhang Yunlong, responsible for bringing up the rear, activated the ultraviolet lights on the pickup truck after entering the highway. The current illumination was sufficient to ensure basic visibility, and Zhang Yunlong emphasized the need to refrain from using headlights, that in the event of encountering a horde of corpses, they would follow orders to illuminate collectively, thereby maximizing their ability to distract the undead. The early activation of the ultraviolet lights served a similar purpose. Should any zombies pursue from behind, their visibility of the intense ultraviolet light would likely compel them to avoid confrontation. As the convoy surged forward, Zhang Yunlong soon noticed sporadic figures of zombies appearing along the roadside. The undead, seeing the speeding convoy, shrieked and rushed onto the road, only to be swiftly outpaced. Watching the zombies rapidly vanish from the rearview mirror, Zhang Yunlong's heart sank. It was indeed true that one fears what one dreads. When they had burned the corpses during the day, he had originally thought they could simply bury the pit upon their return in the afternoon. Little did he expect that the lingering stench would attract nearby zombies. Coupled with the inclement weather, the overcast sky had prompted the corpses to emerge from their lairs earlier than usual. At that moment, Zhang Yunlong regretted his choices. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have resolutely refrained from coveting that batch of equipment and supplies that it now appeared that even returning an hour earlier would not have sufficed. For the zombies likely began their foraging much earlier that day, perhaps by over half an hour. As Zhang Yunlong drove, while pondering how far the pursuing zombies might follow, the convoy passed by the beach where the corpses had been burned. With the convoy, including the leading dump truck, comprising a total of 11 vehicles, not counting the scout team's motorcycles, and accounting for the spacing between each vehicle, the entire convoy stretched over 200 meters in length. When the first vehicle passed the beach, Zhang Yunlong's pickup truck was still a distance away, preventing him from assessing the situation on the sand. Suddenly, the radio crackled with Xiao Guo's terrified voice from the dump truck. "Oh no! We have trouble." Chapter 46, a major crisis. Before Zhang Yunlong could fully comprehend the situation, Cheng Wenxing's voice rang out urgently. "The vehicles in the back, accelerate. Hurry up, or we'll be too late." He didn't even have time to report the details to the squad leaders, nor sought Zhang Yunlong's approval before issuing the acceleration command. Presumably, this was at Baozi's behest, and Zhang Yunlong immediately recognized that the worst possible scenario had come to pass. No longer paying attention to the walkie-talkie, my right foot gradually pressed down on the accelerator, while I slowly maneuvered the steering wheel to overtake the vehicle of my companion, Rangu, from the left side. Accelerating forward. The convoy was traveling in the right lane, with ample space to the left, where the entrance to the beach as the pickup truck surged forward. It finally reached the entrance connecting the beach to the national highway. Zhang Yunlong was able to clearly discern the situation on the beach. Surrounding the original cremation pit were throngs of zombies. The horde consisted of approximately 500 zombies, all densely packed on the beach, creating a dark mass. Zhang Yunlong could almost ascertain that this was not merely a single horde, but rather a convergence of several smaller hordes. Otherwise, such a substantial number would have undoubtedly been detected by the patrol teams during earlier reconnaissance. However, this was not the most pressing concern at that moment. The howling sound generated by the passing convoy had drawn the attention of the zombies, who were unable to reach the barbecue, causing them to turn towards the noise of the approaching vehicles. all of which were rushing towards the national highway with a cacophony of roars. Gazing at the oncoming horde, Zhang Yunlong felt his pupils constrict to the size of pinholes. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of crisis, even feeling an impulse to turn back and flee. Yet in the end, he firmly pressed the brake, bringing the pickup truck to a steady stop that he could not allow the horde to breach the convoy. If the zombies managed to sever the convoy while encircling the vehicles at the rear, those trapped would be doomed to a fate worse than death. Among the entire convoy, only Zhang Yunlong's pickup truck was sturdy enough to withstand the impact of the zombies. And it was also equipped with ultraviolet lights. Zhang Yunlong could not believe that in such dim surroundings, the zombies would disregard the intense ultraviolet rays emitted from the vehicle. The convoy was moving swiftly. If they could contain the horde for approximately 10 seconds, all vehicles would be able to pass through, while also creating a distance from the horde. Inside the vehicle, Huazi and Yang Jiu wasted no time in closing all the foldable steel plates without needing Zhang Yunlong's orders. Gao Yankun grabbed a rifle, ready to fire, only to realize that the entire pickup was a sealed space, with no shooting ports designed into the doors. Zhang Yunlong clenched his teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly. His gaze fixated on the left side screen, that as he had anticipated, the rushing zombies began to shield their eyes and veer away as they approached within 10 meters of the pickup truck. The momentum of the horde was abruptly halted, even leading to instances of trampling among them. Some zombies attempted to circumvent the vehicle, but the exit was less than 10 meters wide, with Zhang Yunlong's pickup occupying nearly half of it. The remaining space was also illuminated by the ultraviolet lights, leaving the zombies in a dilemma at this moment. The horde gathered on the beach had largely been attracted by the commotion behind them. Except for those in the center indulging in a feast on charred corpses, the majority of the zombies began moving towards the exit. The entire exit was congested with zombies, yet not a single one advanced forward. However, the absence of zombies at the exit did not imply that there were none elsewhere, that on either side of the exit were waist-high green belts and fences, which posed no obstacle to the agile zombies, making it akin to open ground. Some clever zombies began to climb over the fences and dash onto the national highway in pursuit of the convoy. Zhang Yunlong no longer had the energy or ability to manage the zombies that had made it onto the highway. He had to contain the majority of the horde at least to buy enough time. Yet, he truly did not anticipate the impressive power of the ultraviolet lights. Fortunately, the convoy was quick to react. And their speed was even greater as the last warrior vehicle whizzed by. The anxious voice of Zhang Howren crackled over the walkie-talkie. "I've passed. Yunlong, hurry and run." Upon hearing Ran Ji's voice from the penultimate vehicle, Zhang Yunlong remained unresponsive, silently counting in his mind. He had reached 7, with 3 seconds remaining. This was the bottom line he had set for himself, and beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, obscuring his vision that he paid no mind to wipe it away, and upon reaching 10, he swiftly released the brake and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The pickup truck surged forward, activating the xenon headlights, illuminating the road ahead. Zhang Yunlong's eyes were immediately drawn to dozens of zombies frantically running a short distance ahead, while Ranji's vehicle had already covered over 100 meters that he could not afford to glance back. Instead, he focused intently on the zombies, adjusting the steering wheel to avoid those sprinting in his path. Those he could not evade, he would collide with using the side of the vehicle, minimizing the impact on his speed during the collision. Many zombies, feeling the stinging pain from the ultraviolet rays behind them, had no time to look back before being sent flying. Thanks to the powerful horsepower, the pickup truck quickly caught up with the convoy, which was already traveling at over 100 miles per hour, leaving the horde far behind. However, Zhang Yunlong felt no elation from surviving the encounter, for he knew that the search team was in deep trouble. At that moment, the convoy was less than 15 kilometers away from the second gate of the base, a distance that was neither particularly long nor short. However, a horde of zombies could traverse far greater distances in a single night. Especially when there was a clear target, this national highway led directly to the base without any forks, making it impossible to lure the horde elsewhere. The convoy with its headlights blazing continued onward. The scattered zombies along the way would gradually be drawn together, creating a classic snowball effect. What began as a small wave of zombies could eventually swell into a sea of the undead. Countless units that had retreated from the infected zones had met their doom in this manner. And now, time was of the essence for Zhang Yunlong. The only solace was that, based on preliminary reconnaissance, The number of zombies within a 20-kilometer radius was not substantial. Zhang Yunlong recalled that the data provided by the command center estimated the number to be around 2,500 to 3,000. Moreover, if a horde exceeding 500 zombies was detected in the wild, second-line units like the experimental base, which lacked self-defense capabilities, could prioritize calling for air support. At the very least, there was a JH-7A squadron on standby in Suizhou. Though Zhang Yunlong was unaware of the squadron's full complement of combat aircraft, during the final bombing phase when the city of Hudale had fallen, that squadron had played a significant role. Zhang Yunlong surmised that most of the surrounding zombies had been attracted by the search team. Therefore, when the convoy reached the second gate, the horde trailing behind was estimated to be around 1,000 strong, but not yet substantial enough to create a sea of zombies. Nonetheless, this still posed a lethal threat to a base severely lacking in combat personnel and heavy firepower. A misstep could lead to total annihilation. Zhang Yunlong recognized that his reckless ambition had brought immense trouble to the entire base, but if the base could successfully navigate this life-and-death trial, a military tribunal awaited him, or at the very least, a severe reprimand. Conversely, if the base could not withstand this calamity, the outcome would be straightforward. Zhang Yunlong would fight to the end and face death in atonement. Having come to this realization, Zhang Yunlong felt a sense of relief. He instructed Huazi to report the current situation of the search team to the base. Since passing the beach until now, less than 2 minutes had elapsed. And at their current speed, the convoy would reach the base gate in under 20 minutes. At this point, calling for air support from the base was evidently no longer an option. The only viable strategy was to organize the personnel within the base to staunchly defend the gate, preventing all zombies from breaching the checkpoint. For if the horde were to break through the base's gates, the base would face complete ruin. After Huazi finished reporting, Zhang Yunlong seized the microphone to call upon the other team leaders. Attention all teams. This is Zhang Yunlong, leader of the first assault team of the search team. All actions during this search mission have been organized and implemented by me, and I bear primary responsibility for any consequences arising from the search team's inadequate actions. The seriousness of the situation no longer requires elaboration. The horde has been attracted by the convoy, and all measures to mask traces and scents are now meaningless. That I have reported this emergency situation to the base, which is rapidly organizing personnel to set up barricades at the second gate, but their time is limited. I urge all team leaders to return to the second gate with utmost speed to assist in the construction of the barricades and to comply with the base's subsequent combat arrangements. The weapons and equipment we have brought back are of crucial significance for the base's ability to successfully repel the horde. They must be delivered safely. Cheng Wensheng, from now on you are assigned to the squad of Bao Changjie and officially become his team member. I also request that Comrade Bao Changjie treat Cheng Wensheng equally in future operations or daily life, allowing him to continue to shine in a suitable position. My fellow comrades, it is an honor to fight alongside you during this arduous time. I can no longer accompany you on the road ahead. I kindly ask each brother to convey a message to the political commissar upon returning, saying that I, Zhang Yunlong, am unworthy of his trust. I have let down all the officers, soldiers, and civilians of the base. Bao Changjie, from this moment on, you are the new leader of the first assault team. Over and out. Chapter 47. Holding the rear as soon as Zhang Yunlong finished speaking, an anxious voice from Zhang Howren crackled over the walkie-talkie. Yunlong, don't be foolish. Listen to me. There's still time. We can find a way together. If worst comes to worst, we can still fly a kite. Don't do anything rash. Zhang Yunlong interrupted Ran Ji's speech directly, pressing down on the walkie-talkie and shouting, Rangu, stop the nonsense. There's no time left. Darkness is about to fall. The convoy on the highway was an active target for the zombies. My pickup truck is equipped with ultraviolet lamps and armor. I will slow down and do my utmost to hold back the horde of corpses. You, take the search team and return for assistance as swiftly as possible. After speaking, Zhang Yunlong promptly turned off the intercom and gradually reduced his speed, distancing himself from the convoy. That he then glanced at his 3 comrades in the vehicle and said, This time, it's my fault that you are all here with me. Brothers, that I sincerely apologize that if it weren't for my greed, we wouldn't have reached this point. That if you all prefer not to accompany me on this perilous journey, I hold no grudge against you. That I will stop the truck now, and you can drive ahead to catch up. Before you leave, please leave all the grenades with me. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiwa and the other 2 exchanged helpless smiles with their captain. They say that true friendship is revealed in times of adversity. At this juncture, what is there to be sentimental about? We shall charge through fire and sword. Without uttering a word, Wang Weihua began to organize the weapons and ammunition, while Yang Jiyu pulled out a cigarette, contemplated for a moment, and then discarded the cigarette pack aside that he addressed the squad leader ahead. Long Go, we brothers are prepared to risk our lives. You might as well not hide away your best stash. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlong let out a hearty laugh, took out the pack of 95 premium cigarettes he had always kept but never dared to smoke, and tossed it to the back seat. Yang Jiu caught it and brutally tore open the pack, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and then stuffed the burning cigarette into Zhang Yunlong's mouth, distributing the rest to Huazi and Gao Yankun. The vehicle was soon filled with smoke as Zhang Yunlong rolled down the window and opened a foldable panel, letting the cool evening breeze in as he gradually brought the truck to a stop by the roadside. The four brothers swiftly and tacitly unloaded the fire extinguishers, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide, which were originally intended to conceal the scent of the convoy, right in the middle of the road. They also discarded the automotive parts and cutting tools piled in the truck bed to the roadside, resolving to retrieve them after ensuring the safety of the base tonight. Zhang Yunlong estimated that the pursuing horde would not be too fast, but they had less than 5 minutes before they reached their current position. Time was of the essence that he quickly retrieved a 20-liter green oil drum from the truck bed, filled with diesel. This was meant for refueling any found vehicles but remained unused. Now, Zhang Yunlong intended to use it to set off a grand diversion for the horde trailing behind. He was uncertain whether the fire extinguishers and bleach would effectively conceal their scent once exploded, but he piled them around the oil drum. Then, taking the rope handed to him by Huazi, he tightly bound 4 grenades together and secured them to the oil drum, connecting the grenade fuses with a thin string, the other end of which he tied to the rear beam of the truck. Once the vehicle moved, the string would pull the grenade fuses, triggering the explosion of the oil drum, which, even if it couldn't mislead the horde, would at least delay them for a time. Once everything was prepared, the four could already hear the roar of the horde approaching from behind. Zhang Yunlong swiftly assigned roles, telling Wang Weihua, Huazi, you take the wheel. Remember to lock the doors, keep the speed at around 20 miles per hour. And I will communicate with you via the intercom from the truck bed to adjust the speed as needed. Remember, no matter what happens, as long as the ultraviolet light is still shining, you will make it out safely. If the 3 of us are dragged down, do not hesitate. Drive the truck back to the base immediately. The search team will still need it. Wang Weihua cast a deep glance at his good brothers and then at Yang Jiu and Gao Yankun. He understood that someone had to drive, so he did not refuse that he crushed the cigarette but underfoot, uttering a cautionary "be careful," and tossed all the grenades and magazines into the truck bed before turning to enter the vehicle and shutting the door. Zhang Yunlong lit another cigarette for himself, observing the horde less than 200 meters away, took a deep drag, and shouted, "Get in the truck!" Yang Jiu and Gao Yankun wasted no time and jumped into the truck bed. The 3 brothers, armed with 3 Type 81 rifles and no machine gun, possessed fewer than 30 grenades and about 10 magazines each. Facing a horde of over 1,000 zombies, their odds were grim. Verging on desperation, Zhang Yunlong, watching the encroaching horde, heard the roar of the pickup's engine and shouted loudly, Huazi, hold your position. Only move when I give the signal. Wang Weihua did not respond, but the pickup remained steadily positioned in the middle of the road. When the closest zombies surged to within 30 meters of the truck, Zhang Yunlong bellowed, "Drive." As soon as the command left his lips, the pickup surged forward like an enraged bull, the prey that had seemed so close to the zombies suddenly darting away. As the first wave of zombies charged past the oil drum and fire extinguishers set as a diversion, the grenades exploded. Shrapnel and shockwaves instantaneously tore apart the oil drum and surrounding extinguishers. A fierce blaze erupting skyward that a significant swath of the front ranks of the horde was cleared, and many of the already past zombies were toppled by the blast or shrapnel. The explosion's force scattered the extinguishing powder into the air, rendering the area shrouded in gray and obstructing the vision of the following zombies, halting their relentless advance. Witnessing the explosion's effectiveness, Zhang Yunlong decisively activated the intercom, instructing Huazi, "Stop the truck for now. When the gunfire starts, you can accelerate forward, but keep the speed steady and below 20 miles per hour." At this moment, the pickup had already raced over 100 meters, with Zhang Yunlong and his comrades crouched in the truck bed, surrounded by grenades and magazines. Despite the truck bed's width, the three fully armed warriors felt cramped. Should any zombies breach their defensive line, they would have no room to maneuver. The sky had completely darkened. The last remnants of dusk extinguished, and Zhang Yunlong found it impossible to align the sights with the aperture. He knew that Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun faced the same predicament, which underscored their equipment's inadequacy. Not to mention the absence of a night vision scope. Even the luminous markings on the sights of their Type 81 rifles, designed and finalized in the last century, were missing in the darkness. Accurate shooting was nearly impossible, relying solely on the distant explosions to glimpse the horde's movements. Zhang Yunlong's expression was grave. Despite his heroic shouts, 3 rifles against 1,000 zombies was a terrifying reality. Taking a few deep breaths, he advised his brothers beside him, "Stay calm. Firing now would be a waste of ammunition. Wait until the zombies are within 30 meters before opening fire. No need for precise aiming. In this situation, it's impossible to shoot accurately. Our mission is to stall the horde, not eradicate them, so conserve your bullets." No sooner had he spoken than the horde surged through the smoke, continuing their relentless pursuit of the pickup. Zhang Yunlong discarded the remnants of his cigarette, muscles taut, gripping his Type 81 tightly, intently watching the foremost zombie. When a towering zombie barreled within approximately 30 meters behind the pickup, Zhang Yunlong finally pulled the trigger. A short burst pinned the leading zombie to the road. As Zhang Yunlong fired first, Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun followed suit, and Huazi promptly pressed down on the accelerator, controlling the vehicle's speed as it advanced. The firepower of the 3 automatic rifles was insufficient to block the horde's advance. The vanguard of the horde remained hot on the pickup's heels, with the trio maintaining a steady shooting rhythm. Thanks to the powerful ultraviolet lights on the pickup, any zombies that ventured within 20 meters were blinded by the intense light. Fortuitously, the 3 were positioned with their backs to the light. Otherwise, their eyes would have suffered greatly. Their focus remained on the foremost zombies, disregarding the ones trailing behind. Occasionally, when the horde surged too close to the pickup, they would toss a grenade behind them. As soon as a zombie fell, they would immediately target the next one, unconcerned whether the downed zombies were dead or alive, aiming to inflict maximum damage on the horde. Moreover, if they could fire short bursts, they would avoid long ones to conserve ammunition. Occasionally, solitary zombies or small groups of a dozen would be drawn to the gunfire and explosions, charging up from the roadside in pursuit of the pickup. Yet, each one was momentarily halted by the ultraviolet lights, allowing the pickup to surge past in that brief interval. This was the reassurance Zhang Yunlong held. Had they been in a standard warrior vehicle or a Dongfeng truck without the ultraviolet protection, those suddenly emerging zombies would pose a severe threat to the moving vehicle. Should the zombies manage to climb aboard, the occupants would be in grave danger. Chapter 48. An extended kite-flying adventure. Relying on their seamless cooperation and the safeguarding effect of the ultraviolet lights, the pickup truck managed to lead the horde for a full 5 kilometers without incident. Through the continuous firepower exerted by Zhang Yunlong and his comrades, it was estimated that over 200 zombies had been killed or injured, yet the horde's numbers did not diminish. Instead, they swelled, for more zombies were continually drawn in to join the ranks of the horde, and they were losing ground faster than they could kill. What was even more unfortunate was that Zhang Yunlong and his companions had only 5 grenades left, and their magazines were running low as well. At this point, the 3 brothers, whose shoulders were now numb from the vibrations, had ceased to feel anxious, seemingly resigned to the fate that awaited them. They had been oblivious to their ammunition consumption until Zhang Yunlong realized the scarcity of grenades and had to take stock. The spare magazines provided by Huazi had already been exhausted, as their rate of fire was nearly identical. There were approximately 2 or 3 magazines remaining in the pouches strapped to their chests, while the empty ones were casually discarded in the truck bed behind them. After hurling 2 grenades to temporarily halt the advance of the zombie horde, Zhang Yunlong seized the brief respite to divide the last 3 grenades, instructing his comrades loudly to save them for the final moments. These would serve as their last glorious weapons. Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun understood immediately, revealing the safety pins of the grenades and securing them in the empty pouches on their chests. When the time came, they would simply pull the pins and use them as a last resort against the approaching zombies. Due to prolonged squatting, which compromised their balance, the 3 men decided to sit in the truck bed, resting their 81 rifles on the guardrails as they fired in controlled bursts, With time and practice, they gradually mastered shooting techniques suitable for their unusual surroundings, adapting to the lighting conditions created by the ultraviolet lamps. Now, even after switching their rifles to single-shot mode, they could maintain a reasonable level of accuracy that was necessary to score headshots. Simply hitting the zombies to knock them down would suffice, as the horde trailing behind would take care of the rest. These beasts were oblivious to the notion of aiding the weak. The fallen zombies would likely be trampled to death by the relentless tide of their kin. As Zhang Yunlong and his companions honed their shooting skills, they ceased to worry about the passage of time. When one approaches a perilous task with the resolve of certain demise, their heart often finds tranquility. This was precisely the state of mind the trio found themselves in. After emptying another magazine, Zhang Yunlong bellowed, "Reload!" Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun, sitting on either side of him, instinctively quickened their firing pace, ensuring that their already sparse firepower was maintained. Once Zhang Yunlong had reloaded and resumed shooting, they effortlessly fell back into their previous rhythm. This was the routine followed by anyone who emptied a magazine. Gao Yankun, while reloading, couldn't resist a quip. "Brother Long, if we had an abundance of ammunition, do you think we wouldn't need the base to send reinforcements? Just the three of us could handle this." The thought of successfully achieving such a feat filled them with a sense of grand accomplishment. Upon hearing Akun's jest, Zhang Yunlong burst into laughter, then inquired via radio to the driver, Wang Weihua. "Huazi, how far are we from Gate 2? Wang's voice crackled through the radio. "About 7 or 8 kilometers. Zhang Yunlong gazed at the horde closely trailing their vehicle. Thanks to Huazi's steady driving, the leading zombies remained within 30 meters of them. Coupled with the trio's continuous gunfire, the overall speed of the horde had significantly diminished at their current pace. It would take at least another 25 minutes to reach Gate 2. That nearly 20 minutes had already elapsed since they first engaged the horde. Conservatively estimating, their single vehicle equipped with 3 rifles had bought the base an additional 20 minutes of time. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the wooden handguard through his gloves, Zhang Yunlong decisively urged Wang Weihua over the radio to accelerate and create more distance from the horde, allowing the trio a brief respite while cooling down their rifles. Observing the horde lagging by over 50 meters, Zhang Yunlong set down his scalding 81 rifle, shifting back slightly to create some space, and retrieved the remaining half-box of his prized cigarettes from his pocket, distributing one to each man. Yang Jiyu, ever the joker, attempted to ignite his cigarette using the rifle barrel, but this proved impractical. After a few futile attempts that nearly resulted in a burnt mouth from the gas tube, he reluctantly resorted to a lighter. Watching Yang Jiyu struggle to light his smoke, Zhang Yunlong offered him his already lit cigarette, allowing him to ignite his own. Taking a deep drag, he began outlining their next tasks. Akung, hand over the remaining magazines to Jiyu that will dig out all the spare rounds from the backpack. Yuri in charge of reloading the empty magazines for the upcoming battle that will rest for 5 minutes. We cannot waste this time. Whatever rounds we can compress, we shall. He then called Wang Weihua over the radio. Huazi, maintain a steady speed, keeping the current distance from the horde while we take 5, that use the radio to inform the base that the horde will reach Gate 2 in approximately 20 minutes. With an estimated count of around 1,000, urged the returning assault team to make use of all the equipment we've found. They then commenced the reloading process for the empty magazines strewn across the truck bed. Yang Jiyu, seeing Gao Yankun pass him magazines, asked, "Brother Long, your ammunition is running low as well, right? Should we not refill your magazines?" Zhang Yunlong simply replied, "I'll handle my own magazines." He then drew his Type 54 pistol and retrieved the long-hidden Type 92G pistol from his backpack. This could potentially be their final battle, and Zhang Yunlong saw no need to conceal his preparations any longer. Placing both pistols beside him, he noted that neither had spare rounds, but each had 2 backup magazines, ready to be used until empty. The trio worked with impressive speed, filling over 10 magazines in under 5 minutes. After placing the filled magazines on his left, Zhang Yunlong signaled Wang Weihua to reduce speed. Once again, he and Yang Jiyu resumed their assault on the horde. That must be said, this was the longest kite-flying session Zhang Yunlong and his comrades had ever experienced, likely unprecedented, with one rifle's firepower diminished. The rate of ammunition consumption for both men increased noticeably at times. They had to resort to longer bursts to suppress the zombies that drew too close. After resuming their shooting, Zhang Yunlong found himself down to a single magazine in less than 10 minutes. Gao Yankun had done his utmost, but for every magazine filled, Two more were often tossed back from the front lines. Seeing a Kun drenched in sweat, Zhang Yunlong decisively set down his rifle and drew his Type 54 pistol to continue firing. Hitting moving targets at a distance of 20 meters with a handgun proved challenging. His accuracy suffered considerably. After expending an entire magazine of 8 bullets, he managed to take down just one zombie. Frustrated, Zhang Yunlong reloaded his pistol, but was compelled to cease fire. He resolved to lure the zombies closer, ideally within 10 meters. With that, only Yang Jiyu remained engaged in the fight as the leading zombies began to close in on the pickup truck, edging nearer beneath the glaring ultraviolet light. Yang Jiyu's shooting rhythm began to falter. Zhang Yunlong patted his shoulder, signaling him to stay composed, then raised his pistol, aiming at the fastest-moving zombie, the towering zombie. Clad in tattered pants and bare-chested, charged within 10 meters of the truck, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The formidable zombie suddenly shifted from a sprint to an enormous leap, propelling itself into the air. The distance between the zombie and the pickup truck dwindled rapidly as it lunged toward Zhang Yunlong, claws outstretched. The sudden change caught Zhang Yunlong off guard. He had been poised to pull the trigger when the towering zombie unexpectedly soared into the air, its height and speed astonishing him. Unprepared for such an acrobatic maneuver, Zhang Yunlong was momentarily stunned, and his reaction was delayed by the time he aimed his pistol at the airborne zombie again. It was already less than 3 meters from the pickup truck that he could see the zombie's crimson fangs and its menacing expression. With no time to aim carefully, Zhang Yunlong pulled the trigger in rapid succession, firing 3 or 4 rounds at the airborne creature. The zombie was struck twice in the chest, losing its balance, and at the last moment, failed to land in the truck bed, instead brushing past the pickup. As the zombie plummeted toward the road, Zhang Yunlong felt his heart drop. It had risen to his throat, but now fell back down. Suddenly, a withered hand grasped the front panel of the truck. Another hand clutched the side steel plate, and the zombie's grotesque face loomed close to Zhang Yunlong's. Facing the blood-spewing, howling zombie at such proximity, Zhang Yunlong, driven by desperation, thrust the muzzle of his Type 54 pistol directly into the creature's mouth. Chapter 49. Desperation breeds survival. The zombie, having exerted itself in its attempts to scale the pickup truck, instinctively reached out for its prey. Just as a claw extended toward Zhang Yunlong, he squeezed the trigger, firing until the magazine was empty. The once fearsome zombie now had a gaping hole in its skull, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Gasping for breath, Zhang Yunlong held the empty Type 54 pistol, stunned by the unexpected ferocity of the zombie's assault. Had he known they could leap like that, he would have kept the zombies at a safer distance. What a valuable lesson this was. If only they could survive to return with this newfound knowledge on dealing with hordes. This notion flitted through Zhang Yunlong's mind for but a fleeting moment before being cast aside. Now was not the time for such contemplations. Gazing at the 54 pistol smeared with the blood of the undead, he could not be bothered to clean it. He loaded the last magazine and, aiming at the nearest zombie, pulled the trigger. With meticulous precision, he fired slowly, managing to take down 3 zombies, yet an ever-growing horde continued to pursue them. Once the final bullet was expended, Zhang Yunlong swung his arm in a wide arc and hurled the empty 54 pistol away. It struck a hapless zombie squarely in the face, causing it to stumble and ultimately be knocked over by another nearby zombie. Following this, countless heavy feet trampled down upon it. Witnessing that even his thrown weapon proved more accurate than his shots left Zhang Yunlong somewhat speechless. Drawing out his 92G pistol, he prepared to continue firing, while Gao Yankun raised his rifle and joined the fray. Noticing the squad leader's astonished expression, he proactively declared, "We've exhausted all spare ammunition. These few magazines represent our entire stock." Zhang Yunlong glanced at the 6 fully loaded magazines at his feet, then surveyed the seemingly endless sea of zombies, his face darkening in contemplation that he understood that the final moment was upon them. Once all bullets were spent, their only recourse would be to detonate a flare and abandon their vehicle, leaving them defenseless against the undead. Were they to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the horde? In truth, this had already been the best possible outcome. Zhang Yunlong had not anticipated their endurance to last this long. Initially, he had prepared for the worst, contemplating that should the horde breach their vehicle, they would perish together with the zombies, that he never imagined they would manage to exhaust all their ammunition at such close range. The horde was densely packed, often allowing a single shot to pierce through 2 or even 3 zombies. Zhang Yunlong estimated that the three of them had consumed nearly 1,500 rounds and over 20 grenades, yet had managed to eliminate or incapacitate around 500 zombies, averaging 3 rounds to take down one enemy. Particularly during the latter stages when they focused on single shots, they had honed their skills through prior trials, consistently achieving 1 kill per shot at distances exceeding 30 meters. Observing the visibly reduced horde, he was reminded of Gao Yankun's jest that, given sufficient ammunition, they could indeed whittle down this 1,000-strong swarm with such a scraping tactic. They could no longer be considered mere veterans. They were truly elite warriors, provided they could return alive. Reassessing the number of zombies, he discovered that fewer than 800 remained, and as they approached the vicinity of the base, the number of zombies dwindled even further, with scarcely any emerging from the roadside. At this juncture, they were less than 3 kilometers from the secondary gate of the base, and the horde's numbers were unlikely to increase any further. Zhang Yunlong did not need to call for Huazi to know they were nearing the turnoff for the base's secondary gate. However, he did not intend to have Huazi turn there, but rather wished to press forward. By continuing to lead the horde onward, not only could they divert the entire area's zombies to another location, but if conditions permitted, the JH-7A at Suizhong would have ample time to arrive and deploy incendiary bombs, thus eliminating a large number of zombies in one fell swoop and completely neutralizing the threat they posed to the base. But as they neared the entrance to the base, Zhang Yunlong felt reluctant to expose his comrades to further risk, having already brought them so close to safety. Thus, he made a bold decision, raising his 92G pistol and firing continuously at the horde until he had exhausted all his ammunition. Indeed, the 92G lived up to its reputation as a modern sidearm, far superior in feel to the 54. Excelling in precision, recoil, and sustained firepower, Zhang Yunlong was loath to part with this precious weapon. Should he meet his end this time, he intended to take it with him on his journey. After emptying the pistol, Zhang Yunlong commanded Huazi to accelerate, distancing the horde by a kilometer. Having come this far, he feared no longer losing the zombies. At a distance of 1 kilometer, they would take several minutes to close the gap. He planned to use this brief respite to allow Wang Weihua, Yang Jiyu, and Gao Yankun to disembark at the upcoming intersection, thus enabling them to return and reunite with the main force. Given their significant contributions in holding the horde at bay, the higher-ups would not penalize them for their actions, leaving him, the instigator of this endeavor, to traverse the remainder of the journey alone. As the distance between them and the horde widened, Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun ceased fire after emptying a magazine. Zhang Yunlong, his demeanor serious, ordered them, Yang Jiyu, Gao Yankun, I command you to relinquish your magazines and grenades. When we reach the fork in the road in front of the base, I will instruct Wang Weihua to stop. You three must sprint back to the gate as quickly as possible, reporting all the intelligence and experiences we have gathered during this operation. Do you understand? The two were taken aback by Zhang Yunlong's command. Gao Yankun, unusually, let out a curse. Are you trying to be a hero on your own? Having come this far, do you think of us as cowards? We should all go back together, and if we must die, we die together. Yang Jiyu remained silent, but he tightly clutched the last remaining magazine in his pocket, clearly unwilling to surrender it. Seeing their reactions, Zhang Yunlong grew exasperated, cursing, "What kind of time is this? I have no time to play games with you. Just moments ago, there was no way out, and now we have a chance that must be seized. The intelligence and experience we have gained are invaluable. We must report them to the base." This task had to be undertaken by someone, since it was initiated by him, even should he return alive. He could not escape responsibility, but they were different. If they returned, they would have only accolades and no blame, and the follow-up missions of the search team would rely on them. Noticing the two remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing, Zhang Yunlong resolved to shift tactics, opting for a softer approach that don't look at me as if I'm some doomed soul. I don't want to die either. Furthermore, with the pickup truck being so reliable, I intend to drive it back intact. Why would I seek my own demise? Moreover, the scale of the zombie horde had long surpassed the threshold for requesting airstrikes. Previously, their dispersed formations had made it impossible to concentrate and eliminate them. Yet they had now managed to draw all the surrounding zombies together, presenting a rare opportunity that must not be squandered. Just as Yang Jiyu and Gao Yankun debated whether to heed their leader's orders, the pickup truck approached a final steep incline. This was the last narrow stretch of road before returning to the base, flanked by small hills, with a 6-lane highway cutting through the middle. From the summit of the slope, the situation below was fully visible. Once they crossed this incline, less than a kilometer would remain to the turnoff for the base as the pickup truck ascended the slope. A sudden blinding white light shone from ahead, startling the 4 occupants. Having grown accustomed to ultraviolet lights, they were momentarily blinded by the intense beam, causing Huazi to nearly steer the pickup into a drainage ditch. Seeing the bright lights ahead, the group was bewildered. They had not yet reached the base's gates, so how could there be such brilliant searchlights? However, the searing illumination prevented them from discerning the details behind the lights. Prompting Huazi to slow the vehicle, as they drew closer, a voice blared from a loudspeaker. "Turn off your headlights. It's too bright and obstructs our vision." Zhang Yunlong thought to himself, "You realize it's bright, don't you?" Wang Weihua promptly switched off the headlights, along with the ultraviolet lights that had protected them throughout their journey, cognizant that they were likely encountering the base's blocking forces, though he was uncertain why they had met them here in advance. Once they adjusted to the searchlight's glare, the pickup truck halted behind a large vehicle, and Zhang Yunlong squinted, recognizing it as the dump truck that had led the charge back. By now, the dump truck had already unloaded the weapons and ammunition it had valiantly retrieved, and was now piled high with sandbags. Behind the sandbag barricade were 2 mounted Type 67 general-purpose machine guns. One of the gunners was Shi Zhuang, who was currently looking at Zhang Yunlong with a smirk on his face. Chapter 50. The pincer attack. As Zhang Yunlong's astonished gaze fell lower, he encountered the stern countenance of the chief of staff, clad in military garb, appearing no different from an ordinary soldier. Wielding a QTS-95 automatic rifle, his face under the helmet darkened to an almost dripping intensity. Upon seeing the pickup truck return with its occupants, he unleashed a torrent of reprimands. "You little bastards are quite bold. Aren't you? Do you fancy yourselves special forces? 4 of you dared to confront the horde. Why didn't you die out there? Huh. Especially you, Zhang Yunlong. Why are you hiding in the back? I'm talking about you. You were so valiant over the radio, weren't you? Now you're backing down? Do you think you're the only clever one? That you can fight while everyone else is just a fool relying on you? What if you drew the horde over? Are the countless soldiers in the base merely idle? Hurry and drive your broken vehicle to the back. This is no longer your concern. Once we return, I'll deal with you." As Zhang Yunlong listened to the chief of staff's furious tirade, he had never felt the chief so amiable before, although the crisis has not yet been resolved and the next steps remain uncertain. At this moment, our brother Yunlong still feels quite exhilarated despite the scolding. They have returned alive, and it seems he no longer needs to drive the horde of corpses, just as he was about to get behind the wheel. The chief of staff raised the loudspeaker and shouted, "Turn off the searchlights. Conduct a final check of the weapons and equipment. The searchlights will be activated upon command. No firing without orders." Zhang Yunlong quickly turned around, utilizing the brief moment before the lights extinguished to glance at the small hillsides on either side, but he was met with the sight of armed soldiers standing atop the approximately 10-meter-high slopes. Their equipment was diverse, ranging from rifles and machine guns to grenades, and even 40mm artillery. It felt as though all the resources of the base were concentrated here, and the horde was closing in fast. Zhang Yunlong wasted no time, swiftly getting into his vehicle and maneuvering the pickup truck past the barricade formed by dump trucks and cargo trucks. Upon crossing this line of defense, he noticed a second barricade about 100 meters behind. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to drive further forward, but was suddenly halted by the unexpected appearance of Bao Changjie, who jumped out from the roadside. Seeing Bao's sudden entrance, Zhang Yunlong slammed on the brakes, exclaiming in frustration, "How did I not run you over?" The 3 others in the vehicle also disembarked, bewildered by Bao's inexplicable presence, wondering why he was hiding in the bushes rather than assisting with the defenses. Bao quickly provided an explanation. "Do not advance any further. From 5 meters behind me all the way to 10 meters in front of the second barricade, I have laid tripwires." The revelation startled the 4 men. Had it not been for Bao's timely intervention, they could have met an untimely demise, not at the hands of the undead, but due to their own comrades' traps. Zhang Yunlong then noticed the basket Bao was carrying, filled with grenades, steel rods, and fine fishing lines. At that moment, he also spotted another individual, Xiao Bai, similarly carrying a basket across the street, suggesting the 2 had been laying tripwires as they advanced from the second barricade. Their method was both simple and efficient, inserting grenades, which had already been affixed to steel rods, directly into the grass at the roadside, and tethering them with fishing line to a steel rod on the other side. If anyone retreated, they would have no choice but to navigate the narrow grass beside the road. Observing this setup, Zhang Yunlong realized that the base had invested heavily in both manpower and equipment to eradicate the horde. Since he and his comrades had returned alive, there was no reason for him not to participate in this final battle. He initially intended to move the vehicle to the rear to clear the firing line for the machine guns before returning. Upon realizing he could not go back, he directly asked Bao, "Where can we replenish weapons and ammunition?" Bao looked at him with an expression of disbelief and pointed towards the barricade ahead. Zhang Yunlong felt his face flush with embarrassment, grateful for the cover of darkness as he turned to head back. Bao called out to him again, "Wait! Park the vehicle on the grass beside the road to clear the roadway." After ensuring the vehicle was properly positioned, the four were just about to return when the chief of staff's amplified voice rang out, commanding, "Turn on the lights! Prepare! Fire!" What followed was an ear-splitting cacophony of gunfire and explosions. Zhang Yunlong could hardly contain his frustration, wishing to slap himself for wasting time knowing the horde was rapidly closing in. He seized his Type 81 rifle and charged forward, followed closely by Wang Weihua, Yang Jiyu, and Gao Yankun. Seeing that the battle had commenced, Bao and Xiao Bai hastily accelerated their pace to continue laying mines. Upon reaching the side of the truck, they were met with a breathtaking scene. The brilliant searchlights illuminated the entire roadway at the foot of the slope as the horde of corpses, caught in the glaring light, had nowhere to hide. Their running speed effectively diminished. They were soon shredded by a torrential barrage of gunfire raining down from the slopes on either side and directly ahead. Due to the lack of a power source, the searchlights were reliant on generators, which the blocking troops had driven down to the base of the mountain. Consequently, both slopes and the frontal defenses were suffused with ample illumination. Ensuring that the soldiers had a clear line of sight, grenades and Molotov cocktails were hurled into the horde with relentless fervor. The Molotovs ignited upon exploding at the feet of the zombies, inflicting tremendous casualties, while the occasional rocket propelled down from the mountainside detonated amongst the horde. The most formidable firepower came from the frontal defenses, where two Type 67 general-purpose machine guns were mounted on the dump truck. And each of the three parked Dongfeng trucks was equipped with one as well. The elevated positioning of these weapons not only ensured a clear line of fire, but also allowed for additional firepower to be deployed beneath them. Zhang Yunlong estimated that nearly 20 Type 81 light machine guns were set up in front of the trucks. The entire highway was less than 20 meters wide, illustrating the terrifying density of firepower. The chief of staff only issued the fire command when the vanguard of the horde was within 50 meters of the barricade, by which time most of the corpses had already entered the narrow valley. This allowed the soldiers positioned on the slopes to unleash their firepower while maximizing their own safety. The horde disintegrated rapidly, akin to ice cubes melting in boiling water amidst a sea of blood and severed limbs. Some of the zombies at the rear attempted to climb the slopes on either side, but all were inevitably toppled by the relentless fire raining down upon them. While the combat effectiveness of the zombies was not inherently so feeble, the blinding searchlights disoriented them, and after running for over 10 kilometers, even their superior stamina and recovery capabilities could not withstand such relentless exertion. Their bodies, fatigued from the continuous sprinting, faltered as they attempted to scale the nearly 50-degree slope, causing them to tumble back down before reaching the summit. Thus, the once formidable threat posed by the horde was transformed into a one-sided massacre, as the blocking forces were thoroughly prepared and effectively utilized the advantageous terrain. The dense throng of corpses, caught in a crossfire, fell like wheat under the scythe. That I end the brief moment that Zhang Yunlong and his comrades were momentarily stunned. The majority of the soldiers expended their ammunition, only for another wave of fighters to arrive from behind to continue the onslaught. Those who had emptied their magazines calmly reloaded, while the frontline Type 81 machine gunners continued firing. As they did so, the number of remaining zombies dwindled significantly, and by the time the Type 81s were reloaded and resumed fire, less than 200 zombies stood in the valley. It was only then that Zhang Yunlong remembered his original purpose for being there. Observing the overwhelming firepower, it was clear that there was no longer a need for ammunition resupply, as the 2 magazines strapped to his chest would likely go unused. Indeed, the 4 brothers merely fired a token volley into the horde before the brief, yet intense skirmish concluded. As expected yet surprising, gazing upon the blood-soaked valley engulfed in flames, the chief of staff commanded the soldiers to continue firing into the larger piles of corpses to ensure there were no wounded zombies lurking within. Every last Molotov cocktail was hurled into the fray, clearly indicating a desire to prevent any close encounters between the soldiers and the undead. Observing the inferno consuming the valley, some soldiers grew so indifferent that they neglected to ignite the cloth wicks on the Molotovs, opting instead to hurl the bottles directly into the flames, aiming merely to amplify the blaze. Others sought out the severely injured zombies still gasping for breath, delivering a final shot to those writhing in agony. Ensuring that the sporadic gunfire persisted after the ambush concluded. Before long, Bao Changjie, having finished laying the tripwires, approached the chief of staff alongside Xiao Bai to report. The chief of staff did not say much, but summoned all the leaders and deputy leaders involved in the search mission. Even Zhang Haoren, stationed at the second barricade, was called back with a singular purpose in mind, to hold a criticism session for Zhang Yunlong. Meanwhile, he intended to admonish these overconfident warriors. Chapter 51. Wrapping up after the battle at this moment. Zhang Yunlong was acutely aware of his grave error and dared not act rashly. Standing at attention with his Type 81 slung over his shoulder, he fixed his gaze on the chief of staff's combat boots, adopting a serious expression as he braced himself for reprimand. The chief of staff, observing Zhang Yunlong awaiting his reprimand, did not immediately unleash his fury. Truth be told, a significant portion of his anger had already subsided. However, regardless of the circumstances, this colossal blunder was committed by the search team, with Zhang Yunlong leading the charge. Yet, the other leaders could have restrained him, as they were meant to collaborate as equals rather than subordinates. Especially Zhang Haoren, the highest-ranking commander in the search team, who not only failed to rein in Zhang Yunlong, but allowed him to act with impunity that if the search team continued down this path. The audacity of Zhang Yunlong and his fellow leaders would only escalate, inevitably leading to greater troubles. As the search team gradually gained experience from their missions outside, they increasingly disregarded the commands from the rear base. Such is human nature, often detached from ideological awareness that it is not that they disobey their superiors or act recklessly. Rather, their blind self-confidence leads them to subconsciously disregard military orders while deployed, sometimes in pursuit of greater benefits or gains. They selectively execute or delay the orders from above. Take this current debacle as an example. Despite having confirmed the quantity and significance of the weaponry, the search team would rather wait for Zhang Yunlong to take considerable risks to retrieve a vehicle than unload the already loaded secondary supplies to prioritize the loading of arms and ammunition. Furthermore, even under the pressing urgency of 3 consecutive orders from superiors to return, they chose to continue loading. Although Zhang Yunlong has recognized his mistakes, it is evident that the other leaders have yet to grasp the issues plaguing the search team. If the chief of staff does not point out these problems, they may never come to realize them. Observing the line of team leaders, the chief of staff spoke with a grave tone. Today's battle could have been avoided. I trust that each of you understands the situation better than I do. Frankly, the sudden onslaught of the horde caught the base off guard, had it not been for the pre-established contingency plans and the swift actions of the troops. A misstep could have resulted in catastrophic losses for the base. I acknowledge that you all exercise great caution when leading your missions and that your efforts are recognized by the base. However, this does not give you the right to be complacent. I am aware of your capability to lead your teams effectively, and I concede that your combat prowess surpasses that of most soldiers stationed at the base. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been deployed. Yet I must emphasize that you are still far from truly mastering the art of command in battle. I was among the first batch of reinforcements. How many of you in the search team have truly faced thousands of zombies in combat? Especially you, Zhang Yunlong. Do you understand the difference between dealing with dozens of zombies and facing thousands? Zhang Yunlong pondered for a moment and honestly shook his head. The chief of staff, noticing the silence among the leaders, shouted the answer. It is firepower. You all know that you must not let zombies close in. But do you realize that while 10 soldiers can easily handle dozens of zombies, 100 soldiers may struggle against hundreds? Timing, terrain, and manpower must all align. Once the number of zombies exceeds 100, qualitative changes may occur from mere quantitative increases. The terrain restricts both the zombies and the troops. Zombies are faster than humans. They jump higher, and while humans can injure zombies, the latter can quickly recover. If a zombie injures a human, that person will transform into a zombie within 24 hours. Our only advantage against zombies lies in our weaponry. Without sufficient firepower, even a special operations team thrown into a horde is doomed. I know your kite tactics are effective, but they come with numerous limitations that I believe Zhang Yunlong has the most authority on this matter. However, I must inform you that to confront thousands of zombies, positional warfare is the sole solution, just as you witnessed today. Only by maximizing our firepower advantage and halting the horde's momentum in the shortest time can we genuinely combat and eradicate them. If faced with a horde that vastly outnumbers us, the only way to resist is to construct a barricade, that if that is not possible, then we must utilize the terrain and our firepower to create one. Rather than relying on the speed of vehicles as you, Zhang Yunlong, attempted to do, I ask you, what if there are no suitable routes nearby? What if your vehicle breaks down? What if other hordes are drawn to the commotion you create? I acknowledge that your tactics may indeed work against a horde of around 300 zombies, but your actions today were utterly foolish. It is nothing short of luck that you returned unscathed. A slight misstep could have led to total annihilation, and all for nothing. What are a mere 1,000 or 1,800 zombies? With proper response, the base can withstand them. Although Zhang Yunlong lowered his head further, he still felt a twinge of uncertainty. Regardless of the process, the outcome was ultimately favorable. After all, the 4 of them in one vehicle had genuinely delayed the horde. Without their diversion, how could the base have fortified its defenses so robustly? Of course, had he chosen to abandon loading and return directly, perhaps today, as predicament, could have been avoided, but as the gunfire in the small valley finally ceased, the flames engulfing the pile of corpses blazed ever brighter. With Molotov cocktails continuously thrown, it seemed that this night would be one devoid of slumber. The Chief of Staff did not let all combat personnel withdraw, but instead rotated them to the second line of defense for rest. The acrid stench of charred flesh and the bright light served as a beacon in the darkness, drawing in the scattered zombies. That it appeared that the higher-ups had decided to clear out all nearby zombies during this operation, thus deploying barbed wire around the valley's perimeter to impede the zombies' movements and provide ample safety distance for the station soldiers. With sufficient illumination, the attracted zombies had nowhere to hide, making them easy targets for the soldiers. Hence, sporadic gunfire echoed into the late hours of the night. And when dawn broke, the soldiers who had fought through the night realized that the darkness of the zombie horde had finally passed. Including Zhang Yunlong, none of the search team members received special treatment for their day-long mission, merely rotating for less than 2 hours of rest at the second line of defense. They had effectively fought from start to finish in the entire zombie blockade operation. And even with the arrival of daylight, they could not rest. After a simple breakfast, they had to deal with a significant number of zombie carcasses. The base dispatched engineering vehicles, and 2 excavators began digging pits along the national highway. The zombies eliminated on the road the previous night were nearly incinerated. The bulldozers pushed the heaps of charred remains into the pits for burial. The more troublesome task involved those zombies that had been shot down as they staggered towards them, requiring manual effort to toss them down from the hilltop and carry them to another pit for mass burial. The most vexing were the zombies shot down on the road while Zhang Yunlong and his team executed their kite tactics. In the aftermath, it was reported that Zhang Yunlong, alongside 3 soldiers armed with 3 rifles and a handful of grenades, had managed to kill or injure over 550 zombies. Of course, the majority of the zombies perished from being trampled or severely wounded from blood loss. Very few were directly shot dead, and even fewer survived. Ultimately, Zhang Hauern voluntarily requested to assist his good brother, resulting in a group of several individuals along with a truck and bulldozer working tirelessly until evening to complete the task. Later, some of the zombie corpses were deemed unworthy of transport back and were instead dragged to the roadside for immediate incineration. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunlong coordinated with others to repair the road, as the 40mm rounds initially issued to the base were armor-piercing projectiles, which would not detonate against soft targets like zombies, but rather pass through their bodies. Only when the projectile struck the ground would it explode, and the craters created by the rockets were substantial, necessitating repairs. In summary, after a day and night of labor, all the soldiers finally returned to their long-awaited dormitory, followed by a period of quarantine. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, the base faced an unprecedented shortage of quarantine accommodations, leading to a makeshift arrangement of 4 to 6 soldiers per room. With risks involved, there was no alternative but to make do. Fortunately, No one had been injured or infected. The only two casualties were one soldier who, due to exhaustion, slipped and fell down a steep slope, breaking his leg, and another who was accidentally injured by ricochet. One could not help but admire the Chief of Staff's strategic prowess, as he not only maximized the advantages of the terrain, but also efficiently allocated combat personnel. While leveraging firepower, he ensured a continuous rate of fire, leaving no opportunity for the zombie horde to counterattack, that he then employed prearranged barbed wire to restrict the movements of the incoming zombies, allowing even the less experienced soldiers to handle the situation with ease. Chapter 52. A letter home is worth 1,000 gold. The brief, yet delightful period of quarantine soon came to an end. For the soldiers of the search team, they were granted 3 days to rest and recuperate. However, for Zhang Yunlong, what awaited him was the consequence of organizational measures. As he stood at the entrance of the base's operations meeting room, it was already filled with the base's leaders and heads of various units. At that moment, Zhang Yunlong felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his earlier greed. The insatiable nature of humanity often leads to a desire for everything while being unwilling to relinquish anything, ultimately resulting in a delay in evacuation. Although Zhang Yunlong was fortunate and managed to return unscathed, the thought of it fills him with dread. He is acutely aware that he has created a significant mess. While the incident did not result in catastrophic casualties, it nonetheless depleted a considerable amount of the base's weaponry and equipment. Even with the armaments and ammunition recovered by the search team, the base has suffered substantial losses. The sheer quantity of grenades and ammunition is no trivial matter. The base is currently unable to replenish its supply of bullets, leading to a situation where every round counts. Thus, when Zhang Yunlong stepped into the conference room, he had already resigned himself to the likelihood of being made an example of, a warning to others, while the thought of shedding his military uniform is unrealistic. Being demoted to the rank of a lowly soldier is not outside the realm of possibility. Zhang Yunlong has come to terms with the reality of his position. Being the captain of the search team, especially one leading an assault unit, is a thankless task. Achievements are credited to the collective, while blunders are solely his to bear. He is not a prophet, and in the complex environment outside, he must balance the search for supplies with the constant threat of zombie ambushes. Each mission is fraught with tension, leaving him thoroughly exhausted. Although his misjudgment has cost the base dearly, he has at least risked his life to cover the retreat of the main force, which he considers a testament to his resolve. Should he be relieved of duty, he hopes his superiors will not hold it against him. He has never fancied himself a person who seeks the limelight. Were it not for the political commissar's faith in him, urging him to lead the mission, he would have certainly shied away under a different commander. It is not that Zhang Yunlong is particularly cowardly. Rather, he harbors a well-known secret among many of his comrades: the unwavering desire to survive, to live long enough to reunite with family, or to ascertain the fate of loved ones. When the world was plunged into nuclear war, Zhang Yunlong's hometown, Jinan in Shandong province, was directly struck by nuclear munitions. The historically rich and picturesque city was utterly annihilated by 3 powerful nuclear warheads, turning much of the urban area into ruins and claiming countless lives. All means of communication were rendered inoperative, severing Zhang Yunlong from his family. In that moment, he wished to abandon his military garb and flee to find his loved ones, but was forcibly restrained by his superior. The superior did not attempt to impart grand wisdom. He simply stated, "Even if you manage to return, what can you accomplish in a city now a wasteland of radioactive destruction?" The sudden onset of nuclear warfare compelled all forces to withdraw and impose strict restrictions on personnel movement. Many soldiers found themselves in similar situations, and none were able to leave. However, as national rescue efforts commenced, some soldiers gradually began receiving letters from their hometowns. In the face of a paralyzed national network and severed signals, letter writing became the sole means of communication for many. Zhang Yunlong's parents and wife were unreachable for a long time, and only 2 months later did he receive a letter from his wife. The letter expressed her longing for him, but was laden with worry for his safety and gratitude for their survival amidst the calamity. The letter revealed the tragic fate of many of his friends and relatives during the disaster. Fortunately, due to the wartime state of the nation, the prices in the city skyrocketed. Zhang Yunlong's father decided to return to their rural home to save money, thus escaping the disaster. However, while retrieving belongings from their city residence, his father was caught in a nuclear explosion on his way back, though he was not directly killed due to being on the outskirts. He suffered severe radiation exposure at the time the letter was written. Zhang Yunlong's father was receiving treatment in a hospital dedicated to radiation sickness, yet his condition was grave. The letter's date revealed it had taken over 40 days to reach Zhang Yunlong, leaving him in agony over his father's uncertain fate. But he promptly replied, assuring his family that he was safe and inquiring about his father's health and the well-being of his mother and wife. Unfortunately, no further correspondence followed. Later, as the telephone networks across much of the country were gradually restored, he attempted to contact the local government in his hometown, but they merely recorded his family's details and told him to wait. By the time his hometown's newly constructed district succumbed to the pandemic, he still had not received a call. Returning his thoughts to the present, Zhang Yunlong gazed at the political commissar seated at the front of the room, his face betraying anguish, regret, and shame, akin to a corrupt official awaiting judgment. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy with tension. Not a single soul spoke, and even whispers were absent. All eyes were fixed upon Zhang Yunlong, whose expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Zhang Haoran, seated further back, observed his brother with evident concern. When their gazes met, Zhang Haoran slowly shook his head, further unsettling Zhang Yunlong. Uncertain of what his brother's gesture signified, whether it indicated a poor outcome for him or uncertainty about the final verdict, Zhang Yunlong found himself at a loss. Resolved to continue portraying his plight, he turned his attention to the political commissar, who was engrossed in a document regarding the handling of the recent crisis. The attachment included an extensive list of equipment and resource losses. And upon seeing the near six-figure figure for ammunition expended, the political commissar felt as if his heart were bleeding. This figure surpassed the total ammunition expended during the search team's 2 previous missions combined, not accounting for losses in equipment and fuel. Fortunately, the search team had managed to recover sufficient medical supplies and equipment, ensuring that the 2 injured soldiers received proper care. Had there been significant casualties, Zhang Yunlong would have faced dire consequences, with dismissal and punishment as the only outcomes. However, due to the absence of fatalities, the injured soldiers, aside from one with a broken leg who needed rest, were able to return to duty shortly after treatment. Thus, the question of how to handle Zhang Yunlong's situation became a contentious one that despite the search team's blunder attracting a horde of zombies and depleting vast resources, there were also significant gains. In addition to the considerable supplies and weaponry brought back, the search team had thoroughly cleared the entire zombie-infested immigrant village, gathering enough resources for 2 round trips. During the quarantine period, Zhang Yunlong had submitted a detailed operational report along with a personal reflection. Naturally, the political commissar primarily focused on the operational report, glancing only briefly at the lengthy reflection before discarding it. It was hardly surprising, as the reflection was largely filled with unremarkable content, encapsulated in a single sentiment. This task was beyond my capabilities. Therefore, the political commissar placed greater importance on Zhang Yunlong's operational report. The report meticulously outlined the entire course of the operation, detailing the engineering vehicles and auto repair shops discovered within the city, along with various armored materials. That IT also included his suggestions for modifying a school bus and a comprehensive plan for upgrading the entire search team's vehicles. This plan was not only rational, but also feasible given the base's current equipment and personnel, clearly demonstrating Zhang Yunlong's commitment to this endeavor. Moreover, his modification proposals were grounded in practical combat considerations. If implemented, they would effectively double the search team's combat capability based on existing equipment. The soldiers would no longer need to risk exposure to zombie attacks while on foot, as they could fire from the safety of a fortified vehicle, mitigating the risk even in the face of overwhelming hordes and achieving true all-around firepower, in addition to vehicle modification suggestions. The report also presented new observations concerning zombie behavior and offered countermeasures in a final act of atonement for his earlier mistakes. Zhang Yunlong had willingly placed himself in danger to cover the retreat of the main force, showcasing his willingness to prioritize the lives of his comrades over his own. Furthermore, his fellow soldiers showed unwavering resolve, choosing to face the nearly certain death of their mission alongside their captain, underscoring the high level of respect and camaraderie he had cultivated within the unit after several missions. Remarkably, Zhang Yunlong had managed to hold off the zombie horde for an impressive distance of over 10 kilometers, demonstrating both his strong psychological fortitude and the exceptional teamwork of his comrades. Chapter 53, A Beautiful Delusion. In the aftermath, it was recorded that 3 soldiers with 3 firearms had successfully eliminated over 550 zombies. Even if divided evenly, each person would still have nearly 200 kills. The leaders unanimously believe that after surviving this harrowing ordeal, Zhang Yunlong, Yang Jiyu, and Gao Yankun, along with the driver Wang Weihua, will no longer panic regardless of the scale of future encounters. This experience was truly a matter of life and death. Veteran soldiers are no more formidable than this that if these 4 were to impart their unreserved knowledge to the entire search team. It would not be long before the base would have a truly elite force capable of undertaking complex tasks while maximizing self-preservation. This is precisely the outcome the base leaders yearn to witness. After enduring the trials of the pandemic war, the standards for a unit's combat effectiveness have evolved correspondingly. They are no longer the reckless, single-minded troops of old who charged fearlessly into battle. Even teams that possess adaptability or flexibility cannot be deemed elite, as the adversaries faced are no longer traditional foes, but rather unfortunate civilians transformed into zombies by the apocalyptic virus. When confronting such nimble and swift enemies, heavy tanks and armored vehicles have lost their previous invincibility. Although sturdy armor can protect the crew within and fierce artillery can slay countless zombies, when faced with hordes of the undead, they will swiftly circumvent these cumbersome machines to attack the unprotected infantry behind. A soldier, regardless of how many zombies he dispatches, faces a death sentence upon a single bite from a zombie. Consequently, many once elite units suffered catastrophic losses or even total annihilation when deployed to combat zones. The significant presence of civilians also played a crucial role in these losses. The frontline troops, already strained in numbers, became further depleted. Thus, in subsequent operations, the effective preservation of personnel became the benchmark for all units' combat effectiveness. The base leaders desire cunning troops that can eliminate enemies while adeptly safeguarding themselves. Therefore, upon meticulously reviewing Zhang Yunlong's action summary report, the political commissar's assessment of his desire to resign was succinct, a fanciful thought. At that moment, he held in his hands the preliminary report from the base's organization department regarding Zhang Yunlong's handling, which amounted to little more than a formal reprimand, a demotion, and a reduction in rank. In essence, for an ordinary non-commissioned officer, the most severe punishment short of discharge had been meted out. Upon first reading this report, the political commissar furrowed his brow, reflecting on how those inexperienced, office-bound staffers, sheltered from the battlefield, might fare on the front lines, perhaps even less capable than a common soldier. Yet, when it came to dealing with their own, they wielded their authority with ruthless precision. Zhang Yunlong, after all, had fought valiantly for the survival of the base, and having made a single mistake, they seemed eager to ensure he could never recover. It appeared as though punishing Zhang Yunlong more severely would grant them a perverse sense of satisfaction. It might be necessary to take those staffers out on the next search mission to experience the reality of the battlefield. The chief of staff, after reviewing the handling suggestions, slammed his hand on the table. He had been the most vocal critic of Zhang Yunlong, and now he was the one opposing the proposed actions. Ultimately, the deputy commander had to intervene to mediate the situation. The other commanding officers present remained silent, unwilling to voice their opinions. After all, with Zhang Yunlong leading the team, no matter the blunder, he managed to bring everyone back. If a different captain were in charge, one could not even begin to compare his experience and capabilities, let alone his leadership skills, that no matter how impressive an individual may be, if the team does not respect him or heed his commands, it is all for naught. The search missions are no trifling matter. A single misstep could cost the entire team. The decision to appoint Zhang Yunlong as the assault team's captain had been made with considerable deliberation. His subtle consolidation of command over the search team was not without justification. Achievements are hard-earned, and respect and trust are not built overnight. Thus, for most attendees, the organization department's recommendations were treated as a mere joke. The current circumstances differ vastly from pre-war days when seniority and competitive suppression were the norms. Mistakes were often met with attempts to undermine one's position. Now, with the entire nation engulfed in a pandemic, the base suffers grievously without any reinforcements, lacking personnel and equipment. Despite this, the base must still deploy search teams into perilous zones to procure supplies. It is fortunate to have even one capable of bearing the weight of responsibility. Now that the team leader is aired, a simple reprimand and warning should suffice. Expecting a full dismissal and replacement is unrealistic. Moreover, leading an assault team is hardly a desirable task, since it is the base that sends out the search teams. Any issues encountered must be collectively borne by the entire base rather than allowing a single commander to shoulder the blame, which reflects the thoughts of most commanding officers. They also believe that following this incident, Zhang Yunlong has recognized his mistakes and gained profound insights. Many commanders shudder at the thought of this audacious individual daring to confront a horde of over 1,000 zombies with just a vehicle and 3 companions. And it is said he managed to annihilate 500 to 600 zombies before withdrawing unscathed. While he may now stand there with a perplexed and uneasy expression, he is, in truth, a formidable survivor of the blood-soaked battleground. The soldiers who followed him in a battle are no mere pushovers either. If they were to feel slighted by a disciplinary issue, it would be they who would ultimately suffer the consequences. Not to mention, the renowned machine gunner Shi Zhuang has already declared that if Captain Zhang is dismissed, he will storm the organization department's office in the base's headquarters. Although Captain Zhang Haoran immediately reprimanded Shi Zhuang, the lack of genuine contrition on the latter's face suggested the criticism had little effect. Consequently, the commanding officers grew even more cautious about voicing their opinions, each one adopting a demeanor of watchful silence. Eventually, the head of the organization department began to grasp the situation, expressing some regret for having listened to the ill-advised suggestions from his subordinates, that he ultimately clarified that his recommendations were merely for reference, and the final decision would rest with the base leaders. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunlong, still in the dark regarding the situation, could not discern the true thoughts of the solemn-faced commanders surrounding him. Thus, as he eagerly anticipated a reassignment from his captaincy, the political commissar finally spoke. Zhang Yunlong, captain of the 1st Assault Team, during your recent mission, exhibited blind confidence and misjudged the onset of nightfall, making the erroneous decision to delay your return and continue loading supplies. Furthermore, you failed to bury the burned corpses in a timely manner, resulting in a large number of zombies trailing your convoy, causing significant losses to the base. According to the organization department's preliminary conclusion, Zhang Yunlong should receive a formal reprimand. Additionally, your position will be demoted. Observing the slight smirk at the corners of Zhang Yunlong's mouth and his raised eyebrows, the political commissar snorted derisively before continuing. However, following an investigation, all participating search team members confirmed that during the battle against the zombie horde from the immigrant village, Captain Zhang Yunlong fought valiantly and commanded effectively, achieving 0 casualties while annihilating the zombie mass and making the decision to incinerate the corpses. Although this method was deemed improper, it was a bold attempt to mitigate the risks of repeating past mistakes. Moreover, he independently led his team to circumvent vast pandemic zones, locating suitable transport vehicles and repair facilities, discovering a wealth of usable vehicles and raw materials. Although this sacrificed valuable evacuation time, the quantity of weaponry and equipment recovered was substantial and impactful. Upon witnessing the gathering of zombie hordes, he proactively led his men in a rearguard action, effectively restraining the zombies while inflicting significant casualties, ultimately playing a decisive role in the success of the zombie ambush. His courage is commendable, and his contributions are notable. After a discussion by the base committee, it was concluded that although Zhang Yunlong had erred, he had also achieved merit. While he made a grave mistake, his intentions were sound. And given his positive attitude towards acknowledging his faults, the committee decided as follows. Captain Zhang Yunlong of the 1st Assault Team, due to his poor judgment causing significant losses to the base, will be recognized for his effective command and swift actions during the mission, which contributed indelibly to the search team's achievements. Therefore, his faults and merits will offset each other, and this will not serve as a precedent. Gazing at the astonished Zhang Yunlong, the political commissar remarked with pointed significance. What? Did you think that after this blunder you could simply walk away? You wish to be relieved of your duties and hide. Let me tell you, that's a fanciful notion. You should return and contemplate how to approach the next mission and how to avoid similar issues in the future. Any questions? No questions? Then this meeting is adjourned. It's getting late, and the office doesn't provide meals. As the political commissar's words concluded, everyone in the meeting room hurriedly departed, the head of the organization department casting a look of shame at Zhang Yunlong before ultimately saying nothing, merely patting his shoulder as he exited the room, leaving Zhang Yunlong utterly bewildered. He stared at the political commissar for a long moment before finally managing to utter, "Is that it? Just like that?" The political commissar, equally perplexed, replied, "That's it. What is the matter? After making such a grave mistake, do you still expect the base to award you a second-class merit? You better keep working hard, and to cause a bit more trouble next time." All right, Chapter 54. Eating without disorder. Zhang Yunlong had more to say, but was abruptly silenced by Rung Gun, who covered his mouth and dragged him out. As Zhang Haoran pulled him along, he remarked, "Enough, since you've taken advantage of the situation. There's no need to play the innocent, that it's fortunate to keep your position as the captain of the assault team. What more do you desire?" Thankfully, the base managed to respond promptly to the zombie tide this time. Otherwise, it would have been a great deal of trouble. Consider it a lesson learned. Be more vigilant and avoid dawdling in the future. As Zhang Yunlong was pulled along, his mood grew increasingly gloomy. If only he had been dismissed, it would have been a relief to have some leisure time. After all, he had fulfilled his duties and voiced his concerns. What lay ahead was no longer his responsibility. To his surprise, despite the calamity he had caused, the base still chose not to remove him from his post. Zhang Yunlong was at a loss. Should he feel grateful for the organization's unwavering support, or curse his superiors for their relentless expectations? The internal conflict seemed pointless, so he resolved to dismiss such troubling thoughts, since the commander had declared that merits and faults balanced each other. That was how it would be. After all, they were both officers of the same rank. He believed they wouldn't hold this incident against him in the future. With this thought, he felt a flicker of optimism, and his mood brightened once more. Upon exiting the administrative building, he and Rung Gun each lit a cigarette, laughing and chatting as they made their way back. Yet they hadn't walked far when someone called out to him. Zhang Yunlong turned to see a young female soldier approaching. He recognized her, though he didn't know her name, as she was a medic from the inner hospital. The female soldier ran up to Zhang Yunlong, saluted earnestly, and said, "Captain Zhang, may I have a moment of your time? Our director wishes to see you. There are matters he would like to discuss with you for our next outing." After hearing the young soldier's words, Zhang Yunlong teased in return, "Which Captain Zhang are you referring to?" "There are two of us here. Our Captain Zhang Haoran is quite amicable. Any request from a female comrade like you is sure to be met with compliance." The young soldier's face flushed crimson as she shyly replied. Our director's exact words were, "Please bring that tough Captain Zhang, who is relentless in seeking equipment and supplies." "I believe he must be referring to you, Captain Zhang Yunlong." This left the resolute Captain Zhang feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Haoran, who had initially felt annoyed by the young soldier's teasing, burst into laughter upon hearing her response. "Did you hear that? The esteemed director is requesting you, Captain Zhang Yunlong, being a regiment-level officer. You must feel honored. Young comrade, please lead the way. Our captain's time is precious. I shall simply follow behind, carrying your bag. Do not mind me." Though feeling awkward, Zhang Yunlong followed the young soldier toward the hospital, suspecting he knew why the once unfamiliar hospital director sought him out. Since the hospital was not far from the administrative building, the trio arrived shortly. Without much delay, dead on the way, Zhang Yunlong inquired about the reason for the director's summons. But the soldier was unable to provide a clear answer, as she was unaware. Upon reaching the hospital, they were led directly to the dormitory area on the 4th floor, all the way to the innermost room. The soldier knocked on the door, and after receiving permission from within, opened it, telling the two men to enter, indicating that her task was complete. Zhang Yunlong and Zhang Haoran exchanged glances and, without pretense, stepped inside. Zhang Haoran promptly closed the door behind them. Upon entering, they discovered the room was modest, merely a standard dormitory with 2 beds and a table in the middle. The hospital director sat on one of the beds, dressed only in a sweater, having removed his coat. Then on the table lay several cans and a small bowl of fried rice, accompanied by a bottle of Hai Ji Lan and a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes that had already been opened. The director, casually smoking, regarded the two men with a wave of his hand. Inviting them to sit, he stated plainly, "Gentlemen, please take a seat. Regardless of whether today's meeting is fruitful, I owe you this meal for the life-saving medical supplies and equipment you bravely retrieved during your last mission." Zhang Yunlong glanced at the modest spread before him, realizing that this meal would not be particularly sumptuous. Unlike the pre-war days when one could order takeout or dine out at will, the entire base was now struggling to make ends meet. Only recently had the search team seen some success, allowing for slightly better conditions. Yet, the table, adorned with canned beef, fruit, luncheon meat and fried rice could not be considered lacking in abundance. Especially with a bottle of Haiji Lan and a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes that in the current trying times, the meal's quality was indeed luxurious, and the Haiji Lan held a connection to Zhang Yunlong and his comrades. During their anti-bandit operations, they had found not only a plethora of cigarettes and provisions, but had also managed to bring back any spirits they could find. However, the military had already imposed a ban on alcohol consumption, and such beverages were strictly off-limits for the soldiers. Subsequently, the political commissar thought it unwise to let the young men continually yearn for alcohol, especially since the hospital was lacking in medical supplies. Thus, the alcohol was allocated to the hospital as a reserve of spirits. Units like the search teams, tasked with combat missions, were strictly prohibited from consuming alcohol, regardless of their commendable service. This was an unbreachable line. However, in the hospital, if one wished to enjoy a drink in moderation while hiding away in their dormitory, it usually went unnoticed. Therefore, upon seeing the bottle of fine liquor, Zhang Yunlong was not surprised. Yet he understood the importance of maintaining decorum and the principle of not indulging recklessly. After politely acknowledging the director, he settled on the opposite bed, not rushing to eat, as both men awaited the director's forthcoming words. Director Ding was direct, offering each of them a cigarette as he continued. The purpose of inviting you both here today is not only to express gratitude for the medical supplies you brought back, but also to make a rather delicate request of you. Particularly to you, Captain Zhang Yunlong. This idea has been on my mind for quite some time, but due to various constraints, I had set it aside. However, after reading the report on your last search operation last night, I was astounded by your capabilities to have successfully navigated your way to the far side of the city in search of supplies with just a few men, and to have successfully diverted a horde of over 1,000 zombies with a single vehicle, left me in awe of your formidable combat skills. This has inspired me to propose a plan, and I would like to discuss its feasibility with both of you. Before Zhang Yunlong could respond, Zhang Haoran interjected, addressing the director, Director Ding, first and foremost. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Our primary purpose in forming the search team was to gather necessary supplies for the base, which is our duty. Thus, there is no need for gratitude. We are delighted to assist the hospital in alleviating its urgent needs. Even without this meal, we would prioritize bringing back any medical supplies we discover in future missions. Furthermore, this is not a business transaction. There is no need for a separate invitation for dinner. Please feel free to express any requests you may have. We will do our utmost to fulfill what we are capable of. However, for matters that exceed our capabilities, we must respectfully decline, as these decisions cannot be made lightly nor resolved by simply venturing out alone. We cannot risk the safety of our entire search team on a whim. Should our assessment reveal excessive, uncontrollable risks, any mission can be terminated at any moment. We cannot make any promises to you, and I kindly ask for your understanding, Director Ding. Zhang Yunlong could not help but silently applaud Zhang Haoran's eloquence. His words were impeccably crafted, expressing gratitude for the director's intentions while laying the groundwork for any potentially unreasonable requests. This way, if the director's demands proved too burdensome, the two would not be left in a tight spot over a mere meal. Simply put, Zhang Haoran was determined to ensure that their dining experience improved today. Worried that the opportunity for a meal might slip away, Zhang Yunlong hastily added, Director Ding, please don't take offense. Rungun is accustomed to a forthright manner when commanding troops to bear with him. To be frank. While we are generally allowed freedom during our outings to collect useful items, many of our fellow units have sought our assistance in the past, requesting us to keep an eye out for specific supplies or equipment during our searches. For instance, during the last mission, my journey was primarily driven by the repair shop's urgent request for suitable armored vehicles and components. Truthfully, we did encounter some dangers and complications, but the repair shop never suggested a meal as gratitude. Therefore, you need not be so formal. Please feel free to share any requests you may have. We will certainly do our best to accommodate. And after all, gathering medical supplies for the hospital is vital for the well-being of everyone at the base. This is an obligation we must fulfill. Chapter 55. The 313 Hospital. Upon hearing the words of the two men, the hospital director did not exhibit any particular joy. Instead, he offered a bitter smile, observing that everyone was ready to engage in conversation. He gestured for the two to begin their meal, pouring drinks as he spoke. The matter is not as simple as you might think, my dear younger brother. Otherwise, I would not have specifically summoned you both for a private discussion. I trust that you can represent the search team, and thus, if we do not reach a consensus beforehand, there is a high probability that my application for a search mission to the base's staff will be outright rejected. Having heard the director's explanation, Zhang Yunlong, who had already picked up his chopsticks, reluctantly set them down and inquired gravely, "Director Ding, what is it that renders this matter so complex? I can surmise that you wish for us to continue the search for medical supplies. But is it not true that the location you are aware of is exceedingly perilous, thus necessitating our prior discussion?" The director nodded, affirming, "You are indeed seasoned. My younger brother, IT, is as you surmised. The location I know contains a substantial amount of urgently needed medical supplies, and while it is not particularly dangerous, the journey to that place is fraught with peril. Are you familiar with the former Navy 313 hospital in the coastal area of Hu Island City?" Zhang Hao nodded, responding, "Of course, who in the entire base is unaware? Before the war, anyone needing medical attention typically went to that hospital, and there used to be a shuttle service every week. However, the entirety of Hu Island City has now fallen. That hospital must have been destroyed, right?" The director shook his head, confidently asserting, "That hospital has not been destroyed. Although I have not received news about the 313 hospital in quite some time, I am certain it remains intact, at least not severely damaged. The hospital's pharmacy is located on the first-floor lobby, while the storage for medicines is in the basement, facilitating the unloading of transport vehicles. Thus, I deduce that the supplies there have not been compromised, and there should not be many zombies inside. The only issue is that the area is adjacent to a former tourist attraction, and there are only two routes to reach it. One requires traversing through the city, while the other takes a longer coastal road. However, as far as I know, even the coastal road is perilously close to the urban area. Both paths are exceedingly dangerous that in the past I would not have even considered it, but upon reassessing your combat capabilities, I believe this endeavor is quite feasible. With your skills, there is a good chance of acquiring the supplies and returning unscathed." Upon hearing the mention of the 313 hospital, Zhang Yunlong fell silent, lighting a cigarette and contemplating deeply that he endeavored to recall relevant information about that hospital, continuously analyzing the pros and cons and the feasibility of the situation. He was never one to allow others' words to unduly influence his judgment, and he understood that once he agreed to the director's request, whether he wished it or not, the search team would inevitably have to split into two groups for the next mission. Observing the silent Zhang Yunlong, the director did not rush to elicit a response from the two. He merely lifted his cup and drank it down in one go. After all, this was no trivial matter, and the search team would not risk their lives in such a dangerous location merely upon the word of a hospital director. If Zhang Yunlong deemed the task unfeasible, no lavish banquet would persuade him otherwise. As Zhang Hao remarked, "This is not a business negotiation over drinks." Zhang Yunlong did not keep Director Ding waiting long that he picked up his chopsticks, served himself a generous portion of beef, poured wine into his teacup, and raised it to drink half. Afterward, he continued to help himself to more dishes, taking a few bites before lifting his cup for another drink, with each cup consumed. Perhaps due to having abstained from alcohol for an extended period, his face began to flush. Seeing his brother had commenced eating, Zhang Hao disregarded the director's reaction, seizing the bowl of fried rice without hesitation. Dumping a can of beef onto the rice, and beginning to feast heartily, Director Ding simply smiled and remained silent, watching the two brothers indulge in their appetites, feeling an inexplicable pang of sadness within. The search team ventured out, braving life-threatening dangers for merely a meager supply of resources. With their capabilities, could they not find anything outside? Surely, if they sought any hiding place, they could live quite well. Yet such a large base relied on them for sustenance. After toiling through a mission, they could hardly enjoy a decent meal. The soldiers had never received special treatment regarding their rations. At most, they would privately bring back a few items, all earned through their lives, that he felt no envy, for he knew that compared to the sacrifices made by the search team, their rewards were utterly insignificant. After indulging in food and drink, and ensuring he had satisfied his appetite first, Zhang Yunlong finally posed his question to Director Ding. Having eaten and drunk, he felt there was no need for formality. So he addressed him directly. "Brother Ding, I need you to clarify something for me. How are you so certain about the specific circumstances at the 313 hospital? As for the dangers on the way or how to get there, you need not concern yourself. Just tell me the basis of your judgment." Director Ding lifted his cup, taking a sip before responding. I understand your concerns, my younger brother. Were it not for my confidence in the search team's capabilities, I would not have brought this matter up. Let me first address your initial question. How do I know the 313 hospital was not destroyed during the bombardment phase after the city fell? First, you might not be aware of the situation at the 313 hospital on the day of the fall. At that time, all medical units in Hua Island City and its vicinity were mobilized for emergency response. Our medical units have a separate satellite communication system in place to coordinate the limited medical resources effectively. This system is still operational, albeit reliant on satellite communication windows. At that time, due to the 313 hospital's proximity to the coast. The government coordinated many ferries and yachts to evacuate the populace from the small piers south of the hospital. Many injured patients remained under observation at the hospital, while uninjured citizens were relocated to the nearby Chrysanthemum Island. Although that island later fell, the citizens around the 313 hospital were indeed evacuated. Furthermore, many infected patients were swiftly neutralized by the hospital's security forces, resulting in relatively few zombies in the vicinity when the city fell. Most of the zombie hordes were drawn away by other evacuating forces, and that area was not targeted for bombardment. The bombers did not indiscriminately bomb the entire city. How many bombs would that require? Those incendiary bombs were directed towards larger groups of zombies. That it was only later, as the fire spread, that many buildings caught fire, creating the illusion that the entire urban area had been bombed. Upon hearing Director Ding's explanation, Zhang Haoren posed another question. Then how can you be certain that the area surrounding the 313 hospital was not burned down? Director Ding replied confidently. You have both been to that hospital, and you have a general impression of the surrounding buildings. To the south, there is a beach amusement park across a road. To the west, a small hill. To the east, it directly faces a major road. And to the north, there is a residential area, albeit separated by a vacant lot behind the hospital. Geographically, the hospital is essentially an isolated structure. Moreover, prior to the outbreak in the city, the construction of the isolation wall surrounding the hospital had already commenced. By the time Hua Island City fell, the 313 hospital was encircled by a 6-meter-high isolation wall. The top of the wall is equipped with electric fencing and spikes, and the hospital has only 2 exits, both fortified with specially designed steel doors. Featuring both electronic and mechanical locks that in the event of a power outage, the main door can be opened with a specialized mechanical key. Furthermore, before Director Ding could finish, Zhang Yunlong interrupted. Hold on. This seems implausible. You just mentioned that the isolation wall is tall and thick, and the steel doors are impregnable. If it requires a key to open, what effort would we be making? We have no key. We surely cannot resort to using explosives for a controlled demolition, can we? Such a commotion would surely attract unwanted attention. Not at all perturbed by the interruption, Director Ding took a sip of his drink and chuckled. I anticipated you would ask that. Allow me to pose a question in return. Who was the isolation wall designed to keep out? Was it not to keep out the zombies, since it was intended to deter zombies? The design took into account power outages and mechanical failures. Moreover, our military engineers are no fools. All the mechanical doors are constructed to prevent zombies, not humans. The main entrance comprises 2 doors, with a small door on the right side that can be opened with a key. Once inside the small door, one can directly pull the bolt to open the main door from behind. As for where to obtain the key for the small door, quite simple. There is a small recess on the door equipped with a mechanical combination lock. Once you unlock the combination lock, you will discover a spare key for the small door right inside. The initial combination for the lock is set to 3 zeros. No one is likely to bother changing that combination. And even if one were to encounter a situation where the combination had been altered, the lock is not particularly sturdy, while a zombie might struggle to break it with its hands or fists. An ordinary person could easily pry it open with a crowbar or a small lever. Chapter 56. Unforeseen risks. After hearing Director Ding's explanation, both Zhang Yunlong and Zhang Haoren widened their eyes in disbelief. Realizing that such an enormous specially designed steel door was meant to deter honest individuals, not the unscrupulous. Old Ding's subsequent words further confirmed this point. Of course, not all isolation wall gates are designed in this manner. For instance, those already constructed in urban areas do not feature such small back doors. Only isolation walls built around smaller zones, such as hospitals, schools, or residential districts, incorporate such designs to facilitate access for individuals from outside during emergencies. This specially designated back door for the living is an open secret. Even if someone is unaware of this design, A moment's contemplation outside the gate would unveil this small revelation. After all, zombies do not possess the capacity for critical thinking. It is precisely because the isolation walls are sufficiently secure that, until the entire city fell, a small contingent of troops and medical personnel remained stationed within the 313 hospital on standby. Unfortunately, among the last batch of citizens evacuated from the city, there were carriers of the virus who were overlooked amidst the chaos. Due to the scant number of combat personnel left behind, a viral outbreak occurred within the hospital itself, resulting in the infection of the vast majority of civilians, with many medical staff and soldiers also perishing. That MY last communication with the 313 hospital was on the 5th day after the city's collapse. At that time, approximately 50 survivors remained, while the combat personnel dwindled to less than a squad. All were trapped on the rooftop of the hospital's inpatient department, although they had eliminated a portion of the zombies. According to the deputy director of 313, there were still at least 150 zombies roaming within the inpatient building. Subsequently, the trapped personnel used a satellite phone to call for support. However, due to a lack of available manpower, the higher-ups only dispatched 2 Z-18 helicopters to evacuate people, abandoning all supplies and equipment stored in the hospital. At this point, Old Ding's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on the well-fed duo. His tone laced with temptation as he inquired, "So, what do you think? Is this feasible? The goods are right there, and I can assure you that the quality and quantity will far exceed your expectations. It all depends on whether the search team has the capability to retrieve them." After finishing his sentence, Old Ding picked up his chopsticks, ready to take a bite, only to find his hand awkwardly suspended in midair. The entire table was cleared of all canned goods and fried rice. Even the liquor had been consumed, that moment. The duo looked at him, their faces flushed with satisfaction, while they puffed on cigarettes and belched contentedly. Gazing at the barren table, Old Ding let out a few dry chuckles, realizing he should have anticipated their prodigious appetite and requested a few more buns from the kitchen. Aside from a glass of liquor, he had only managed to grab a couple of vegetable dishes. The days in the hospital were hardly easy, and this meager amount had taken him 2 months to accumulate, carefully extracted from the regular rations. Observing the remaining soup in the cans, he set down his chopsticks and awaited feedback from the duo, contemplating that there were still some noodles in the cupboard, which he could use to prepare a meal with the canned soup after sending them off. Zhang Yunlong, ever the meticulous one, listened intently to Old Ding's detailed account and concluded that this endeavor was indeed feasible. However, 2 issues loomed before him. First, establishing a route from the base to the 313 hospital, which was not particularly challenging. As long as the vehicle search task at the auto repair shop was successfully completed, the search team's vehicles could be reinforced, and with a dump truck leading the way, the route could be forcibly opened up. The second issue, however, was more problematic. He was uncertain how many zombies remained in the hospital. Based on Old Ding's description, Zhang Yunlong could envision the current state of the 313 hospital as akin to a besieged fortress, with the zombies inside yearning to escape while those outside longed to enter. It resembled a vessel for nurturing malevolent creatures. The food supply within the hospital was exceedingly scarce, leaving the trapped zombies with no choice but to turn upon each other. Nearly a year had passed since the city fell. Zhang Yunlong was unaware of the remaining zombie count, but one thing he was certain of: the number of zombies still alive in the hospital could not be too high. Likely fewer than 50, that yet regardless of the remaining numbers, they would not be as easily dealt with as the zombies outside the hospital. In such a vessel, the last surviving entity would undoubtedly be the most formidable, and those zombies would emerge as the strongest individuals through fierce competition. Furthermore, the hospital's confined space would not be as open as the outdoors if they encountered those formidable zombies in the narrow confines. Unprepared soldiers could easily be eliminated in an instant. Therefore, Zhang Yunlong needed to contemplate an effective strategy. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoran also voiced his opinion. After extinguishing his cigarette, he remarked, "Old brother, while you mentioned many favorable aspects, there are certainly adverse factors as well. If possible, I genuinely hope we can seize the 313 hospital. Beyond the substantial supplies and equipment within, its unique geographical advantages and defensive capabilities could allow us to transform it into a forward base, enabling personnel to be stationed there long-term. If the search team ventures far, they could choose to spend the night there, significantly enhancing the search range and efficiency." Old Ding wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Haoran's perspective. Exclaiming in excitement, I hadn't considered that. Indeed, since the hospital has been in a state of isolation, if we can clear out all the zombies inside, we could ultimately secure a vast amount of supplies and equipment. Along with a sturdy base, I'll head to the command office this afternoon to submit an application. Our next search team's primary target will be the 313 hospital. At this moment, however, Zhang Yunlong doused their enthusiasm with cold water, stating, Old Ding, hold off on making demands. Even if our search team plans to take the 313 hospital, it won't be accomplished in the next mission. You are unaware of the current external environment. If we travel by road, we would need to take a significant detour. There are too many uncertain factors along the way that I don't intend to lead a large force on the next outing. Instead, I want to take a few elite members to scout the situation first. Olding acknowledged his suggestion, but raised his own concern. If the main force cannot go, how can you ensure that a few individuals will succeed? Zhang Yunlong, not one to conceal his intentions, chuckled and replied, I can take the water route. Upon hearing Zhang Yunlong's plan to take the water route, both Old Ding and Zhang Haoren's eyes lit up. Indeed, if the land route is impassable, they could traverse the sea. While it might be challenging to find a cargo ship or ferry in the short term, locating a small patrol boat or speedboat in the base should not pose an issue. To scout the area, they would simply need to transport a few reconnaissance soldiers to the small dock south of the 313 hospital. Observing the expressions of the two, Zhang Yunlong knew his plan was viable and then turned to Zhang Haoren. Asking, Brother Ran, I recall our base has a training brigade, right? Zhang Haoren affirmed, yes, the training brigade is specifically responsible for airborne escape and rescue training, as well as rescuing downed pilots. They have a small dock at Laodan in the east. And I remember there were a few small patrol boats there for search and rescue missions or to drive away fishing boats that came too close. They likely have speedboats as well. But I'm not sure if they can still set sail. As far as I know, floating ice has already appeared on the sea surface, and the coastal area is soon entering the freezing season. If we intend to take a shortcut by boat, we need to act quickly. Zhang Yunlong had already made up his mind, decisively requesting Old Ding's leave, stating, Brother Ding, rest assured, I will take on this task. This will be the primary focus of the search team in the next phase. However, I hope you won't rush. We must conduct thorough reconnaissance first and if possible, I'll see if I can find a larger vessel. Aiming to transport the search team across the sea all at once next time that I estimate that taking the 313 hospital will require a hard-fought battle, and the investment in equipment and personnel will be substantial. The specific plan requires me to scout first, and we can discuss it further when I return. If you have no other instructions, we will take our leave now. Old Ding did not attempt to retain them any longer. He had said all that needed to be said. He merely added, Then I will trouble you, brother. I have already submitted a report regarding the 313 hospital to the command office. The base is aware of the specific situation there. However, they remain concerned about the long and perilous journey. Thus, it has been recorded as a resource point in the command office's information database that, to my knowledge, there are many similar resource points that have been temporarily shelved due to their high risk factor. You all go find a boat. I can apply for the action plan, but I am uncertain whether the command office will approve it. Upon hearing Old Ding's words, Zhang Yunlong scoffed, It's not that I am overestimating myself. Relying on those staff members who have never seen battle to formulate a battle plan, who knows how long it will take to seize the 313 hospital. There is no such thing as a risk-free operation with a 100 success rate. Every time we are out there, we are adapting and responding to circumstances. If we were to execute their meticulously crafted plan, it would inevitably lead the search team into disaster. Having said that, he wasted no more words, pocketed the half-pack of cigarettes on the table, and bid farewell to Old Ding. He pushed the door open and left, with Zhang Haoren also chiming in, See you later. Then he hurriedly stepped out, fearing that Director Ding might reclaim that half-pack of cigarettes. Chapter 57. Meticulous planning. As Zhang Yunlong walked back to the dormitory, he divided the majority of the remaining pack of Zhonghua cigarettes with Range. The two of them, with cigarettes between their lips, discussed their plans as they strolled home. Now, as they walked along the path, they were no longer apprehensive about inspectors suddenly appearing to catch violators. No one would be idle enough to wander around the base, and the inspectors had long since been merged into the security company. The two of them were the only ones traversing the entire road. Feeling quite solitary, Zhang Yunlong posed a question to Zhang Haoren. Rangu, how many of the weapons and equipment we brought back last time remain after the zombie horde ambush? Are they all stored in the ammunition depot? Zhang Haoran replied, "We have already utilized more than half of the batch we brought back last time. The 67-type general-purpose machine gun mounted on the truck was among those we retrieved. Our base never had such equipment before. All 5 of them were put to use, and we consumed more than half of the ammunition, as there wasn't much to begin with. However, I understand what you're really asking about. You probably don't care about the 81 rifles, since we have plenty of those at the base. You must be thinking about those few boxes of 95-1 automatic rifles, right? Let me tell you, you need not worry. They're designated for your assault team. When you voluntarily held the rear, I thought you were done for. By the time we returned to the gate, the political commissar had already led the team to build the ambush positions. After I reported the situation to him, he decided to reserve the best weapons and equipment for the assault team, that is, for those 82 grenades. Not a single one was touched. They were all transported into the base. And the 95-1S were also directly issued to the soldiers of your assault team, replacing the 95s and 81s of the reserve team that came to provide support. However, I recall that the 95-1 uses the 10 Type 5. 8mm rifle cartridge, which seems to be in short supply, while the base previously stocked the 87 Type 5.8mm cartridges, which could also be utilized, although their accuracy diminishes at greater distances. Upon receiving this confirmation, Zhang Yunlong felt relieved and remarked, "The accuracy at long distances is not crucial. Our firing range will not exceed 100 meters." And I have one more rather tricky question. Does our base have any rifle silencers? If not, do we have any suppressed submachine guns? If there are no 05s, the 64s would suffice. Zhang Haoran looked at Zhang Yunlong as if he were foolish and said, "You really are like a toad dreaming of becoming a swan. If our base had such equipment, would they not issue it to us? Those are only allocated to reconnaissance or special forces. Back then, we were merely an ordinary second-line unit. How comprehensive do you expect the emergency allocation of weapons to be? We lack such finely crafted equipment, but we do have plenty of 40mm grenades. Why not apply for a few to play with?" Zhang Yunlong, aware that he might be indulging in fanciful thoughts, remained undeterred and discussed with Zhang Haoran. "Rangu, as far as I know, the structure of a silencer is not particularly complex. That I once watched a video from abroad where those foreigners assembled a silencer using a steel pipe along with parts taken from a car's muffler. And the results were quite satisfactory. I frequently visit our repair shop, which is far superior to those small foreign workshops in terms of equipment and tools. The craftsmanship of the workers there is commendable as well. I will request a rifle, and once we return, I will consult with the craftsman to see if we can produce one." Zhang Haoran understood why his brother was so fixated on the silencer, especially considering their reconnaissance mission. Previously, they had little experience in this regard. In a lone infiltration, it was crucial to avoid exposing their whereabouts. Making the silencer exceedingly important, he expressed his support straightforwardly. "When we return, I will submit a report. You should first go and claim 100 rounds of 87 type rifle ammunition. The 95-1S have already been issued to the assault team, and it's time for you to replace that old 81. Zhang Yunlong pursed his lips, non-committal. Were it not for this reconnaissance operation, he would not even consider changing rifles. He intended to keep the 81, which had accompanied him for quite a while, in the pickup truck as a backup, and did not wish to part with it. After all, the base currently had more weapons than personnel, and the control over firearms was not particularly stringent. Each person's issued weapon followed them, and upon returning from each operation, they merely needed to consolidate their ammunition. It was permissible to keep their own weapons, but losing one was out of the question. Last time, when Zhang Yunlong restrained the zombie horde, he had discarded the 54 pistol assigned to him, resulting in a stern reprimand from the chief of staff. Later, when Rangu was clearing the bodies of zombies along the way the next day, he found no trace of it. Zhang Yunlong received a warning for this incident. However, the 92G he had seized was not required to be surrendered, though the entire base's ammunition depot lacked 9mm pistol ammunition. Left with no other choice, Zhang Yunlong had to let his beloved firearm continue to slumber in his backpack. When the two finally returned to the dormitory building, Zhang Haoran began drafting a request report for the reconnaissance mission, while he was also responsible for contacting the training unit for a patrol boat and a driver. Zhang Yunlong meandered over to the armory, where he collected a brand new 95-1 automatic rifle, along with a matching bayonet and accessories that he only took one spare magazine, planning to collect the rest along with his equipment once his application was approved. He requested 210 rounds of ammunition, intending to practice at the shooting range first. Although Zhang Yunlong had previously fired the 95 type during Marine training, he was unfortunately given an old rifle back then, one that had seen better days, making it a poor performer that shot erratically. His scores were at the bottom during the shooting assessment. Therefore, he was relatively unfamiliar with the shooting techniques of the 95 type rifle. And with the improvements in the 95-1 structure, including the different positioning of the fire selector and the addition of a bolt hold open feature, he needed to acclimate himself in advance, since the ammunition was packaged in 30-round sets. With 10 rounds per clip, loading them was quite convenient, and Zhang Yunlong quickly filled 2 magazines that he then laid down at the 100-meter firing position, took a moment to aim at the distant target, and fired. This new rifle was indeed a revelation. It was factory calibrated, and Zhang Yunlong knew immediately that he had hit the target with his first shot. Although his aim was not perfect, he was essentially hitting where he intended. He did not keep track of the actual score for the first 2 magazines, as the target paper still bore remnants from previous training. He needed to find the feel of the rifle first. After a series of rapid shots, Zhang Yunlong had to admit that this new-style rifle was indeed superior to the old 81. The recoil was softer and more manageable. The rifle was lighter, and its center of gravity was more rearward. Most importantly, the accuracy was undeniably higher. The peep sight, however, took some getting used to, but the overall experience was quite pleasant. Of course, the military had even more advanced 191 rifles, which had been extensively supplied to frontline units before the war, but he had only seen pictures online and had never even touched the real thing, so he refrained from commenting. Zhang Yunlong planned to fire a couple more magazines. The new rifle also required a period of adjustment, as both the shooter and the firearm needed to synchronize. Thus, he picked up his rifle and practiced shooting from various positions, squat, kneeling, and standing, and discovered that the new rifle had a quicker and more agile aiming response. After all, it was a bullpup design, resulting in a shorter overall length while maintaining a comparable sightline length to the 81. Subsequently, Zhang Yunlong even began walking forward while shooting. Being a seasoned veteran, he quickly adapted to the new rifle's shooting techniques. Once he spent some time improving his magazine change speed, he would be in excellent form. After thoroughly enjoying his time with the new rifle, Zhang Yunlong was startled to realize that he had only 1 pack of ammunition left. It was clear that relying on 30 rounds to test a silencer would be futile, with no other option. Zhang Yunlong had to sheepishly return to Rangu to request another 90 rounds of ammunition before heading to the repair shop. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Zhang Yunlong sought out the foreman of the technician team. This foreman, recruited from the local populace, despite wearing a military uniform and holding the title of foreman, was over 60 years old and had previously worked as a machinist in a factory, reputedly possessing a level 8 machinist qualification. In that era, he was considered one of the most exceptional individuals in his profession, possessing skills in both automotive and machinery repair. However, due to the restructuring of industries in the old industrial zone, he was forced into unemployment. After losing his job, he could only make ends meet through odd jobs that as the years passed and his age advanced, he found himself relegated to guarding the entrance of a reception room. It was not until the post-war reconstruction phase that he could return to his former trade, working as a laborer in a small pump factory in Hudao City. Later, when the urban area fell, he was rescued by the 112th Army Division that he was fortunate to reunite with the military personnel who had come to assist, becoming one of the few civilians successfully rescued. The old squad leader's surname was Liu. Given that most of the soldiers were quite young, he was commonly referred to as Master Liu or Uncle Liu. Zhang Yunlong held a particular respect for this master craftsman, who was of the same generation as his father. On this occasion, he made a special effort to bring a large white fish, knowing that Master Liu, originally from Shandong, had a fondness for such delicacies that Tio procured it. Zhang Yunlong even traded a packet of Likun cigarettes for the prize fish. Upon entering the northeast corner of the repair shop's technician dormitory, Zhang Yunlong found the masters gathered around a table playing a game of cards. During these challenging times, there were few forms of entertainment, and thus, card games had become the sole source of enjoyment for these middle-aged men. Each of them sported several layers of paper hats atop their heads, indicating they had been playing for quite a while. It was no surprise they appeared so relaxed. The repair shop had little work on most days, with a significant amount of machinery lying dormant under layers of dust. Upon entering the dormitory, Zhang Yunlong's eyes were immediately drawn to Master Liu, who was wearing only a single paper hat. Character introduction: Liu Qing, the head technician of the repair shop at Zhang Yunlong's base, was recruited from the local survivors as a skilled technician. He hailed from Shima village in Danjia town, Zhangqiao City, Shandong province. Born on September 25, 1959, he and Zhang Yunlong shared a hometown and a friendship that transcended generations. A level 8 fitter. He possessed formidable practical skills, with exceptional expertise in machinery repair and component processing, that he even had the ability to craft firearms and reload ammunition by hand. He epitomized the quintessential skilled worker of the old industrial era. And in his youth, he relished riding his motorcycle with a double-barrel shotgun, accompanied by a group of friends in pursuit of rabbits.